All the comments were accompanied by telepathic thoughts. They were all videos of several young, energetic cultivators cultivating the in high spirits. At first glance, all of them succeeded a little, as their entire body was surrounded by resplendent and colorful streams of light, causing everyone who watched their videos to have their hearts swayed. These people are all disciples of the Five Tiger Clan and have all been tasked to do this, so don't be fooled. Of course, if you want to join the Five Tiger Clan, then that is another matter, the cultivator's assistant said. Liao immediately shook his head while he shouted in his heart. That was close. If the cultivator's assistant hadn't reminded him, plainly looking at such an enticing download page, he might have given it a try. That would have been truly depressing. Even though I always warn every cultivator when they have first entered, there would still be some who could not endure and would be fooled one after another. I also can't do anything, as human greed is too easy to conquer. All I can do is warn them. The cultivator's assistant continued. You are a student of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Once you arrive there, naturally you will be taught high-grade breathing exercises. For now, I can give you a set of breathing exercise known as which is given as a gift by the Federation government. At the beginning, when the Federation was just established, over 100 cultivators jointly developed this basic breathing exercise based on a set of ancient cultivators' incomplete texts. This exercise set is inefficient in absorbing spiritual energy and the cultivation speed is very slow. However, it wins in its serenity and gentleness. You will absolutely not have any qigong deviation, and moreover, it is very simple, making it easy to master. And its biggest advantage is, it has very strong compatibility. It is perfectly compatible with all the breathing exercises and utilization exercises in the Federation. Even if you have practiced a few stages, you can still easily switch to a higher-ranked breathing exercise. The cultivator's assistant waved her hand as a tremendous amount of telepathic thoughts filled with data was transmitted into Liao's brain. Just as it was described, that was pretty simple. It didn't have many levels, spanned just over 3 stages, and was very easy to master. It was the basics of the basics. Liao had already assimilated a pretty large part of Oyezi's memories. He already had a little bit of understanding of some of the basic cultivator exercises. Even if he had not personally practiced it, he had seen the other ancient cultivators demonstrating it in the dreams. With a little thought, he tried to grasp the abstruse principles of this basic breathing exercise provided by the Federation government, sure enough, is great. It can actually simulate the beginning of the universe, the Big Bang, the world when the cosmos was still devoid of heavenly bodies. So mysterious, so wonderful. I really want to immediately give it a try. Liao was struck by a thought. He once again thought of the battlefield that was bathing in demonic energy. He simply could not control himself anymore. He asked the cultivator's assistant to remember their progress and quickly logged out of the Federation Cultivators Nexus. Little Black, let's go. Stuffing the black winged sword in his backpack, Liao stuck his head out of the tent and stealthily looked around for a while. Only after having found that no one was there did he slowly and silently walk out of the tent. Apparently, security wasn't that tight. There were over 1,000 passengers on the train who needed to be carefully inspected to check whether there was any demon clan aura remaining. And as such, all the soldiers and cultivators were too busy and could only do so much. Liao had been inspected 17 to 18 times already and was determined to be a 100% pure human, so naturally, no one was going to pay too much attention to him. On top of that, Liao's identity was different. Not only was he a first-class Federation disabled serviceman, he had also repaired the Tai Lightning railgun amidst the battle, not to mention that he was also a newly advanced cultivator as well as a student of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Each of his identity, no matter whichever it was, would absolutely instill assurance into anyone. Therefore, even though a few soldiers had found him walking around the platform, they did not care much. They all just thought that he was walking around to relieve his boredom. Every cultivator who had just advanced would have a few quirks. Some even had a variety of strange ways to cultivate, which they would practice at the most crucial moment of their breakthrough. As long as it was not against the law, generally speaking, no one would interfere with a cultivator. Little Black, let's go. Liao took out the black winged sword from his backpack and let it float in the air. Staggeringly climbing up, he cautiously stood on the flying sword as he spread out both hands to maintain his balance. In the past, he was just an ordinary person. He would ride the black winged sword as if he was riding a broom, with both legs tightly clamped together and his hands tightly hugging the sword. It was extremely unbearable and simply could not be counted as riding a flying sword. It was more like horse riding the sword, clasping the sword, or even embracing the sword. Now that he had successfully become a cultivator, he was naturally going to try riding the sword and roam everywhere in a free and unrestrained manner. It was only because of this that cultivating was worthwhile. The 4 invisible spirit threads once again stretched out from Liao's forehead and wound around the black winged sword round after round. Liao suddenly felt that he had become one with the sword, as if his blood vessels and meridians had fused with the sword. Little black, full speed ahead. Liao's chest was brimming with lofty ambition and soaring determination. He looked up to the sky and gave a long howl. Ru'er, I'm the king of the world. The black winged sword slightly shook as waves of spiritual brilliance flashed over its blade. In the past, Liao could only guess from its actions, but now, he could vaguely feel its emotions that seemed to say, "Go at full speed? Are you sure?" "Of course," Liao replied with confidence. The tip of the black winged sword's sheath shook a little, seemingly as if it was helplessly saying, "All right, then." From underneath Liao's feet came a deafening howl. It was as if someone had ruthlessly punched him in the face, causing his entire body to fall backwards. Much to Liao's surprise, the black winged sword soared to the limit in the blink of an eye, reaching a speed that was close to the speed of sound. "This is simply crazy," Liao screamed. He almost fell off the black winged sword. How could he still dare to stand on the sword and maintain the aloof and unrestrained posture of riding the sword? Just like in the past, he had his legs obediently clasped around the sword and the arms around the hilt, maintaining the posture of riding the broom once again. Even then, he could barely stabilize himself. "Little Black, you are actually 10 times faster than in the past. So you were just adapting to me before," Liao shouted. Black winged sword lightly shivered as it flew at a high speed, and its scabbard moved up and down, seemingly as if it was coldly snorting, "What do you think? Cool. It is too cool." After half a minute, Liao barely adapted to flying at a subsonic speed. The feeling of splitting through the wind was simply incomparable. Feeling thrilled as adrenaline shot through him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hush! The black winged sword, upon noticing that he had gradually adapted, once again increased its speed by a level. Moreover, it also did various kinds of maneuvers in the air, like accelerating, deaccelerating, suddenly stopping and accelerating, 360-degree rolls, vertical ascents, nosedives, suddenly stopping. Each maneuver that could dumbfound even a golden core stage cultivator was done by the black winged sword. Aya heawa aha. At the beginning, Liao could barely keep up with the rhythm of the black winged sword, and later, he could do nothing but scream. When the black winged sword carried out the supersonic maneuvers, a tremendous centrifugal force acted upon him, so much that he suspected that he was going to fall off. However, an unusual suction force appeared from the black winged sword under his feet, causing him to be firmly stuck on the sword. "Stop! Quickly stop!" Liao's desolate scream was covered by the howls of the wind. God knows whether the black winged sword had heard it or not. However, even if it had heard it, it would perhaps have turned a deaf ear. For the next 5 minutes, Liao experienced the most thrilling ride of his life. Whether it was flying at the speed of sound in 1 second or staying strangely still for the next, or whether the black winged sword carried him to the upper reaches of the atmosphere in just half-minute, almost entering the endless space, everything made this the most thrilling ride of his life. During the last 10 seconds, he, from 10,000 meters high in the sky, continuously rolled 360-degree along its longitudinal axis and made a nosedive towards the ground. A human and a sword, like a high-speed drill, dove towards the ground. It was only when they were just a few meters away from the ground did the black winged sword come to an abrupt stop and began charging horizontally forward as swiftly as lightning. Li Yao's toes had almost plowed 2 deep trenches into the ground. Blurg! When the black wing sword finally came to a stop, Li Yao's complexion was already as pale as a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. Holding his stomach, he emptied the contents of his stomach. In contrast, the black wing sword danced around him in excitement as it constantly circled around Li Yao, seemingly saying, "I have not flown like this for a long time." Finally, when it came to a stop in front of Li Yao, its scabbard rubbed around its edges, making squeak-squeak noises like mocking laughters. It seemed to be saying, "Vomiting just like that? You're so weak. Was your previous owner a golden core cultivator?" He weakly asked as tears trickled down from the corner of his eyes because of the vomiting. The black wing sword proudly shook its sword tip. God knows how, but Li Yao immediately understood what it was saying. Golden core? How can a mere golden core cultivator be my master? I really want to become a master refiner as quickly as possible so that I could take out your master crystal chip and check what your control crystal chip is like. Only then would I know how such a twisted magical equipment was created, Li Yao said to himself. The black wing sword suddenly emitted a dangerous red aura. I mean to say, I really want to become a master refiner as quickly as possible so that I could open your outer shell and perform maintenance as well as help you upgrade, Li Yao hastily added. The black wing sword made a squeak sound, stating its satisfaction before floating in the air lazily and letting the breeze push it as it drifted around the wasteland. Li Yao gasped for air for a while as his crazily pounding heart turned calm. Li Yao straightened up his waist with difficulty before checking the surroundings. Much to his surprise, he found himself already in the outer ring of the demon beast battlefield. Wow! In just 10 minutes we are already here. It's 10 times faster than the military shuttle. You are so powerful! Li Yao was secretly scared but was even more so at ease. With the black wing sword, before the others could discover his absence, he would have already returned to the station unbeknownst to anyone. As he looked around, he could find nothing but a lonely and desolate desert. Aside from a crystal rail line which extended to the horizons, there wasn't a single trace of human civilization. It was as if he was in a primitive era. Corpses of demon beasts that were constantly releasing demonic energy were spread everywhere. It was as if an invisible force field had covered a radius of a few dozen kilometers. The air here was very sticky as well as a little stifling. The demonic energy was strongly infectious. If someone stayed here for a long time, he would lose his sanity and would become a monster who only knew how to kill. Even if it was a low-level cultivator, without purifying the demonic energy, he would have his meridians blocked and his spiritual energy polluted, which would eventually lead to Qigong deviation. And in the worst-case scenario, he would fall onto the demonic path. Unless it was necessary, like the Soul Search Squad who were forced to enter such places that were flooded with demonic energy to search for residual souls, ordinary people and low-level cultivators were all reluctant to even approach such an area. Because of this reason, there was no Federation army guarding the area and neither were there any cultivators patrolling. There were only warning signs placed in the surroundings. Also, in the outer ring, a restrictive barrier was placed around it for the ordinary people. This restrictive barrier was specially designed to block ordinary people from entering the area filled with demonic energy. For cultivators like Li Yao that could ride the sword, of course, it didn't have an iota of an effect. According to Professor Ding, tomorrow, some cultivators that specially purify demonic energy would bring special magical equipment to purify this area. For now, as there is no one here, this place is the best place for me to cultivate. It's just the right place for me to have a meal. Li Yao was like a mouse that fell into a sack of rice. With narrowed eyes, he looked all around, only to find a dense mass of red specks of light making a headlong rush towards him. Li Yao walked around along the rail tracks. He tried to find the place that was the richest in demonic energy. Suddenly, in front of him appeared a big, dark black lump. On a closer look, it was nothing but a scrap of iron that had been deformed into such a shape. He pondered for a long time before a sudden realization dawned on him. It was the armored carriage from last night that charged into the beast tide without a shred of hesitation. He had never imagined that it would actually be deformed into such a shape under the raging beast tide. It was like it was nothing more than a box made of rotten paper in front of the beast tide. Even though the bodies of the cultivators from this lump of iron had already been removed, Liao could still hear the heroic roars of the 7 cultivators ringing in his ear. "I'll cultivate here. I hope that the seniors would lend me a hand. After my cultivation culminates, I'll definitely slaughter the demon beasts, and I will help you get revenge." Liao struggled to climb his way up the lump of iron that was laden with bloodstains. Crossing his legs, he sat at the peak and silently operated the endless cosmos breathing exercise in his mind. According to legends, countless millions of years ago, the endless universe that we now live in used to be a plasmic crystallization of pure spiritual energy, which was also known as primeval crystallization point. And because of an impetus of some kind of incredibly huge power, at the primeval crystallization point, a huge scale explosion that was beyond any man's imagination took place. An almost inexhaustible amount of pure spiritual energy exploded as it spread everywhere and created stars and everything in existence, including the universe itself. Whereas, at the beginning of the universe, there weren't any stars nor were there any planets. There were only countless extremely hot and incomparably unstable masses of matter. The relatively large masses of matter revolved at high speeds, while the smaller masses of matter were attracted to them. Much like how a snowball would grow bigger and bigger as it rolled over the snow, the masses of matter grew to an unimaginable size and became huge as countless stars formed one by one. According to the profound principles of the endless cosmos breathing exercise, one must imagine themselves as the larger mass of matter at the beginning of universe after the Big Bang, while the spiritual energy floating in the air would be the smaller mass of matter. Then, let your own soul revolve at a high speed and attract the spiritual energy to temper the body and strengthen the soul. There are 2 things which are the crux of the endless cosmos breathing exercise. First, in the mind, imagine the scene of the universe at the starting phase of the Big Bang, where the pure spiritual energy, in the blink of an eye, expanded into the vast universe. Feel the ancient world, the beginning point of the universe, the world when there were no land and sky, and experience the inconceivable scene that transcended human imagination. Second, during your meditation, let your spirit revolve at a high speed, silently pondering over the profundity of the endless cosmos. Liao's pair of eyes were half opened, half closed. It seemed as if he was asleep, yet at the same time he was not. He took a few dozen long, deep breaths, each of which lasted longer than before, as he entered a mysterious state. In his trance-like state, the wasteland turned into a vast and endless universe, and he was surrounded by a large amount of hot and virulent spiritual energy that constantly disintegrated, collided, compressed, fractured, and finally congealed into mass after mass of bright matter. Each mass of matter was incomparably hot, and the temperature was more than 100 times than that of the sun, whereas Liao's own body was also emitting a tremendous amount of heat, seemingly as if he too had turned into a red-hot mass of matter. And his soul, in a trance, fluttered and shook as it fiercely started revolving as its speed was getting faster and faster. Some of the smaller hot masses of matter floating around him were attracted by the torque generated by the revolution of his soul. They suddenly floated towards him and adhered on his body before merging into his body. Demonic energy. The demonic energy surged into Liao's body like a torrential tide. He was filled with an incomparable feeling, compared to absorbing the pitiful amount of spiritual energy in the medical tent, where he could only do so by spending a tremendous amount of effort. This was far more comfortable. Liao was wild with joy. The 4 spirit threads revolved constantly as more demonic energy was sucked into his body. Rolling through Oyezi's tree of memories, the demonic energy was purified into the purest of spiritual energy, which thereafter surged into every part of his body, constantly filling each strand of his muscles, every blood vessel, and every cell of his body with spiritual energy. Every second, his body would become stronger. With every passing second, his body evolved by a level. This is too strong. Liao clenched his fists in inexplicable joy, as he felt the fearsome strength surging through his fingers. He had a vague feeling that if the spiritual energy was stimulated to the limit and blasted through this fist, the destructive force might very well be 10 times stronger than the past. In the past, he could only rely on physical strength. But now, he had instead become the vast universe, one of the endless stars, making it possible for him to fire the world's energy. In just a short span of 1 hour, Liao had engulfed an incredibly huge amount of demonic energy. Every single one of his cells had been filled to the point that he could not absorb even one more speck of red light. Just like how a human's appetite had a limit, the amount of spiritual energy a cultivator could absorb also had a limit. One could never engulf endlessly and completely absorb the spiritual energy in the world. If the spiritual energy was absorbed blindly and not refined, it would more than likely lead to oversaturation of spiritual energy, which would result in spiritual energy poisoning. Much like drinking too much water would lead to water intoxication. In serious cases, it could even lead to overflowing of the spiritual energy, causing the meridians to be torn, which may very well lead to qigong deviation. After Liao had absorbed a huge amount of demonic energy, it was enough to allow him to continuously advance 3 levels. He was very well aware of the principle of biting off more than one could chew. He restrained his greedy thoughts and jumped down from the lump of iron with a long howl. Well, an incomparably strange scene entered his vision, leaving him gawking. What he saw was the black wing sword vertically floating and gradually rotating in the air. From the inside of its scabbard, 3 black spirit threads had grown out and were absorbing the demonic energy. And the way it was doing it was exactly the same as when Liao was cultivating. No. On a closer look, Liao noticed that the efficiency of absorbing the spiritual energy of the black wing sword was far more than his. When he was using endless cosmos to absorb the spiritual energy, the spirit threads were only entwined around his body and moved slowly. In contrast, the spirit threads of the black wing sword were spread out, and every thread was like a spring which coiled round after round to form an incomparably strange spiral made of spirit threads. Obviously, under the same length, the black wing sword's spirit threads could touch far more specks of red light than him, thereby having 10 times more efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy than Liao. Can magical equipment also cultivate on their own? Moreover, the cultivation exercise is obviously an upgraded version of the endless cosmos. Is Little Black imitating me after watching me cultivate? And while at it, did it just upgrade the endless cosmos? This is too terrifying. Liao was stupefied for a long time. Suddenly, he reacted. His complexion changed as he screamed, "This is not good, Little Black. Quickly stay your hand. This is not right. Quickly close your mouth. This is also not right. Whatever, you quickly stop." The black wing sword suddenly stopped absorbing as its 3 black spirit threads coiled around each other and moved towards Liao. Obviously, it was greatly dissatisfied. Liao impatiently ran next to it, and having sensed the density of the demonic energy, he explained, "We cannot completely absorb all the demonic energy. Tomorrow, powerful cultivators will be coming to purify the demonic energy. If they found that it is all empty here and that there is not even an iota of demonic energy, they will definitely continue to investigate. If they find out that it was us, we will be in big trouble." At the beginning, Liao thought that the black wing sword was just a slightly strange flying sword. Therefore, he actually didn't mind too much. Anyway, in the world of cultivation, there were many rare and wondrous treasures. A flying sword that would watch a hologram projector was nothing strange. But a flying sword that could cultivate on its own would absolutely be a priceless treasure in the eyes of many cultivators. Once it was found, perhaps they would even use all kinds of means to take it away. Liao did not want Little Black to be taken away by these people, only to be taken apart for research. This guy was something left behind by the old man, not to mention it had accompanied him for so many years. It was like his half-sibling. Squeak! Upon listening to Liao's explanation, the black wing sword reluctantly shook its sword tip as it slowly retracted its 3 black spirit threads back into its scabbard. When it was retracting its last spirit thread, the spirit thread unwillingly moved and grabbed one last speck of red light into its body with a swish. Only then did it retract it back, and that too reluctantly, seemingly as if it longed for more. Liao, on the other hand, had a shrewd smile hanging on his face. Knocking on the scabbard, he said, "Hey, hey, hey, little black. I just wanted to make you act with caution, so don't think that I don't want to let you completely absorb the spiritual energy. My heart also aches to see such a large amount of demonic energy floating around yet unable to be absorbed." From childhood, Liao had been doing things stealthily. He was well aware of where the shoe pinches. If the black winged sword continued to absorb voraciously at one place, the demonic energy within that region would be entirely absorbed, creating a demonic energy deficient region. At first glance, the high-level cultivators that would be coming here tomorrow would definitely know that someone was cultivating here. If they changed place to place and absorbed a little bit of demonic energy from everywhere, how would they be discovered? In any case, it would be impossible for the high-level cultivators to know the density of the demonic energy here. Assume that there were 10 cans filled with candy. If Liao stole all the candies from one can, then he would, for sure, be discovered at a moment's notice. However, if he secretly stole just one candy from each can, it would be hard to notice. For the next hour, Liao and the black winged sword shuttled around the demon beast battlefield. They flew to a place, absorbed some of the demonic energy, then waved the spirit threads to scatter the remaining demonic energy so that the specks of red light were evenly distributed as far as possible. The more the black winged sword absorbed, the more Liao shuddered in fear, because Liao discovered that little black's, this freak's, appetite seemed to be inexhaustible. In just a short span of 1 hour, it had already absorbed more than 10 times the amount of demonic energy than Liao had. Moreover, it seemed that it was still restraining itself a little. If he let it absorb voraciously, it would have even swept clean all the demonic energy here. Who the hell actually refined such a magical equipment that could even eat? Liao secretly criticized. The black winged sword wandered in the sea of demonic energy to its heart's content. It seemed as if it was a glutton who had been hungry for 10 straight days and 10 straight nights and had thrown himself into a pool of wine and a mountain of meat, eating in a manner that could be described as wholeheartedly. Little black, you cannot swallow anymore. If you swallow any more demonic energy, the density would decrease by too much, and others would easily notice it. If your hunger still has not been satiated, if worst comes to worst, wait for me to earn a little bit of money. Then, I will buy you high-grade crystals that contain a large of spiritual energy to eat. Liao said with sorrow. From the appetite shown by the black winged sword, in order to buy crystals for it to eat, perhaps in just 1 week, all of Liao's assets would vanish. The black winged sword's spirit threads danced around as it emitted creak creak, reluctant noises before using its spirit threads to nod to Liao, seemingly saying, "You said it! High-grade crystals? I'm waiting." Only then did it reluctantly retract its spirit threads and flew over to Liao's front. When Liao remembered about those lightning-swift, crazy 10 minutes from earlier, Liao's complexion changed. He righteously and sternly said, "Little black, let us first come to an agreement. In accordance with the basic laws of cultivators, when riding the sword, the ride should be calm and peaceful. You must slow down, look around, and only then should you cross ahead. You absolutely cannot fly chaotically. That's why, in the returning journey, you must." He was not even able to finish speaking before the black winged sword had already started making creak creak sounds of impatience and appeared beneath his feet. With one vigorous move, Liao was pulled up before a strong suction appeared, pulling Liao firmly to the sword's body. The whole thing made his balls ache. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. After absorbing enough demonic energy, the black winged sword turned even wilder. It had not yet taken off, but a torrential jet stream was already being discharged from the back of its hilt. Its blade was madly shaking as round after round of ripples rapidly proliferated and spread in the air. "Let me down! I will just walk back!" Liao screamed. Too late. The black winged sword released a thick black mist that completely enveloped Liao as the sword and the human duo soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and appearing beyond the 9th heaven in the blink of an eye. Thereafter, the black winged sword, inch by inch, pushed its sword tip as it gradually aligned towards the desolate land 10,000 meters below them. What are you doing? I don't have any injustice or any hatred with you. And last night, didn't I even oiled you and help you remove the rust? Liao repeatedly screamed as his legs went limp and his balls went soft in fear. From the scabbard came the sounds of metal rubbing against each other, sounding as if it was mocking him. A large mass of black mist surged out in the star space behind Liao, forming two black wings that spanned over 100 meters. The black wing sword transformed into a black stream of light as it whizzed straight towards the ground. When Liao unsteadily returned to the medical tent, his hair stood upright as if they had been scorched by a flame spirit glyph. He ruthlessly smashed himself into the medical treatment pod. He felt as if everything was spinning, as if he was a small boat in the middle of a tempestuous storm. He had been vomiting for a long time, and now there was nothing left to even vomit. Halfway through the journey, he had already puked out all the gastric acid in his stomach and had almost spat out his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Little Black, you just wait and watch. The day I become a master refiner, I will definitely modify you into a broom. While throwing up, Liao ruthlessly shouted in his heart. However, the black wing sword, who was the target, wasn't able to hear the cries in Liao's heart. After swallowing an amount that was as vast as the sea of demonic energy and flying as swiftly as lightning twice, its mood was good. It was contentedly sleeping in his backpack. Student Liao. At this moment, an intermittent female voice floated into Liao's ear. It sounded a bit difficult to comprehend. Liao was taken aback in fear. After becoming a cultivator, Liao's senses had become extremely keen. Not to mention that despite there being no place for a woman to hide in such a big medical tent, he didn't discover anyone. Student Liao. Once again, the female voice rang in his ear. It was faint and weak like a voice of a lingering female ghost. Liao had goosebumps explode all over his back. The female voice was coming from beneath his body. However, there was nothing beneath him but the pedestal of the medical treatment pod. I'm in here. When Liao was just about to be absolutely terrified, a tiny spirit mechanical bird, fluttering its metal wings, flew up from beneath the medical treatment pod. Its sparkling, transparent crystal eyes flickered with an embarrassed look as she gently said, I'm sorry. I am still adapting to this new body. I am still not able to fly proficiently. Just a moment ago, I crashed into the ground. I was not intentionally hiding or anything to scare you. Student Liao. Liao was stupefied. He opened his palm and let the mechanical bird carefully land on his palm. It was a small yet exquisite spirit mechanical bird whose whole body was wrapped in a pale green brilliance. A majority of its limbs had been carved from crystals. Its frame had been cast from some sort of metal, whilst translucent crystals covered the outer layer of the meticulously carved gears, flywheels, driveshafts, and U-joints. They all fit so perfectly that it gave a natural aesthetic feeling. Liao could not help but wonder because this mechanical bird was giving him a familiar feeling. He always felt that he had seen the look in the bird's eyes somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, Liao widely opened his eyes. Wei Qingqing! The mechanical bird fluttered her wings in joy as she lightly nodded her small head. Right now, her voice was still very gentle, and unlike the clear and melodious voice from before, her voice had become a bit soft. Yes, Student Liao, it's me. It's all thanks to you finding the wisp of my residual soul that Uncle Tang, Professor Ding, and the others were able to turn me into a spectral cultivator. However, as I was too weak and as a result of my soul having been exposed to the air for too long, my soul was fragmented. For the moment, my soul is not strong enough to sustain a large spirit prosthetic body. Thus I can only use this small, bird-type spirit prosthetic body. Speaking to this point, Wei Qingqing's eyes lit up. Her facial muscles that were made of crystal fibers also showed a smiling expression. She said in a gentle tone, I guess this is all right too. Ever since childhood, I have liked birds. Often in my imagination, I would always think of myself as a little bluebird that could fly freely amidst the clouds. Now, this can be considered as my wish having come true. Liao, holding the little bluebird, sighed with emotion in his heart. Amongst the 7 cultivators, Wei Qingqing gave him the biggest shock. She was no more a 20-year-old who had just graduated from Sky Fantasia Academy, not to mention she was a culture-type cultivator, the weakest type among all cultivators. To be honest, even if she didn't come forward, no one would have blamed her. Yet, she didn't hesitate to stand up. In the happiest period of her life, she had died even before her life had bloomed. What kind of power actually drove her to come forward? Liao was extremely curious about everything regarding Wei Qingqing. I came here specially to express my gratitude to student Liao. If you hadn't found my residual soul, perhaps I would have already vanished into a puff of smoke by now. How would I be able to see this clear blue sky and the clouds again? Wei Qingqing, fluttering her wing, lightly leaped from Liao palm and rose into the air. As she somewhat clumsily flew in circles, she intermittently said, however, I still have not yet perfectly mastered this spirit prosthetic body. Takes everything for me to just converse. Student Liao, it would be better for you to enter my world of fiction, where we can directly use spiritual exchange. What do you think? World of fiction? Liao suddenly recalled that Wei Qingqing was a very mysterious illusionist, who, according to the rumors, could create an extremely powerful world of literature. And in this world of literature, everything was at their beck and call. Liao was completely curious regarding illusionists. He momentarily nodded and joyfully replied, "Of course I will, what should I do? You don't need to do anything. Just close your eyes." With a flap of her wings, Wei Qingqing flew to his head. "Student Liao, welcome to my novel. Let us together enter the world." Wang! Liao felt a slight shaking in his eardrums as the scene before him blurred. He felt as if his soul was pulled out from his body and was falling down into a seemingly bottomless hole. He didn't know how long it took before he felt as if his soul was fiercely smashed into a new body. In his ears rang howls of the wind, and what was in front of him were the ever-changing white clouds and large groups of white clouds that were like a sea of cotton, which under the breeze were molded into all kinds of shapes and figures. Puppies, horses, buildings, forests, everything, shining under the golden brilliance of the sunlight, gave off an appearance akin to a city in the sky. Beautiful. This is so beautiful. The world of fiction created by Wei Qingqing was almost the same as the real world. Even more so, the illusory aesthetic feeling it gave off made Liao completely relaxed and happy. Then he found that he had wings. He had turned into a falcon who was flying and hovering freely amidst the clouds. When he recalled the scene where the black wing sword carried him beyond the 9th heaven, Liao's complexion suddenly became worse. What is it? Don't you like flying high in the sky? If not, then you can imagine yourself as the bird you like and we will fly a bit lower. An ordinary, little bluebird that was as ordinary as wildflowers in deep valleys, with the exception of the 3 long, lush green feathers on its tail, flew above Liao as it spoke in a soft voice. It's nothing. I like flying high in the sky, but what I don't like is diving directly from 10,000 meters high in the sky to just 1 meter above the ground in half a minute. While speaking, with a move of his thought, Liao suddenly transformed into a fierce vulture. The little bluebird was scared by the grim and ferocious appearance of Liao. She flew 4 to 5 meters ahead before circling back. Flying shoulder to shoulder with Liao, she curiously asked, "You like vultures? I thought you would prefer falcons because falcons look majestic. Although the falcon is majestic, it is too noble, too proud. It is not at all suitable to live in every place, and even though the vulture looks ordinary, even though it looks a little ferocious, in the places where the falcon cannot live, the vulture can live quite well." Liao stretched out his wings and soared freely. Bit by bit, he started to enjoy this feeling. He craned his neck to look about and said, "Since we are in a novel, what is the story of this novel?" "There is no story. This novel is just a little bluebird flying in the sky as she gazes upon the many clouds which are all changing into all kinds of forms and were overflowing with multitudes of colorful brilliance under the illumination of the sunlight and the molding of the gales of wind. I am preparing to write all kinds of shapes and colors of clouds into this world. It is simply just this. Wei Qingqing paused a bit before continuing with a smile. Originally, this novel only had one character, and that was a little bluebird, but now, I think that adding a vulture would not be bad too. Together, they will fly over the mountains, rivers, and seas of the heaven origin sector, watching the sea of clouds in the sky till they reach the end of the world. Now I understand. This is pure literature. Liao was filled with deep veneration. Wei Qingqing was a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, "In fact, I have also written of other stuff and some popular youth novels in the market. It's about an extremely talented heir of a major sect who fell in love with an ordinary girl, but the elders of the sect were against them and didn't want them to be together. Instead, they had wanted to marry him to the daughter of an elder of another sect. It had things like this and that. When I was in university, I had also published 2 other novels, and they sold pretty well. However, in my heart, my favorite is this incomplete. I began writing this from the age of 15 and was planning to write it till the age of 50. Till now, I have not shown it to anybody else. You are the first person to see it. This is too wasteful. I'm just a coarse fellow who has little, if any, education. I do not understand literature," said Liao. He was immensely embarrassed. Wei Qingqing slightly smiled. Her little feet lightly stepped upon Liao's body before the little bluebird soared up and circled around the vulture. "Maybe this is fate. Since childhood, I have liked watching the ever-changing clouds in the sky. I have always wished to turn into a little bluebird and fly in the blue sky amidst the white clouds. Who would have known that I would really turn into a little bird? Ha! Now, after personally experiencing it, I would definitely be able to write the best novel." The girl's optimism moved Liao. He asked himself, if it was him who was dead and was reborn into a spirit prosthetic body, and moreover remain lifelong as a spectral cultivator, perhaps he could not be as calm and as optimistic as Wei Qingqing. Liao could not help but ask, "Sister Qingqing, call me Little Qing. I am just 3 to 4 years older than you." The little bluebird chirped. Liao flushed, but fortunately, his face was covered in feathers, and the little bluebird also didn't see. "Little Qing, last night on the crystal train, why did you come forward? Obviously, there were many cultivators who didn't stand up. Your strength was the weakest of them all. Wouldn't an illusionist's spiritual attack play a limited role against the beast tide? Even if you didn't stand up, no one would make any irresponsible remarks." The little bluebird was silent for a long time. She continued flying amidst the clouds, continuously chasing after the warm sunlight before she finally muttered, Maybe if I did not come forward, no one would blame me. Moreover, I was so weak that even after I overdraft my entire life force, I could only fire the Tai lightning railgun once. Even without me, perhaps they would have still been able to delay the beast tide. I was also hesitating, but then I thought of my teacher and what she would have done if she were in my place. She would have definitely stood up, so inheriting my teacher's will, I just came forward, that's all. I was born in a remote mountain village in the southern region of the Federation where we had poor means of transportation and communication. We also didn't have any decent industries, and the financial condition was extremely poor. In our village, most of the adults would go to the city to make a living, leaving only the elderly and children behind. My teacher was the only teacher in our village. She was a 100-year-old, gray-haired old lady. Since childhood, I knew that teacher was someone who possessed marvelous abilities. She could speak with many small animals in the mountain forest and could also quickly grow watermelons during the winter. With just one finger, she would ignite bonfires and eat roasted watermelon with us children. If anyone in our village had a headache or a slight fever, they would come to teacher, and teacher would always cure them neat and quickly. It was only under teacher's guidance did we, the children of the mountains, come to know that there was a vast world outside the village and that there was a mystical world of cultivation as well as wondrous magical equipment. Often, teacher, while holding our hands, would bring us into a dream again and would let us see bizarre and big cities. In these bizarre and big cities, we saw many people and ate many good dishes one after another. After a long time, I came to know that it was not a dream, but rather a world of fiction created by teacher. Our teacher was a cultivator, and even more so was an illusionist. However, by that time, she was already dead. When I turned 15, there was a downpour in our village which continued for 10 straight days and nights. Due to the continuous downpour, the entire big mountain behind our mountain village became unstable, and finally, in the middle of the night, a landslide was triggered, bringing with it a terrifying mud avalanche. When teacher was helping the villagers walk down the mountain in the middle of the night, she was the first one to notice the mud avalanche. Rolling rocks mixed with mud were flooding down the mountain, and there was simply no time to escape, nor was there time to inform the village. Thus, our teacher ignited her life and overdraft her spiritual energy in order to create an incomparably solid spiritual energy shield, forcibly blocking the mud avalanche from reaching our mountain village. And so, everyone was able to safely escape. However, our teacher was engulfed by the mud avalanche. After 10 days, when her body was finally found, it seemed as if she was peacefully asleep. Since then, I swore that I would become someone like teacher. Following teacher's footsteps, I entered the Sky Fantasia Academy and became a cultivator as well as an illusionist who could use literature to create a world as they wished. After I graduated, I applied for the Federation's volunteer program for educating poor areas. Following the same path as my teacher, I was going to a mountain village in the wasteland to be a village teacher. In the process, I encountered the beast tide. To be honest, I had tens of thousands of reasons not to come forward, just like my teacher who, at that time, also had tens of thousands of reasons not to block the mud avalanche. However, she did come forward, and she didn't need any reason. Thus, I too came forward, and similarly, I too don't need any reasons. As long as there was an itsy-bitsy bit of impulse at the bottom of my heart, it's enough. I had never imagined that I would become something like this. I have had countless dreams, yet never had I dreamt that I would become a spectral cultivator at such a young age. If you say I had no regrets, how could that be possible? But there are some things which you know you will come to regret, yet you still have to do it. Because if you don't, you will regret it even more and will regret it for the rest of your life. The little bluebird twittered. Knowingly or unknowingly, the two flew out from the clouds and wandered in the clear blue sky. Below them were magnificent mountains and rivers. The golden sunlight sprinkling over them coated their bodies with a magnificent and brilliant sheen. The little bluebird said in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, Student Liao. I just became a spectral cultivator, so my mind is in a mess. I have a lot of words to say but don't have anyone to speak to. I also don't know how I should explain this to my parents. They still don't know anything yet. After thinking over and over again, you came to my mind. As you had saved me, and moreover, I heard that you had also offended a very influential VIP in order to protect the dignity of us few. I thought you could listen to some of my naggings, so I impetuously came looking for you. I have wasted so much of your time, and for that, I am truly embarrassed. No, you haven't wasted anything. Your voice is so pleasing to the ear, and this world is also very beautiful. This is a very wonderful novel," Liao sincerely said. "Do you mean it? Do you really like this world?" The little bluebird asked in joy and wonder. Fluttering his wings, Liao directly charged towards the sun. After a moment, he folded his wings as he freely glided towards the mountains and rivers. Squinting his eyes, he carefully savored every wisp of wind and every subtle feeling from his wings. It's true. This world is very beautiful. I like it, and I hope that I could always have the opportunity to enter the world once in a while and soar together with you, leisurely watching the endless rivers, the sunset, and the windy Serai. Just as those words came out of his mouth, Liao suddenly felt a throbbing sensation coming from the depths of his soul. It seemed that he now had a subtle connection with the world. The world had also become clearer and was more moving, and the changes of the clouds were even more abundant. Wei Qingqing eyes lit up as she murmured, "Student Liao, you have become the first reader of..." Reader. Liao was surprised for a moment. This one word clearly had a deeper meaning beyond the literal meaning. Wei Qingqing nodded. "That's right. We illusionists cultivate differently than normal cultivators. For you, the normal cultivators, cultivation is mainly about absorbing and utilizing spiritual energy. But we illusionists, instead, need to create some works of our own one after another and use these works to move people so that the readers would have a wonderful connection with us and can produce a spiritual resonance. And this very resonance would continue to increase our power. The more readers we have, the deeper the feelings would be, and in turn, the stronger the resonance would be, as a result of which our strength would increase more and more. My other two works are young adult fiction which sold rather well, and both have a large fan base. The spiritual resonance they bring is the source of my power. Meanwhile, this is pure literature, and thus no one would like to read something like this. You are the first reader of who had triggered a resonance with me. And just because you were moved, the world became clearer, more harmonious, and closer to perfection. To have such a reader is my good fortune. Student Liao, once I have some new inspiration, I will write a new chapter and will definitely invite you once again to the world. We will together explore the limitless clouds of this beautiful world. Like all young women of arts and literature whose works were liked by someone, Wei Qingqing also became very happy. She completely forgot the fact that she had just died, and fluttering her exquisite wings, she danced around Liao. Liao's face was flushed red. He had never thought that an uncouth fellow like him, who only knew how to do maintenance work, would produce a resonance with a pure literary work. After thinking, he once again asked a question. Little Qing, if the readers read and trigger more resonance, which in turn would increase the strength of the illusionist, then wouldn't it be very advantageous for an illusionist to write best-selling books? The number of readers for the best-selling books would definitely be hundreds of thousands of times more than pure literature. In theory, that would be correct. Little Bluebird nodded. Then, why would you pour all your effort in writing a pure literature which would bring you nothing in return? Pure literature is difficult to write, and as no one is reading it, it is neither bringing money nor is it elevating your strength. Wouldn't it better to use your time to write a few best-selling books? A slight smile appeared on Wei Qingqing's face as she gazed afar at the distant fairyland amidst the clouds. Because I like it. After the little bluebird flew away, Liao wondered about this young writer who was only a few years older than him. The more he wondered, the more he found her interesting. Starting up the crystal processor, he searched for green-orange. This was Wei Qingqing's pen name. The crystal processor slightly shook, and very soon, two of her works appeared on the screen. As Wei Qingqing had said, she had published two best-selling, young adult fiction novels which had numerous readers and a very high number of page views on the net. The first novel was, on the cover of which was a handsome, elegant, dashing, and cheerful young man affectionately staring out from the hologram. Liao shuddered. Mustering up his courage, he turned the page to the description page. The story was about a sect master of a major sect who, because of a mishap during cultivation, was unfortunately struck by Qigong deviation and had turned into a vegetable, leaving his 17-year-old son to carry out his responsibilities and inherit the sect. The female protagonist was an ordinary person who, during her summer vacation, went to an enterprise under the sect to work. Because of a coincidence, the young sect master became her co-worker, and the two people slowly hit it off. The teenage sect master, who had shallow cultivation, was at a young age when he inherited such a big sect. Naturally, there were many influential figures in the sect who remained unconvinced and would fight and scheme against one another. The excessive scheming and deception in his sect had caused him to be unbearably depressed, and it was rare to find a girl who was as pure as water and had no inkling of his identity. As to be expected, they became close and slowly started developing feelings for each other. Since then naturally followed a huge drama filled with love and hate, grudges, and disputes. And the plots like an elder of the hostile faction scheming against the teenage sect master using a flying sword, only to be found by the heroine, who would help the teenage sect master block the sword appeared. No matter how Liao racked his brain, he could not understand how an ordinary person could notice a flying sword shot by a cultivator. Even if it were to be discovered, how could the protagonist react in a timely manner? However, these were all details and were irrelevant. Anyway, The teenage sect master and the heroine finally overcame all obstacles, and the lovers finally had a happy ending. At this point, the teenage sect master's father, who had turned into a vegetable from Qigong deviation, suddenly woke up and resolutely opposed his son marrying an ordinary person. And a female heir of another big sect who claimed to be the teenage sect master's fiancée also appeared in front of the heroine. The story came to an abrupt end here. To know the later parts of the development, you would have to wait for the sequel to be published. Liao swept a few glances and finally gave up on the idea of carefully reading the novel. He dragged the hologram screen down to see the second book. The second novel was. The story was almost the same as the first novel. The only thing different was, the me in the fell in love with me was a boy. And of course, the tyrant elder was also a tall, cold and powerful, robust man. This is too terrifying. At a lightning-fast speed, Liao closed the page and rubbed both his eyes with force as tears trickled down. He gave up on the idea of having a further spiritual exchange with Wei Qingqing. At least, for the illusory worlds of these two novels, he would rather die than enter them. We will just talk more about pure literature, student Qing, Liao said in his heart. At this time, from the top of his head came waves of whizzing noises one after another. At the beginning, Liao didn't pay any attention to them. As it was a military camp, some military battle shuttle flying above head was normal. However, very soon, he realized that there was something amiss. The whizzing noise continued to remain above the medical tent, and moreover, the sounds were getting wilder and increasingly rampant. It was as if a few dozen military battle shuttles were circling around the medical tent. Liao's eyes twitched. Carrying the black wing sword and the dark star rock on his back, he stretched his body a bit in order to maintain the best fighting state before he sprang out of the medical tent in 2 steps. In the sky was a big battle formation which, for a moment, caught him by surprise. Issuing deafening roars, a few dozen flying shuttles floated in the air. Such a group appeared overbearingly grand and imposing. None of these flying shuttles were painted in the army green color like the ones used by the Federation Army. Instead, they were painted with alternating white and blue stripes, giving an appearance that looked like billowing rivers flowing towards the east. On either side of the flying shuttle, every one of them had the word Jiang engraved upon it in a manner that was as flamboyant as flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Whiz! 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 Over 100 robust men wearing blue combat suits fiercely smashed onto the ground from a dozen-meter high, thereby blasting pieces of stones in every direction and raising a cloud of dust. In just the blink of an eye, over 100 robust men had appeared around Liao. The indifferent gaze, the gruesome temperament, and the straight look made them appear as if they were a group of puppets forged from metal. The bodies of these people were surging with an overbearing, matchless, and awe-inspiring aura, whereas round after round of spirit threads coiled around their bodies, seemingly as if they simply had not even an iota of intention to retract them. Are all of them cultivators? Liao's pupil suddenly contracted. In just one breath, the Jiang family had mobilized over 100 cultivators. Sure enough, the Jiang family was second to none when it comes to tyranny in the wasteland. Little Black, can you do it? Liao shook the backpack a bit as an idea to slip away emerged in his mind. He had never put his life in someone else's hand and had never let his life and death be at the mercy of others. Although Guanxiong had said the Jiang family would not bother him, Liao had also refused to believe that the Jiang family would have the guts to harm him, a Class 1 disabled serviceman, right in front of the Federation Army. However, he still had no intention to let himself be surrounded by over 100 cultivators from the Jiang family. Once he was encircled, he would no longer be able to retreat, and the only possibility left for him was to allow himself to be trampled upon. Thus, no matter the reason the opposite party had come here for, the first thing he should do was to step out of the encirclement. If the other side truly had some malicious intentions, then he would never allow himself to be caught without putting up a fight. It would be either them or him. Of course, I can do it. The black winged sword in the backpack shook, eagerly wanting to give it a try. At this moment, the group of over 100 cultivators suddenly halted their footsteps. They did not form the encirclement but stood loosely, leaving Liao with a few dozen escape routes. Bang! From a flying shuttle, an indistinct chunk of flesh and blood was thrown down and heavily crashed into the ground. From what seemed to be the mouth came a blood-curdling screech. A young girl, who had an extremely cold and detached temperament and was dressed in an ice-blue battle suit, jumped from the flying shuttle and gradually arrived in front of Liao. She was floating 2 meters above the ground, looking at Liao from high above. Her aura seemed to be as strong as Ding Lingdang, while her temperament that was as cold as ice and frost was somewhat similar to Xianxia. The only difference was that Xianxia was like an iceberg, whereas she was like an ice pick which could not be stopped by anyone. An iceberg could not kill people, while an ice pick could instead pierce the heart in the blink of an eye and was able to take a person's life. I am Jiang Bingyun, the roving supervisor of the Jiang family. I am specifically responsible for supervising and punishing the descendants of the Jiang family who have violated laws or regulations. To these degenerates of the Jiang family, I impose the rules of the family upon them. Are you Li Yao? The ice pick-like girl asked in one sentence, but she didn't even take a glance at Li Yao. She also didn't wait for Li Yao to reply and coldly said as she pointed right at the squirming mass of meat. This is Jiang Tao, who, as a cultivator facing a catastrophe, hesitated instead of pressing forward and had even wanted to use ordinary citizens as human shields so that he could escape. Afterward, not only did he not come to regret his actions, he had even verbally abused and insulted the heroic sacrifices of many cultivators. Our Jiang family is an influential family in the wasteland. Every bit of our family's glory was earned through the fearless sacrifices of countless descendants of our Jiang family on the battlefield. Only through bloody battles was the glory of our Jiang family earned. Jiang Tao's actions had not only violated the bottom line of cultivators, but he had also violated the laws of our Jiang family, bringing shame to the whole family. Because of this, I, as the roving supervisor of Jiang family, will judge him according to the rules of the family and will waste his spiritual energy, returning to his true form, an ordinary person. From now on, he would forever be unable to cultivate. Fellow Taoist Li, you are the witness of the entire thing and have witnessed Jiang Tao's poor behavior. Rumor has it that he had also used the Jiang family's influence to threaten you, so I thought it would be best for you to witness his punishments. Jiang Bingyun's voice was as cold as a mass of ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. She simply didn't give an opportunity to intervene. Just as her voice faded away, with a flicker, she appeared next to the lump of flesh and blood. The lump desperately squirmed and desperately cried, Jiang Bingyun, you cannot do this to me. Can't you give me an opportunity? Just one opportunity? I was wrong, and I will not do something like this again. I have truly realized my mistake. Taking out an exquisite and delicate-looking, completely rounded saber that was carved from emerald jade and was no longer than the length of a palm from her bosom, Jiang Bingyun calmly said, Since it's me, you should know. There is no second chance. Jiang Tao begged for a long time before suddenly roaring madly, Jiang Bingyun, don't you dare! I am from the High Forest branch of the Jiang family, while you have long been separated from the Sky Mist branch. Although you are a roving supervisor of the main branch, you don't have the qualifications to make a move on me, who is from another branch. Only the roving supervisor of the High Forest branch can judge me. I guess you're right. It is reasonable to say that it should be the roving supervisor of the High Forest branch who should decide on your matter. However, they have been intercepted by a group of desert pirates on the way. Currently, they are preoccupied with them. If I have to guess, they would not arrive for another 2 to 3 hours, so you are left with me. Jiang Bingyun said without hesitation. Jiang Tao's pair of eyes were opened so wide they almost fell out of their sockets. His voice became incomparably desolate. Jiang Bingyun, you actually dare to intercept the roving supervisor of my High Forest branch. You are too audacious. Don't you dare waste my spiritual energy. This father will definitely not let you go. Oh! Jiang Bingyun unenthusiastically reacted as her jade saber flew and whizzed around Jiang Tao in circles before ruthlessly stabbing into Jiang Tao's spiritual root. Chi 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 chi. A large amount of spiritual energy gushed out from the back of the jade sword. It was like a pipe that was drawing all the spiritual energy out from Jiang Tao's body and releasing it back into the heaven and earth. Ah! Jiang Tao's wails resounded throughout the sky. It very much sounded like an evil spirit of Netherworld struggling for its life. In the Netherworld, Jiang Bingyun flicked her little finger as a soundproof barrier enveloped Jiang Tao, immediately blocking his screams. All Liao could see were the movements of Jiang Tao's lips and his eyes turning white. His whole body twitched, and foam came out of his mouth. He was like a person who was struck by lightning over and over again. His body kept on twitching constantly as he lost control over his bladder and bowel. Even Liao, the vulture, who grew up in the magical equipment graveyard since childhood, felt his scalp tingle and could not bear to watch. The whole thing lasted enough for half a minute. Only when blood began to trickle down from Jiang Tao's eyes, nose, and ears did Jiang Bingyun withdraw her jade saber. What was strange was that Jiang Tao's forehead was as smooth as a mirror. His forehead was completely intact, and there was not a single trace of a jade saber having pierced his forehead. Steam was constantly rising from his body. Besides the eyes that were occasionally moving, he held no semblance to a living person. Give him to the touring supervisor of the High Forest branch. If Zhang Hong, that old devil, has anything to say, let him come see me. Jiang Bingyun spoke a few words before flying back to Liao. She still looked from high above, looking extremely cold and proud. Fellow Taoist Li, we have let you see the embarrassing side of our Jiang family. As the saying goes, there is always a black sheep in every flock. Our Jiang family has been developing in the wasteland for hundreds of years. Besides the main branch, there are also 8 major branches. It would not be strange to find a few degenerates in some of these branches. I would like to thank you for acting in a just and generous manner by helping the Jiang family teach this scum a lesson, as well as expose his ugly side to the world. You don't need to worry. The High Forest branch of the Jiang family would not come looking for revenge. If Jiang Tao's elders dare to even move even a single strand of your hair, then they would be looked down upon by my main branch. In the future, if you need anything for cultivation, you can come to my Jiang family's Sky Mist branch. This is my contact number. Getting straight to the point, Jiang Bingyun waved her hand as a ripple immediately appeared in the air. It was a spiritual crane messenger number. Splitting the air to form characters? Liao was terrified. All he could do was produce ripples if he punched the air. However, to be able to actually form a string of numbers from the ripples in the air, such accurate control over her power was too horrifying. Jiang Bingyun did all this as if it was a normal occurrence for her. Nodding her chin, she turned around without even taking a glance at Liao. After a moment, over 100 well-trained cultivators from the Jiang family uniformly whizzed away, leaving grand and imposing tails of flames behind in the air which gradually spread open. Jiang family. For them to even apologize so ferociously and overbearingly. The influential families from the wasteland sure are marvelous. Looking up to the sky, Liao heaved a long sigh. God knows what year and what day it would be when I would be able to gather such a vast amount of force that would allow my floating spear city's vulture Liao's family name, Li, to resound throughout the heaven origin sector. After half a day, the inspection was finally finished. The crystal train had also been repaired. The defensive array glyphs were once again filled with spiritual energy, and a new armored coach was attached to the back of the train. Moreover, a few battle-type cultivators had been arranged to accompany them on the journey ahead. The passengers who were full of complaints finally turned lively. The desolate train station was now filled with cheers of laughter. They were about to leave. Traveling through the starry night without stop, they would directly reach their destination. Ding Ying and Wei Qingqing came to see Liao off. At the beginning, everyone's destination was the Wild Wave City, but as humans and ghosts were completely opposite, they would have to part ways now. Liao would continue his journey to the Wild Wave City, while the two would have to follow the other spectral cultivators to a school specially dedicated for spectral cultivators and would begin to learn how to become an ideal, moral, faithful, and loving ghost. Student Liao, you don't need to be sad. Once we have learned how to be a ghost, we will still have the opportunity to meet again. Perhaps one day, we will fight side by side with each other. A heroic laughter came from Ding Yin's spirit prosthetic body before he took out a jade chip from his bosom and inserted it into a port on the left side of his metal skull, only to hear a buzzing noise coming from inside the metal skull as the radiance of the jade chip also flickered. After a moment, Ding Yin removed the jade chip and put it in Liao's hand. Student Liao, I have read your information. I know you are floating Spear City's champion of college entrance examination and also had the opportunity to enter Deep Sea University, but instead chose the Grand Desolate War Institution. Be that as it may, this type of courage and righteousness has made me admire you. I have nothing to give you, but this jade chip contains some of my notes from the time when I was researching weapon refining techniques. You can use them as reference. They should be very helpful when learning the basics. Professor Ding, this gift is too precious. Liao felt a surge of warmth in his heart, while the jade chip in his palm felt incredibly hot. Even though Ding Yin's refining ability could not be called outstanding, he was still a respected theoretical expert in the refiners community who was especially good at researching basic theories. His notes would, no doubt, help Liao lay the most solid theoretical foundation. Ding Yin faintly smiled. Student Liao, you are a genius. It's my wish that you don't waste your talent. Although the reputation of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is insignificant and is ranked last among the 9 elite universities, this, by no means, implies that its strength is only limited to this. Rather, this is also related to the different concepts of refining. That is to say, the struggle over the great chaos between schools. Professor Xianxia, who is the head of the refining department, is known as Madman in the refiner's circle. The refining concepts he insists on are completely different than that of the other 8 major refining departments. In fact, they are polar opposites. All because of this, he has always been unable to gain the recognition of the few major schools and authorities among the refiners' community, which is why the Grand Desolate War Institution has fallen to such a level. However, I have, on several occasions, dealt with Madman Zhang, and I feel that he is very strong. His concepts seem somewhat mad, but they are also innovative. He seems to be creating a system of his own. Your talent is so outstanding, and not to mention that you have already awakened your spiritual roots, so you will definitely become his direct disciple. He will carefully groom you, and in addition to my notes, perhaps you would weave out a new yet unknown path. That's why you have to try hard. I heard that you have once boasted in public that you will lead the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department and challenge the Deep Sea University's refining department one day. This kind of heroic utterance, even if it is inconceivable as a man, you must do everything to achieve it. Ding Yin extended his metal fist and heavily punched Liao's stomach. If one day you truly lead the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department and challenge the Deep Sea University's refining department, I will certainly cheer and hoist flags for you from the back. Professor Ding. Then you have to prepare a super big flag so that it presents a magnificent appearance when you wave it. Just as Liao finished speaking, the two were smiling at each other. Little birdie. At this time, a chubby little girl who wore a pink skirt, revealing 2 chubby calves, upon noticing the spirit prosthetic body controlled by Wei Qingqing, had her big, fat eyes suddenly shine as she cried in an unclear voice. Breaking away from her mother's hand, she clumsily ran towards Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing spread her wings and danced around the little girl before finally perching on the little girl's shoulder. Little birdie, I am Dudu. What's your name? Blinking her big eyes, the little girl naively asked. Hello, Dudu. I am Kinking, Wei Qingqing softly said. Wow, a talking bird. So awesome. Dudu puffed her cheeks, as though 2 apples had been stuffed in both sides of her mouth. Staring with wide-opened eyes, she carefully placed Wei Qingqing on her palm and tenderly said, Qingqing, you are so beautiful and your voice is also very pleasant. Can we be friends? Yes, we can. Qingqing is also very happy to have a cute little sister like Dudu. From now on, we are good friends, Wei Qingqing said with a laugh. Amazing. Mother, look. I made a friend. It's a talking bird. Dudu, with the little bluebird. ran towards her mother in excitement. Wei Qingqing revealed an incredibly satisfied look in her crystal eyes while comfortably lying in the little girl's arm. Ding Yin watched the little girl's back for a very long time. Although he didn't have tear glands, Li Yao saw his artificial crystal eyes sparkle. I have granddaughter twins who have turned 4.5 this year. They are just as old as this little girl, and their smiles are also like this little girl's. They are so cute and silly, Ding Yin said absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Student Li Yao, before we part, I want to tell you a secret. To tell you the truth, on the crystal train, I wasn't willing to come forward. I was the same as Jiang Tao. In my heart, I had tens of thousands of reasons to retreat. However, in the end, I was not the same as Jiang Tao. He is just a student, a nameless newbie. Even if he badmouths us, it is not a big deal. However, I am different. I can be considered to be a slightly reputed scholar in the refiners community, and I am also an elder of the hidden God Valley. I have countless eyes pointed at me. The moment I flee instead of fighting, it would turn into a big scandal, and I don't know how I would become an upright person in the future. That's why, even though I was not so willing to go forward, I still forcibly mustered up my courage and came forward, only to turn into a spectral cultivator in the end. From the moment I was dead, I was also like Jiang Tao. Countless times, I have asked myself one question: was it worth it? Was it worth it to sacrifice myself for a couple thousand ordinary citizen whom I don't even know? Was it worth it for me to combust my life, smash my spirit, and forever live in this metal box? Was it worth it for me to be unable to be an ordinary husband, a father, and a grandfather? Until this moment, this question had always been lingering in my mind and had remained unanswered. However, after I saw the cute smile on Dudu's face, I found the answer. It was worth it. It was totally worth it. If someday my granddaughter twins encounter a similar danger, I believe that there would be someone like me who would come forward to protect them, so that a carefree smile remains on their faces and they could live happily. I firmly believe this. The crystal train gradually started moving, and soon, it left the endless army green tents behind, replacing the scenery with a desolate desert that seemed to have no end. This time, on the train, a single compartment had been allotted for Li Yao in accordance with the standard of the Class 1 Federation disabled servicemen. Li Yao didn't refuse. He very much needed to be alone to comfortably sink into the depths of his neural field and assimilate Oyezi's memory fragments. He could not wait to know whether there were any wonderful changes in his ability to assimilate memory fragments after he had awakened his spiritual root and advanced to a cultivator. Locking the door, Li Yao laid down on the bed as he breathed evenly. The gap between each breath grew longer and longer, and soon, his soul heavily sunk into the depths of his neural field where the glittering tree of memories grew slowly. Sure enough, there are some changes. Li Yao's soul shook in astonishment. At the central part of the tree of memories, which used to be pitch black, a few dozen leaves began to light up one by one and turned into memory fragments that could be assimilated. In accordance with the former step-by-step assimilating speed, he was still far from lighting the memory fragments of this part. He had never dreamt that along with his advancement to a cultivator, the number of memories he could assimilate would all of a sudden increase. Upon carefully studying for some time, Li Yao discovered that the newly lit memories belonged to the days when Oyezi was a refinement stage disciple. Is the lighting of memory fragments dependent on my strength? After I became a refinement stage cultivator, do I have the qualification to assimilate Oyezi's memories as a refinement stage cultivator? If so, once I advance to the building foundation stage, will I be able to use Oyezi's memories from the days when he was a building foundation stage cultivator? This question could only be slowly answered with time. For the time being, Li Yao put it aside. With a sparkling gaze, he searched through the newly lit memory fragments, and soon, he was able to find the memory of the day which he had always been dreaming about day and night. The memory belonged to the third day after Oyezi had become a cultivator. The 100 Smelting Clan's elder had brought the newcomers to the first floor of the 100 Smelting Clan's heavenly refining tower The Heavenly Refining Tower was one of the most important restricted areas of the 100 Smelting Clan, and was also known as the Scriptures Hall in ordinary cultivation sects. The Heavenly Refining Tower had a total of 9 floors, each of which had multitudes of wondrous exercises and techniques, and what's more, it even had a massive amount of refining books and notes that was as vast as the sea. Liao cheerfully cried before his soul transformed into a stream of light and entered the memory fragment, finding himself amidst a group of newly advanced, low-level cultivators who were following the 100 Smelting Clan's elder and arriving at the first floor of the mysterious Heavenly Refining Tower. Creak! The giant door of Heavenly Refining Tower gradually opened, revealing a narrow space with a radius of 12 meters before the newly advanced cultivators. But as Liao stepped inside, a light gray mist rose around him and separated him from the rest. Whiz, 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 whiz. A few dozen dusty bookshelves surprisingly slid over from the gray mist and surrounded Liao. Each bookshelf was stacked with low-level cultivation techniques that had been accumulated over the thousands of years by the 100 Smelting Clan. The most sophisticated body refining exercise that was used to help low-level cultivators temper their soul and body. That was used to master spiritual energy flames and help low-level cultivators control the flames to smelt heaven and earth treasures. That was intended for refiners to master the basics and had the blueprint of 13 ancient flying swords drawn in addition to the principle and refining method. That was derived from the illusory hand pickpocketing technique and was especially used to exercise flexibility of the fingers and increase one's hand speed. Every basic cultivation technique made Liao's pair of eyes red, his breathing become ragged, and his heart pound like drums. From the bookshelves, he took out the and lightly blew up on it, blowing away the dust that had accumulated on it. Then, with his head buried inside the book, he took a long, deep breath. The ancient book had a faint aroma of sandalwood, which made him feel relaxed and happy. It was comfortable to the extreme. Ruthlessly pinching his thighs, Liao focused his mind as he eagerly started reading. He indulged himself in the Heavenly Refining Tower for an entire 3 days and 3 nights. Besides eating and the usual bodily requirements, for every minute and every second, he was assimilating Oyezi's memories. When he had finally, without complete comprehension, engraved the and a dozen other basic exercises and records of the 100 Smelting Clan in his mind, the crystal train gradually started slowing down. A desolate, primitive, majestic, and wide town appeared on the horizon. Ladies and gentlemen, in 15 minutes, the train will arrive at its destination, Wild Wave City. Thank you for your cooperation. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience encountered during the journey. Goodbye, and we wish you a pleasant stay. A gentle female voice resounded in every coach. I have finally reached the grand desolate war institution. I had never dreamt that so much would happen on the way, and neither have I dreamt that I would become a cultivator before even having stepped into the university. However, I cannot be proud. The world is vast, and I have a long road ahead of me. Devil knows what wonderful things are waiting for me. Liao slightly smiled as he carried the black wing sword and dark star rock and stepped out of the train in large strides. Wild Wave City. For a town which was hundreds of thousands of miles away from any oceans to be named Wild Waves, it seemed extremely strange. However, when the passenger disembarked from the train, an ocean with waves that ran as high as they could get appeared in the distance behind the huge glass walls of the entrance. To be precise, it was a vast expanse of wasteland. Because the rocks had been carried by the fierce winds for hundreds of millions of years, they had stacked upon each other, creating an appearance akin to waves upon waves. In other words, the rocks, after having been swept away by the wind, had solidified and turned into a sea of stones. This sea of stones was painted with 2 colors, black and red. The black color was the original color of the rock, whereas the red color was because of having been dyed with the blood of countless Federation soldiers, cultivators, and demon beasts. The blood of humans and demon beasts had so deeply perfused into the rocks that even if the rocks were smashed to pieces, one would still be able to find bits and pieces of scarlet amidst the black. Wild Wave City was a lot different than the other cities of the Demon Beast Wasteland. Around Wild Wave City, There weren't any military camps, nor were there any towering walls protecting the city. The humans living here didn't need any city walls at all because, for a very long time, the demon beasts had not dared to invade this city. On the contrary, the ones who needed to be protected the most by a solid wall were the enemies of Wild Wave City. Even if they did have this protection, it would only buy them a few seconds, that's all. Because there wasn't anybody or anything that could block the residents of Wild Wave City. Whether it was any kind of enclosing wall or the fangs and armor of demon beasts, there would be no effect, none at all. This was precisely Wild Wave City, the place where the Grand Desolate War Institution was located, a paradise for hot-blooded men. Liao looked for a long time while standing behind the huge glass screen at the entrance. His heart was fluctuating up and down just like the sea of rocks made by the wind in the wasteland. Behind him were a couple hundred young boys and girls. They were a group of hot-blooded teenagers who had just disembarked from different trains and were all new students of the Grand Desolate War Institution. They smiled at each other before confirming each other's identities quickly. Everyone involuntarily raised their chests, as though they were all an inseparable group from this moment onward. All the high-spirited young boys and girls very quickly got familiar with each other, and soon they set forth, clattering at the entrance. "Brother, I am from the Chaos Edge Hall. Which student union are you from?" "Ha ha ha. I am also from the Chaos Edge Hall. It seems we are family. Just a moment ago, looking at your thick arm, I thought you were from the Iron Fist Club. You see that girl over there who is covered in many tattoos from head to toe? She is definitely a member of the Glyph Devils. Not good. She heard us." On one hand, Liao was listening to the conversations of the students, while on the other, he was thinking about the information he had just learned from the freshman guide. Before the Grand Desolate War Institution came into existence, it used to be a platform in the Demon Beast Wasteland where all kinds of warriors could exchange martial techniques. Thus the Grand Desolate War Institution was rather free, the rules were loose, and it promoted a student autonomy. It was not the professors who were in control of the various departments, but rather it was the students. Every department's student union was self-governed, and the professors were only there to guide them. As long as the students didn't cross their bottom line, then they would generally not interfere with the operation of the student union. The Iron Fist Club, the Chaos Edge Hall, the Glyph Devils, and the Lancets were the four strongest student unions established at the Grand Desolate War Institution. The Iron Fist Club was a student union composed of body practitioners. They all disdained the use of any kind of weapon. Any student who was convinced that their body was the strongest magical equipment would join the Iron Fist Club. The members of the Iron Fist Club continuously charged towards the limits of their body, tempering their flesh and blood into an all-conquering killing machine. The Chaos Edge Hall was a student union composed of sword cultivators. The students who joined the Chaos Edge Hall possessed superb skills in the usage of cold weapons, and their dreams were to become a first-rate sword immortal. The Lancets were, instead, a student organization of the medical department. At the beginning, Liao could not understand why there was a medical department at the Grand Desolate War Institution, especially one that was very high level to the point that it was on par with the Empyrean Capital School of Medicine in surgery, emergency treatment, and other fields. Only after a careful explanation from the freshman manual did he come to understand. The Grand Desolate War Institution was a combat school that specialized in nurturing warriors who zealously fought, and was a university that encouraged its students to fight. The students would definitely be subjected to all kinds of injuries while fighting, and it would not be strange in the least for them to be injured to the point that their life was hanging by a thread. Whether it was the members of the Iron Fist Club or the Chaos Edge Hall, all of them were a bunch of madmen who didn't fear death. Even if they were facing a demon beast who was 10 times stronger than they would still directly charge at it without even batting an eye. Under these circumstances, a medical department appeared in the Grand Desolate War Institution which specialized in trauma treatment and were responsible for emergency treatment on the field. Over the course of a couple hundred years, the medical department's level continued to rise, so much that many of the patients who had suffered serious injuries on the battlefield which could not be cured by the Empyrean Capital School of Medicine would be sent for treatment to the surgical and orthopedic hospitals affiliated to the Grand Desolate War Institution's medical department. The doctors of the Grand Desolate War Institution's medical department specialized in the usage of a kind of scalpel that was as thin and as similar as a willow leaf to carry out the most sophisticated of operations. Over time, lancets had become the synonym for the doctors of the wasteland. As for the glyph devils, their existences were even more surprising than that of the lancets for Liao. To his surprise, it was a student organization of the arts department. No matter how Liao racked his brain, he could not figure out why the Grand Desolate War Institution would have an arts department, especially one so strong that it had left his beloved refining department far behind. The freshman manual yet again broke the mystery. In the cultivation world, there was an extremely mysterious ability called Spirit Tattoo Technique. Using this technique, one could draw hundreds of thousands of patterns that were infused with spirit glyphs all over their body. Without even having to cultivate, they would possess a powerful strength. The cultivators who had mastered this kind of ability were revered as spirit tattoo artists. Let's take the most common example. If a spirit tattoo artist had drawn a flame which contained complex fire-type array glyphs on the hand of a cultivator, then when the cultivator punched with that very fist, he could spontaneously mobilize flame spiritual energy and blast it. He simply did not need to form any kinds of seals, chant any spell, or any other triggering conditions. This was just the most common, the most low-level usage of spirit tattoos. A true spirit tattoo master artist could marvelously draw over 100 spirit glyphs in a small tattoo that was no bigger than a square inch. Moreover, it would completely fuse with blood vessels, perfectly integrating the tattoo with its user. You could imagine that the spirit tattoo artists were simply the strongest supporters of the body practitioners. A body practitioner who had spirit tattoos drawn all over his body was absolutely a terrifying existence on the battlefield. Nobody knew what kind of frightening abilities he would come to possess after the tattoo had fused with his body. For instance, the red-eyed officer who Liao had met on the crystal train was just a first-level building foundation stage cultivator. In truth, it was absolutely impossible for him to fly hundreds of meters high into the air in the blink of an eye. However, the light wings tattooed on his back by the spirit tattoo artists had allowed him to overdraft his life force and stimulate all the spiritual energy stored in the light wings at the last moments of his life, enabling him to soar into the clouds and launch an incomparably gorgeous strike. The Grand Desolate War Institution's arts department was a place that was dedicated to fostering spirit tattoo artists. In the entire Federation, it was a one-of-a-kind department that could compete with the similar departments of Sky Fantasia Academy. The Iron Fist Club, the Chaos Edge Hall, the Lancets, the Glyph Devils. These were the 4 student unions that were the backbone of the Grand Desolate War Institution. 80% of the university's education funds and resources flowed into these 4 student unions, and they were given priority to the university's best professors, courts, and equipment. As for the remaining meager 20%, that was left for the other departments to compete for. Most of the radicals even believed that the Grand Desolate War Institution was placed last among the 9 elite universities, because they were being dragged down by a dozen other ordinary departments, believing that they might as well completely cut off these ordinary departments and only retain the Iron Fist Club, Chaos Edge Hall, Lancets, and the Glyph Devils. Maybe then their ranking could be a bit higher. First of all, I need to bring the refining department to the same level as the 4 major departments, Liao thought. At this time, sounds of light footsteps came from behind him. A boy with short hair that was no longer than an inch asked in awe, "Excuse me, fellow student. Your spiritual energy fluctuations are very strong. You would not happen to have already awakened your spiritual root and become a cultivator, right?" Wow! Just as he had said this, all the freshmen came over and looked at Liao in curiosity. Everyone had long heard that the 9 elite universities was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers and had innumerable geniuses gathered. They didn't expect to see a monstrous talent in real life before they had even entered the campus. Liao was feeling a little embarrassed from the hot and fiery gazes of everyone as he nodded. "Yes, but I've just awakened it, so my level is very low. I am just at the first level of the refinement stage, that's all." Just awakened. The body with short hair pondered for a moment, seemingly thinking about something. His eyebrows started twitching as he cried, "You would not happen to be that monster who had awakened his spiritual root on a platform and then beat a third-level refinement stage cultivator to the point that he was so miserable that one could not bear to look at him? Liao was surprised for a moment. He had not expected that this matter would have already spread so much. Thus, all the freshmen became mad. A contest between cultivators would set off fluctuations of spiritual energy that could not be perceived by ordinary people, but as these freshmen's spiritual root development quotient was over 80%, they were naturally able to perceive it. So everyone knew that on a temporary station, a small scuffle between two cultivators had taken place. However, at that time, a majority of the people were being inspected, so they too didn't know the exact details. They only knew that a recently awakened cultivator had beaten a third-level refinement stage cultivator into a pig, or perhaps a boneless, pickled pig head. On the train, everyone was continuously discussing that the first-level refinement stage cultivator was too fierce and wondering God knows where this monster had popped out from. But how could they have expected that he would turn out to be their fellow student? And even more so a freshman who was just going to enter the grand desolate war institution. At this moment, everyone had different kinds of looks in their eyes when gazing at Liao. Their gazes were filled with envy, worship, fanaticism, and fear. The grand desolate war institution is worthy of being the best combat institute in the Federation. Even such a fierce person had chosen the grand desolate war institution. I have certainly not enrolled in the wrong university. The pressure is too great. In the future, we will be studying together with such a fierce student. How could we compare with such a monster? Fellow student, you are thinking too much. Such a fierce person like him would, for sure, be personally guided by the professors themselves, whereas ordinary freshmen like us will only get lecturers. We simply have nothing to compare. Does anyone know whether he is actually a body practitioner or a sword cultivator? The short-haired boy's face was full of worship as he said in excitement, "Fellow student, if I can study together with you, then that would be my greatest honor. Can you tell me whether you are from the Iron Fist Club or the Chaos Edge Hall?" Once this sentence exited his mouth, a majority of the students divided into two groups while maintaining their composure. Most of the students on the left side had shiny skin that was reflecting a metal-like gloss. Furthermore, each and every joint was oddly big. Their fists were flat, and when they clenched their fists were like warhammer that had been repeatedly tempered. Whereas most of the student on the right side had sharp as a blade looks in their eyes. Their hands were covered in calluses. Many of the students even had their fingerprints completely polished, and weapons of varying lengths hung on their waists. They were the members of the Iron Fist Club and the Chaos Edge Hall, respectively. The Grand Desolate War Institution, which had taken root in the Demon Beast Wasteland, was a university that always advocated for combat and competition. As the two strongest student unions of the Grand Desolate War Institution, the Iron Fist Club and the Chaos Edge Hall had been fighting for various resources, and over the past century, had become mortal enemies who would stand in sharp opposition to each other. Most of the time, the Iron Fist Club had slightly suppressed the Chaos Edge Hall, with the exception of a few decades ago when Fiend Blade Peng Hai was the president of the Chaos Edge Hall, or as one could also say, when he was the president of the Sword Cultivators Student Union. During those 2 years, the Chaos Edge Hall had suddenly risen to prominence. However, after Fiend Blade Peng Hai graduated, Chaos Edge Hall gradually became dispirited. Especially in recent years when Ding Lingdang, this ferocious dragon in human form, suddenly appeared and became the president of the Iron Fist Club, Chaos Edge Hall had simply been suppressed into a meat pie. They were somehow maintaining their somewhat feeble existence as they wait for Ding Lingdang to graduate. Of course, Chaos Edge Hall hoped that they could make a comeback. If Liao took the road of a sword cultivator, then Chaos Edge Hall would very likely rise again, and perhaps the brilliant and prosperous era of Fiend Blade Peng Hai would appear again. And if Liao was a body practitioner, then it goes without saying that for the next couple years, Chaos Edge Hall could perhaps only follow behind the Iron Fist Club's ass and take whatever was left behind. Therefore, all the students were nervous to the extreme as their eyes were completely glued to Liao's mouth, holding their breath, waiting for him to answer. Liao scratched his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I neither belong to the Iron Fist Club, nor am I a member of the Chaos Edge Hall. I belong to the Starfire Union." Starfire Union. What's that? Many of the freshmen blinked their eyes. For a long while, they didn't react. Such a fierce person is actually not a member of the Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall? The Starfire Union sounds very domineering. Is it some hidden department in the Grand Desolate War Institution which specializes in recruiting super fierce people like him? What hidden department? Do you think you are reading a novel? How could there be that kind of thing? A few freshmen opened the freshman manual on their crystal processors and searched carefully. A moment later, they showed an extremely disappointed look, seemingly as if a petrification spell had been cast upon their bodies. What is it? What department does the Starfire Union belong to? A student standing nearby curiously asked. It's the refining department. Ah? The refining department that is called the worst department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Everyone was dumbfounded. Liao, already carrying the Dark Star Rock and the Black Wings sword on his shoulder, walked out of the train station without even waiting for them to ask any more questions, leaving a tall and enigmatic back behind for everyone. The short-haired boy patted the shoulder of the freshman who was as dumb as wooden chicken and said with a sigh, "You don't need to think too much about it. How could we know what goes inside the head of a straight-A student?" On a small square just outside the train station, the atmosphere was extremely cold and oppressive. A dozen groups of people, like an army, stood in an orderly manner, forming up a dozen close-order formations, wherein, amidst every close-order formation, a big banner fluttered. They all came here to welcome the freshmen into their respective student union. At the front, there was a group of over 100 students whose average height was about 2 meters, with skin that exuded a metal-like gloss and eyes that were brimming with radiating vigor, much like countless glittering stars. Their upper bodies were almost naked, thereby revealing their rock-like muscles. Most of them wore a set of thick armor, the majority of which was laden with bloodstains, weaved from beast skin. They simply looked like barbarians who ate raw flesh and drank the blood of animals. Amidst this group of barbarians, a huge banner, whose flagpole appeared to be made of the dozen-meter-long spine of a huge demon beast, was hoisted. Painted upon this flag was a huge iron fist that was smashing the skull of a ferocious demon beast into pieces. The image seemed to be exaggerated and was drawn in rough strokes. It simply seemed as if a brute and valiant soldier had arbitrarily painted it with his hands. Yet it was filled with a majesty that seemed to make everyone's blood boil and even set the onlookers' fists ablaze. This was the battle flag of the Iron Fist Club. A robust, bald giant whose height exceeded 2.3 meters stood upright under the battle flag. Even amidst the group of robust and muscular men, he could be called a crane standing amongst chickens. It was as if a fierce mammoth had suddenly appeared amidst a group of iron-armored rhinos. The giant had a vivid iron fist tattoo engraved on his bald head, and the tattoo was exactly the same as the image on the war flag. Although his entire body was covered in ferocious and grim tattoos, half of his body had been covered by leather armor. The partly hidden, partly visible appearance gave the impression of a ferocious tiger who had camouflaged itself very well slumbering in a jungle, making it even more terrifying. All body practitioners from the combat department gather under the Iron Fist flag. The giant let out a terrifying shout that was just like billowing thunder propagating from the center of the close order formation. He is the president of the Iron Fist Club, Hua Tianxiong, an 11th level refinement stage expert. Rumor has it that by the virtue of the cultivation exercise he cultivates, the tattoo at the top of his head can be triggered once his anger rushes to his head, allowing his strength to soar to the peak of the 13th level refinement stage and maintaining it for a dozen seconds. Such frightening strength is second only to the last president of the Iron Fist Club, Ding Lingdang. If we follow such a fierce person, we can definitely get a lot of the resources allocated by the school. Let's go. The eyes of a dozen or so freshmen who had chosen the combat department's body practitioner department lit up with pleasure as they sprinted along the road and joined the ranks of the Iron Fist Club. At the same time, a cold sound which seemed like the one coming from a poisonous snake also rang in ears of the freshmen. All the freshmen who have chosen the Sword Cultivator department, likewise, gather under the Chaos Edge Hall's war flag. This voice sounded a lot different than the earth-shattering roar of Hua Tianxiong. It was like the voice of a monarch which did not seem to linger for too long and was like a fleeting glare of a sharp blade. Liao gathered all his attention as his five senses, like a tide, spread open, and only then did he find an ordinary young man, who had a pale complexion and a slight hunchback figure, standing amidst a group of 100 people that was right behind the Iron Fist Club. All of these 100 or so people wore a light gray robe, and all of them, on their backs, waists, or in the cuffs or their boots, wherever one could carry a weapon, carried something that was akin to a stick that was wrapped in cloth and was emitting a faint, cold aura. Their temperament was also much similar to these cloth wraps, seemingly extremely average, revealing not even an iota of their abilities. However, only their eyes seemed to be occasionally twinkling like the stars in a manner akin to the naked edge of a sharp blade, making everyone shudder. This slightly hunchback young man made Liao feel terribly cold. Just one glance at him, and Liao felt like he had fallen into a cave of ice as he felt a slight sting coming from his bone marrow. He is Su Gu, the president of the Chaos Edge Hall, an 11th level refinement stage sword cultivator. He is going to be our boss for the next few years. Let's behave neatly so that we leave a good impression on him. A dozen or so freshmen who had chosen to become sword cultivators walked with heads held high and chest out as they joined the ranks of the Chaos Edge Hall. Behind the Iron Fist Club and the Chaos Edge Hall were the Glyph Devils and the Lancets. The member of Lancets were medical students, and a white coat was their standard uniform. However, it was different than the ordinary white coats. The white coats they wore had a vivid bloody skeleton embroidered upon it. Amidst the fierce gales, the jaws of the bloody skeleton seemed to be laughing at death. The members of the Glyph Devils, instead, wore an airtight robe that only revealed their face, which was completely engraved with tattoos. They were like colorful chameleons who were hiding their true appearance. Only a few dozen freshmen were left after the Lancets and the Glyph Devils had received their freshmen, a majority of which looked ugly and repulsive and had pitiful strength. These freshmen were those who had chosen the ordinary departments besides the 4 key departments. Watching the other freshmen happily joining the 4 key departments one by one, these freshmen of the ordinary departments let out a sigh. They did not have any intention to conceal their envy and disappointment. Standing amidst this group, Liao gave the impression of a grim wolf, whose fangs were stained with blood, standing amidst a group of pugs. It looked indescribably repulsive. At this moment, Liao's glabella twitched. He suddenly felt that the air in front of him was a little strange. A thought struck Liao's mind as he spontaneously retreated a step, and at the same time, he slightly bent his knees while spiritual energy surged into his legs so that every strand of his muscles was ready to erupt at any moment. At the very same moment Liao retreated, 2 black figures from within the group of Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall whizzed out like a flash and appeared before Liao. They were precisely the bald giant, Hua Tianxiong, and the hunchback young boy, Su Gu, both of whom were experts of the 11th level refinement stage. A sliver of surprise appeared on the faces of the two at the same time. They had never expected that Liao's senses would be so sharp that he could predict their appearance in advance. Very good, you, sure enough, are someone who Professor Ding has his eyes on. The bald giant, Hua Tianxiong, jovially laughed as he measured Liao from head to toe with a satisfied look in his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, "Student Liao, your reputation has already spread in the entire campus before you have even arrived at university. It would truly be a pity if someone like you, who has beaten a 3rd-level refinement stage cultivator unarmed, is not developed in the direction of a body practitioner. You are always welcome to take a look at the Iron Fist Club. I and Master Ding Lingdang will always be waiting for you. If you are interested, it would not be difficult in the least to make a transfer." Before Liao could even respond, the hunchback Su Gu sneered, "Hua Tianxiong, Student Liao's talent in refining is obvious to all. If he joined your Iron Fist Hall, wouldn't it be truly wasteful? I, however, am different. I did not come here to ask Student Liao to join my Chaos Edge Hall. I just hope that Student Liao will consider developing in both departments. He could learn to refine as well as take the courses of a sword cultivator at the same time. It would not be difficult for him to take a dual degree." As Su Gu took a glance at Liao, His eyes sparkled like a poisonous snake who had found a little green frog as he revealed his true intention. Of course, if student Liao is willing to take the road of a sword cultivator, then we will still welcome you. I know student Liao has a senior brother-junior brother relationship with Fiend Blade Peng Hai, and as senior Peng Hai was once the president of our Chaos Edge Hall, then this could be considered fate. Perhaps someday, student Liao could possibly become the next president of Chaos Edge Hall and lead our Chaos Edge Hall to thoroughly pummel the Iron Fist Club, reproducing the brilliant era of Fiend Blade Peng Hai. Liao smiled. I appreciate the kindness of you too. Maybe in the future, I will consider it, but for now, I am a member of the Starfire Union. The look in his eyes was exceptionally firm. There was not a sliver of any signs that showed that he had been swayed by the two. Hua Tianxiong and Su Gu glanced at each other as both of them smiled at the same time. Hua Tianxiong frankly said, "All right, we knew student Liao would not be so easily convinced." Su Gu opened his mouth as he said, "However, once you study in the refining department for some time, you will then come to realize the difference between the resources allocated to the ordinary departments and the ones allocated to the 4 major departments. It is totally different. Your talent will be completely wasted in the refining department." Hua Tianxiong continued, "At that time, if you change your mind, please come to the Iron Fist Club at once. Whatever your conditions are, we will accept your transfer application anytime. The same goes for us. The doors of our Chaos Edge Hall is always open to student Liao. Please go ahead." The 2 student union presidents cupped their hands above their chest before returning to their respective group. The Chaos Edge Hall and the Iron Fist Club, like 2 well-trained army troops, silently withdrew from the wide field. Liao continued going forward, searching for the flag of the Starfire Union. The wide field, which was just bustling with freshmen a moment ago, had very soon turned desolate as the freshmen continued to leave with their respective student union, leaving Liao along with 7 to 8 freshmen behind. Apart from Liao, every one of them had a frown on their foreheads as a sigh of despair left their lips. All of them were the freshmen of the refining department. Oh, where is everybody? Now only we few brothers in hardship are left behind. The refining department deserves to be called the worst department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Look, the guys who should have come to pick us up is even slower than the others. And even now, no one has appeared. A skinny black boy pursed his lips as a bitter smile dawned upon him. His name was Huang Tong. His outgoing personality very soon eased up the atmosphere, allowing all the fellow sufferers to introduce themselves. When everyone had introduced their names and hometowns to each other, Liao could finally not bear it any longer and asked the question that had been lingering over his heart for a while. "Fellow brothers, why is everyone so depressed? Although the refining department is not very good, in the end, it is still one of the departments of the 9 elite universities and could not be any worse than other colleges. After graduating, it is guaranteed that we will find a job. So what is it that's making you all so depressed?" Once he said this, everyone looked at each other before all of them looked at Liao with an incredibly strange gaze. Liao felt goosebumps all over his body from their gazes and asked in surprise, "Did I say anything wrong?" A mischievous smile crept on Huang Tong's face. "Fellow student Liao, it seems that when you were filling in the matriculation form, you definitely were not well informed about Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department." Liao frowned. "Indeed, I didn't have an in-depth understanding. I only knew that it was one of the worst departments in the 9 elite universities, so what about it? At most, the level of the university can be a bit low, but as long as we try hard, won't we become successful? Like the old saying goes, the master teaches the trade, but the perfection of the apprentice's skill depends on his own efforts." Huang Tong let a long sigh and said, "Now we know that you definitely didn't have any in-depth knowledge regarding the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. Otherwise, how could someone like you, who had topped the college entrance examination in his city, willingly walk into this quagmire?" "Quagmire? I don't understand." "Well, let me tell you, student Liao. The biggest problem of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is not that its standard of teaching is low. but rather, the refining ideology is simply different than the mainstream in the refiners community today. The Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department follows a non-mainstream view. If we use the words of the ancient cultivation era 40 millenniums ago, then in the of mainstream refiners, the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is an unorthodox school. Unorthodox? Is it that serious? Liao was taken by surprise. Huang Tong nodded and said, "It is even more serious than you can imagine. It is on a level that it could even spark a struggle over the great Daos." Struggle over the great Daos? A frown appeared on Liao's forehead. It seemed it was very likely to be true, as Ding Yin too had said the same. He recalled the conflict that was aroused between the professor of the Star Nebula University and the professor of the Federation's first military college on the distance expanse. A debate over the nature of spiritual energy had sparked a struggle over the great Tao, and the two were not far away from taking it to a field. If a large crowd and numerous onlookers weren't present at that moment, then they truly might have fought over it and may even have tried to take each other's life. Zhang Dongming had also explained to Liao that cultivators are precisely the people who pursued the truth, and that every cultivator was unusually stubborn when upholding their own ideology. Even if it was a cultivator who had a moderate temperament, once he was entangled in a struggle over the great Tao, he would not show any restraints nor any compromise. Either the enemy believes his truth, or he would keep fighting until one of them ends up dead. The truth was the foundation of a cultivator, whereas the struggle over the great Tao was the biggest war for a cultivator. It was even more serious than the war with demons and devils, and there was no room for compromise. How does the mainstream ideology and the truth believed by the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department differ? How could it even reach the level that it could spark a struggle over the great Daos? Liao was truly having a difficult time understanding this. Huang Tong let out a dry cough and explained, "The so-called struggle over the great Daos, to be precise, is a dispute between the elites and the grassroots. The Deep Sea University, as the representative of the mainstream refining theory, follows the elite line. They believe that the more complex and compact the structure of a magical equipment is, then the more powerful and better it would be. As for the production cost of refining such magical equipment, it would be too high. The complex nature of the structure also increases the failure rate. Meanwhile, the requirements to equip such magical equipment became more and more demanding. These problems for the mainstream refining theory seemed small and were all insignificant. In accordance with this ideology, the deciding point for winning a war rested on high-level cultivators. That's why they do not hesitate to refine such powerful magical equipment at a high cost for core formation stage experts and nascent soul stage old devils. At most, they would only refine a few ordinary magical equipment for the building foundation stage cultivators to use. As for refinement stage cultivators and ordinary soldiers, it was believed that they are unable to affect the overall situation, and hence they were not worth the effort. The refiners don't even pay a bit of attention to them. This is the general view of the refiners community today. A vast majority of universities and refining sects also thinks the same. Whereas, our institute's refining department might be the only exception. As our institute originally rose to prominence from grassroots, special attention is paid to the battle force of low-level cultivators and ordinary soldiers. According to the grassroots ideology, the deciding point for winning a war does not rest upon high-level cultivators. On the contrary, a sea of low-level cultivators and ordinary soldiers are the most crucial for winning a war. So long as hundreds of thousands of refinement stage cultivators and ordinary soldiers are equipped with adequate magical equipment, even a nascent soul stage old devil could similarly be pummeled to the ground under the attacks of tens of thousands of refinement stage cultivators, much like many ants biting an elephant to death. From this point of view, the deciding factor for the standard of a magical equipment quality is obviously not its power. For them, low production cost, simple structure, stable performance, resilience, and ease of repair were the key factors of the magical equipment. Instead of using heaven and earth treasures for raw materials, They used ordinary materials so that the equipment could be manufactured en masse on an assembly line. For such magical equipment, anyone could use it, and those from this point of view believe that this is what constitutes an undoubtedly good magical equipment. You see, the elites and grassroots refining ideologies are polar opposites. It's the most typical case of struggle over the great Taos. At present, the elites in the refiners' community are those who follow the mainstream ideology. 90% of the refiners belongs to elites, while we, the grassroots, are regarded as ignorant barbarians. The magical equipment refined by the grassroots are even ridiculed to the point that they are even called fire plows and lumps of iron. The magical equipment refined by the grassroots are not even regarded as true magical equipment. The person who could carry the grassroots on his shoulder is precisely the head of department of our department, Professor Mo Xian. He almost single-handedly picked up the flag of the entire grassroots faction and adhered to the ideology of refining magical equipment for low-level cultivators and ordinary people. For the past few decades, he had never wavered, and that's why he also got the moniker Madman in the refiners community. The mainstream refiners community very much despises the students of MadMO. After we graduate, it is almost impossible for us to find a good job in the mainstream refiners community. The top 500 sects in the Federation even refuse to recruit the graduates of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. We can only go to some small sects or go to the army in the grassroots troop and do the most basic refining work. In short, our future is bleak. The aforementioned is precisely the struggle over the great Tao in the refiners community. As long as anyone had a deeper understanding of this, no one would ever apply to the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. Take me for example. Even in my dreams, I have never dreamt of studying refining. My first choice was actually the path of the combat department's sword cultivator. However, I chose to abide by the allocation, and as my score was not enough to become sword cultivator, I was transferred to the refining department. I did not want to come, but as I have already repeated 2 years, I really did not want to repeat for the 3rd time and become a 15th grader. Wouldn't that be too much of a disgrace? I had no alternative but to pinch my nose and come here. This statement of Huang Tong had garnered the sympathy of all the freshmen as everybody burst into a lively discussion. Same here. I also did not want to study some damn refining. It was my father who forced me to come. He says, at any rate, it is one of the 9 elite universities and is still very prestigious. Who would be willing to learn some grassroots refining techniques? I have already decided that if there is an opportunity, I will transfer to another department. Let alone the 4 major departments. Even if it were an ordinary department, it would still be better than following MadMO. Same here. Brothers, let's work hard together to strive to transfer to another department as quickly as possible. Huang Tong thought that Liao was worried about his future when he saw Liao thinking about something. He could not help but laugh and say, "Fellow student Liao, what are you worried about? You are so strong that the Iron Fist Club and the Chaos Edge Hall had both invited you a moment ago. You can change your department anytime you wish. You don't have to concern yourself with the rotten refining department." Liao stood in silence for a long time before he shook his head and said, "Fellow student Huang Tong, thanks a lot for your kind explanation. However, I have no intention of changing my department. On the contrary, after listening to your explanation, I think the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department might very well be the right choice for me. This refining ideology sits very well with me." Upon hearing his response, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at him as if they were looking at some kind of monster. Huang Tong said in astonishment, "Are you the same as MadMO? Do you also support the grassroots refining ideology?" "Yes," Liao frankly admitted. After having assimilated a larger part of Oyezi's memory fragments, a majority of Liao's understanding of the refining branch had, knowingly or unknowingly, been tainted by the style of the ancient cultivators era from 40 millenniums ago. During the ancient cultivators era, there weren't any magical equipment that were so complex like the Tai lightning railgun, which was refined using a couple 100,000 components. Even the masterwork weapons that could kill spirit transformation stage monsters had at most a couple 100 components. Therefore, Liao naturally advocated for the simple and straightforward refining ideology. He somewhat resisted complex and compact magical equipment. More importantly, Liao vaguely remembered that in the strange dream from very long time ago of the previous world he lived in, there used to be two superpowers which had two different designing concepts yet manufactured similar tyrannical weapons. One was the Soviet style, and the other was the German style. The German-style weapons were like the elite's magical equipment. The weapons were of complex and compact structure and had high production costs. Their production process was pretty complex, not to mention they had high requirements for their users. And of course, they were extremely powerful. Whereas, the Soviet-style weapons were like the grassroots magical equipment. The weapons were specially manufactured for human wave attacks. They did not have high requirements, and their structure was also simple and reliable. They had low manufacturing costs so that they could be mass-produced in the simplest of workshops. They were built in a manner so that even the uneducated ordinary people and even the women could immediately use them. Relying on powerful German weapons, the former superpower had once conquered everywhere and engulfed almost half of the civilized world. At a tactical level, the former superpower had obtained one brilliant victory after another. But on the strategic level, the Soviet-style weapons that had a common structure, low manufacturing costs, were easy to operate, and were constantly produced in a steady stream from simple factories, forming an overwhelming steel army. A sea of boorish and uncivilized soldiers who only had the courage but not the battle experience, after equipping these simple weapons, forcibly suppressed the German-style weapons and the elite among the elite soldiers, and in the end had even pushed them back. Those extremely exquisite German weapons that were called a work of art were all completely smashed into pieces. Liao's motherland in the previous world also followed the Soviet style to the limit. The weapons that were manufactured had low manufacturing costs and had an extremely ugly appearance. The weapons were simply rustic to the core. However, on the battlefield, the battle force they unleashed could, instead, be called perverse. Liao seriously said as he thought of this. A nascent soul stage devil could perhaps win a fight or even a battle, but just a few nascent soul stage devils could never decisively win a war. The Federation is not at all lacking in battle-type nascent soul stage devils, and neither are they lacking masterwork weapons. Yet why don't they dare to charge into the Blood Demon sector and ravage the demon clan's nest? Is it not because there are too many low-level demon beasts residing in the Blood Demon sector to the point that it is impossible for the nascent soul stage devils to withstand their never-ending siege? In my opinion, instead of consuming a lot of resources to refine one or two masterworks weapon for the nascent soul stage devils, it would be better to refine many simple and reliable magical equipment for the ordinary soldiers and low-level cultivators. At that time, an army of thousands upon thousands of soldiers, perhaps even 100 million soldiers, could suppress anyone or anything in their path. Any demon king or demon general will be pummeled into their graves. Everyone, please don't lose your heart. If we work together, then maybe someday the grassroots could become the mainstream in the refiners' community. We could become highly respected professors. Liao chuckled as he pointed at the horizon and said, "Look, the members of the Starfire Union are here." Everyone turned their gaze towards the horizon as a huge, round flying shuttle flying in the clear blue sky appeared in their vision. Its towering pitch-black hull along with two wide and flat stabilizers that spread open on both its sides made it look like a big, ugly turtle. Is that a turtle car? Even Liao stood in a daze. This turtle car was a big flying shuttle that was manufactured 2 centuries ago, and the sect which designed this model was a small, unknown sect. They had never experienced manufacturing a flying shuttle, let alone a large-scale flying shuttle that could carry over 100 passengers. Because they were unable to resolve the issues in some of the most crucial components, the flying shuttle that came out, in the end, looked very ugly, especially because the 2 stabilizers on both of its sides, which were added to resolve the stability issue, very much resembled the 4 feet of a turtle. Looking from afar, it gave the impression of a giant turtle crawling in the sky. Because of this, the flying shuttle had been named Turtle Car. The turtle car in the history of flying shuttles was a classic. Because its shape was truly horrible in countless textbooks, it had become a negative example. Liao had seen it in many textbooks and classic car magazines. However, this was the first time he had laid his eyes upon the real thing. He felt that it was uglier than he had even imagined. This turtle car had a history of almost 200 years and seemed as if it would fall apart at any moment. When it flew over everyone's head, everyone came to hear a creak noises, making everyone feel that it would fall apart into its basic components at a moment's notice. Puff! The turtle car made a fart-like sound as it spurted a mass of white mist from underneath before slowly landing on the ground. The turtle shell on both sides of the turtle car opened as a middle-aged woman, who was glowing with health, puffed up with arrogance, and carried a large flag, jumped down. Hello everyone, I am Yuan Manchio, the associate professor of the refining department and also the instructor of the Starfire Union. From now on, everyone is a member of Starfire Union. Come on, welcome them, you little bunnies. Quickly come down and line up to welcome them. Yuan Manchio, with one arm over her waist, while the other pointed inside the turtle car, yelled. A dozen older students, who had a drowsy look and appeared like wraiths, walked out of the turtle car in single file as they lazily formed 2 rows and applauded without any ounce of sincerity. Welcome, everyone. Someone at the back of the row also whispered, Welcome to the abyss of suffering. Yuan Manchio had sharp ears. Once she heard this, her huge, 200-kilogram figure that was akin to a meatball went around the second row, grabbed the ear of an older student, and angrily shouted, Do you want to die? Don't just blurt out the truth. Liao was left completely dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and carefully looked at the flag that was carried by Yuan Manchio on her shoulder. The flag had a fiery red background with a burning crystal gear at the center. It was clearly the battle flag of the Starfire Union, the student union of refining department. Could these people who didn't know how to stand and sit properly, these miserable people who don't resemble people, ghosts who don't resemble ghosts, be their senior brothers? They were truly far away from the norm. And then, there was their instructor, who was so fat that even her neck wasn't visible and wore a flaming, bright-colored robe. Pulling on the ear of the older student, her spittle flew as she swore. She was spirited to the extreme. She was actually an associate professor of the refining department. Was she a master refiner? Refiners were people who were obsessed with skills and never paid much attention to their appearance. For example, Ding Yin was a simple, bald, middle-aged man. However, their temperament was still very refined. They rarely opened their mouth, but once they do, one would only hear the deepest of knowledge coming out from their mouth. How could this 200-kilogram weighing middle-aged woman be a master refiner? From head to toe, she didn't have the bearing of a master refiner. She was rather like the rudest and most unreasonable butcher in a flea market. See? Associate Professor Yuan Manchio is the head of our department's, Professor Mo Xian's, wife. Rumor has it that a couple decades ago, she was the most outstanding graduate of Deep Sea University's refining department and was also the beauty of Deep Sea University's refining department who was hailed as the Deep Sea Goddess. Huang Tong's voice came from behind. What? She was the beauty of Deep Sea University's refining department, the Deep Sea Goddess. Liao's jaw dropped in surprise. That's right. Now, can you see how the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department destroys people? Even the Deep Sea Goddess has been reduced to this. Once we freshmen joined the Starfire Union, it would not even take us half a year before we would look the same as our senior brothers. We too would look like people who don't look like people, ghosts that don't resemble ghosts. That's why you better think about it again and change departments together with us, Huang Tong kindly said. The appearance of Yuan Manchio and their senior brothers made everyone's morale, which had already hit rock bottom, suddenly reach a negative number. Several freshmen looked at each other as a thought to withdraw from the institute and retake the exam hit their head. Yuan Manchio had also discovered that the atmosphere was a little strange. The fat on her sides trembled as she ruthlessly kicked the ass of the older student who had said, "Welcome to the abyss of suffering," putting a brilliant smile on her face as her facial features overlapped with each other in happiness. She walked toward the front in large strides before giving a bear hug to Liao. No, it was not a bear hug. Liao was completely suppressed under the mountain of flesh and did not even have enough space to breathe. Welcome, student Liao. We have made you wait. Yuan Manchio was a building foundation stage cultivator. Although she was not a battle-type cultivator, her vigorous spiritual energy was not something that Liao, who was at the first level of the refinement stage, could contend with. As if she were grabbing a chicken by the neck, she pulled Liao forward as she tried to cheer up several freshmen. It seems that everyone is not excited. In fact, you all are somewhat unwilling and reluctant. Not only do you not have confidence in our refining department, but you also feel that the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is completely rotten, that you would not learn anything here, and that there is no future, right? Wrong. You are completely wrong. Yuan Manchio shook Liao with force as she continued. Everyone, please look at him. Student Liao is the college entrance examination champion in Floating Spear City, which is an important cultivation city of the Federation. Moreover, he has also awakened his spiritual root before even stepping into the campus and had already become a powerful cultivator. Such a super fierce person had even chosen our refining department. There must definitely be something here, or do you think that he was impulsive, that he had lost his mind? If you shake me again, I will definitely lose my mind. Liao felt like weeping but had no tears. Yuan Manchio, with a beaming look, continued to try boosting the morale. Let me tell you, Student Liao did not just apply to our refining department, but he had also refused the invitation of Deep Sea University's refining department in public and even openly and honestly issued a challenge to Deep Sea University's refining department, saying that one day he would seize the golden sign of Holy Land of Refiners from them and hang it on our Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. What do you think? Isn't it hot-blooded? Isn't it heroic? Isn't it passionate? Since everyone is fellow students, why isn't your hot blood seething like your fellow student Liao? Why is your morale not as high as his? Not only did this statement not play any effect of cheering, but on the contrary, it had a side effect. All the freshmen let out a wow, and when they looked at Liao, the look in their eyes was as if they were looking at a madman. I did not hear it wrong, right? He wants to challenge Deep Sea University's refining department and seize the title of Holy Land of Refiners. He is joking, right? So he was a little madman. I say, how can a normal person take the initiative to apply for the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department? For the next couple of years, it is going to be lively. Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department has Madamo, then there is also a madwoman, and now a little madman has also appeared. So many insane people gathered at one place is simply not fit for us normal people. Liao's face had turned very red, as if he was a crab who was being cooked. Professor Yuan. Yuan Manchio gave him a stare. Don't feel embarrassed. Since you had the courage to speak your dream out loud, you should not be afraid of others laughing at your dreams. I am not embarrassed. Can you please let me down first? My feet are off the ground. Oh, I am sorry, student Liao. I was just too excited. You should know that old Mo and I have been waiting for a good seedling like you, one who has talent in refining, for many years. You don't need to worry. As long as you are willing to learn, old Mo and I will certainly teach you everything that we have learned in our lives. The grassroots are truly lacking a new person like you, Yuan Manchio said with great emotions. As for you lot, Yuan Manchio swept a glance at the lifeless freshman as she pursed her lips. Wait for me to tell you all about the complete Project Mystic Skeleton to you. You will then discover that you have made the best choice in your life. At that time, you would rather cut off your legs than to leave the refining department. What's Project Mystic Skeleton? All the freshmen raised their eyebrows. Although they did not understand, it sounded very powerful. Yuan Manchio blinked her eyes and said mysteriously, Why do you think we came so late? Why do you think that these little kittens are so dispirited? As if they had not slept for 3 straight days and 3 straight nights. It was because all 577 professors and students of the refining department had all disregarded their meals and sleep for Project Mystic Skeleton, to the point that even extending their hand to welcome you all has become extremely difficult. Once Project Mystic Skeleton is successful, it would certainly raise a revolutionary storm in the industry. By then, our department will become one of the strongest refining departments in the Federation. Even if we cannot rival Deep Sea University's refining department, at the very least, we will be a level higher than Star Nebula University's refining department. You are not just boasting, right? Is it so formidable? All the freshmen had been incited by Yuan Manxiu. She had inspired a trace of morale. What exactly is Project Mystic Skeleton? Is it refining a powerful magical equipment? Huang Tong asked. Yuan Manxiu smiled. First, get on the car. I will tell you in the car. On the car. Everyone, let's get in the car. Come on. I truly cannot withdraw from the institute. I don't want to leave and retake the exam. How can I live the life of those damn repeaters? Anyway, let's first go take a look. If it is no good, we can think of some way again. If Project Mystic Skeleton is, in 1 in million chance, truly as formidable as Professor Yuan had said, then we have picked up a treasure. The freshmen entered the turtle car in a single file line, while the older student followed behind them in weak spirit. After everyone was on board, Yuan Manxiu shoved herself in the shuttle. Creak! The turtle car's door, after having closed halfway, did not proceed anymore. It was not completely closed. Yuan Manxiu let a kick fly as her elephant leg directly kicked the door. At the beginning, our refining department was not so short on funds that we could not even afford a new flying shuttle. Old Mo and I have invested the majority of our funds into Project Mystic Skeleton, which is why we are unable to make ends meet. However, everyone can rest assured. Once Project Mystic Skeleton is complete, we will certainly set off a storm. At that time, not only will the Institute allocate a lot of funds to us, but various cultivation sects will also fight over the opportunity to cooperate with us, and even the army will possibly approach us to purchase our magical equipment. Money would simply not be a problem. By then, I'll provide every student who remained in the refining department with enough money to buy a luxurious flying shuttle to play with. The more Yuan Manxiu spoke, the more excited she got. She could not control herself and started dancing with joy. As for the students, their mood was not that high. Everyone dumbfoundedly stared at her with somewhat blurred gazes. Yuan Manxiu stretched the corners of her lips as she poured spiritual energy into the propulsion drive on the right side of the driver's seat. The turtle car fiercely swayed a bit before it let out a clink, 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 and then violently started shaking. It shook left and right, but never did it move forward. Damn, there is a problem with the propulsion array glyphs. If I'm right, then the spiritual energy transmission shaft is worn out, resulting in the spiritual energy not 100% being converted into mechanical energy. Yuan Manxiu muttered a few words, laid down on the floor, and stuck up her big ass as she glued her ear on the hood of the propulsion drive to hear for a while and narrowed her eyes to discern the operating condition of over 100 spirit glyphs inside the propulsion drive. Afterward, she stood up and patted her ass. Suddenly, she stretched out her 5 fingers and ruthlessly smacked a palm on the propulsion drive. Smack! After she had smacked with her palm, the shaking of the shuttle weakened a bit, and even the clank, 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 clank noise had turned into whoa, 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 whoa noise. However, it still didn't show any signs of starting. Yuan Manxiu's eyes opened widely as her cheeks puffed up before she fiercely let a kick fly and shouted, "Take off!" Bang! 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 After a smack and a kick, the propulsion array glyphs finally started functioning normally. The spiritual energy between the array glyphs started running smoothly, and all the anti-gravity array glyphs and the jet propulsion array glyphs underneath and at the rear of the turtle car bloomed with a dim brilliance. The turtle car staggered along as it rose up into the air and flew forward. Even as it flew, it would move up and down in the air. All the freshmen were flabbergasted. The older students, on the other hand, were accustomed to seeing such things. Many of them had already fallen asleep, some of whom even started snoring. Yuan Manxiu clapped her hands in pride and self-satisfaction. See? This is exactly the ultimate trick in the bag of refiners. If there is a magical equipment which can't be repaired no matter how you repair it, when you have exhausted all the methods to no avail, then try to smack it or ruthlessly kick it. Often, this method will make it miraculously work, like what I did a moment ago, coupled with and can awaken even a rotten magical equipment. Everyone, don't you worry. In the future, when I have the time, I will teach it to everyone. While speaking, the turtle car drove into the urban area of Wild Wave City. Wild Wave City was an academic city and was entirely built from the support of the Grand Desolate War Institution, and as such, the urban area was precisely the campus of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Wild Wave City was the home of hundreds of thousands of people, most of whom were tyrannical cultivators and veteran martial artists who had rich fighting experience. Apart from official students of the Grand Desolate War Institution, there were also exchange students from other universities, trainees of major cultivation sects who had been carefully picked, and special forces sent by the army for special training as well. There were even auditing students who had meager strength yet were burning with ambition. In addition, there were also cultivation sects who specialized in close combat like Devil Fist Sect and 100 Saber Alliance that were stationed in Wild Wave City and had set up a hall and cultivation ground here. This big city in the wasteland that had the strength of hundreds of thousands of people appeared to be particularly lively and noisy, but that was not all. Above all of this, it gave off an unrestrained feeling that was accompanied by madness, something which was missing in the cities of the southeast region. A majority of the freshmen of the Grand Desolate War Institution came from mid-sized towns in the Demon Beast Wasteland, many of whom had never seen such a big, flourishing city. One by one, each and every one of them glued their face to the window so much so that their nose almost pressed flat as they gaze afar with wide-opened eyes. Look! There are so many floating mountains. Wild Wave City is divided into a lot of levels. It is simply a three-dimensional city. The freshmen clicked their tongue in wonder, and some even exclaimed in admiration. In the space above Wild Wave City, over 100 mountains were floated in the air. Their anti-gravity array glyphs released a large amount of spiritual energy like tides that even distorted the air, creating ripples one after another, which gave the impression of a world of dreams, as if a paradise had fallen in the world of mortals. Some of these floating mountains retained their oldest form and appeared as if a mountain peak had been uprooted and floated in the air. On their surface, there were pavilions and buildings that had been exquisitely carved and beautifully painted, while streams of water flowed under the small bridges. Waterfalls that were tumbling down these floating mountains sprayed the water everywhere around them, eventually turning into a blurry mist which gave birth to rainbows in no time. Whereas, some of the floating mountains evidently had traces of being artificially constructed, as if they were huge buildings that were floating in the sky. Some were like tall and lofty palaces, some were like ancient and firm pyramids, while others were modeled after modern skyscrapers. There were a few floating mountains which were cast from the purest of metals to give a postmodern style, like the crystal battleships that roamed between the universe. These floating mountains soared even through the atmospheric layers as they docked in the space over Wild Wave City. A vast majority of these floating mountains were connected using transparent tubes, wherein there were countless capsules-like objects that were moving as swiftly as the wind and lightning. Each of these capsules had a few passengers riding inside as they shuttled between the floating mountains in an astonishing speed. However, most people still chose flying shuttles over the capsules to travel between the floating mountains. Some of the powerful cultivators simply rode their flying swords to travel as their entire bodies were wrapped in colorful streams of light that were constantly releasing a resplendent brilliance, leaving behind a trail of rainbows in the blue curtain of the sky. They were traveling in a free and unrestrained manner. Those cultivators who are riding their sword should be the professors of Grand Desolate War Institution, right? God knows when I will be personally taught by the professors. A few freshmen sighed with emotions in succession. A freshman suddenly remembered as he raised his hand and asked, "Professor Yuan, can you now tell us what exactly is Project Mystic Skeleton?" Just as these words left his mouth, every freshman's eyes lit up. Everyone was an ambitious teenager who did not wish to dawdle their days in a waste department only to find a random job after their graduation. That would be too unworthy for themselves. Yuan Manchio slightly smiled and cleared her throat. "All right, since you are all interested, I will carefully explain it to you. However, before I explain, Student Li Yao, can you please tell everyone the universal concept of crystal suit?" Li Yao was taken aback a bit. He had never expected that Yuan Manchio would suddenly point his name. However, the concept of crystal suits was not the least bit profound. Not to mention cultivators, even if it were the ordinary people, they had seen it on the news, and it was even used in many virtual reality games. Li Yao, as an experienced magical equipment fan, was naturally not unaware of it. He formed a speech in his mind before pouring out in fervor. The crystal suit is not just a magical equipment that is like a common armor. On the contrary, it is an offensive type, defense type, camouflage type, maneuvering type, reconnaissance type magical equipment. All kinds of magical equipment, after having integrated together with the assistance of powerful military crystal processors, is finally refined into a combat suit. An excellent crystal suit is equivalent to the most powerful flying sword and an impregnable armor which has the fastest propulsion array glyphs, as well as a reconnaissance magical equipment whose detection system has the largest range. It is a piece of magical equipment which has all kinds of magical equipment perfectly combined together to meet all the needs that a cultivator requires during a fight. Furthermore, it also provides adequate support of spiritual energy, reserves as well as calculation ability. A crystal suit could not only geometrically elevate the battle force of a cultivator, but above all, it could extend the time which a cultivator could keep fighting, and even more so, it could allow a cultivator to adapt to a variety of complex terrains during a fight. Whether you are in a foreign sector filled with demonic energy and devil energy, in space or place which lacks oxygen, or a world fragment that lacks spiritual energy, as long as they are equipped with a crystal suit, the cultivators could unleash their full power and destroy everything in their path. Therefore, the crystal suit is known as the king of modern magical equipment. Some people also describe it as the magical equipment among magical equipment. Among all magical equipment, it is the one which is the most complex, the most expensive, the one which is most difficult to refine, and the one which after having successfully refined becomes the strongest magical equipment. At the end of the Great Dark Age, mankind began to combine various magical equipment and had refined the very first crystal suit. Countless weak refinement stage cultivators, after having their battle force elevated with the help of the crystal suit to a level comparable to building foundation stage cultivators, formed a huge army of crystal-suited soldiers. Only then was mankind able to overcome the demon clan and acquire a second life. Even today, cultivators who are equipped with crystal suit are still the main force of mankind who fight with demon beasts. Only if they wore crystal suits would they be able to go toe-to-toe with demon generals who possess tyrannical battle force, demon kinds, and notorious and powerful devil path cultivators. Li Yao explained the crystal suit's definition, principles, and history tirelessly. He even listed several classic crystal suit models. Although many of the freshmen knew some of the knowledge related to crystal suits, it was not so detailed and comprehensive. Everyone heard it in relish and watched with utmost concentration. Yuan Manchio repeatedly nodded her head before she smiled and said, "Very good. Student Li Yao's explanation is very comprehensive. However, you have given so many advantages of the crystal suit. Can you list 2 disadvantages?" Li Yao pondered for a bit before he shook his head and said, "The crystal suit is the most powerful magical equipment in the modern cultivation world. Its offense and defense is completely balanced. It's an individual magical equipment which provides the strongest continuous fighting ability. For sure, from the point of the refining level, it can be divided into high and low levels, but if I have to point out any fatal flaws, then I cannot tell. I can only say that it has regretful disadvantages. First, the production cost of refining crystal suit is very high. Even a crystal suit of the most common structure would cost at least 500 million, and this is just the basic. If you want to carry a few flying swords, then it would be even more expensive. The refining cost of some of the high-rank crystal suit design to be equipped by Golden Core Stage Cultivator or Nascent Soul Stage monsters is comparable to a crystal battleship. Furthermore, its maintenance and repair cost is exceedingly high. It is simply a behemoth that swallows gold. Second, in the process of refining a crystal suit, a large number of heaven and earth treasures are consumed. It's one thing that these materials are exorbitant in price, but most importantly, many of its raw materials are very scarce and there is simply no price for them. Even with all the money in the world, one could not buy them. For example, In order to refine the well-known, heavy-class crystal armor of the cultivation world, the Tai-Hao battle suit, Tai-Hao stone, which is extremely rare and precious, is required. This Tai-Hao stone is a meteorite from outer space and is so rare that it only falls once every 5 centuries in the heaven origin sector. In other words, it is only possible to refine one Tai-Hao battle suit. If one wants to refine another one, it is absolutely impossible. These 2 points together are the reason that a vast majority of crystal suits are unable to be mass-produced. Crystal suits are scarce in number, and in the battlefield, only the commanders and commandos can wear it. If the price of crystal suits was a little cheaper and its design was a little simpler, thereby reducing the difficulty of refining them by a bit as well as allowing them to be mass-produced and available to every cultivator, the crystal suit army of the Star Sea Imperium era would once again reappear. Not to mention leveling the demon beast wasteland, even the blood demon sector could be steamrolled all the way. Any demon general or demon king would be swallowed by the mankind's waves of steel one after another. Yuan Manchio's smile became more and more mysterious. Very good, student Liao. You have completely pointed out the 2 major problems of refining crystal suits. Anyone who could resolve these 2 problems, that is to say, a low-priced crystal suit that could be mass-produced, will set off a storm in the industry and even change the face of the entire cultivation world's battling style. After thinking for a moment, Liao suddenly came to understood what Yuan Manchio was trying to say. He suddenly jumped up. Is our Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department amidst the process of refining a new crystal suit? One that is low-priced and can be mass-produced. Once these words were out, all the freshmen were in an uproar. Anyone who could be admitted to the 9 elite universities was definitely not a fool. Everyone very soon realized that once the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department was successful in refining crystal suits that could be mass-produced, big waves would set off. Forget the others, just the army would order 3,000 to 5,000 in one breath. No, just 2,000 was enough to produce an astronomical profit, which would be enough to elevate the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department into one of the strongest refining departments in the Federation. Is it true, Professor Yuan? Even for Deep Sea University's refining department, it is very difficult to refine a crystal suit that could be mass-produced. Can we actually do it? Low price? How low is it? Can it cost less 300 million? Are you not going to use heaven and earth treasures? But many of the key components of crystal suits are very sophisticated. They have special requirements for the tensile strength and spiritual energy conductivity, which only a few heaven and earth treasures could fulfill. Wouldn't ordinary materials simply be unable to bear the load? Wouldn't they just disintegrate once the load is slightly above their limit? A lively discussion burst forth amongst the freshmen. Their faces beamed with delight, and their morale, all of a sudden, pushed through the limit. The lifeless look which was hung on their faces had now completely disappeared. Striking while the iron was hot, Yuan Manchio, wearing a smile on her face, said, "It's true. As early as 20 years ago, when old Mo and I were exploring a vestige in the wasteland, we inadvertently found a fragment of a jade chip. After a decade or so of analysis, we were finally able to analyze some precious information stored within it and discovered a refining technique to refine a low-level crystal suit from the Star Sea Imperium era. However, it was incomplete and was missing many of the most crucial steps and procedures." Wow! The eyes of all the freshmen, including Liao's, lit up. At the dawn of the Great Dark Age, the greatest and strongest cultivator of mankind, the Emperor, was born and later founded the Star Sea Imperium across the universe. That period was the peak of mankind's cultivation technologies. There were endless formidable cultivators and tyrannical magical equipment. Unfortunately, during the Armageddon Rebellion, the Emperor's strongest clone, Blood God, after having been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils, fell to the devil's path. The Emperor's clone became the strongest devil cultivator, known as Mad Armageddon, and the cultivation world was raised by the flames of the Second Civil War. Raised by the flames of war for a successive 1,000 years, the Star Sea Imperium was eventually destroyed, as a result of which various cultivation technologies suffered a disastrous decline. the level of the cultivation civilization regressed by at least 1,000 years. As far as the current heaven origin sector was concerned, even a jade chip fragment from the Star Sea Imperium era was downright a priceless treasure. Yuan Manchio was completely satisfied by the freshman's reaction. She continued, "About a decade ago, Old Mo and I established a research team which struggled day and night to overcome the difficulties and hoped to apply the technology from the jade chip fragment into modern crystal suits so that we could produce a low-priced, ordinary-level crystal suit that could be mass-produced. 5 years ago, we finally had a breakthrough. So we assembled all the professors and students of the refining department to form a team of refiners and poured all our funds into it. At present, we have already refined a fair share of the key components, and the overall structure is also almost built. The most difficult part of the entire project has already been resolved, reaching a completion rate of over 90%. As long as we put in our efforts, we will soon succeed. Today was the day when we were going to test the most crucial super-compressed crystal reactor, and as such, all the students and professors of the refining department were gathered in the refining workshop. That's why we neglected you all. However, as long as the crystal reactor is operating perfectly, we will be able to charge the crystal suits with spiritual energy in a steady stream, thereby making the entire project 99% complete. As Old Mo is the leader of the entire project and the one who had first found the jade chip fragment, and also because he and I poured all our funds into the project, we decided to use the Xian character from his name for the project and called this project Project Mystic Skeleton, while the crystal suit that is going to be mass-produced will be called Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. Our target is to decrease the refining cost of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit to be under 100 million. Everyone, I invite you all to take part in the Project Mystic Skeleton and set off a massive storm in the cultivation world, one which will sweep the world. Yuan Manchio, with her head held high, said proudly, "Wow!" Once she finished speaking, all the freshmen were finally moved. One after another, it was as if everyone had been injected with energy and were beaming with joy. They were all in high spirits. What was 100 million? The price of some of the top-grade armed flying shuttles, such as the higher versions of the Mystic Bird battle shuttles and the Crimson Flame battle shuttles, were close to 100 million. In addition to its speed being faster, the battle force of such flying shuttles was absolutely higher than that of a crystal suit. Prior to the Mystic Skeleton battle suit, the cheapest crystal suit was worth over 500 million, and that was just a training model. It wasn't equipped with any notable offensive magical equipment. Before, spending an amount of 500 million could only arm a single cultivator, but now it could arm at least 5 cultivators. Even if the performance of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit was worse than other crystal suits, the numerical advantage of 5 or maybe even 10 could make up for the large difference in its performance. Needless to say, some of the slightly higher-grade crystal suits could cost a couple hundred million, a few billion, or maybe even more than 10 billion. If the same amount was spent on the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, an entire battalion could be armed with ease. Yuan Manchio was absolutely right. If Project Mystic Skeleton was truly successful, then as certain as the sun rising in the east, it was a revolutionary crystal suit which would set off an earth-shattering and heaven-encompassing storm in the cultivation world. It could even change the face of the currently existing battle style of cultivators. By then, every low-level cultivator would not hesitate to buy a Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, and the army, even more so, would send a large order at once. The Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department did not even need to truly manufacture the Mystic Skeleton battlesuits. They would just have to provide authorization to the army or other cultivation sects for them to refine it, and just from the licensing fee, they would be able to earn massive profits. Now, do you understand that applying for the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department was the correct choice? As long as we are truly successful in refining the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department would absolutely jump into one of the top refining department in the Federation. Li Yao's face revealed a look of delight as he secretly pondered. The other freshmen too were all grinning ear to ear. They were extremely excited, whereas the whirring and snoring sounds of the older students could still be heard without end. However, in the eyes of the freshmen, Even if oil was smeared all over their clothes, they started to look cuter. After all, everyone was working hard for Project Mystic Skeleton. Completing the project a day earlier would relieve them from their misery a day earlier. Very soon, after crossing half of Wild Wave City, passing through the imposing Iron Fist Club and Chaos Edge Hall, and crossing a group of ginormous floating mountains, the flying shuttle arrived at a somewhat dilapidated and gloomy region. This was like an old district of Wild Wave City. The buildings on the ground were dilapidated and the paint on the walls was peeling off, revealing the rugged surface of the bricks. 7 to 8 floating mountains were floating all alone in the sky. The size of these mountains was a lap shorter than the mountains at the center of the city. One of the floating mountains seemed to have some problem with its anti-gravity array glyphs and was losing a lot of spiritual energy, which was leaking in the form of heat energy. And in order to stop the heat radiating, a cooling pond was installed next to the anti-gravity array glyphs, resulting in a large amount of steam gushing out, filling the entire sky, and making the atmosphere look rather bad. Look, that's our school building. Don't be fooled by its inconspicuous appearance. Inside, it is instead a very advanced lab, refining workshop, and a small smelting room, all of which could fulfill the most basic requirements of refining. Like the saying goes, even though a sparrow is small, it still has all its organs. Yuan Manchio, pointing at a round floating mountain, said. This floating mountain simply had no style at all. It was as if classical, modern, and futuristic styles had been casually blended together. Purely from a practical point of view, it was like they only cared about the function and did not consider the artistic view. It simply gave off the misconception that a big lump of waste was floating in the sky. If Yuan Manchio had not given them that speech a while ago, presumably, almost half of these freshmen would have thought of transferring departments after looking at the school building. However, at this moment, everyone was extremely excited. After they were immersed in the completion of Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, they were imagining the flourishing and glorious Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. Even this floating mountain was built after old MO, and I used hard and soft tactics on the dean for several years. Only then was the funding provided. Because the funds were insufficient, that's why it looks a little ugly. But it does not matter. As long as we succeed in refining the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, we will surely build a super huge floating mountain, one that is bigger than even the main school building of the combat department. Yuan Manchio ruthlessly waved her fists as she said in an impassioned manner. Li Yao's fingers started to itch after he was touched by her enthusiasm. He could not wait to fly to this junk mountain and start working on refining the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit together with Professor Mo Xian. As long as we succeed in refining the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, astronomical funding and overwhelming resources will be poured into the refining department. In just a few years, Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department will be a major department just like the combat department, and within 10 years, we will certainly have the opportunity to run shoulder to shoulder with the Deep Sea University's refining department. By then, boom! While Li Yao and the others were immersed in the happy fantasy, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang in their ears. A fiery brilliance shot to the sky as a mushroom cloud, which was like the arms of an octopus, spread in all direction, wrapping the entire floating mountain. Quickly get on the ground. Everyone, get on the ground. Li Yao screamed before he threw himself onto the ground. However, it was too late. Before everyone could react, shockwaves from the explosion, like frightful billows and terrifying waves, blew the turtle car 300 to 400 meters away, ruthlessly smashing it into a 4-story tall building before the turtle car rolled and crashed into the ground. Despite the shock mitigation array glyphs installed all over the turtle car, many of the people still collided with the walls 7 to 8 times and became confused and disoriented. A fair number of freshmen had even lost their consciousness. Many of the people who had lost their consciousness had their faces covered with blood, while others even had their tendons torn and had their bones broken as painful groans were heard without stop in the turtle car. Li Yao was one of the few students who had not been injured. He crawled his way to the propulsion drive and tried to hear the situation inside for a while before he determined that the propulsion array glyphs were completely destroyed. Only after determining that the chance of the leaking spiritual energy leading into a chain of explosion was unlikely did he crawl his way out of the broken window and blankly stare at the sky. In the sky, on the right side of the floating mountain, a giant hole with a diameter of a few dozen meters was blown out, from which a fiery green brilliance was gushing out, releasing a pungent smell in the air. And inside the floating mountain, a chain of muffled explosions was still ringing. It was akin to the peals of thunder one would hear when he had buried himself under the blanket. The explosions were still continuing. After a while, billowing black smoke was spraying out from every window and every gap on the floating mountain, gathering into a terrifying and ominous beast of black smoke in the sky. The anti-gravity array glyphs underneath the floating mountain began to die one by one. Under the gravitational pull, the floating mountain tilted towards the left as it slowly fell towards the ground. Because a part of the anti-gravity array glyphs was still operational, the two sides of the junk floating mountain were under a different gravitational pull. A small part of the floating mountain was forcibly torn because of the intense and opposing gravity. Countless broken debris, which was also mixed in with several silhouettes that were moving their hand and legs, caved in. Some of the people were trying to escape by riding their flying sword, yet they were swallowed by the consecutive explosions, painting a scene that was too ghastly to look at. The entire ordeal lasted for half a minute before the main body of the floating mountain finally crashed into the ground, raising an endless cloud of dust and stones, which gave the misconception of a volcanic eruption. Boom! 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 Amidst the storm of dust, 3 pillars of green fire soared to the sky. An even more terrifying chain of explosions had occurred inside the floating mountain. When Liao had his eyes opened wide and mouth agape, Yuan Manchio too somehow crawled her way out of the flying shuttle. Her face was covered in blood, and the expression on her face as she stared right at the empty sky was uglier than a ghost itself. Old M.O. After a moment, Yuan Manchio let out a heartbreaking shrill as she threw caution to the wind and bolted right towards the place where the floating mountain had crashed. After 7 days, a very rare drizzle hit Wild Wave City, where the rainwater seemed to be a bit acidic. The region where the floating mountain had crashed was already cleared. In order to take precautions against the crashing of a floating mountain, under every floating mountain, there weren't too many houses built, and the houses that were in the vicinity were also installed with powerful defensive array glyphs. So this incident didn't cause too many casualties for the residents who were living on the ground. Just a few dozen buildings had become unstable and were declared as dangerous because of the shockwaves and were simply demolished to remove trouble. However, the floating junk mountain was completely scrapped. Through the investigation of a dozen high-level cultivators, the accident this time had been determined as an experimental failure. From simulating the scene of the accident occurred when Professor Mo Xian was leading the entire team in doing installation work of the supercompressed crystal reactor. To be precise, the crystal reactor was the propulsion core of the crystal suit. The crystal, which contained an immense amount of powerful spiritual energy after having been compressed as much as 100 times, was installed in a palm-sized reactor, which would drive the crystal suit for a long time during a fight. It was conceivable that once the crystal reactor had a problem, the crystal which was compressed to the extreme would, in the blink of an eye, return to its original size and release incomparably unstable spiritual energy that could destroy everything within a radius of few hundred meters. The accident this time was exactly this kind of situation. What was even worse was because of the shortage of funds. The refining department's floating mountain was small in size, and its crystal warehouse was not much farther away from the refining workshop. The very moment the explosion occurred, the shock waves continuously ran through 7 layers of walls, and the walls, which were all built from metal with defensive array glyphs inlaid inside, were, just like paper, shredded into pieces. A tide of unstable spiritual energy swept through the crystal warehouse in the blink of an eye, leading to a series of earth-shattering explosions. From the series of explosion, the entire floating mountain was eventually destroyed. Countless precious materials and magical equipment turned into scraps, priceless experimental materials and data were buried in the rubble, and even the 90% completed Mystic Skeleton battlesuit melted into slag. Project Mystic Skeleton returned to 0 in just 1 second. And this was just 1% of the total loss. Project Mystic Skeleton was the only hope of the refining department, and as such all the elites, including the head of the department, Professor Mo Xian, a majority of faculty as well as the most experienced senior students, were all present in the refining workshop when the crystal reactor was being installed. They were all killed in the explosion. The spiritual energy tide, like a hurricane, swept everything away. Every cell and every wisp of residual soul was torn to pieces. Not to mention surviving the explosions, even if they wished to rescue a few wisps of residual souls to convert them into spectral cultivators, that was rendered impossible. Even if the professors and students weren't present inside the refining workshop, so long as they were present in the floating mountain, every one of them suffered the disastrous effect of the spiritual energy waves, which ranged from fainting to seriously injured and immediately dying on the spot. The scene was too ghastly to look at. Only Yuan Manchio and a dozen older students who, because of their low level, had to leave to welcome the freshmen were lucky to escape this disaster. They were simply not enough to sustain a department. One could even say that the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department was completely finished. 7 days after the disaster, the location of the refining department had completely turned to ruins. At the beginning, the institute was ready to clean up this region, and the usable resources buried within the rubble could be reused. The institute truly could not bear to let them be buried in the rubble. However, Yuan Manchio forcibly stopped them. She insisted that there were many precious experimental data and material buried in the rubble, which contained all the hope of them reconstructing the refining department. She absolutely didn't allow anyone to move the rubble. Not even a rivet was allowed. Yuan Manchio was like a crazed mother elephant who was defending every inch of soil in her domain, and the dean too was unable to take her away. At the center of the rubble, a tiny statue was placed, one which was similar to a skeleton of a war god that had melted halfway. With its bare arms spread towards the sky, its black hole-like mouth emitted a furious roar towards the endless sky. This was the mystic skeleton battlesuit that was being developed by the refining department. It was a condensed form of painstaking effort and will of all the professors and students of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, which had turned into slag in the explosion instead, thereby losing its purpose for refining. Now, it could only be placed as a monument to commemorate the people who had sacrificed themselves on the road of cultivation. A solemn memorial was held before the statue. Every department student union, including the Iron Fist Club, Chaos Edge Hall, Lancets, Glyph Devils, had sent a representative to send their condolences. Most of the institute's professors and all the management staff were also gathered here. Even though the refining department was a waste department that was not worth mentioning in the Grand Desolate War Institution, even if many professors and students had thought to revoke the refining department, but for the refining department to completely disappear from the face of the earth in such a way, this was just too cruel. Today, we are gathered here to commemorate some of the great students and cultivators who, in order to defend human civilization, ventured in the endless mystery of the cultivation world, vigorously immersed themselves in research and cultivation for days and nights, spent all their sweat and blood, and even paid for it with their valuable lives and souls. Underneath the mystic skeleton battlesuit statue, Grand Desolate War Institution's Dean, Xiong Bailey, said in sadness. Xiong Bailey was a legendary figure in the Grand Desolate War Institution. Rumor has it that when he was young, his strength as a battle-type cultivator had already broken through to the peak level of the core formation stage. In the Demon Beast Wasteland, he commanded winds and clouds, swept through everything in his path, and got the moniker Volcano. However, during a beast tide outbreak, he was heavily surrounded. For an entire day and night, he directly clashed with the beast tide. Although he had killed thousands upon thousands of demon beasts, he had excessively overdrafted his spiritual energy and was also poisoned by over 30 different kinds of demonic poison, corroding his 8 extra meridians, as a result of which, his strength had suffered a disastrous decline, rendering him no longer fit for battle. However, he did not give up. With amazing perseverance and talent, he, much to everyone's surprise, turned into an admin-type cultivator from a battle-type cultivator. Furthermore, his strength had also recovered to the intermediate level of the core formation stage. Because of this legendary experience, Xiong Bailey enjoyed very high prestige in the Grand Desolate War Institution. Even the experts who were stronger than him assented cordially for him to assume the post of the dean of the institute. Rumor has it that Xiong Bailey was ambitious and was hell-bent on raising the Grand Desolate War Institution into one of the 3 super universities among the 9 elite universities. At the very least, he wanted to get rid of the current predicament where the Grand Desolate War Institution ranked last among the 9 elite universities. And his idea was to strengthen the 4 major departments and to weaken or even dismiss all the waste departments, and as such all the resources were poured into the 4 major departments for development. Even though he thought like this, in the wake of this tragedy, Xiong Bailey could not help but feel dejected. Next to the dean stood Yuan Manchio, who wore a black robe and had a pale complexion as she kept staring at the wreckage of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, seemingly wanting to forcibly take that wreckage down from the pedestal. During these 7 days, she had almost never slept as she frantically rummaged through the rubble. She had become a lot more haggard but also a little thinner. One could vaguely find a slight shadow of the deep-sea goddess from a few decades ago. Watching her undergo a complete transformation from her previous appearance in these 7 days, Liao was a little absent-minded. In these 7 days, almost without any ounce of sleep, Liao unleashed all of his special abilities which he had learned in the magical equipment graveyard as he cleaned up the rubble together with Yuan Manchio, rescuing a lot of precious jade chips, books, training equipment, and heaven and earth treasures that were buried under the rubble. Even though Liao had tempered himself with the 1,000 tempering 100 refining technique, which he had learned from the memory fragments, at this moment, he was unable to hold on and was shaky and unsteady. The refining department is only left with an associate professor and a few dozen students who have mediocre strength. What am I going to do in the future? Contemplated Liao. At this point, someone from behind lightly poked him. When he turned around, it was the freshman Huang Tong. Huang Tong was active amongst the freshmen. He was particularly outgoing. Not even a few days had passed, yet he had become one with the older students and had also made a lot of friends outside the department. He was very well informed. Huang Tong gave a wink to Liao. Liao, what do you think? Which department are you actually going to transfer to? The Iron Fist Club or the Chaos Edge Hall? Liao was surprised for a moment. What do you mean? He once again took a glance at the few remaining freshmen and older students of the refining department, who had gathered together beside Huang Tong. Although a sad look hung on their faces, they could not hide their aspirations in the depths of their eyes. Huang Tong's eyebrows twitched. You still don't know? Right, you have been collecting the resources buried under the rubble, so you may not have heard. But the refining department is about to be dismissed. What did you say? Liao stared with wide-opened eyes. His face was full of astonishment. Huang Tong pursed his lips as he disapprovingly said, For crying out loud. Isn't that obvious? From the very beginning, our Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department was weak and was notorious as the worst department among the 9 elite universities. The entire department was painstakingly supported by one person alone, who was none other than Professor Mo Xian. Even if it was Professor Mo Xian, he did not have any good reputation in the refiners' community, which is where he got the moniker Madman. Now, not only him but even a few slightly skilled and reputed professors and all the elite students have been killed by the explosion, leaving an associate professor along with rookies like us behind. Tell me, do you think our refining department has any future? This was the very same problem Liao had also been thinking about. The blow this time was truly serious. It could be said that the refining department was completely annihilated. Huang Tong smacked his lips. For a long time, the Institute believed that only the 4 major departments should remain, and that it would be better to have as few ordinary departments as possible. Only in such a manner could they promote the academic level of the Institute. Even if no accident had taken place in the refining department, many would still clamor to abolish the refining department every year, not to mention that such a tragic accident had occurred and had blown away more than half of the refining department. It would be impossible for them not to abolish the department. And from what I hear, the Institute's management has already decided to officially announce it after the memorial service. Apart from the 4 major departments, for which they have to go through an examination, the students of the refining department can unconditionally choose other departments to transfer to. Only now did Liao come to understand why these students were beaming with delight. The refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution was a department which had the lowest cutoff marks, so if they arbitrarily choose any department other than the refining department, that would be a significant upgrade. So to say, even if they closed their eyes and randomly chose a department, they would have made a killing. A vast majority of the refining department student were here because they had no choice, not because they liked refining. Naturally, man struggles upwards as water flows downwards. Liao also could not say that their choice was wrong. After all, everyone had to consider their own future. However, if the refining department was truly abolished, then where should he go from here? Is it going to be abolished? Is there no room for recovery? Can't we recruit professors again? Can't the school building be rebuilt? Said Liao insipidly. Huang Tong chuckled as he shook his head and said, Fellow student Liao, to rebuild the refining department with words alone is impossible. It needs money. An astronomical sum is needed to just build a huge floating mountain that has various smelting workshops, refining workshops, and laboratories. Even 18 billion is not enough. Generally, a university has three main sources of funding. The first is the education fund provided by the Federation government. However, it is so little that it can only be used to decorate the facade a bit. That's all. Second is the sponsoring of various cultivation sections. The 9 elite universities is sponsored by many powerful and flourishing cultivation sects from behind. For example, our Grand Desolate War Institution has powerful combat sects like the Devil Fist sect and the 100 Saber Alliance sponsoring us from behind. Naturally, those who are spending money would definitely sponsor the department they like. For instance, the Devil Fist sect would definitely spend their money on the Iron Fist Club, whereas the 100 Saber Alliance for sure would sponsor the Chaos Edge Hall. It is impossible to misappropriate the money to rebuild the refining department, and you can understand why they won't, right? The third is each department supporting themselves using their own unique skills. For example, student unions from the combat department like the Iron Fist Club and the Chaos Edge Hall would often form a coalition between the students and the army to hunt demon beasts deep within the wasteland together. Whereas, the Glyph Devils are open to the public and provide tattoo services for money. Due to the fame of the Glyph Devils, many cultivators come and spend a huge sum of money to ask the Glyph Devils members to tattoo them. As for the Lancets, it goes without saying that in the field of surgery and orthopedics, the Lancets is second to none in the Federation. God knows how much money they make every day. Besides the small part paid to the Institute as management fees, every penny they earn is used to fill the coffers of their respective department. Any department that wanted to build a new floating mountain or do some revolutionary project would have to gather the funds from here and there. A part of the fund would often come from the Institute, who would take out a part of the government education fund it has received. Some of the funds would come from the sponsoring of the familiar cultivation sects, while a small part would be taken from the department's small treasury, and finally, the remaining funds would come from the project leader's own pockets. What does the refining department have? The Institute is not at all optimistic and hence they have no intention to invest a single penny on the department. As for familiar sects, we don't have any, so forget about sponsors. As for our treasury, that goes without saying, and I have even heard that Professor Mo Xian went bankrupt for Project Mystic Skeleton. He had poured his entire fortune into the project and had even borrowed a huge sum from many. So, where's the money? Liao gritted his teeth so much that they were aching. From Huang Tong's words, he found that the problem was extremely serious. At this point, his eyelids madly started twitching. The 4 spirit threads that were slumbering inside his forehead also became restless. He felt as if they were ready to come out at any moment. Liao's intuition pointed at the sky where he saw a huge, disc-shaped flying shuttle quietly floating in the clear blue sky. This flying shuttle happened to be a work of art. Its hull was exquisite to the extreme, seemingly as if it was a work of nature itself, as if gentle breezes had congealed into a flying shuttle. It was as if it has completely fused with the air to the point that if one's line of sight was not affixed upon it, then nobody would be able to perceive its existence. And once Liao's line of sight landed on it, It released an incomparably profound aura in the blink of an eye. It was unfathomable, just like the sea itself, so much so that one could not help but have an impulse to bow in worship. That's the flying shuttle of Deep Sea University. Huang Tong let out a wow in admiration. The deep-as-sea flying shuttle quietly glided to above everyone's head. It was obviously moving at a high speed, yet it gave everyone a static feeling, as if it was not at all flying, but rather the entire world was attracted by it. This kind of feeling made everyone's scalp tingle. Deep Sea University's refining ability was strong. From this small flying alone, they could get a glimpse or two of its depth. 3 men who were dressed in silver-white robes gradually landed on the ground and solemnly walked towards the mystic skeleton battlesuit statue. They were the representatives of Deep Sea University's refining department. Even though Deep Sea University's refining department belonged to the elite camp and Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department belonged to the grassroots camp, and even though they were occasionally engaged in a struggle over the Great Daos, because of the clashing ideologies between the two, at the end of the day, all of them were still members of the cultivation world and refiners as well. Under this kind of situation, the other party would always come to give their condolences. Standing at the forefront was a man who was about 30 years old and wore an oval metal ring on his face that happened to completely cover his pair of eyes. The metal ring was inlaid with 18 glistening blue crystals, giving the misconception that they were 18 eyes of some strange monster. This was very special spectacles. It should be some kind of high-rank magical equipment. He is none other than Supernova Xianxia, the most outstanding newcomer of Deep Sea University's refining department in past 2 decades. I had never thought that he would personally come to participate in the memorial. This time, Deep Sea University seems to be sincere, Huang Tong said in a small voice. He is Xianxia? Liao narrowed his eyes. It was not the first time that he had heard of Supernova Xianxia. When he was still in Floating Spear City, Professor Xianxia, in order to attract him, had once guaranteed that Deep Sea University would use everything at its disposal to nurture him into the second Supernova Xianxia. Later, Liao had also browsed information about Xianxia. He was a rising star in the refiners community who was hailed as the most gifted refiner amongst the younger generation. He had graduated from Deep Sea University and was a direct disciple of Chu Xiaohong. He was also the only one who Chu Xiaohong had passed her mantle to. Even before the age of 30, he had refined a fair share of powerful magical equipment that had shaken the cultivation world and had become the youngest associate professor of Deep Sea University's refining department. Because he was unusually brilliant and talented, his rising speed was just like a nova explosion. So everyone in the refiners community called him Supernova. Right now, because the time he has spent in cultivation was shorter than others, he could be considered to be lacking maturity. However, many people believed that after a few decades, he would become the leader of the entire refiners community within the Heaven Origin sector. He would be the most powerful master refiner. Liao's eyes flickered with undisguised flames when he gazed at the back of Supernova Xianxia. However, he quickly moved his line of sight. Right now, Supernova Xianxia had already accomplished both fame and success, caused a sensation in the Federation, and was an associate professor of Deep Sea University's refining department. As for him, he was just a nameless newbie who was just a freshman of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department and nothing more. And even the poor refining department was on the verge of getting abolished. The difference in status between the two was extremely huge. At present, he did not have the qualifications and the strength to challenge Xianxia. For now, he still needed to accumulate strength and conceal his talons and fangs till the appropriate time. Xianxia and the 3 professors of Deep Sea University's refining department walked in front of the mystic skeleton battlesuit statue and gave a shallow bow. Thereafter they walked up to Xiong Bailey's and Yuan Manchio's side before they started conversing in a low voice. The students of the refining department had their own thoughts, many of whom started discussing in turns about which department they would choose in high spirits. No one was concerned about the arrival of Xianxia. Liao too started pondering about how he was going to walk on the road of cultivation in the future. God knows how long after he suddenly heard a sound of dispute. As he raised his head to look, He saw Xianxia and Yuan Manchio had gone to a secluded place and were talking in a low voice. They were talking rapidly, and an agitated look hung on their faces. Liao's heart was stirred. He took a few steps towards the two as he attentively listened to a word or two coming along the wind. Xianxia said, "Senior Sister Yuan, you are the most outstanding graduate of Deep Sea University's refining department before me, and are also the direct disciple whom Teacher Chu is most proud of. This time, Teacher Chu is sincerely inviting you to come back. As long as you are willing, you can return to Deep Sea University regardless of any conditions, but why are you so stubborn? Why are you flatly refusing?" Yuan Manchio coldly said, "Junior brother Jiang, please go back and tell teacher that as early as 20 years ago, we have parted ways because of different refining ideologies. I have taken a different road, and now, I am the acting dean of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. I am not at all interested in going back to the Deep Sea University to be a teacher. Please thank teacher for her kind intentions." Xianxia heaved a sigh and said, "Senior Sister Yuan, in all likelihood, Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is going to be abolished. Even if it is not abolished now, then next year it will be forcibly abolished by the association. Why are you wasting a year? Once you join Deep Sea University's refining department, there are many projects waiting for you to take charge of. Resources, staff, heaven and earth treasures. You can have everything which is 100 times better than that of here." Yuan Manchio was silent for a moment before she said in a gentle tone, "Perhaps Deep Sea University's conditions are truly good, but only at the Grand Desolate War Institution can I continue. Project Mystic Skeleton." Xianxia was surprised for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Senior Sister Yuan, after all this, you still haven't given up on Project Mystic Skeleton? Do you still want to refine a low-cost, mass-producible crystal suit? Don't you know that Project Mystic Skeleton has become a big joke in the refiners community for a long time? From the get-go, no one was optimistic about you. Including our Deep Sea University, many people had sincerely tried to persuade you that the tensile strength of ordinary materials is low and simply cannot withstand the ultra-high impacts of spiritual energy. If they are not heaven and earth treasures, then it is impossible. Your insistence has even led to such a tragedy. This is truly... That's enough." Yuan Manchio suddenly raised her voice and said as she stressed each word, "That's right. The attempt this time was a failure and many have died, even old Mo. But so what? From the very beginning, the road of cultivation is full of hardships and danger, and death could take us at any moment. Every year, God knows how many cultivators lose their lives in the demon-beast wasteland. Yet does no one dare to tread the demon-beast wasteland. Cultivators should be fearless of death, and if afraid, then do not cultivate. If old Mo and I were afraid of death, we would have lived a peaceful and normal life for 100 years like ordinary people. There was no need for us to lose all of our fortunes just for some Project Mystic Skeleton. By our strength, we could have lived an extravagant life with wealth and glory, but we didn't. Although old Mo is now dead, I am still living, am I not? The attempt this time had led to a failure, but nevertheless I have also obtained valuable data and have learned some things. Next time, I will definitely not make the same mistake. In any case, I will persevere. I will refine the true Mystic Skeleton battle suit, and at that time, I will naturally come to Deep Sea University's refining department and exchange pointers with you." After a moment of silence, Xianxia helplessly sighed. "All right, since Senior Sister Yuan has said so, I can only go back and report it to teacher faithfully. Nonetheless, as your junior brother, I must remind Senior Sister Yuan one thing. Senior Sister Yuan, the most important thing right now is not to refine some Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, but rather, it is to somehow protect Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. The 9 elite universities are the most prestigious universities recognized by the Federation government, and as such, the annual funding and resources provided by the Federation government are far more than any other universities. Thus, there is a very high requirement for the quality of education as well as the standards of the departments. Every year, the Department of Education will evaluate all departments of the 9 elite universities. If our refining department cannot even foster a single registered refiner, then that would mean that the quality of education of our university's refining department is terrible, and that we are simply not worthy of the title of 9 elite universities. At that time, the Department of Education will revoke the university's qualifications. Now, you are only left with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals or freshmen who had just entered. It's not that simple to foster a registered refiner out of them in just 1 year's time. Yuan Manchio stiffly said, "Junior brother Jiang, let me worry about it. It's none of your business. Let's part ways here." Jiang Sheng nodded. "All right, senior sister Yuan. We are all cultivators who are seeking the truth. So although you and I have different refining ideologies, I heartily wish you success in refining the mystic skeleton armor that can be mass-produced. Then, I will completely blow it away using the crystal suit that is refined by me." Jiang Sheng's tone was very calm, as if it was not a threat but stating a very common fact. Having said this, he nodded to Yuan Manchio before turning around and walking towards the flying shuttle. At this point, he arbitrarily swept a glance at Liao's direction. The 18 crystals on the metal ring suddenly lit up. Jiang Sheng slightly smiled as he walked towards Liao. "You must be Liao, Floating Spear City's champion of college entrance examination who Professor Xianxia is very optimistic about? I am Deep Sea University's Refining Department Associate Professor, Jiang Sheng, a descendant of Jiang family and the distant cousin of Jiang Tao." A Jiang family descendant. These 3 words made Liao's pupil suddenly contract as he instinctively took a step back. Jiang Sheng seemed to be oblivious to Liao's wariness as he continued. "Student Liao, thank you very much. Jiang Tao, who fled from battle, was nothing more than a bandit who had no courage. He is simply the shame of our Jiang family. So thank you for enforcing justice and helping us clean up our Jiang family. I will always keep this great act of kindness in mind." Liao was surprised for a moment. He had never imagined that Jiang Sheng had the intention to say this. Jiang Sheng burst into laughter. "What's the matter? Did you think that I came looking for trouble? Student Liao, you are thinking too much. Not to mention Jiang Tao, that scumbag who was simply seeking his own death. Even if it was another descendant of the Jiang family, I have no interest in helping them raise their head. I am someone who is obsessed technology, and as such, in my eyes, only refining techniques are worth fighting for. I don't have any interest in family or relatives. Those things are too silly. They are simply not worth it for me to waste even half a second." Liao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Professor Jiang, you are—" Jiang Sheng's attitude suddenly changed. A smile still hung on his mouth, but his temperament, in the blink of an eye, suddenly became incomparably cold and gloomy as he said, "However, although I have no interest in family, and even if you, student Liao, turned the Jiang family upside down, I will still remain indifferent. But you really should not have insulted the Deep Sea University's refining department. My feelings for the university are 100 times deeper than my family." Liao was baffled. When did I insult the Deep Sea University's refining department? He was very clear how strong the Deep Sea University's refining department was, and he even held some fear. The Holy Land of Refiners. This title wasn't just for show, let alone insulting it. He never even looked down on Deep Sea University's refining department. Jiang Sheng indifferently said, "You have said that you will lead the Grand Desolate War Institution and challenge Deep Sea University's refining department. In my opinion, that is like a toad jumping out to challenge a lion. Tell me, is that not an insult to the lion?" Liao narrowed his eyes. "Professor Jiang, you mean to say, my Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is like a toad who doesn't even have the qualifications to challenge your lion-like university? And we shouldn't even have any idea, even if it's just a thought, is an insult to your university." "Yes, that's exactly what I mean. You are intelligent, student Liao." Jiang Sheng showed a smile which was like a warm and gentle breeze caressing your cheeks. Liao was rendered speechless. Supernova Jiang Sheng was truly acting like a direct disciple of Chu Xiuhong should. He did not place anyone in his eyes. However, Jiang Sheng changed the topic of the conversation as a smile once again bloomed on his face. As the saying goes, Young people make mistakes and the gods will forgive everything. You are young, impulsive, hot-blooded, naive, and you will occasionally say nonsense. There is nothing wrong in itself. I will give you an opportunity to repent. Xianxia raised his thumb as he pointed at the deformed mystic skeleton battlesuit behind him. Student Liao, here is the opportunity. You have seen the condition of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. Perhaps the refining department would soon be abolished, so if you were to remain here, you would be wasting your talent. If you are willing, I can think of some way to transfer you to Deep Sea University's refining department. At the beginning, you will enter as an auditing student, and later, I will think of some way to officially enroll you into Deep Sea University's refining department. What do you think? Liao remained silent. At this very moment, Yuan Manchio's loud voice echoed in his ear. Cultivators should be fearless of death, and if afraid, then do not cultivate. In any case, I will persevere. I will refine the true mystic skeleton battle suit. A slight frown appeared on Xianxia's glabella. Student Liao, this is your last opportunity. Not every young man is fortunate like you, who has the opportunity to correct his mistakes. As long as you nod, I will personally become your teacher and guide you to the correct road of refining. Isn't that better than staying in this pile of waste? As for your proclamation that you will one day challenge Deep Sea University's refining department, everyone knows that it is just the nonsense of a young man. Who would take it to heart? Everyone is frivolous in their youth, so everybody will understand. As long as you achieve success and win recognition, no one will laugh at you. Pile of waste. Liao pondered for a long time while gazing at the distant mystic skeleton battlesuit. At last, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Professor Jiang. I am someone who had come out from a pile of waste. For a majority of my childhood, I have only survived by relying on scraps gathered from piles of waste, so I think that this pile of waste is rather suitable for me. Xianxia took a deep glance at him before he nodded and said, All right, I will still say this. I wish you and senior sister Yuan success in refining the mystic skeleton battlesuit. I also want to see how the legendary mass-producible crystal suit would look like. But first of all, try to think of a way to keep this pile of waste. Student Liao. Xianxia, without turning his head, started directly walking towards the flying shuttle before it silently floated away, just like how they had arrived. After about an hour later, the memorial finally came to an end. However, the doubts and suspicion in the hearts of the students from the refining department still hadn't been cleared. So everyone kept on staring at Dean Xianxia anxiously. The decision to determine the life and death of refining department was in his hand. Seemingly sensing the too impatient-to-wait mood of the students, Dean Xianxia, after the others left, assembled all the remaining students of the refining department to announce a very significant decision. And the professors of the various department who stood behind Xianxia looked at the students below the stage with an extremely strange look. It seemed that from this moment on, they were going to pick the talented student whom they favored. It seems that the refining department is truly going to be abolished. The professors from the various departments are going to pick students. Huang Tong, who stood behind Liao, said in a low voice. Liao took a glance at Yuan Manchio. Yuan Manchio remained expressionless, but her eyes were like two burning red coals. Xianxia took a step forward and directly got to the point. Students of the refining department, you may have heard some rumors like the institute was preparing to abolish refining department, which is indeed correct. I will not hide it from you. At the beginning, the management had indeed decided upon this. After all, the refining department's losses were very serious. Not only was the floating mountain destroyed, but the refining department is only left with a single professor, Associate Professor Yuan Manchio. Whether it is the facilities or the faculty, the refining department is lacking in both. The institute has limited funding and all the facilities need to be rebuilt, which makes it impossible to invest a lot of resources for the rebuilding of the refining department within a short period of time. Originally, you students have undergone all kinds of hardships and difficulties in order to enter the Grand Desolate Institution, which is hailed as one of the 9 elite universities, and I, as the dean of the institute, am responsible for every student's future. So, The institute had originally decided to abolish the refining department, and the students could transfer to other departments. However, Professor Yuan Manchio kept on insisting that there is a hope in rebuilding the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. She had said that, "Our Grand Desolate War Institution's tradition has always been to never abandon, to never give up, and if there was even a single soldier left to fight, grit your teeth, straighten your back, and carry the battle flag." What she had said is right. Our Grand Desolate War Institution is indeed different than the other 8 elite universities. As long as you are willing to fight, we will give you an opportunity to fight, and we will absolutely not abandon you. This is exactly the spirit of our Grand Desolate War Institution. For several hundred years, we have always been acting like this. So, we have finally decided that we will give all the student an opportunity to choose. The fate of the refining department is in your hand. If there is a student who is willing to stay in the refining department to continue his or her studies, then we will welcome them for sure. Every department has already reached an agreement that all basic training facilities will be open for the students from the refining department. At the same time, the resources and the budget which is due to the refining department will continue to be provided. And if any student feels that the refining department isn't enough to realize your dream, the institute will still support that student and every department will be open to them. We will give everyone the opportunity to transfer to another department. The choice is in your hand. As Professor Yuan had said, even if there is a single soldier left, as long as there is a student who is willing to stay in the refining department, the institute will adhere to its principle. We will not abandon you, we will not give up on you, and we will continue to support you. However, let me make it clear. If the refining department still has not produced a single student who could pass the refiner's registration examination after a year, the refining department will then be forcibly abolished by the Department of Education, and as such, the student who had chosen the refining department would have wasted a year in vain. And I will also solemnly swear that if there is a student who is able to pass the refiner's registration examination and become a true refiner after a year, then it would mean that Professor Yuan was right. I will then do everything in my power to help the refining department strive for more resources, so not only would the refining department be rebuilt, but the refining department which will be built would be 10 times stronger than the past. In the name of the Dean of the Grand Desolate War Institute, I, Dean Xiong Bailey, promise you this. Now, the students can make their choice. Xiong Bailey's speech was like a lump of ice smashing into a boiling hot frying pan, which burst into a crackling noise on the spot. A freshman who had just entered the institute impatiently shouted, as if he was set on fire, "Dean, I want to transfer." "Yes, Dean, we have already thought about this. We are all freshmen and we simply haven't learned any refining. So we request the Dean to transfer us as early as possible, lest we give any trouble to Professor Yuan." From the beginning, these freshmen had only chosen the refining department because they had no other choice but to do so. It was their final alternative. And now, as the refining department had turned to such a ghastly place in front of their eyes, who would be foolish enough to still head into the abyss of suffering? If they had the opportunity, they would definitely transfer to another department. Yuan Manchio had already prepared herself for the freshman's reaction. From the start, she too did not want the freshmen to remain, and even if they stayed, it would be a waste. Yuan Manchio's gaze turned towards several of the older students who could be considered to have good qualifications. The older students were even more at a loss. They may not like refining, but they had, after all, poured a lot of their time and efforts into it, and if they wanted to change their road of cultivation now, their past efforts would go down the drain. However, how could Professor Yuan, one person alone, support the entire refining department? "Zhao Ming, you have been learning refining for 3 years already, and your level is highest amongst them all. I have high expectations for you to become a registered refiner next year. So why don't you stay in the refining department?" Yuan Manchio sent an invitation to a boy. Zhao Ming hesitated for a bit as he somewhat tried to dodge her gaze. He did not dare to look straight into Yuan Manchio's eye. He shook his head and said, "I am sorry, Professor Yuan. After thinking about it, I have decided to transfer to another department." "Why?" Yuan Manchio was stupefied. Zhao Ming honestly replied, In the past, there was Professor Mo Xian along with many other professors, which gave me some confidence to become a registered refiner. But now, only you alone, Professor Yuan, is left, and we don't even have a refining workshop. I am not sure whether I can pass next year, so why should I waste a year? It's time for me to cut my losses and change tracks as early as possible for the better tomorrow. Xiaoming paused for a bit before he lowered his head in embarrassment. I am really sorry, Professor Yuan. A few days ago, my father came to know about this, and I have been chatting with him online for the past few days. My family also thinks the same. It's all right, it is really all right. You must definitely listen to your family, and you don't need to overthink it. Study whatever you wish to study. I will support you. Yuan Manchio forced a smile before her gaze turned towards a girl who had somewhat rough skin. A sliver of an ashamed look flashed past her eyes as she lowered her head. She did not speak a word. Yuan Manchio's complexion turned even more ugly. One by one, she swept a glance at the other older students, who did not dare to look her straight in the eyes, not even a single one. Everyone was either bowing their head as they looked at their own shoes or raised their head to count the clouds in the sky. Isn't there a single student who is willing to stay in the refining department? Yuan Manchio said in low voice. Xiong Bailey heaved a sigh as he also found it somewhat hard to bear. He earnestly said, Professor Yuan, you don't need to worry. Even if the refining department is abolished, the institute could always use a refiner. There is definitely a place for you here. He lightly patted Yuan Manchio's shoulder before his gaze turned towards the students below the stage as he said in a loud voice that was akin to a great bell. All right, since everyone has decided so, then if there is any student who has anything to say, please raise your hand. Please be patient. As for the specific rules of transferring departments, I will announce it to you soon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A few dozen gazes turned towards Liao, who had raised his hand. Dean, you misunderstood. I do not want to ask about the rules of transferring departments. I wish to remain in the refining department and follow Professor Yuan in order to learn refining, Liao said in a loud voice. What did you say? Xiong Bailey was stupefied, all the professors were stupefied, all the students were stupefied. Yuan Manchio's back, all of a sudden, straightened up, and her whole body was shining like a shining Buddha. After an hour, apart from Liao and Yuan Manchio, everyone had left the refining department. Liao, who was sitting under the mystic skeleton battlesuit, set his eyes at the wreckage around him, which was very similar to the magical equipment graveyard. Everyone, in their childhood, would have some absurd dream. Some people would dream of quietly sneaking into an amusement park so that they would not have to line up for rides, allowing them to play to their heart's content. Whereas some people would dream of entering a supermarket which had no one inside, where all the goods were brilliantly arranged on the shelf so that whatever you wanted to take, you could take it, and whatever you wanted to eat, you could directly open the package. When Liao was 6 to 7 years old, just for a meat bun or a rusted, broken sword, he would have to engage in a life-or-death struggle with a dozen robust adults. At that time, his greatest dream was, if someday, a huge junkyard with no other scavenger but him alone appeared so that he could discover treasure to his heart's content. How nice would that be? He had never imagined that his dream would come true in such a way today. For the past 7 days, he had only cleared up a small part. Thus, there were still many things buried in the rubble. Whether it was damaged magical equipment, jade chip fragments, or experimental data, in Liao's eyes, they were all priceless treasures whose worth was equivalent to a city. If it was the refining department of the past, then it would have been simply impossible for a freshman like him to instantly get started. But now everything belonged to him. Whatever he wanted to study was something he could. Because the entire refining department only had one student, and that was him. He had become the president of the Starfire Union, as well as the eldest senior brother of the refining department. Teachers, fellow students, all of you rest assured. I will definitely complete your unfinished business. Your concepts will definitely flourish, and the name of our grand desolate war institution's refining department will shake the entire world. Liao respectfully bowed at the mystic skeleton battlesuit wreckage. God knows why. When he first laid his eyes on the mystic skeleton battlesuit, He felt a wisp of a cordial feeling towards it. This crystal suit's design was very consistent with his taste. It was common, coarse, and wild, and it looked kind of violent, which was completely different from those popular, fashionable, light, and gorgeous crystal suits. Even though half of it had been melted, it still gave the impression of a tenacious warrior who was struggling to stand up to fight the enemy, to smash the enemy's head, and to bite the enemy's throat. And most importantly, Liao had a strange feeling, seemingly sensing a slight fluctuation transmitting from the depths of the mystic skeleton battlesuit. It was as if something was slumbering within. Or perhaps, it was the spirit, hope, and indomitable will to fight of all the refining department's students and professors. Yuan Manqiu quietly stood on one side. When she saw flickers of fire appear in Liao's eyes as he faced the wrecked mystic skeleton battlesuit, her face revealed a smile of understanding. She formed a spell as a spirit seal shot out and submerged into Liao's neural field. This spirit seal grants you level 2 privilege in the refining department, something which only a lecturer-level teacher could have, and is second only to the privileges of us professors. You now have 80% of the privileges of the refining department with this spirit seal. Now, you can open a vast majority of jade chips, and a vast majority of magical equipment will not resist you as well. In short, you can use whatever you can find here in the rubble as you wish. Yuan Manqiu sighed and said, "Who would have thought that everyone would choose to leave, and the final one who was going to remain would be a freshman? Student Liao, since you believed in me, I will also not treat you unfairly. Perhaps after a year, the refining department will truly be abolished. However, in this 1 year, I will use everything to foster you so that you can learn as many things as possible, which would help you pave a better road for the future." Liao slightly smiled while touching his forehead. "Teacher, don't you believe that I can become a registered refiner in a year?" Refiner was one of the most important professions in the cultivation world, and a registered refiner was a refiner who had been approved by the Refiners Association and a standard refiner approved by the Federation government. The refiner's registration examination was one of the most difficult qualification tests of the several professions in the cultivation world, with an annual passing rate of less than 10%. Many refiners after a decade or even a few decades would be unable to have the word registered added to the front of their title. Strictly speaking, every one of them didn't even have the qualifications to call themselves refiners. Liao did not lose confidence. Although the refining department had turned into rubble, as someone who grew up in the magical equipment graveyard, he felt a great pleasure in finding treasures with his own hands from the ruins. In these 7 days, he had already unearthed many jade chips from the ruins, some of which were videos of classes given by the professors and some contained refining data and information stored by the professors, which for him were of great help. With the experienced Professor Yuan Manqiu's guidance, along with the many tutorials and refining data left by the professors, as well as Yezi's memory fragments, if I train madly in this 1 year, I am sure I will be able to become a registered refiner. Liao secretly made a resolution in his heart. Yuan Manqiu seriously said, "Perhaps you are truly talented and can advance by leaps and bounds within 1 year, but currently, you do not even have the qualifications to take part in the examination." Liao was surprised for a moment before he scratched his head. "What are the qualifications required so that I could take the refiner's registration examination?" Liao came to understand only after Yuan Manqiu's explanation. The refiner's registration examination was one of the most difficult qualification tests amongst all professions. Many prestigious academic authorities would be invited every year to be examiners, not to mention that a tremendous amount of heaven and earth treasures would be consumed during the exam. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry could take the exam, while the wasted time of a master refiner could be considered as nothing significant and the squandering of heaven and earth treasures could also be considered as nothing, but if in a 1 in a million chance, a refining accident which leads to a spiritual energy explosion took place, then how could that be written off? So for someone to register for the exam, there were certain requirements such as work experience, assurance from the sect, university recommendation, and so forth. Yuan Manqiu said, "In accordance with our institute's regulations, for someone to take the qualification test for any profession whatsoever, they must have 40,000 credits. Only then would the institute write a letter of recommendation. 40,000 credits? Liao blinked his eyes. Although he did not know how big amount was that, it sounded like a lot. Yuan Manqiu nodded. Maybe you can't understand the notion of 40,000 credits, but you should know of the two genius students, Peng Hai and Ding Lingdang, who had enrolled in our institute in the last 2 decades. To acquire these 40,000 credits, even Ding Lingdang had taken 2 years, while Peng Hai took 1.5 years. Aside from them, nobody else had been able to accomplish this in 2 years. Liao stood in amazement as if he was thinking about something. Yuan Manqiu patted his shoulder. Now do you understand? In short, we don't need to think too much about it. In this 1 year, I will do my utmost to teach you. I hope that you will learn everything seriously, and whatever happens in 1 year, at least you have fought all out. You will not be left with the slightest bit of regret. Come on, I will take you to pick some components. You need to assemble a crystal processor which has incredible computational power. It would provide a tremendous help in cultivation. Liao followed Yuan Manqiu to the edge of the ruins where there was a dilapidated, 3-floored building. This was the temporary school building of the refining department as well as the library, dormitory, canteen, and the training room. In his heart, Liao was, however, constantly wondering. So even senior brother Peng had taken 1.5 years to complete 40,000 credits? This is truly awesome. But, so what? I have once said that I will definitely chase senior brother Peng's footsteps. It starts from this moment on. In this 1 year, I will definitely surpass Ding Lingdang and Fiend Blade Peng Hai and complete 40,000 credits. Afterward, I will become a true refiner. At that time, I will restart Project Mystic Skeleton and refine a true Mystic Skeleton battlesuit with Teacher, setting off a super strong storm in the cultivation world. A long time after they left, the afterglow of the sunset gradually swept past the ruins as a dark curtain gradually enveloped the land bit by bit. The wrecked Mystic Skeleton battlesuit stood still quietly in the dark, as though it was a tombstone. Suddenly, a speck of a starry shimmer jumped out from the depths of the eye sockets of the wreckage. A speck of starry shimmer which was 100 times dimmer than the glow of a firefly. The starry brilliance was flickering and faltering, as if its faint phosphorescence would extinguish at any moment. Following that, a second speck, a third speck, a fourth speck. Many starry shimmers jumped out, speckling the air. Altogether, over 100 incomparably feeble shimmers struggled, danced, and glittered as they weaved into a bunch of feeble flames which tried everything to manipulate the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit to break away from its pedestal. However, the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit's main frame had completely melted, and the joints in its steel frame had fused together. No matter how much effort these starry shimmers put forth, they were unable to move even a single inch. Creak! Finally, they were able to move the little finger of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit, slightly deforming it by 0.1 millimeters. This action consumed too much of the starry shimmer's spiritual energy, causing a sound to spread out from the depths of the wreckage. Perhaps it was the sound of over 100 faint sighs. Over 100 starry shimmers flared before they returned to slumber in the depths of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit. The depths of the eye sockets once again turned hollow, and the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit once again reverted back into a monument which was staring at the pitch-black ruins. At night, will-o'-the-wisps-like specks of radiance rose and speckled the sky above the ruins. This was the remaining chaotic spiritual energy from the explosion surging out. It gave off the misconception of fireflies spreading out everywhere as they casually danced in the air. In the 3-floored building, Liao, in a completely content manner, looked at his just-finished work. It was a debilitated, stationary-type crystal processor system which had occupied half of the entire room. It was an out-and-out colossus. All of the materials from which this crystal processor was assembled from were found in the ruins, a majority of which were the fragments of professional crystal processors and quasi-military level crystal processors used by the professors, all of whose computational power was astonishing. Even if it was given to a third-grade sect, its level was enough to become their master crystal processor. This was the benefit of joining the refining department. If it was any other department, they would absolutely not allow a freshman to have access to such advanced crystal processor components. And in the ruins of the refining department, There were still many wrecked precious magical equipment which Liao could play with as he wished. Although this ugly, colossal crystal processor looked ordinary, it could increase the computational power of the mini-crystal processor which he was currently wearing by 100 times, which was enough to perfectly launch huge amounts of telepathic thoughts. Like the Federation Cultivators Nexus. Its only drawback was that its cooling system was huge, making it impossible to carry. Thus it had to be fixed inside a room. However, this drawback was nothing to Liao. The mini-crystal processor he wore had gone through slight modifications which allowed him to link the mini-crystal processor with the huge crystal processor, so that the huge crystal processor's transmitter could transmit telepathic thoughts to the mini-crystal processor. As a result, the mini-crystal processor had become the display terminal of the huge crystal processor. All the computation power that was needed to carry out processing was done by the huge crystal processor, and the result was then displayed by the mini-crystal processor. As long as he did not leave the campus of the institute, the system would always work. No matter where he went, he could enjoy the assistance of computation power that was comparable to the main crystal processor of a battleship. That's more like it. Liao took a deep breath and rubbed his hand. He could not wait to start up the huge, stationary-type crystal processor. A huge spiritual energy tide spread out in every direction with a buzzing noise, giving him a feeling as though he was slowly being submerged in the sea. Following that, the entire room was immersed in a colorful radiance as a 3D hologram gradually appeared. Thousands of star-like, vivid icons circled around him, giving off an appearance of being inside a sea of stars. The huge crystal processor's computational power is really awesome. Just the startup hologram is so cool. I wonder if this crystal processor can start the Federation Cultivators Nexus at its highest settings. Liao let loose his imagination. However, at present, he didn't have the time to play around, as he needed to clearly understand the credit system. You could say that getting 40,000 credits in a year was a race against time. Liao suppressed his excitement as he gazed at a very crude and wild icon. The icon consisted of an iron fist which was laden with rust and smeared in blood with a crossed sword and saber in the back. This was the emblem of the Grand Desolate War institution. With a move of his thought, all kinds of colorful lights with varying brightness and contrast spread around as they expanded into a completely new, semi-transparent world. Liao had logged into the Wasteland Battle Network. The Wasteland Battle Network was not as simple as the internal network of a university. Hundreds of years ago, during the time when the Wasteland was covered in bloodshed, grassroots martial artists first built the Wasteland Battle Network through which they exchanged, compared notes, traded, and did gathering-like activities. Afterward, with the Wasteland Battle Network acting as the foundation, the Grand Desolate War Institution was founded. One could even say that the Wasteland Battle Network was the Grand Desolate War Institution's predecessor and foundation. 50% of the studies and training of the students could be completed through the Wasteland Battle Network. Even the Federation Cultivators Nexus had taken a lot of good points from the Wasteland Battle Network and gradually improved to the current system. Roar! Roar! Roars of demon beasts immediately floated into Liao's ear one after another, and his nose even seemed to get a whiff of the desolate stench of the wasteland. Before his eyes, a red tide spreading in the wilderness-like scene appeared. Countless experts were cultivating, fighting, hunting, and teaching in the wilderness. It was the same as the half-step Great Illusionary Land. However, the Wasteland Battle Network had simulated an environment that was even more detailed than that of the Federation Cultivators Nexus. Not only was the visuals improved, but even the auditory, the olfactory, and the somatosensory systems had been stimulated to the extreme. Liao knew that it was all because of him using the huge crystal processor which had tremendous computational power and enabled him to run the Wasteland Battle Network at its highest configuration. That was the only reason why it was possible to simulate such perfect sound and light effect. If he had logged onto the Federation Cultivators Nexus at this moment, then he would have similarly entered an incomparably detailed, infinitely wonderful new world. According to teacher, after I have logged into the Wasteland Battle Network, I will naturally know the basic rules and regulations as well as how to get the credits. I wonder what I should do next? Is an assistant-like thing going to appear? Liao, filled with interest, wandered around the wasteland as he watched powerful experts fight with simulated demon beasts at a distance while wondering to himself. At this moment, a gorgeous blood-colored crystal suddenly floated over to the top of his head, upon which had the word, "Credits," engraved. A voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Student Liao, do you want to learn all the information regarding credits?" Liao subconsciously nodded his head before the crack sound of the blood-color crystal, splitting into countless information fragments, resounded as they submerged into Liao's neural field. In the blink of an eye, Liao felt that there was something extra in his memories. Upon carefully searching his memories, much to his surprise, he recalled many sections regarding Grand Desolate War Institution's credit system. It was like at some time in the past, someone had given him a full night and day course that carefully explained to him the credit system. Such brilliant telepathic thoughts transmission technology, Liao praised. As he recalled the information that had just submerged into his neural field, he discovered that credits played a very important role in the Grand Desolate War Institute and was most crucial for studies and training. If you have credits, you can wander the entire world, but if you don't have credits, you can't even move an inch. This was the true portrayal of the Grand Desolate War Institution. For freshmen who had just entered the institute, the dormitory provided by the institute free of charge was no better than a pigsty. Similarly, the food provided was like pigwash, the uniforms were like beggar clothes, and the little cultivation resources provided were the size of a fingernail. Do you want to eat delicacies? Please pay credits. Do you want to sleep in a royal palace-like mansion? Please pay credits. Do you want many cultivation resources? Do you want high-ranked training facilities? Please pay credits. Even a lot of professional courses established by powerful experts required one to pay a certain amount of credits, and only then could he or she study. Moreover, once you are unable to pass the exam, these credits would entirely go down the drain. In short, if anyone wants to become a true powerful expert, it was necessary for him to use every trick in his sleeves to earn as many credits as possible and then use these very credits to acquire many resources, and after repeating the same thing again and again, you would become strong step by step. And as the institute which is most concerned about combat within the Federation, the procedure of earning credits was certainly not as simple as attending classes. One could even say that earning credits using conventional methods like attending classes or taking exams was like a drop in the bucket. The true leading method was still open trading and combat. The so-called open trading was none other than the students using their own abilities to exchange for credits. An example would be the students of the Grand Desolate War Institution's cultural department, the spirit tattoo artists who were proficient in spirit tattoo technique. When a student of the combat department wanted to engrave a spirit tattoo onto their body, they would go to the students of the cultural department and use their credits to buy services. Likewise, when the students of the cultural department wished to acquire some kind of special demon beast blood to concoct tattoo ink, they would post a mission and put forward credits as rewards, and naturally, there would be many students from the combat department willing to go the depths of the wasteland to hunt demon beasts. And just in case, if the combat department student who went hunting for demon beasts were out of luck and received an injury, they could always spend their credits to ask the medical department students to treat them. Liao, as a student of the refining department, could likewise repair others' magical equipment or could even use magical equipment which he himself had refined to exchange them for credits. Of course, since he was just a nameless newbie, others would be inclined to not buy the magical equipment refined by him. They would rather spend a bit of their money to buy sabers and flying swords from sects like the 100 Saber Alliance. This was the way of the world. From time to time, even the Institute would post a variety of joint demon beast hunting missions with the SARMI as well as various sects. A large-scale mission would often have thousands of students from the Grand Desolate War Institution in addition to thousands of soldiers and experts from cultivation sects. In wake of such a march that was no different than a hot knife cutting through butter, even tyrannical demon beasts would flee at the very first sight. Participating in such missions, not only would the students rake in a lot of credits, but along the way, with professors casting marvelous and unique skills and the mission itself, it would instill fighting experience into the students, allowing them to unconsciously master many abilities. Compared to having being taught stereotypically in the classroom, this way was much more effective. These ways to earn credits were only open and above board. In private, many students liked betting. They would use their credits to start arena contests where not only would both participating sides bet many credits, but even the bystanders could use their insights and their experiences to determine the outcome and bet on one of the fighters. This was a common practice among the students of the Iron Fist Club and the Chaos Edge Hall. Every day, many students from the Iron Fist Club and the Chaos Edge Hall would step onto the arena and go all out to the point that it was either you die or I die. However, the management of both sides' student unions was very strict. Seldom would the grudges on the arena be carried down the stage. And in order to encourage the students to exert themselves to cultivate, the school too would not stop it at all. However, all these combat missions and open trading are only for the older students who have attained over 1,000 credits. Any student whose credits are lower than 1,000 are considered freshmen and can only take basic theoretical courses to earn credits. Only when your total credits have amounted to 1,000 can you truly be able to live the wonderful life of the Institute. These two pieces of information emerged from the depths of his mind. After slightly reflecting upon this, Liao felt it was only right and natural. It would be impossible for freshmen who had just embarked on their university life to have even a bit of credits. They were out-and-out paupers, so how could they trade or bet in a fight? Even if they wanted to go to the depths of the wasteland to hunt, perhaps others would find them cumbersome. Who would be willing to fight with demon beasts where life and death was a matter of moments when there was a snotty-nosed brat standing next to you? Basically, freshmen had to lay their foundation, and only after solidifying their foundation could they think about entering the actual combat ring. Then, I have to choose some basic theory courses so that I could acquire 1,000 credits as soon as possible. Liao burned with impatience, but much to his dismay. When he carefully searched for information regarding basic theory courses in his mind, he could not find any. Why isn't there any information on basic theory courses? Just as he muttered these words, a second diamond-shaped red crystal floated in the sky upon which basic theory courses undulated in small characters. With a crack, the crystal split into pieces before they submerged into Liao's brain from the top of his head. Suddenly, Liao recalled over 100 pieces of information regarding basic theory courses. The Grand Desolate War Institution's courses had been divided into basic theory courses and specialized courses. The basic courses were not divided by departments, and all basic courses were open to students from all departments. Usually, these courses didn't have a professor teaching them and were simply available on the Wasteland Battle Network, which had been devised in advance using telepathic thoughts. Even exams were conducted on the Wasteland Battle Network. Moreover, the students could be tested at any time they so wished. Even if Liao took the courses at this moment, he could take the exam right away and could immediately earn the credits if he so passed. However, every month, a student could only take the exam 3 times for the same course. Moreover, even if you clear the exam, the credits provided from the basic theory courses were very low and was around 3 to 5 credits per course. Of course, students could earn more credits from the specialized courses, but in order to take the specialized courses, the student would first have to spend credits to apply. Some specialized courses taught by powerful experts required one to spend a couple hundred credits, and even over 1,000 credits was possible. And once one failed these specialized courses, those credits would go down the drain. Thence, Liao, this pauper, could only honestly take the free basic theory courses. Although a cultivator's computational speed, memory, and integrative thinking ability were a dozen times better than an ordinary person, it would still take 3 to 5 days for each basic theory course, and within these 3 to 5 days I could only earn a few credits. Wouldn't it take almost a year to gather 1,000 credits? The root of Liao's teeth began to get sore. He discovered that gathering 40,000 credits in 1 year was simply an impossible task. According to the Institute's curriculum, under normal circumstances, it was indeed the case. After a freshman entered the Institute, it would take him 1 or 2 years to finish the basic theory courses before he could get rid of the freshman status and truly take part in actual combat and open trading. Liao, instead, had to take just 1 month for what others would take 1 year to finish, and only then would it be possible to somehow gather 40,000 credits in 1 year. Wasn't it just wishful thinking? Hey, battle ranking? What the hell is battle ranking? Liao, who was anxious, suddenly found very dazzling words among the information. The Institute, in order to encourage the student to train madly, has set a wasteland battle ranking, through which the students who have earned the most credits can get various rewards. Whereas, for the freshmen who have entered the institute for no more than a year, there was a newcomer ranking. At the end of every month, the top 100 students, top 10 students, top 3 students, and the top student who have earned the most credits will receive additional rewards respectively. For the freshmen, the first month in the institute was extremely important. Whoever finishes the most basic theory courses in the first month and stand out among the tens of thousands of other freshmen, the one who is ranked first in the newcomer ranking, will be directly granted a reward of 1,000 credits. First on the newcomer ranking, 1,000 credits. With this, he could directly enter open trading and actual combat ring. Liao's blood started boiling, his eyes turned crimson, and he could not wait to shout 1 or 2 times to release the excitement bubbling in his heart. If I want to gather 40,000 credits in a year, first and foremost, I need to become first in the newcomer ranking to get the 1,000 credit reward so that I could conduct open trading and enter the true combat ring. Only then could I unleash my specialty and madly zoom through courses. Battle ranking. Quickly show me the battle ranking. Let me see who my competitors are. Who exactly are the experts here? Even though the Grand Desolate War Institution was popular in the southeastern region, there were still major towns and cities in the north which housed countless cultivation geniuses of the wasteland. In their own hometown, they were akin to feathers of a phoenix and horns of unicorns. However, for the 40,000 credits, in order to become a registered refiner, in order to make the mystic skeleton battlesuit soar into the 9th heaven, Liao could only do all he could so that he could steamroll these feathers of the phoenix and horns of the unicorns. Whoosh! 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 When Liao muttered newcomer ranking, a glittering list immediately emerged in front of him. It had already been 7 days since the institute had opened. Ordinary students might still be adapting to university life, but as far as these cultivation geniuses were concerned, the maddening blood battle had already begun. Names of many students had already appeared on the newcomer ranking and were decorated with several credits after. The topmost student has already earned 14 credits. In other words, in this period of 7 days, this person had already passed 4 to 5 basic theory courses, with an average of almost 1 course per day. He was truly worthy of being a 1 in 10,000 cultivation genius. Zhao Tianchong, Lu Taizhan, Gu Feishuan, Wen Ruorong. Liao narrowed his eyes as he etched these 4 names into his mind. Zhao Tianchong was none other than the cultivation genius who had acquired 14 credits, while the remaining 3 each had 11 credits, thereby tying for second place. These 4 had credits which was already in 2 digits, marking a much larger difference than the other students. They should be the best among the best freshmen of this year, and they were also Liao's biggest competitors for the next month. However, what the hell is this hidden dragon hall? Liao discovered that all of their names were followed by 2 annotations. The first was the name of the student union they belonged to. Liao's name itself was followed by Starfire Union. Furthermore, it was glittering and overflowing with colorful lights to highlight his extraordinary identity as the Starfire Union's president. The 4 cultivation geniuses respectively came from the 4 major departments, but their names were also decorated with Hidden Dragon Hall at the very end. The third crystal that bore the Hidden Dragon Hall characters floated over and split open over the top of his head, following which a realization immediately dawned upon him. So it was like this. The Hidden Dragon Hall is a training camp for specially recruited students. Members of the Hidden Dragon Hall are all cultivation genius who have displayed outstanding performances during the Limit Challenge competition and were later specially recruited by the Grand Desolate War Institution. They did not have to take the college entrance examination, so in these 3 to 4 months, they had gathered at the institute and were undergoing special training. These specially recruited students are far more powerful than the ordinary students. Each one of them is a monstrous genius, and they regard themselves very highly and consider themselves to be hidden dragon. They simply disdain competing with ordinary students. They indeed had the ability to be proud. Every month, the top 100 positions of the newcomer ranking is occupied by these hidden dragon. and only 3 to 5 ordinary students could pave a way to the 70 to 80 positions at most. And there was none who could make it to the top 10. However, this year, Liao licked his lips as round after round of ripples gushed out from the depths of his eyes. His blood seemed to have changed into a hot steam. Let's see whether it will be you, these hidden dragons, or me, the vulture who would finally soar into the sky and sweep the winds and clouds. Having punched out, Liao started silently pondering with all his concentration. Bring up all the basic theory courses, no matter what difficulty level it is. The higher the credits, the better it is. Countless translucent and diamond-shaped crystals flew to his front from all sides. Each crystal bore the details of one course along with an evaluation of the seniors. Although the is tedious to learn, it is a prerequisite to many courses. Furthermore, it is rather easy and has a passing rate of 92%. It is advisable for everyone to take this course. Is very good. After learning this basic theory course, you can learn the true, which is an overbearing marksmanship created after repeated revisions by countless experts in the army. Once you are successful in learning it, you will be invincible against those on the same level. There is nothing to say of. It is a very ordinary exercise. However, there will be many junior sisters from the cultural department learning together with you. Understand, junior brothers. Senior brothers can only help you up till here. Liao had a hearty laugh as he continued browsing. He first selected more than 20 refining theory courses recommended by Yuan Manchio, including so on and so forth. Although there were many courses, they did not pose too much pressure on him. After all, Liao was not an ignorant novice. When the old man was still alive, he had already taught him sufficient basic knowledge. Not to mention Ding Yin's notes had given him a comprehensive understanding of refining techniques. In addition, the goes without saying, it was simply free credits. Supposedly, after 1 month of study, he could definitely amass all the credits. However, if he so wished to steamroll those feathers of a phoenix and horns of the unicorns from the hidden dragon hall, the refining department's basic theory courses were simply far from enough. Liao gazed at the vast world and used more than half an hour to choose about 30 courses. The credits of these courses are very high and, moreover, their application is very broad. They are all somehow related to core problems of the road of cultivation. For instance, this explains the source of heavenly tribulation and how to guard against it. Even if it is not for credits, I should seriously learn it. Who knows? One day I might become a nascent soul stage old monster. Even figures more mightier than nascent soul stage cultivators might encounter heavenly tribulations. Hey, this actually has a 5-star importance. It could go neck and neck with many specialized course, and fellow students' evaluation of this course is also very high. Maybe I should learn first. With a move of Liao's thought, a diamond-shaped crystal which bore suddenly flared up before it broke into countless fragments, giving off the misconception that there were thousands upon thousands of crystal butterflies dancing around him as the fragments weaved a completely new world. It was a scene of a typical medieval cultivation world where mountains and rivers could be seen far away while there were pavilions, buildings, and halls nearby. A middle-aged cultivator who had a well-trained figure emotionlessly stood in front of Liao. This middle-aged man was purely constructed from the fragments of telepathic thoughts. He simply didn't exist in real life. He was only here to teach the quintessence of the pertaining to a couple dozen grand desolate war institution professors' knowledge from over the past century. The middle-aged cultivator talked very fast. From time to time, his speech was also mixed in with the transmission of telepathic thoughts. A peerless tide of thoughts surged forth into Liao's brain. What gave Liao a profound impression was the 3 big trees that were burning at the center of the forest. The first tree had the branches burning bit by bit. The second tree, however, had the entire top of the tree burning. The third tree instead burned from the top of the tree to the trunk, and even the roots underground were also burning. Very soon, the whole tree had been burned into coke. The middle-aged man faintly said, "These 3 trees represent ordinary people, low-level cultivators, and high-level cultivators. The vitality of ordinary people is tremendously feeble, so the consumption of their vitality per second is also very small. Their vitality flows like a mere trickle which would remain calm forever. We cultivators, on the other hand, could stimulate the hidden potential of our bodies to the extreme and break past the limits one after another, and even blast away towards a completely new path of evolution. Every second and every minute, the vitality we consume is more than 100 times than that of ordinary people. Like the second and third tree, which are burning from inside out, although they can emit inexhaustible light and heat in an instant, they could easily burn away themselves completely. The higher the state and the deeper the cultivation level, the fiercer you will burn and the faster you will consume your vitality. In the ancient cultivation world, many peerless experts whose cultivation had reached the limit could completely burn themselves, and subsequently after various kinds of visions, they would completely vanish. The ancient cultivators called it breaking the space, but we modern cultivators know that it was nothing but burning our vitality away, burning ourselves alive to death. If you want to avoid burning away your vitality, you cannot maintain your strongest state all the time. Instead, you have to alternate between tension and relaxation. You have to remain calm at normal times and be prompt when taking action. So, even if it is nascent soul stage old monster, he would not remain in the nascent soul stage at every moment and every second. If he did so, he will very easily completely burn through his entire life. It would simply be an act of suicide. They would often restrain their vigor and would look no different than building foundation stage or refinement stage cultivators. Some skilled, peerless experts can even accomplish a state where not even a trickle of their life force leaks out, suppressing their strength to 0.01%. A true nascent soul stage old monster will look like a feeble, ordinary person. Even if telepathic thoughts of other experts scan through them, they will not find an ounce of difference. Under this kind of state, their life force passes very slowly, and theoretically, they could live for 300 to 500 years, and perhaps even longer. And if they need to, they can transform in the blink of an eye in accordance to the different combat scenarios. They could jump to different levels one by one, from the refinement stage, foundation building stage, golden core stage to even the strongest nascent soul stage. In their strongest state, their attack force is 100,000 times stronger than their weakest state. It would be as if they were not the same person, as if an ant has evolved into a ferocious dragon in the blink of an eye. Soul converging techniques teach you how to suppress your strength, the ability to transform. Soul converging techniques, breathing exercises, and utilization exercises are also known as the 3 basic techniques of the cultivation world. Once you have learned a soul converging technique, not only can you warm and nourish your Ife flame, it can also prevent others to see your actual situation, allowing you to be a wolf in sheep's clothing and play pig to eat the tiger. It is truly a marvelous and essential skill for you to walk in the cultivation world. Having finished the introduction, the middle-aged cultivator waved his hand before numerous streams of light submerged into Liao's brain, which was the basic theoretical stuff regarding soul converging techniques. Just like the breathing exercises, soul converging techniques was just a general designation for techniques. Various sects had their own soul converging techniques. The Grand Desolate War Institution likewise had a total of a couple hundred different soul converging techniques, with each of them having different features and practicing methods. The students could freely choose as they wish. Among this basic theory course, Liao got to clearly understand the origin, creators, features, advantages, and disadvantages of over 100 soul converging techniques. As a couple 100,000 thoughts submerged into his brain in the blink of an eye, Liao felt as if his brain was going to explode. He felt dizzy as he constantly complained. When he withdrew himself from the knowledge of soul converging techniques, he felt everything was revolving and faintly felt nausea. Awful. I truly cannot bear so many thoughts submerging into my brain all of a sudden. This is just the concepts of soul converging techniques forced into my brain. I still do not completely understand them. I guess it would take at least 3 to 5 days before I could master it, and only then will I have the hope to pass the exam. No, if it will be 3 to 5 days just for learning one course, I can only earn 20 to 30 credits in 1 month at most. How am I going to compete with those specially recruited students? Not to mention the first in newcomer ranking, it would be impossible for me to make it to the top 100. Liao was quite anxious. The low-rank soul-converging techniques could not be described as difficult among the basic theory courses, but the telepathic thoughts it had were truly too many and even included the origin, development history, and evolution of the sect. Some courses even included many cultivation experiences of seniors which would very likely to appear in the exam. Even if it was a cultivator who had tremendous computational speed, to completely understand one, they would, just like him, need to spend 3 to 5 days. It was simply impossible to learn a couple dozen courses in 1 month's time. The learning efficiency is truly low. I wonder if there are any cultivation facility which could promote the learning efficiency. Liao was somewhat distressed. At this moment, a diamond-shaped crystal congealed over the top of his head, at the center of which had super perception cabin. After it split open, Liao suddenly discovered that the institute surprisingly had a cultivation equipment called super perception cabin, which could promote the learning efficiency by 300%. Practicing a second inside of the super perception cabin was equivalent to practicing 3 to 4 seconds outside. It was like the time was being stretched. It was incredibly mysterious. Is there such an overbearing cultivation equipment? Then wouldn't 1 month be equivalent to 3 months? Liao, who was completely immersed in his happiness, completely ignored the restrictions and drawbacks of the super perception cabin, and excitedly checked the location of the equipment. The super perception cabin was a very common cultivation equipment. All the major departments had it installed. The refining department also used to have it. However, it was destroyed in the explosion. But as all the departments had made a commitment that the students of refining department are welcomed anytime to use their training facilities, they would act fairly to everyone. Let's check out the combat department first. Liao discovered that the combat department had over 100 super perception cabin installed. It was a large-scale facility, and the distance was also not far away. He immediately decided to first go to the combat department to try his luck. He could not wait to withdraw from the Wasteland Battle Network. Looking at the black winged sword like a cheerful dog running around him, Liao's complexion changed. He raised a finger. If I have to ride you, let's talk first. The highest speed cannot be more than the 1/3 RD of the speed of sound. You are not allowed to suddenly stop and change directions. You are not allowed to abruptly go up and down. You are not allowed to do a 360 degrees barrel roll, and you are also not allowed to suddenly brake. Start gently and brake softly. Fly as slow as possible. Okay? The black winged sword's tip repeatedly moved up and down as though a dog was cheerfully wagging its tail, saying, "Okay, okay, okay, that's more like it." Liao linked the mini crystal processor with the static type crystal processor before he awkwardly climbed onto the black winged sword. When thunderous roaring sounds came from the back of Black Wing Sword, he had an ominous premonition. Just as he was about to jump down, he had already started flying. "Damn you, little black. I am not going to believe you ever again." Liao's roars were however completely torn apart by the fierce winds. Despite the fact that it was already late at night, a dozen floating mountains of the combat department were brightly lit, as though it was daytime. The major departments and the ordinary departments are really different. Each profession has a dozen floating mountain, and even the smallest mountain is 3 to 5 times bigger than the floating mountain that our refining department once had. However, it's all right. Someday, the refining department will have 10, 20, 50 floating mountains. I will build a sky city in the sky of the Grand Desolate War Institution, and then it will be worthy of the title Holy Land of Refiners. On the flying sword landing platform of a floating mountain, Liao stroked his messy hair and walked inside with his head held high. This floating mountain belonged to Iron Fist Club, and despite it being midnight, the floating mountain was hustling and bustling with people inside. Its atmosphere was filled with an intense masculine taste, and sounds of striking could be heard without a breath of respite. As Liao walked inside, a few sharp gazes converged on him. He wore the uniform of the refining department, on which there was a burning crystal gear engraved on his chest, appearing to be particularly striking among the tall and robust members of the Iron Fist Club. Very quickly, someone recognized him. He's Liao, the only student of the refining department. So he's the one who would rather die than change departments? So whether the refining department will exist or be abolished rests on his shoulders. Do not underestimate him. This guy is very ruthless. Rumor has it that when he had just awakened, he had beaten the crap out of a third-level refinement stage cultivator. Our Iron Fist Club's instructor, Teacher Ding Lingdang, is sparing no effort to recruit him. A dozen fierce men with robust muscles who were drenched in sweat surrounded him. A 2-meter-tall bronze-skinned, fierce-looking man walked in large strides before Liao as he lowered his head and sized him up. Pursing his lips into a smile, he said, "Are you Liao?" Liao frowned. He slightly bent his legs, and his leg muscles shivered in high frequency, which was unable to be discerned with naked eyes, seemingly taking the pose at which he could kick the other guy's crotch at any moment, thereby breaking the other guy's attack. However, his face bore calmness as he smiled and said, "That's right. And you are?" The robust man raised his bowl-sized fist and ruthlessly smashed on his iron-cast and copper-plated chest. The subsequent sound was as though a stone had struck a piece of metal as he shouted, "I am Zhang Chuang and am also a freshman like you. I am Southern Desert City's champion of the college entrance examination. Student Liao, I admire you." "What?" Liao was dumbfounded. What sort of strategy was this? Zhang Chuang stretched out his leaf fan-sized giant palm and forcefully smacked Liao on the shoulder as he said in a loud voice, "We all know that the refining department had an accident, and we have also heard of your choice. We all admire you. We feel that you represent the spirit of the grand desolate war institution. Regardless of victory or defeat, as long as even one soldier is left standing, we will fight to the end." "That's right." Another ugly freshman came forward and roared while waving his fist. "Although everyone knows that the refining department can never hold on after a year, you still chose to remain without a shred of hesitation to go all out to struggle and fight. This kind of spirit is exactly the persistence that our grand desolate war institution has passed down for hundreds of years. We can lose and even die, but we will never surrender. Come on, fellow student Liao." A third hunk forced his way over. "No matter the final outcome, in this year, burn your life away. Exert your utmost strength to shine so that you don't leave the slightest bit of regret. All the members of our Iron Fist Club completely support you. For your dream, fight till the end. Even if the refining department is abolished next year, it is well worth it. Whatever you need, just say. We all know that cultivation is not easy. We are all brothers, and we don't have any bad intentions." One by one, seemingly ferocious-looking hunks started shouting all at once. Liao was stunned for a while and didn't know what to say. On the other hand, he was feeling warmer and warmer in his heart. A sincere smile soon crept up on his lips. He sincerely bowed and said from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you for all your support. I will definitely do my best." "All right. Since fellow student Liao has arrived on such late at night, you definitely want to use the training facilities here, right? Everyone disperse. Don't you all have your own training to do? I will show fellow student Liao around." Zhang Chuang held quite a bit of prestige amongst the freshmen. After everyone dispersed, he accompanied Liao to the depths of the floating mountain. When he came to know why Liao had come here, his ugly and ferocious-looking face revealed a sliver of bewilderment. The super perception cabin is not some popular training equipment. You can use it any way you like, but don't expect too much of its effect. After having Zhang Chuang explain it, only then did Liao realize how foolish he had been. The principle of the super perception cabin was completely opposite to that of the deep sleep chamber. The latter could forcefully inhibit the activity of human brain cells, thereby making one enter a deep sleeping state. In this state, 1 hour of sleep was equivalent to 3 to 5 hours of normal sleep. Super perception cabin, on the other hand, would stimulate its user's brain cells' activity through special array glyphs and crystals. The activity of one's brain cells would be enhanced to 300%, thereby improving the learning efficiency. This method was a bit like injecting stimulants into the brain. One could support it for at most 20 to 30 minutes, following after which the brain cells would be overactive, ultimately resulting in Qigong deviation. Although its degree was very light, it would still be a bit troublesome to deal with. Moreover, it was only enhancing the brain cell activity to 300%. The body would remain the same as before, which would give birth to a very serious dissonance between the physical and mental activities. Often, the brain would issue a command, but the body would be unable to respond in time, making it feel like one was paralyzed. So, the super-perception cabin was only suitable for learning the basic theory course. It was not at all suitable for training. And it was only the freshmen who would use it, and that too for no more than half an hour, as the older students simply did not spare it a glance. "We are here." Zhang Chuang brought Liao to a dilapidated training room, on the walls of which were a few dozen large, pupa-like structure. They were precisely the super-perception cabins. Through the crystal glass window, one could see that a majority of the pupa-like structures were empty, and only a few pupae had a student sitting cross-legged inside. These students had been stimulated with a secret method and had their brain cell activity elevated to 300%. They appeared to be particularly stimulated. Each and every one of their faces were red to their ears, their eyes were completely bloodshot, and they were saying something without being able to stop. Suddenly, Liao noticed that there was something wrong with a student in the upper left large pupa. He was talking faster and faster, and his complexion was getting more hideous by the second. The blue veins on his forehead was slightly bulging, and finally, blood gushed out with a splash. Damn! Cabin number 27 student's brain cells are overactive. He is going to have Qigong deviation. Whoosh! The door of cabin number 27 opened as a couple personnel swooped to the cabin and carried the unconscious student out. Zhang Chuang smiled and said, "Fellow student Liao, what do you think? Do you still dare to try?" Liao's eyes flickered as he nodded his head. Whoosh! The cabin door behind Liao gradually closed, sealing him inside the big pupa. Following that, a personnel activated the array glyphs on the outside, as over 100 crystals embedded inside the large pupa were completely illuminated. A milky white radiance flowed through the engravings and fused constantly before they gathered into dazzling spirit glyphs one after another. Lube-dub, 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 lube-dub. Liao felt his heartbeat getting slower and slower as his breaths became longer and longer. Brain cell activity, 150%. He realized that it was not his heartbeat which was getting slower, but rather it was his thought process which was getting quicker. His body rhythm was unable to keep up with his thought process. Brain cell activity, 200%. Liao felt as if someone was prying open the top of his head and pouring scalding hot oil into his brain, which was producing crackling sounds. Countless glimpses of scenes suddenly emerged before his eyes as multitudes of sounds also rang in his ears. They were the residual memories from a decade ago which were upturning from the depths of his brain. Even the memories where a wolfhound was chasing him when he was 7 years old had surfaced. Brain cell activity, 250%. Liao blinked his eyes. His pupils gradually expanded as they slowly occupied his entire eye sockets. One after another, like specks of light, incredibly deep thoughts in the depths of his neural field flashed, collided, shredded, and intertwined with each other as they were stretched into countless threads of light before weaving into an intricate web where each node bore numerous information fragments of. A castle of thoughts was quickly being built in Liao's mind. Brain cell activity, 331%. This was the limit. Liao felt as if he was standing on a higher dimension as he overlooked the just-built information castle of. Every single detail had emerged on every single thought and every thread of information of soul-converging techniques. He could grasp all the details with a single glance. This kind of brainstorming pleasure made him unable to control himself. He was completely immersed in the ocean of, where he was happily wandering. He completely forgot the passage of time. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes. Suddenly, Liao's pupil fiercely contracted to the size of a needle tip before it once again expanded to the limit. His brain cell activity was increasing by the minute, he was getting more and more excited, and his thoughts were flashing quicker and quicker. He felt as if countless flying shuttles, which he was unable to catch no matter what he did, were whizzing out from the depths of his neural field. Boom! The castle of thoughts suddenly collapsed and raised overwhelming frightening billows and terrifying waves. where every wave carried a seemingly inexhaustible amount of memories, while the vast majority of them were useless information. For instance, what he ate on the noon of the third day after his 9th birthday. He started to recall everything that was useless. Liao let out wheezing sounds, and the corner of his eyes madly twitched as he bit his lips to the point that the blood was flowing out. This is bad. My brain cells are overactive. I am going to have Qigong deviation. Once I have Qigong deviation, it will take me at least a day to recover, during which my spirit will be weakened, my memory will decline, and I will not be able to concentrate. I will simply be unable to cultivate. I can never let this happen. I must find a way to resolve this. Everything before his eyes had blurred, and countless resplendent scenes collided with each other. Liao seemed to be hearing cracking sounds of his brain cells bursting open like popcorn. Every time they exploded, an overwhelming amount of useless memories would burst forth. Memories! A thought struck Liao's mind. He suddenly seemed to grasp something. He gathered a trace of his remaining consciousness, and with all his strength, he rushed into the depths of his brain towards Yezi's tree of memories. Boom! The moment his consciousness was going to collapse, a bright light flashed before Liao's eyes, and his consciousness appeared inside the heavenly refining tower of 100 Smelting Clan from 40 millenniums ago. Pooh! Liao let out a long deep breath. This was the memory world of Yezi. Even if a storm was raging through at the outside world, it would simply be unable to invade this place. My guess was right. Yezi's soul is so huge that it can absolutely withstand the side effects of 300% brain cell activity. This place is going to be my safe haven. I can hide here for 3 to 5 minutes before going out, and I shouldn't have any Qigong deviation then. Having thought of this, Liao crossed his legs and steadily sat at the center of the heavenly refining tower's first level, where he studied the over and over again for 10 minutes. Only then did he calmly and collectedly leave the memory fragments and made his consciousness resurface as he returned to the real world. Sure enough, beside a little headache, he was no longer in an uncontrollable state. He was not going to have Qigong deviation. Fortunately, I finally found a way. It seems that the super perception cabin has a great hidden danger, so I cannot overuse it. Liao secretly praised his luck. When he swept a glance at the corner of the hologram which was displaying the time, his entire body was suddenly stupefied. What? Only a minute has elapsed in the real world. That's not right. I have obviously stayed for a dozen minutes in Yezi's memories. The passage of time of the memory world and the real world is in a ratio of 3 to 1. 3 minutes in the memory world is equivalent to 1 minute in the real world. Why has it increased by 3.3 times, reaching a ratio of 10 to 1? Did the passage of time in the memory fragment slow down by 3 times because my brain's cell activity was elevated to 331%? Liao's heart beat like drums. Once this conjecture was verified, then he would have 10 times more cultivation time than an ordinary person. In that case, even the abstruse basic theory course will not be difficult for me. Not only will I be able to learn all the basic theory courses in the Grand Desolate War Institution, but I will still be left with quite a bit of time to research the refining records in the heavenly refining tower. Liao licked his lip. His eyelids drooped down as he withdrew his mind, and once again, his consciousness sunk into the deep recesses of his neural field to where the tree of memories was present. Whoosh! Liao, once again, appeared at the bottom-most level of the heavenly refining tower. Surrounding him, there was an overwhelming amount of bookshelves that cited innumerable low-level exercises and refining records of the 100 Smelting Clan. The corner of Liao's lips curled up as he took out from the bookshelf. A sword was the greatest weapon among all, and if one wanted to learn refining, they would first have to learn how to forge swords. Thus, in the ancient cultivation world, refiners were also known as sword forgers. This contained the classical refining process of 13 kinds of flying swords. Every one of the flying swords process contained a few dozen crucial refining techniques. Once one has completely learned even if one was at the basic rudimentary level, that alone would allow him to refine some of the most common flying swords. Although the 13 flying swords were simple, The telepathic thoughts it embodied were as vast as the sea and seemed to be inexhaustible. After Liao had acquired this refining record, he had always wanted to study it, but he didn't have the time to painstakingly learn and did not dare to give it a try casually. Now that he had such an opportunity, the endless mysteries of the ancient flying sword was a feast for his eyes, allowing him to enjoy it to his heart's content. Whoosh whoosh! At the bottom-most level of the heavenly refining tower, only the sounds of page flipping could be heard. At first, Liao was planning to just have a look, but not long after, he was completely immersed in this lustrous and dazzling, breathtaking and mysterious world of ancient flying swords, completely forgetting everything else. Real world. After 3 hours, dawn was about to arrive. The cultivation gym was still hustling and bustling as countless students who had stayed all night were still ecstatically venting their strength. Bam bam! Bam bam bam! On Zhang Chuang's body, every strand of muscles was as though crystals were exploding. Like a mad gorilla, he continuously bombarded the punching target with explosive power, and the strength-testing machine swayed as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Brother Chuang, it's bad. Quickly come and take a look at the super perception cabin. A fellow student sent the message. What's going on? Did someone have Qigong deviation again? Isn't that pretty normal? Every 2 or 3 days, someone will have Qigong deviation in the super perception cabin. It'll be fine if we just haul him for treatment. Zhang Chuang disapprovingly said. Although he was a freshman, he was a citywide college entrance examination champion. Apart from the specially recruited students, he could be regarded as the strongest student, so he served as a small leader in the Iron Fist Club and was responsible for managing the chores in the cultivation gym at night. No, it's Li Yao. The student wanted to say something but hesitated. Fellow student Li Yao? Right, when did he leave? Since I was too engrossed in cultivation, I probably didn't notice him leave. Zhang Chuang grabbed a towel to wipe off the sweat. He still hasn't left. He is still in the super perception cabin. The student stammered as he replied. What? Bang! Zhang Chuang had actually made the towel burst as he forcibly squeezed it. He raised his eyebrows and furiously stared as he roared. What the hell were you doing? Do you want him to die? An ordinary person can have Qigong deviation after just staying for half an hour in the super perception cabin. He's been staying in there for 3 hours. 3 frigging hours. His brain must be fried. You truly are, truly are. Zhang Chuang ruthlessly threw what remained of the towel before he exerted strength in his legs and bolted. On one side, he was running, while on the other, he was showering curses, raining curses down upon the personnel. Brother Chuang, calm down. It's really not like what you are imagining. In short, it is very strange. When you are there, you will know, cause even if I told you now, you will absolutely not believe me. Shut the fuck up. I, Zhang Chuang, am from a family of cultivators. Since I was 3 years old, I have started to touch the lustrous and dazzling world of cultivation. So what kind strange things I have not seen? Zhang Chuang roared as he increased his speed, and in a little while arrived at the scene. Afterward, he discovered things were truly super strange. 3 personnel and a dozen students. All stood dumb like wooden chickens before a super perception cabin as they peered inside with a rather fearful look in their eyes. It was as if it was not some human cultivating inside the super perception training but rather some demon god. What's the matter? Why are staring at the super perception cabin? Are you still not going to get the person out? Do you really want him to die? Zhang Chuang furiously pushed everyone aside and grabbed the collar of a student. Brother Chuang, first hear me out. Fellow student Liao has indeed been staying inside for 3 hours. However, aside from the spike in blood pressure and heartbeat just after the first 1.5 hours, his physiological index remained normal and hasn't exceeded past the normal value even a bit. Because of this, we didn't pay any attention to it. But when we noticed him, about 3 hours had already passed. What? Zhang Chuang's eyes were so wide opened that they looked as if they were the eyes of a bull. Are you joking with me? His brain cell activity has been elevated to 300% for almost 3 hours, and yet you say his physiological index is still very normal. Is he a human or a demon beast? Even if he is a demon beast, it will not be so excessive. The student, who had his entire face splattered with Zhang Chuang's saliva, said completely bewildered, "I am not finished." Not only was fellow student Liao's physiological index extremely normal, but his heartbeat, pulse, and respiratory rate were all 70% of the standard value. We usually call this state deep sleep. What? Zhang Chuang's roar almost burst open the roof. He thunderously roared as he ruthlessly shook the pitiful student. Do you not know why this thing is called super perception cabin? It is precisely because this thing can allow someone to enter a super perception state. Now you are telling me that someone who has brain cell activity of 300%, who is in a frigging super perceptive state, is in deep sleep? Is there something wrong with your tongue? Or am I hearing things wrongly? The student forcefully smiled. Brother Chuang, there is nothing wrong with my tongue, and there is nothing wrong with your hearing. Even I suspect that there is something really wrong with my eyes. Zhang Chuang spat a mouthful of saliva before he shoved everyone and pasted his nose on the transparent crystal window as he peered inside with wide-opened eyes. He kept on staring for a while. However, Liao, who sat in cross-legged position at the center of the pupa, had a trace of a strange smile on his face. His expression was completely calm, and much to his dismay, there was drool trickling down the corner of his mouth as he made faint snoring sounds. All this points to one thing and one thing only, and that was he was in a deep sleep state. From the high-speed movement of his eyes, it was quite clear that he was immersed in an incredibly wonderful dream. Brother Chuang, fellow student Liao has remained in this state for an entire 3 hours already. The student faintly added this sentence. Zhang Chuang was completely stupefied. He dumbfoundedly stared for a long while before he could finally recover to the state of being able to respond. After suppressing for a while, he vented out, "Fuck! This brat is really asleep." From this day onwards, a legend appeared in the Grand Desolate War Institution. A legend of a god of sleeping. According to the legend, the god of sleeping was endowed with a unique talent by virtue of which he could sleep at any place. He also had a very eccentric hobby, and he especially liked to sleep in a super-perception cabin. While others would have their brains fried in the super-perception cabin when learning the basic theoretical knowledge in madness, one could always find the god of sleeping in a nearby pupa with a smile, sound asleep, and he would sleep for the most of the day. This kind of self-complacent appearance simply made everyone unsure whether to laugh or cry. If he truly lacked sleep, why didn't he enter the deep sleep chamber instead of making such a huge scene? Maybe he has too much pressure, or maybe there is something wrong with his brain, causing all stimulation to his brain cells to be unable to rouse him? It's possible. After all, he is facing a task which is impossible. He has to gather 40,000 credits in 1 year and become a registered refiner afterwards. Only then will he be able to protect the refining department. Such a task is terrible. It is simply beyond reach. How many credits does he have anyway? I checked the battle ranking and it's 0. He still hasn't taken any tests. What? These kinds of rumors were flying at every corner of the campus. But no matter who it was, they dared not to take it out with Liao. In the end, cultivators were different from ordinary people. Many students were from families of cultivators which have a profound heritage, and they have all learned priceless, wondrous, and mysterious skills, and some people had fortuitous encounter in their childhood, had beheaded strange beasts, eaten some strange fruit, or inadvertently acquired some peerless ability. In the world of cultivation, this was a pretty common occurrence. If they imprudently went and asked, "Hey, fellow student, why can you enter deep sleep in the super-perception cabin? What kind of fortuitous encounter did you have? Why don't you open the outlook of everyone?" If such words left their mouth, even if Liao beat the crap out of him on the spot, no one would sympathize with him. As for the faculty, they, even more so, weren't concerned over this matter. A university was completely different from a high school. In high school, teachers might act like stewards and run after students all day, but in university, if a student was willing to learn, then the professors would do their utmost to teach. However, if a student snored all day long, then that was his freedom and no one would interfere. After all, everyone was an adult. One must pave their own path step by step. And as for Yuan Manchio, She was pretty much busy reconstructing the refining department and was out on a trip to contact the scattered grassroots refiners. She simply didn't have any time to be concerned with these trivial things. She believed that Liao would take at least 2 to 3 months to learn all the basic theory courses. Liao was like a weed that spared no effort to grow under the rubble where no one could see. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Every day he would spend 12 hours in the super-perception cabin. While everyone thought that he was snoring, he was actually immersed in the depths of the heavenly refining tower where he directed all his attention to learning the 100 basic theory courses. In the real world, where 10 days had passed, in the heavenly refining tower, 3 months had passed, during which Liao had finally chewed, absorbed, thoroughly memorized, and understood 88 basic theory courses. Afterward, he turned his gaze towards the higher-rank theoretical scriptures. His target was to use half a month in the real world, 5 months in the heavenly refining tower, to thoroughly read over a majority of the scriptures. Even if he was unable to understand, he would have engraved them deeply in his brain, which would lay a solid foundation for the next step in cultivation. First and foremost, Liao began reading the jade chips which he had unearthed from the rubble. These jade chips were a unique kind of magical equipment which were dedicated to storing telepathic thoughts and could often go through vicissitudes of 1,000 years. Its structure was extremely sturdy and was also engraved with special array glyphs which ensured that the telepathic thoughts stored within could never be extinguished. Thus, even after experiencing such a huge explosion, many of the jade chips were perfectly fine. A majority of the jade chips had cultivation data and refining processes stored which Liao was unable to completely analyze, even with his current strength. However, a small part of these jade chips had notes, refining experience, as well as theoretical monographs written by various seniors stored within. Suffice to say, countless 10,000 feet high refining theories of the entire grassroots faction was built on these unremarkable cornerstones. These jade chips were altogether different from Ding Yin's jade chip. Ding Yin was a refiner who had profound knowledge in mainstream refining. His refining ideology paid more emphasis on the elite faction, but it just so happens that his explanations had a very solid basis and gave everyone a reasonable and impeccable feeling. As he dwelled on the theories of the two factions at the same time, no matter which faction it was, both of them presented themselves as a deluge of heavenly flowers, highlighting their wonderful points and happened to go neck and neck with each other. It was like watching a pinnacle duel between two experts, making Liao feel overwhelmed and dazzled. And that's not all. In the heavenly refining tower, Liao also came in contact with refining knowledge from the ancient cultivation world of 40,000 years ago. Ancient refining concepts and the modern ones were two schools which were diametrically contradictory. Although both sides advocated for a simple and straightforward approach, when it came to spiritual energy entwining and conversion, there was a big difference, and a part of the core array glyph structure and usage were also diametrically opposite. As luck would have it, at the most intense moment of the pinnacle duel between the two experts, a third ancient expert butted in and hit out. So the original complex situation had been comprehensively upgraded. Later, the situation would often change. Just as Liao deeply admired Ding Yin's point of view, which he believed to be an irrefutable truth, he would find another way in the jade chips left behind by the grassroots faction refiners which were supported by massive data and was even more comprehensive, concise, and irrefutable. It was simply truth among the truth. And when Liao just nodded and accepted this point of view, suddenly, he would discover a new point of view in the ancient books from 40 millenniums ago which seemed to be more concise, clear, and irrefutable, and appeared to be as unshakable as 1 + 1 = 2. Just like this, the theoretical foundation which Liao had built in a day would be completely wrecked in an hour, and the firm conviction that he built in that 1 hour would then be even more ruthlessly broken into pieces within a second. For an entirety of half a month, his theoretical foundation was broken and constructed again and again. This kind of painful and happy feeling was even more annoying than experiencing fire and ice. He wanted to express but could not vent out. Finally, the mad theoretical study came to an end. Only 1 day was left before the month was over. 11:50 p.m. Just 1 day and 10 minutes were left before the deadline for the newcomer ranking. Currently, in the newcomer ranking, powerhouses were like clouds. They were everywhere. The top 100 had almost acquired over 100 credits. Suffice to say, in just 1 month, they had almost studied 50 or so theory courses. Meanwhile, the top cultivation geniuses, much to everyone's dismay and reasoning, had acquired 200 credits. And among the top 100, 90% of the students had their names decorated with glittering hidden dragon hall at the back. They were all specially recruited students and were hidden dragons who were like feathers of a phoenix and horns of unicorns in their hometown. As for Liao, his name simply didn't make an appearance in the newcomer ranking. For this 1 month, he was immersed in bitter penance in the heavenly refining tower where he was confused to the point of dizziness and was even not far away from vomiting blood from the diametrically opposed refining theories. He simply couldn't spare any attention to take some trifling exam. So his total credits were nothing but 0. In the Wasteland Battle Network, the basic theory test can be carried out by telepathic thoughts transmission where I can transmit hundreds of thoughts in a second. I guess 10 minutes is enough for an exam. I still have an entire day left. I am going to blast off 88 basic theory courses, one by one, inside a 3-floor high dilapidated building next to the ruins of the refining department. Sitting cross-legged amidst a pile of jade chips, Liao's jet-black eyes flickered with radiant light. The black winged sword lazily flew above his head. 2 spider-shaped puppet beasts quickly shuttled through as they separated the jade chips according to their class and placed them on a special bookshelf. Over this past month, besides madly studying theoretical knowledge in the heavenly refining tower, he was also insanely scavenging wastes in the ruins. Jade chips and serious damaged magical equipment components. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, as long as they were not completely melted down into an iron lump, Liao would retrieve it from the rubble. He was making every minute count to repair, and even when he was taking a dump, his hands were busy with fiddling with several dozen components. On one side, he was accumulating some assets for the refining department, while on the other side, he was also trying to put the refining theories he had just learned into practice, testing things to find out which kind of theory was most suitable for him. In any case, there were an inexhaustible amount of spare parts which he could squander as he wished. These 2 spider puppet beasts, which were specifically used to organize and maintain the jade chips, had been recovered by Liao in accordance with the ancient refining concepts and grassroots refining concepts respectively. At first glance, there was nothing different about them. However, there were actually small differences in the core powering glyphs which utilized 2 different kinds of spiritual energy conversion models. Liao was trying to test which model had the highest conversion rate and consumed the least amount of spiritual energy, as well as which had a longer lifespan. If he could gather enough components, then he would be able to chew off a bit more of the jade chip that was given by Ding Yin. Liao also wanted to use the elite factions method to recover a puppet beast of the same model so that he could put together 3 of them and compare. Only then would he be able to get to a conclusion. After a month of in-depth study, Liao was no longer an ignorant child who didn't know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. In general, he still insisted on the ideology of the grassroots faction, but he also acknowledged that the elite's ideology indeed had some unique places which were enough to make it the mainstream refining method for hundreds of years. It was not at all an unearned reputation. Perhaps one day, he could fuse the ancient refining techniques and the elite's refining concepts with the grassroots concept and create a second-to-none Fiend Star-style refining technique. However, for now, a strange smile crept over Liao's face as 4 red spirit threads drilled out of his glabella and silently thrust towards the black wind sword. Just as his spirit threads charged out, 4 black spirit threads also charged out from the black wing sword and directly cut off Liao's spirit threads. Red and black. Altogether, the 8 spirit threads were like 8 flying swords that were having a dogfight as they waged an intense and bloody battle that was invisible to the naked eye. Compared to a month ago, Liao's spirit threads were thicker and more flexible, and their reach was also longer. However, the spirit threads stretching out from the black wind sword were even thicker and more flexible. Both sides clashed with each other in the air, during which offense and defense were changing within seconds. The fight was well matched. Liao slightly smiled as terrifying spiritual energy coursed through all over his body and finally gathered at his spiritual root. Surprisingly, a 5th, 6th, 7th spirit thread appeared. Finally, The number of spiritual threads that had emerged from Liao's spiritual roots had reached as many as 10, and each spirit thread had a reach of 12 to 13 meters. An emergence of 10 spirit threads from the spiritual roots, with every thread being 10 meters long, was precisely the sign of having entered the second level of the refinement stage. And this was not all. When the 10 red spirit threads swarmed over and surrounded the black wing sword, suddenly, a strange distortion appeared in the air as every spirit thread turned back by 90 degrees, drawing a standard right angle before they intertwined with each other and weaved an airtight dragnet. The spirit threads bent by 90 degrees to form a standard right angle, which was simply impossible for it to naturally happen in the world. It was a clear proof that the cultivators' manipulation of their spirit threads had reached a degree where they were like arms and fingers of the cultivator and could be manipulated as they wished. In other words, Liao had already broken through to the third level of the refinement stage. In this 1 month, after having refined and absorbed a tremendous amount of demonic energy, which he had engulfed from the battlefield, as well as staying day and night in the superperception cabin, where his brain cell activity was enhanced to 331% for a long period of time, his soul had unknowingly grown stronger. In addition, he and Black Wingsword had accidentally thought of this spirit thread fighting training, which allowed them to launch their spirit threads and fight it out with each other at leisure. Using this way of training spirit threads, not only did it make their spirit threads thicker, more agile, longer, faster, and sturdier than any ordinary cultivator's spirit threads, but the rate of engulfing spiritual energy had also greatly increased. Although many descendants of wealthy and great families could break through to the third level of the refinement stage before the age of 20 by relying on the massive amount of resources, but for a nameless newbie like Liao, who had no background, to advance to the third level refinement stage in just a short period of 1 month, it was absolutely a miracle. Having swept a glance at the spirit clock, which showed that it was just 12 o'clock, on the wall, Liao retracted his spirit threads and licked his lips. He could not wait to log into the Wasteland Battle Network. With the arrival of the end of the month, the competition of the newcomer ranking had entered a new phase of intensity. The scene of the Battle Network had also changed. The sky had turned blood red while soul-stirring war drums rang everywhere, making everyone's blood seethe and anxious to give it a try. With a move of Liao's thought, when he deeply thought of one word, exam, numerous streams of light swarmed over from every direction as they turned into 88 blood-red diamond crystal. Every diamond crystal bore a tremendous amount of telepathic thoughts which represented each of the 88 exams. Liao arbitrarily swept a glance around before his gaze gathered at a clear diamond crystal at one corner. This blood-red crystal immediately started shaking. "Freshman Liao, are you sure you want to take the exam for?" "I'm sure." Crack! The blood-red crystal split open into thousands upon thousands of blood-colored fragments above his head before they started rotating at a high speed around him and transformed into a mysterious and wondrous scene. Liao stood in the air. Beneath his foot was an endless abyss. Countless swallows flew amidst the fierce winds, whereas a few transparent phantom flying swallows acted as stepping stones, as they performed an incredibly ingenious agility technique. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. They gave off a misconception of fairies flying in the wind. First of all, please use your thoughts to describe the source and the heritage of the. Amidst the wind, a gentle voice floated over. Liao's spirit was shaken before he began to answer. At 5 p.m., 1,000 meters above from the ground, the sky was covered with red clouds as resplendent lights blazed across the dusk sky. This place was one of the highest floating mountains in Grand Desolate War Institution and was also a terribly harsh training camp known as the Hidden Dragon Hall. Those who accepted the special training here regarded themselves as hidden dragons who would one day soar into the sky and command the wind and clouds. This was not arrogance but confidence because they were the most outstanding students that could be found in the entire Heaven Origin sector. They were the best among the millions of teenagers in the Federation, and in their eyes, the college entrance examination was nothing more than child's play. For them, they simply felt that it was beneath their dignity to take part in such an examination. Most of all, the hundreds of students gathered here were all specially recruited students who have shown shocking displays of prowess in the Limit Challenge competition. At the edge of the floating mountain was a convex-shaped terrace. upon which stood four charismatic and powerful youths facing the wind who were exuding a radiance that was as sharp as a saber. Zhao Tianchong was a freshman of the Chaos Edge Hall whose parents were loose cultivators. They were not affiliated with any sect or clan but lived a free life of hunting demon beasts in the depths of the wasteland. In his infancy, he was on his mother's back when she hunted and killed demon beasts. While everyone else was sucking milk, he was instead drinking the blood of demons. At the age of 11, he had personally beheaded a demon beast. Before the age of 19, he was already in the third level of the refinement stage, greatly surpassing Fiend Blade Peng Hai's legacy. Li Taizhan was a member of the Iron Fist Club who was from the Devil Fist sect. His father was a building foundation stage cultivator of the Devil Fist sect who had unfortunately fallen in battle against a beast tide. He was fostered by many elders of the Devil Fist sect. Since childhood, he had accepted the harshest of combat training, and although he was half a year younger than Zhao Tianchong, he had also broken through to the third level of the refinement stage. Glyph Devil's freshman Gu Feishuan and Lancet's freshman Wen Ruorong were both from a family of cultivators, with at least one of their parents being a cultivator. Thus they inherently possessed a powerful bloodline, and to top it off, since their childhood, they had undergone an incomparably terrifying training. They carried a corona of genius for every step they took on the road of their growth. Zhao Tianchong, I lost, Lu Taizhan said in a bit raucous tone. His voice, however, secretly harbored a sliver of excitement. Although he was only 18 years old, he almost seemed to appear as if he was 38 years old. His entire body was like a rock which had been chiseled away by sand and wind for centuries. His pair of fists, in particular, was covered in intricate lines which gave off the appearance that they were covered in a layer of dragon scales. The four of us are the strongest freshmen of the Hidden Dragon Hall. We have long decided to go head-to-head to see who is the best, and the result is that the three of us have gained 203 credits while only you have scored 205 credits. Everyone has finished taking the exams for all the courses, and as only a few hours are left until the end of the month, it seems that you are the irrefutable champion of the newcomer ranking. You are the strongest freshman of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Li Taizhan paused a bit. His eyes radiated with a sharp gleam as he continued, Brilliant, brilliant, very brilliant. Since childhood, I have grown up in the Devil Fist sect, and in the sect it can be said that I had many peers but none who could inspire all my fighting spirit. Often, I would only use 80% of my strength, and that would be enough to completely blast them off. Such a life was really tasteless and too boring. I had never thought that just as I would enter the campus, I will get to taste defeat. This taste is really good. Narrowing his eyes and swaying his stout fingers, he stressed each and every word. Zhao Tianchong, you have completely stimulated my fighting spirit. Next month, I will give it 200% to madly cultivate and become the champion of the next month newcomer ranking. It will definitely not be you. The target of his words, Zhao Tianchong, who had a tall and thin stature and had a gloomy look, had yet to respond when a teenager next to him, whose face was covered in tattoos, burst into laughter. Lu Taizhan, you cannot forget me and Wen Ruorong. The credits scored by us are no less than yours. Right. The only girl among the four people, Wen Ruorong, who was wearing a willow-long skirt, slightly smiled. Her voice was very gentle, but when she spoke, her words were as sharp as a lancet. Ever since I was young, no matter what sort of competition it was, I would always completely suppress my opponents by a large margin. Among my peers, not one person could bear to have 3 to 5 bouts with me. I had never imagined that today there would suddenly appear 3 and one that has even surpassed me. Interesting, it is truly interesting. I am looking forward to the university life more and more. Only at this moment, Zhao Tianchong coldly said, You are all welcome to challenge me any time. I also want to try the taste of defeat. The four people started at each other before they all smiled at the same time. They were all cultivation geniuses and were not afraid of competition. What they feared the most was a lack of opponents. The feeling of drawing their swords only to find nothing around them was truly lonely. Now that so many competitors who were not only rivals but friends as well had appeared all of a sudden, it was truly the best. I heard teacher Ding Lingdang speak of a fellow student named Liao among the freshmen whose strength is extremely good and is enough to go head-to-head with you and I. For a long time, I have been looking forward to it. But who would have thought that after the accident of refining department, he would quiet down and now there isn't even a sound of him, Lu Taizhan said with a bit of regret. A contemptuous smile appeared on Gu Feishuan's face. It's very normal. High school and university are completely different. Many students are outstanding in the high school, but when they enter the university, they will become quiet. It is because their fundamentals are only at the high school level. When Ruorong also put on a contemptuous look. I have also heard of him. Isn't he the so-called god of sleeping? In fact, the level of strength is one thing and that of effort is another. I am not discriminating against students who are poor. After all, some people are talented and some are not, but as long as they work hard with all their effort, then it would be enough. But he is doing absolutely nothing. All day he is passing his time sleeping. This is nothing but escaping reality. Does he think that by sleeping, he will be able to regain the refining department? From what I hear, he did his utmost and asked teacher Ding Lingdang to decrease the cutoff marks for him to enter. Teacher Ding Lingdang can be considered as a legendary figure in the Grand Desolate War institution. So how come she missed it and recruited such a waste who does not have the slightest bit of fighting spirit? When the four of them were making frivolous remarks about Liao, suddenly, a sharp scream floated over from a terrace not far away from them. What? I was kicked out of the top 100? Impossible. Li Taizhan raised his eyebrow as he said with surprise. It's Chao Jiang. Didn't he just enter the top 100? If I remember correctly, there was quite a big difference between him and the 101st student. It was a difference of 7 to 8 credits. He had actually been caught up to so quickly? This kid's luck is truly bad. If one could squeeze into the top 100 in the newcomer ranking, he would earn various incentives. It was completely different from the 101st place, which was why Chao Jiang let out such a heartbreaking cry. Lu Taizhan pursed his lips into a smile as he shouted, Chao Jiang, come here. Not long after, a dark-skinned boy with a moderate physique wearing a long face appeared before the 4 cultivation geniuses. Until now, Chao Jiang still hadn't recovered from his surprise. His eyes were completely bloodshot, and he appeared as if could not wait to bite off 2 credits from anyone. Chao Jiang, now do you understand that there are hidden geniuses in this school and experts are like clouds here? There isn't just us from the Hidden Dragon Hall. Even among the ordinary students, there are many champions of college entrance examination. Take Zhang Chuang, the Southern Desert City's champion of college entrance examination, for example. His strength is almost comparable with the specially recruited students of the Hidden Dragon Hall and gives many of us a run for our money. It is very normal for you to be kicked out of the newcomer ranking. Lu Taizhan slammed a fist on Chao Jiang's chest as he laughed and said, There is no need to get disheartened. It doesn't matter if you didn't make it to the ranking. Next month, why don't you madly train together with me and then go kill like a man? At the beginning, Chao Jiang was a little bit depressed, but when heard Lu Taizhan speak, he had pretty much come around and stuck his tongue out. Madly train with elder brother Taishan? I don't want to die. Just as these words escaped his mouth, everyone burst into laughter. Lu Taizhan casually asked, Right? Who was it that squeezed you out of the ranking? Was it a specially recruited student or an ordinary student? If I remember correctly, wasn't there a pretty wide margin between you and several other students behind you? How come someone suddenly broke out? Chao Jiang scratched his head as he said in confusion. It was not the people behind me who had caught up. It was Liao. Liao. Lu Taizhan blinked his eyes. This name sounded so familiar. It was still on the tip of his tongue just a moment. But how could that be possible? Which Liao? Is there anyone else? It is the refining department's only student, the god of sleeping Liao. What? The complexion on Lu Taizhan, Zhao Tianchen, Gu Feishuan, and when Ruorong happened to change at the same time. Especially when Ruorong, her cheeks seemed to be burning. She started up the crystal processor in a flurry to check the newcomer ranking while muttering, It can't be. Did I blame him unjustly? Gu Feishuan said in embarrassment. It seems teacher Ding Lingdong's vision was right. This brat is really something. I know there are some people who don't like to take the test just after learning the course and like taking all the tests together after they have learned all the courses. They believe that they can thoroughly grasp the theories this way. I guess Li Yao is such a person. Just as her voice faded away, she noticed when Ruorong turned pale as she dumbfoundedly stared at the hologram. Her mouth was puffed up as though 2 quail eggs had been stuffed in her mouth. Isn't it just the 100th place? Is there any reason for you to be so scared? Although we specially recruited students are relatively stronger, it is necessary for us to give way to ordinary students. We cannot occupy all of the top 100 rankings in the newcomer ranking, right? Ha 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 ha. Gu Feishuan lightly laughed. Not at all had he taken this matter to heart. No, it's not the 100th place. When Ruorong stammered. Well, it's 90, no, it's 87. This is nothing. After entering the top 100, everyone's credit is almost the same, so it's very normal to take over a dozen students after taking a test. But, Li Yao, he still has 30 exams left. What? Gu Feishuang screamed at the top of his lungs. Not long after, screams could be heard coming from every corner of the hidden dragon hall, seeming as if a terrifying plague was spreading. What? I have fallen in ranking? Who is so insane to take the exam when the month is soon about to end and also taking so many credits in one deep breath? Li Yao? Li Yao! Damn it! I am kicked out of 70th place. Is there some mistake? Why am I kicked out of 50th place? 87, 69, 53, 37. Li Yao was like an extremely accurate clock. Every 10 minutes, his credits would change once, and every time the change occurred, he would jump in the newcomer ranking by a few positions. Several specially recruited students of the Hidden Dragon Hall were kicked out of their position, hurling them far behind. After 5 hours, 10 o'clock at the night, a deathly silence had taken over Hidden Dragon Hall. Over 100 specially recruited students had assembled at a large stage at the top of the floating mountain where their eyes were glued at a huge hologram before them. No one dared to say anything and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. On the stage, which was accommodating over 100 students, it was so calm that one could even hear their heartbeats. Everyone's heart was beating to the extreme, because on the glittering newcomer ranking, Li Yao's name, which was like a hot knife cutting through butter, had made its way to the top 10 and appeared just below the name of the 4 cultivation genius, firmly occupying the 5th position. The remaining hidden dragons had been hurled beyond the highest heaven. Moreover, whoosh, Li Yao's name was flashing in madness. After passing another exam, he had amassed 204 credits, leaping over Lu Tieshan's, Gu Feishuan's and Wen Ruorong's head, and was just a step away from Zhao Tianchong. The 3 cultivation geniuses from Cultivators' families had been directly blown away. Lu Taizhan was rendered speechless. This madman, Gu Feishuan repeatedly cried. This is too abnormal. How does this guy's brain actually work? I really want to dissect it. No matter how Wen Ruorong racked her brain, she could not figure it out. The other specially recruited students were in an incomparable frenzy. Just after a second, the deathly silence was broken and everyone started seething. There is no mistake. This guy is insane. He has actually cleared 87 courses in one day, and that too with a passing rate of 100%. Furthermore, he had only taken 10 minutes to clear each exam. It suffices to say that his telepathic thoughts transmission ability is very strong, and he has at the very least reached the 2nd level of the refinement stage. Isn't he the god of sleeping? Not a day goes by that anyone doesn't find him snoring in the superconception cabin. So how come he is so strong? He had already blown away 3 of the 4 experts of our Hidden Dragon Hall. Right now, only Zhao Tianchong alone is left. There is only a difference of 1 credit between them, and Li Yao is still left with 1 final exam. Is he also going to blow away Zhao Tianchong? That's impossible, right? That's too big of a joke. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every specially recruited student's gaze gathered at Zhao Tianchong. They wanted to find some clues from Zhao Tianchong's expression. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianchong was still cold, gloomy, taciturn, calm and collected. He didn't even bat a lid. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His heart had instead deeply betrayed him. While over 100 hidden dragon had been deeply shocked by Liao's spectacular performance, Liao, on the other hand, had cold sweat trickling down his forehead and his heart was in a turmoil. He was in the midst of taking the final exam in the Wasteland Battle Network. The reason the cold sweat had appeared was definitely not because the exam was highly difficult. On the contrary, it was too simple. The course he was taking the exam for was called. It sounded rife with clichés. It was a course that appeared large but impractical. It quite seemed that as long as one shouted a few remarks like, "I'm a righteous cultivator and my sword is always ready to be drawn to help when I see injustice during my travels. The blood of the strong must flow for the weak," or "the depraved and the degenerates need to be punished," anyone could pass. Furthermore, it was written as such in the textbooks as well. And even after taking half of the exam, the content was also almost the same. It seemed that it was just sending you free credits. However, the passing rate of this course was as low as 32%. It shouldn't be like this. If one just has to speak some remarks that are full of heroism, then everyone should be able to pass. No one would not say, "If I saw some injustice during my travels, my sword is ready to be drawn to help the weak," right? Why is the passing rate only 32%? On one side, Liao was answering, while on the other he was quickly thinking. Fortunately, there was a lot of time left, thus he could slowly ponder and answer. The one who was presiding over the exam was a middle-aged, awe-inspiring, righteous cultivator who had straight eyebrows which were slanting upwards and outwards and eyes which were bright and shining like stars. He was the very construct which had been generated from numerous telepathic thoughts and appeared to be the epitome of a standard chivalrous heroic figure. He especially appeared warm-hearted and considerate, like the ones who would behead 3 to 5 villainous degenerates before going to bed every night. He seemed to be extremely satisfied with Liao's previous answer. He nodded and concluded, "Good. Good. Your answers are very good. So the righteous people must eradicate the bullies and assist the weak, and safeguard justice because we are chivalrous. We have righteous ardor, right?" Liao was just about to nod before his heart suddenly started pounding. He unwittingly replied, "This is only one reason." Oh, the chivalrous hero was exceptionally surprised. "What's the other?" "The reason we must eliminate the bullies and help the downtrodden, protect justice, and even pay for it with our lives. It all because upholding justice is beneficial to us." Liao sorted out his thoughts as he quickly answered, "What are the benefits?" The chivalrous hero's eyes shone with a bright gleam as he asked back, "What is justice?" "In my opinion, justice is social order, it is civilized law. We cultivators are vested beneficiaries in the existing social order. We enjoy the greatest benefits which this order brings us, so of course we have to safeguard it." Vested beneficiaries? Please explain. The smile on the chivalrous hero's face vanished as an expressionless look appeared on his face. It seemed that he was a bit dissatisfied by Liao because he was talking about interest instead of talking about right or wrong. As the words had already left Liao's mouth, it was just like an arrow which had been fitted on a bowstring and had to be released. He could only bite the bullet and speak. In the current social order of the Star Glory Federation, we, the cultivators, are the elites among all trades and professions. Whether it is reputation, status, or income, it is higher than ordinary citizens. Not to mention that ordinary citizens respect us from the bottom of their heart, and they too desire to become cultivators. Through the ages, this is the most suitable set of social order for cultivators. No matter who wants to break this social order, we cannot allow him to succeed. Furthermore, he must be treated as a degenerate and a devil cultivator who has to be beheaded. This is justice. In the ancient cultivation world of 40 millenniums ago, we similarly had the same lofty status and we were respected. But still, not many ancient cultivators had a strong sense of justice, nor did they make sacrifices for the weak. The chivalrous hero coldly smiled. Wrong. Ordinary people in the ancient cultivation world simply feared us. They didn't have the slightest bit of respect, Not to mention the cultivators from the ancient cultivation world didn't live as comfortably as we modern cultivators do. Liao mustered up his courage and loudly said, "Take me for example. I am only a low-level refinement stage cultivator who had just entered the cultivation world. If I was in the ancient era, I would be treated like a slave who was at the beck and call of some high-level cultivator. And once I rose to prominence or found some heaven and earth treasure, I must put up my guard against others who would be coming to kill me or seize the treasure. Furthermore, I would have to scheme against my peers. It was a time when each and everyone thought of stepping on someone else's head to climb, and it was a time when everyone was willing to stab you in the back as many times as they could. Every day you would be in a state of anxiety, during which you would not have any appetite, be unable to sleep soundly, and can't even leisurely take a dump. How could anyone cultivate the truth? The modern era, on the other hand, is different. Civilization has progressed now. An insignificant refinement stage cultivator like myself can freely and happily research the profound mysteries of truth and find my great Tao in the highest institute of the country. Even if I found some profound and peerless technique or some heaven and earth treasure, no one would dare to blatantly kill me to seize the treasure. Whoever dared to try would become the enemy of the entire Federation. In this kind of environment, I can boldly cultivate at ease, due to which the efficiency is as much as 100-fold higher compared to the ancient era. For sure, it would be a lot better if I become a high-level cultivator in the end, and even if not, even if I remain in the refinement stage for my entire life, it would still all right. After I am out in society, like before, I can still find a decent job and live a happy and satisfactory life. Now tell me, isn't a social order which can allow me to live freely and happily worthy for me to defend? The chivalrous hero maintained his composure. You are right. However, we can still divide society into two parts. Among the cultivator, we can talk about morality, laws, and justice, whereas for the ant-like ordinary people, we can squeeze them dry like slaves, force them to collect resources, gather wealth, and use them as much as we can to our satisfaction. This kind of social order can similarly allow us to live comfortably, and we wouldn't need to bear the slightest bit of responsibility. Wouldn't this be much better? Nope, it is not good at all. Not to mention, slavery and the feudal system is inefficient. It is not suitable for the advanced cultivation civilization. And most of all, we also have one huge competitor, the devil cultivators. If ordinary people are really desperate, they really don't need to rely on cultivators and could just use blood sacrifice to entice heavenly devils to come, whereupon hundreds of thousands of residents of an entire town would be demonized one by one. Not to mention a few cultivators. Even if it was an entire cultivation sect, they can engulf everyone to the point that not even a slag is left. Hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Having heard his reply, the chivalrous hero suddenly burst into a sinister laughter. With a flash, the bright and shining atmosphere turned into a gloomy and terrifying cave, while the chivalrous hero also transformed into an evil figure whose hair was hanging loose and had skulls hanging around his neck. If it is like this, then we should simply shed all pretenses of cordiality and become devil cultivators one after another. The more devil cultivators there are, the better it is. We can do anything we wish, take anything we want, and live a free and unfettered life to the extreme. Liao blinked his eyes and said, "Can a shop which had been selling bread for a few decades suddenly start selling pasta and compete with a nearby shop who has been selling pasta since the ancestral generation?" The chivalrous hero was surprised for a moment. He was a construct which had been created from telepathic thoughts of countless experts and was unable to respond to such a strange question. He asked dully, "What?" Liao explained, "It is not impossible for us cultivators to turn into devil cultivators. However, the opposite side has been cultivating devil's path for a few dozen millenniums and have already accumulated a wealth of experience. Whereas, we are just beginners who are cultivating devil's path for the first time. So how could we compete with the other side? We are like the shop which has been selling bread for a few decades who, upon noticing that the pasta shop next to us is flourishing, switched to selling pasta. How could we compete with them? Not to mention, the pasta shop is not necessarily flourishing. After all, in the 3,000 boundless universes, cultivators are still in the main trend, whereas devil cultivators are nothing but stray dogs. The chivalrous hero remained silent for a moment. You mean to say we set out to be tigers but end up as dogs? If we cultivators turn into devil cultivators, we will be worse than devil cultivators. We'll simply be unable to compete with authentic devil cultivators, and can only become the lowest of rungs in the devil world. That's for sure. Take you for example. Do you think that having messy hair and a few skulls hanging around your neck and switching off the lights will make you a devil cultivator? How can it be so simple? Devil cultivators are the ones who tempt ordinary people. How can you even tempt anyone with that ghastly appearance of yours? Liao looked up and down at the chivalrous hero before he shook his head again and again. It is only us cultivators who call evil and depraved cultivators as devil cultivators. They will definitely not call themselves as devils. I have heard that some devil cultivators even call themselves immortal cultivators and say that they walk on the road of true immortality. Even if they have tenebrum energy around them or have some ugly and hideous appearance because of cultivating evil techniques, in front of ordinary people, they would transform themselves into charismatic and robust figures and would take the shape where a halo is overflowing from them. Only this way will it be significantly handier to entice ordinary people. The chivalrous hero turned silent. In the depths of the dark cave, a swaying candle light drew very, very long shadows of the two. Bang, bang! Liao's heart kept on pounding. His answer from a moment ago was just a reactionary remark. He was just playing by the ear. When he recalled, he discovered that there were a lot of oversights. If the invigilator was hellbent on finding faults, then he would definitely be unable to do anything. After a moment, a transformation once again took place in the environment around the two, returning the two once again to the previous summit of the hill where there was a gentle breeze, a blue sky, and fresh air. The chivalrous hero also reverted back into his awe-inspiring, righteous appearance. Congratulations, student Liao. The course you pass. You got 3 credits. Liao's heartbeat slowed down in a moment. He was wild with joy to the point that he could run 3 laps around the chivalrous hero. He unwittingly blurted out, Have I truly passed? Were my answers correct? The chivalrous hero shook his head with a smile. No, everyone's understanding of the word chivalry is different. The laws of the cultivation civilization are profound and abstruse, so how can there be any correct answer? No doubt there were some bright points in your claims, while some are just lame arguments and perverted logic. However, this course is not about some correct answer. Rather, it is to see your own understanding of the word chivalry. As long as it is not a verbatim of textbooks or some big and empty words, as long as they are substantive and constructive words, then you pass. Unfortunately, too many students only know the dogma of the books and spoke of some nonsense like, I have a strong sense of justice and our generation's duty is to help the weak. In that case, it is better to fail them. As for the true understanding of the word chivalry, how can you and I explain it clearly in a word or two? Fortunately, you have a lifetime to find its meaning. I hope that someday, you can find your own answer. Good luck, student Liao. The illusionary realm suddenly broke into fragments, whereupon Liao returned to the main world of the Wasteland Battle Network. 3 pieces of glittering diamond crystals whizzed over from the sky and quickly submerged into his body. A clear and melodious female voice rang in his mind. Student Liao, you have passed the exam and have obtained 3 credits. Your cumulative credits are 207. In the newcomer ranking, you are ranked first. The very instant the 3 light gold, diamond-shaped crystals submerged into Liao's body, a change also took place in the huge holographic image on the topmost floor of the hidden Dragon Hall. Liao's name, which was shining brightly and overflowing with resplendent colors, after slightly shaking for a moment, jumped up with an unstoppable momentum and pushed Zhao Tianchong's name underneath it. An exclamation of surprise burst forth in the hidden Dragon Hall, whereupon it fell into a complete silence. Over 100 specially recruited students stared at each other, not knowing how to speak under such a perplexing and complicated mood. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianchong kept on staring at Liao's name for a very long time. His scorching gaze seemed to have some kind of essence, seemingly as if it was a pair of swords which could pierce 2 transparent holes into the holographic screen. After half-minute, a trickle of cold sweat finally rolled down his forehead to his chin. and his tight facial muscles finally relaxed as the sharp look in his eyes changed to a burning look. It was the kind of fiery look one would have when he encountered a pretty good opponent in a game of chess. In fact, Gu Feishuan was stunned for a long time before he reluctantly said, "There is still 4 to 5 hours left until the end of this month. Zhao Tianchong, even though it might take you 2 hours to thoroughly read a textbook, you should pick 7 or 8 theory courses and use the next 2 hours to take the exams. Afterwards, you can leave everything to luck. Maybe you will luck out on 1 or 2 courses, in which case this brat would not be first in the newcomer ranking." Zhao Tianchong had now completely restored to a calm demeanor, and the look in his eyes was neither sharp nor as fiery as before. It was a kind of indifferent look. All his emotions had been sealed in the depths of his light gray eyes. He calmly said, "Maybe it will be possible, but is it necessary?" Gu Feishuan was stupefied. "What do you mean? That's the first position in the newcomer ranking." Zhao Tianchong unenthusiastically smiled. For the very first month, the first position in the newcomer ranking only means that Liao is comparatively good at learning theoretical knowledge. I grew up in the wasteland, so I paid more attention to combat rather than theory. What's the point of competing to the end in basic theory courses? There is a lot of time ahead of us. When we enter a real combat ring, then the amount of credits I will have will be so much that they will absolutely steamroll him. I will definitely suppress him. Gu Feishuan stared blankly for a long time before an itching to give it a try look emerged in his eyes as he nodded and said, "You are right. There's still a very long university life ahead of us. And what's most important is the combat ring. No matter how good he is at learning theory, he is nothing more than a nerd. I am afraid his fighting skills are just as good as his theory. Are you forgetting that he had blown away a 3rd-level refinement stage cultivator right when he had just awakened his spirit root?" Lu Taizhan pursed his lips into a smile as he gently rubbed his fists while looking at Liao's name. "Teacher Ding Lingdang indeed has a pretty good eye for people. Fellow student Liao is truly one terrifying monster. He is a worthy rival for me to set my entire fighting spirit ablaze. I truly want to dissect this monster's brain." When Ruorong faintly sighed and said, Liao, who was still immersed in the Wasteland Battle Network, was totally oblivious to the fact that the 4 strongest freshmen of the Hidden Dragon Hall were already treating him as their rival. Along with the toll of the 24 o'clock bell, he stood at the first position of the newcomer ranking, whereupon 1,000 glittering diamond crystals, like rain, poured down from the sky and whizzed into his body. His cumulative credits had now reached 1,207. Although there was still a long way from 40,000 credits, when all is said and done, he had taken the first solid step. Bang! A sound which was akin to the glass shattering into pieces rang in his ear, following which the Wasteland Battle Network became even clearer as 7 or 8 translucent regions emerged around him. Namely, they were the mission area, trading zone, arena, professional course area, and the open trading zone. From this moment on, just like the senior students, he could freely choose difficult professional courses, complete various kinds of missions, and even go to the arena to compete with numerous powerhouses. There were now various kinds of ways available for him to madly sweep through the credits. Seeing all this, Li Yao's eyes were dazzled, and he didn't know from where to start. Licking his lips, just as he was about to take an in-depth look, a message suddenly popped out from the corner of the battle network. Teacher has returned, and she also bought a small-scale, second-hand crafting furnace. Liao was wild with joy. He immediately logged out of the Wasteland Battle Network as he bolted towards a huge edifice at the other end of the ruins right away. The edifice had hundreds of years of history. It used to be a warehouse for storing dangerous goods, so it was built particularly sturdy. It had a double wall structure, in between which reinforced defensive array glyphs had also been engraved. Even when the floating mountain had collapsed, it did not shake even the slightest bit. Liao and Yuan Manchio had long discussed that this huge warehouse would be renovated to the central most important building of the refining department, the refining room. At the center of this empty warehouse stood a towering 3-meter-high small-scale crafting furnace. Although it was an antique refining equipment from over a century ago, and although its pitch-black appearance was not particularly attractive, at any rate, it could still refine some of the most common magical equipment. Lying next to the crafting furnace were two lazy soaring roars. Yuan Manchio was radiating with happiness as she ordered the workers to unload a dozen huge wooden crates before she untied their constraints, whereupon tens of thousands of magical equipment components poured down onto the floor. These components were all fittings of the crafting furnace. At the moment, the crafting furnace was nothing more than an iron shell. For it to function normally, it had to first be completely assembled before a huge amount of crystals can be used to activate its array glyphs. Old Zhang, I have to really thank you. Your mountain sea sect has truly solved my pressing needs by selling this crafting furnace at such a low price. Yuan Manchio expressed her gratitude to a handsome middle-aged refiner via the spiritual crane messenger. His name was Jiang Wenba, and he was the logistics supervisor of the mountain sea sect as well as a refiner of the grassroots faction. Just because they were both from the same faction, he had offered a second-hand crafting furnace to the Grand Desolate War Institution at a bargain price. Jiang Wenba broke into laughter and said, "Big sis, don't mention it. This crafting furnace has already been in use for 150 years, so not only have the components deformed from age, but its technology can also not keep up with modern technology and is unable to refine the latest powerful equipment. We have already stopped using it for a long time. So if it can help you even a little bit, then it couldn't be any better." As Li Yao stepped into the warehouse, he was deeply attracted by the shadow of the crafting furnace. Although it was just an empty shell and all its components were lying here and there, Li Yao's heart started racing when he thought of the countless peerless equipment he would be able to refine in this guy's stomach. He could not wait to give it a hug. This is a first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace. Although it is over a century old and its performance parameters are relatively low, it is fairly well maintained and can be used for low-intensity operations without a hitch, which is enough for a beginner like you to refine some of the most common magical equipment, Yuan Manchio enthusiastically said. When she saw the radiating gaze of her disciple and his itching to give it a try look, she smiled and knocked on Li Yao's head. However, if you want to use this crafting furnace, it is not that simple. At the very least, you have to first learn the basics. You can't run before you learn how to walk. Otherwise, you will run your head against a wall. From what I hear, you have gotten yourself the moniker God of Sleeping in the Institute. What is this about? Didn't I explain the basic theory courses to you? Why didn't you concentrate on your studies? How many courses did you pass? 5? 10? Yuan Manchio was tired and exhausted from the trip, and all her heart was on the crafting furnace. So she didn't care to check the newcomer ranking. Li Yao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and his gaze never left the crafting furnace as he casually replied, "I scored 207 points. Yuan Manchio was stupefied. Her face, which had a completely grim look, bloomed as she vigorously patted Li Yao's shoulder. Good, good. The entire institute has tens of thousands of freshmen, yet you have unexpectedly jumped to the 207th position. This is very good. It seems I have underestimated you. I must revise your learning program. Teacher, I'm not in the 207th position. I have earned 207 credits. I am first in the newcomer ranking." Li Yao was a bit embarrassed. "And good, good. What did you say? You have earned 207 credits? First in the newcomer ranking." Yuan Manchio was flabbergasted. Her entire face was like fermenting bread which kept on growing bigger and bigger. She was stunned for a good while before she started up the crystal processor and swept a glance in a flurry. When she discovered that Li Yao had actually passed 88 courses in one go, including all the basic refining theory courses, she uttered a cry which was even louder and piercing than that of a shrill scream. Hum! Hum! The two soaring roars had been so much scared by her that they were trembling, and the workers on the back of the soaring roars, even more so, had been scared to death, causing even a fair share of them to almost fall off. In a hurry, they had grabbed hold of the long hair of the soaring roars and were swinging to and fro. Yuan Manchio, without even paying attention to these, started running at once. Seeing this, Li Yao was dumbfounded. "Teacher, where are you going?" Yuan Manchio was flushed red to her ears. It seemed as if she was heavily drunk and was dancing with joy as she spoke incoherently. I am going to look for the dean. With your achievement, the dean will have to throw us 10% more resources. I will also go find the faculties of the other departments so that they would release some tasks related to refining. There is hope for the refining department. Yes. When she had run for a couple dozen meters, she came running back with a gust of wind. This is the blueprint and the assembling procedure for the first-generation Tai crafting furnace. First, learn these. The outer ring components are relatively simple, so you can try assembling them. If you don't understand something, just wait till I return. I will teach you then. Having stuffed a jade chip in Liao's arm, Yuan Manqiu, like a sandstorm, ran out of the warehouse and jumped onto a dilapidated flying shuttle before she drove it towards the administrative district. It was still quite early before dawn, and the dean was most definitely asleep in his house. However, how could Yuan Manqiu, with her temper, give much attention to such things? She could not wait to place a voice-amplifying glyph in the administrative district and roar. My student is first in the entire institute. After 10 minutes, the overloaded flying shuttle appeared in the sky over the administrative district, accompanied by creak-creak sounds. Yuan Manqiu aligned the flying shuttle at the living cottage of Dean Xiong Bailey, and just as she was about to go down, her crystal processor started shaking. The Mountain C-Sex logistics supervisor, Zhang Wenba, had sent her a spiritual crane message, asking for a video chat. Big sis, this is truly embarrassing. I have made a mistake. The jade chip I gave you doesn't include the blueprints of the first-generation Tai crafting furnace. On one side, Zhang Wenba bitterly smiled, while on the other, explained. The first-generation Tai crafting furnace was truly an antique, and its blueprint had long been thrown to God knows where. Zhang Wenba had sent a message to the Empyrean Terminus sect, which was the original manufacturer of the first-generation Tai crafting furnace, and asked them to send the blueprint. This model of crafting furnace had been discontinued for over a century already, so after looking for a long time, the disciple of the Empyrean Terminus sect had inadvertently sent the blueprints and assembling manual of the second-generation Tai crafting furnace. Although these two models had the same root and 90% of their components could be used in both cases, some of the core components were completely different and their assembling procedure was also quite different. The Empyrean Terminus sect's disciple, after having discovered this problem, immediately notified Zhang Wenba, who then contacted Yuan Manqiu. It's all right. I have still yet to start assembling it. I am letting my disciple study it a bit first. By my estimate, with his strength, it will take him a day and a night for him to be finished with the outer components. It is impossible for him to touch the core components. Yuan Manqiu jovially laughed and did not place this matter in her heart at all. Aiming at Dean Xiong Bailey's villa, she fiercely plunged down. Dean, quickly wake up. I have good news. I have very good news. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. I will take it from here. You can go back early and rest. After sending the porters away, Liao prepared common assembling tools and also brought a vat of ice-cold water and an ice maker. An ice maker was an equipment which bore mini-freezing array glyphs inside, which could continue to provide ice cubes in a steady stream as long as it was connected to a water pipe. Splash! Liao plunged his head into the water bucket which had ice cubes floating inside, whereupon the ice-cold water completely cooled down his burning hot brain. Following that, he first took a look at the yellow jade chip with a gaze that was much like that of a little boy who had found his favorite toy. Then, he affectionately stared at the first-generation Tai furnace. In his eyes, the pitch-black furnace had turned into a charming and elegant young girl who had lowered her head as a shy look completely covered her face. One which made him so horny that his blood vessels expanded energetically. He could not wait to immediately push her down and savor her most secretive and charming places to his heart's content. Liao's heart was astir. He was truly unable to withhold the agitation and excitement in his heart. Ever since childhood, he had only repaired magical equipment which had been crafted by others. No matter how quick and nimble his hands were, he was just dancing on the floors that were set by others. But now that he had this crafting furnace, even though it was secondhand, even if its performance was far from the current eras, even if a majority of its core components were worn out, at least he could craft magical equipment in accordance with his own will. After painstakingly studying the basic theories of all three schools for half a year, whether it is the grassroots faction, the elite faction, or the classical school from 40 millenniums ago, I have them deeply engraved in my brain. The all the more so had been tossed and turned by me to the point that I have thoroughly memorized it. The crafting procedures of every ancient sword are known to me by heart. Although these ancient swords' performance is far below that of today's, many of the refining principles used are very common. I can collect the blueprints and refining procedures of some of the modern flying swords and refine a unique flying sword, my very own flying sword, by combining the two. But first of all, I must assemble this furnace. Only with a powerful crafting furnace will I be able to craft a matchless magical equipment. Holding the ice-cold water in his hands, Liao washed his face. He still felt that it was not enough to satisfy him, so he simply grabbed 2 ice cubes and stuffed them into his mouth, making crunch-crunch noises as he chewed them into pieces. Afterward, he inserted the jade chip into the mini crystal processor. His mini crystal processor was connected with the huge crystal processor that was about a kilometer away via telepathic thoughts transmissions. Its computing power was far more than any ordinary mini crystal processor, ranging to a couple dozen times. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Like exploding stars, over 100 translucent golden blueprints appeared above his head in the blink of an eye before gradually starting to revolve around him. And as his gaze focused on a blueprint, the blueprint continued to enlarge as it turned into a 3-dimensional blueprint. Everything was down to the minute details, and even the components' length, width, height, and the material's tensile strength were marked clearly. The amount of information contained was as vast as the sea. It simply could not be measured. Such a huge amount of telepathic thoughts. Each blueprint contains tens of thousands or perhaps even hundreds of thousands of thoughts. If I had not painstakingly studied in the heavenly refining tower for so long, let alone assembling it, I'm afraid I would feel dizzy just by taking a glance at it. I would be unable to stand. Liao had never imagined that an antique furnace from a century ago would have such an intrinsic structure. Liao exclaimed to his heart's content before he started studying with all his concentration. Lube dub, lube dub, lube dub. Along with the passage of each minute and second, his pupils suddenly started shaking slightly as they expanded towards the outside bit by bit, while his heartbeat became slower and slower. No, it was not his heartbeat that was getting slower. On the contrary, his brain cell activity was constantly increasing and his thought process was getting sharper and sharper. Meanwhile, the pulse of various organs in his body could not keep up with his thoughts. I've entered the super-perceptive state. The corners of Liao's eyes twitched. These were the after effects of using the super-perception cabin so frequently and for extended periods of time. The super-perception cabin seemed to be an extremely wonderful magical equipment, but soon after it was created, they found out that it had serious flaws and out had little value. As far as refinement stage and building foundation stage cultivators were concerned, their soul wasn't strong enough, so they were unable to enter the super-perceptive state where their brain cell activity was 300% for a long period of time. At most, they could stay for half an hour before they had Qigong deviation. And as far as golden core stage powerhouses and nascent soul stage old monsters were concerned, their brain had already reached the point where everything followed according to their single thought. They had hundreds of mystical abilities through which they could stimulate their brain to secrete hormones and enter the super-perceptive state at any time. So why would they ever need to use some super-perception cabin? Therefore, after a couple thousand of this magical equipment, which had little value, had been manufactured, they had been completely forsaken. Only at the most prestigious universities in the country, like the Grand Desolate War Institution, could these equipment be found. As for ordinary cultivation sects, they had already stopped using it. Even at the Grand Desolate War Institution, ordinary students would occasionally use it for half an hour. Never had there been someone like Liao who would use it for a dozen hours. Therefore, nobody, not even the sect that had created the super-perception cabin, had imagined that using the super-perception cabin for a long time would actually bring about such strange after effects. Liao had inadvertently discovered that in his day-to-day life, as long as he particularly concentrated and completely immersed himself in something for more than 10 minutes, his brain cell activity would unwittingly increase. In other words, even without the help of the super-perception cabin, he could still enter the super-perceptive state. However, this was not necessarily a good thing. In his day-to-day life, it was impossible for him to seek refuge in the depths of Oyezi's memories all the time. He needed to resist the various side effects of the super-perceptive state on his own. This kind of feeling where he felt that someone was prying open the top of his head and pouring scalding hot oil into it was no joke. And even more so, under the super-perceptive state, only his brain cell had been overactivated. Meanwhile, there were no changes to his body, which gave birth to a serious dissonance between his brain and his body. The brain was issuing instructions like crazy, but his body was too lazy to keep up with them. His nerve endings were completely ignoring his brain's thunderous shouts. For several days, he would stumble on the road. He was living the life of a child who was crippled. After adapting for half a month, he could barely control himself so that he won't enter the super-perception state easily. Even if he inadvertently activated the super-perceptive state, he could only maintain 150% brain cell activity, and even so, he could only hold on for 5 minutes, after which he would have to forcibly terminate this state. And afterward, he would have to take rest for at least 3 hours. Only after letting his brain cool down for a long time could he once again enter the super-perceptive state. And once he let things take their own course and let his brain cell activity explode to its limit, 331%, perhaps he could not even hold on for a minute. Whatever. Since I have entered the super-perceptive state, I should take advantage of these 5 minutes to see everything clearly. Liao rubbed 2 ice cubes on his temple, and as he lightly rubbed, the burning sensation in his brain subsided a little. One by one, a starry brilliance shone in the depths of his eyes. Each starry brilliance represented the panoramic view of a blueprint. Because his brain cells were overactive, without him knowing, his face was as if he was burning with a fever and was blood red. The 2 hard ice cubes quickly melted away. Meanwhile, the ice water had yet to roll down from his cheeks before it evaporated, producing a light gray steam around his head. After 5 minutes, damn it! I have reached the limit. Liao's entire face was convulsing as he jumped to the water vat nearby with a growl and ruthlessly plunged his head into it. Hiss! It made an ear-piercing whiz, one that was as if a piece of burning red coal had been thrown into a water bucket. A large number of the ice cubes that were floating in the water melted away, giving rise to a large amount of steam. Using the biting cold from the ice-cold water, Liao forcibly terminated the super-perceptive state. This is too exciting. Super-perception state of 150% brain cell activity is truly exciting. It seems that I have to continuously train with madness. If I am able to someday stimulate the brain cell activity to 331%, the limit of super-perception state at any time, then even if it is just for 3 to 5 minutes, wouldn't that mean I can go head-to-head with golden core stage powerhouses and nascent soul stage old monsters? Chewing the ice cubes, Liao let loose his imagination. There is still a long way to go. Anyway, the most important part is to first assemble this furnace, so that I can craft some peerless equipment and sell them for as many credits as possible and collect 40,000 credits as soon as possible. Having remained in the super-perception state for 5 minutes, Liao had a complete panoramic view of all the blueprints and assembling procedures. As he narrowed his eyes a bit, his computation ability soared to the limit. No doubt, this was the moment of truth for the results of painstakingly studying in the heavenly refining tower for half a year. Liao's eyes frantically started rotating. In the depths of his brain, over 100 three-dimensional blueprints collided with each other. It was as if over 100 glass houses collided with each other and smashed into pieces before they once again formed a new and towering building of crystal. The structure and the assembling process of the first-generation Tai crafting furnace had been completely grasped by Liao. Let's start. Liao's eyes flickered with a sharp gleam as he exerted strength into both his legs, causing his calf to swell to double its original size. In an instant, he leaped into the air, rotated, and ruthlessly smashed into the grounds. Meanwhile, as though they were scimitars, the thumbs from both his hands had been drawn out. Relying on his 2 thumbs, he firmly stood upside down. Snap! With the flip of his 2 thumbs, he, while upside down, leaped into the air before he once again landed on the ground. However, this time, his body was supported by his index fingers. Next, it was the middle fingers, the ring fingers, and finally the little fingers. Warm-up is finished. In this way, he could stimulate the potential of his 10 fingers in the shortest amount of time. This was the most secretive technique among which was used by ancient thieves to train their fingers. Snap, 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 snap. Liao freely moved his 10 fingers a bit. His 10 fingers seemed to have no bones. Sometimes his fingers were as short as though they had only one phalange, while other times, they would fiercely shoot out like knives and emit grating howls as they pierced through the wind. Let's see. Which unit is it gonna be? Each stack of magical equipment components represented a complete unit. When each and every unit had been completely assembled and connected to the furnace with the crystal tubes, then the assembling would be completely finished. With a flash, Liao appeared in the front of a heap of components on the west side. These components could be assembled into a high-temperature heating unit which had flame array glyphs engraved inside. Through this unit, the furnace could be heated to 3,000 degrees in the blink of an eye, which was enough to melt and refine a vast majority of heaven and earth treasures. Let's start with you. The outer ring of Liao's pupil seemed to be surrounded by a golden ring. It was the ring which was created when over 100 star-like blueprints gathered together in the depths of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, both his hands turned almost invisible as two groups of ash-gray fog appeared, enveloping thousands of magical equipment components. Crack, crack. Over this past month, Liao had been unearthing the treasures buried in the rubble with fanaticism. His maintenance ability was way stronger than that of the past when he was in the magical equipment graveyard, and his hand speed for doing high-intensity maintenance work had also soared to an inconceivable level. Not to mention the fact that he was now a third-level refinement stage cultivator, so in addition to his hands, there were also 10 spirit threads which he could mobilize as he wished with a moment's thought. Whoosh! 10 spirit threads stretched out from his forehead and spread to each and every direction, each of which wrapped around a rivet respectively and hurled them into the storm set off by his hands. Generally, a third-level refinement stage cultivator was still a low-level cultivator. Thus, the strength of his spirit threads was very low and they were unable to move objects. However, as Liao had been constantly training his spirit threads with the black wing swords, they had become longer, thicker, and sturdier. Although they were still unable to do heavy lifting, moving some small components and rivets was quite easy. Not to mention that apart from him, he also had the help of the black wing sword, this monstrous magical equipment. Little Black, find me a few number 7 rivets please. On one side, Liao was assembling, while on the other he was shouting. Following that, 10 black spirit threads charged out from the black wing sword, who was hovering in the air. The spirit threads were like dancing tentacles which plunged into the messy stack of components at a lightning-fast speed and accurately found the components Liao required. If there was an ordinary person standing next to them watching with his naked eyes at this moment, he would see a dreamlike scene. Both of Liao's hands had turned into 2 tornadoes as many small components were as though they were being sucked in by some magic, causing them to make a headlong rush into the storm. After half an hour, it's done! The scattered magical equipment components on the ground had disappeared, and what replaced them was an octagonal, diamond-shaped unit. Liao's eyes seemed to radiate with a hungry look, radiating an enchanting gleam. Liao had no time to appreciate, as his pair of hands were bright red as blood. It was as though he had just finished tempering them in flames. He immediately plunged his hands into the vat of water. Hiss! Steam immediately rose from the ice-cold water. Liao felt that even his bone marrow was burning and not even the ice-cold water was able to quell its burning. Having added a crystal into the ice maker and activated the freezing array glyphs to the limit, he stuffed both his hands inside. Hum! The ice maker started shaking madly. Very quickly, a layer of frost condensed on Liao's hands, which was then immediately melted by the heat rising from the depths of his hand. Only after repeatedly condensing and melting again and again for 4 to 5 times did Liao finally heave a long sigh of relief. Despite his body being extremely exhausted, especially his hands, which had reached the point where each and every strand of muscle was torn, His soul was excited to the limit, and it seemed as if true samadhi fire was about to shoot out from his eyes. Next is the cooler. In the refining process, many magical equipment required the temperature to be dropped from thousands of degrees to zero in the blink of an eye so that it could make the internal constituents crystallize and allow the equipment to withstand the powerful impact of the array glyphs. Therefore, the cooler was also crucial, and it very well defined the quality of a crafting furnace. Gathering all 10 fingers together, Liao brought them to his mouth and blew air upon them before he began the second round of crazy assembling. For the next 4 hours, Liao didn't take a break for even a second and had even evaporated 2 tanks of ice-cold water for cooling. Before the advent of dawn, he had finally completed all the assembling of the 8 units. The heater, cooler, compressor, anti-gravity unit, lightning unit. 8 units, like stars surrounding the moon, fanned out around the furnace. Liao's pair of eyes had turned crimson as blood tears were quickly flowing out from the corners of his eyes. Liao, however, was completely oblivious to it. Scooping out ice-cold water, he poured it on his head. Calm down. I have to calm down. I am only finished with the 8 units. What comes next is the crucial most part. I have to use the core components to connect these 8 units and integrate them with the main furnace. This is the most important step. Whether the furnace can unleash 100% of its ability depends on this step. Liao took a long, deep breath as he scooped out a couple dozen ice cubes using the ladle and poured it over his head while he began analyzing the core components. What? Liao blinked his eyes as a sliver of a perplexed look appeared in the depth of his eyes. There is something wrong here. Why are these core components inconsistent with that in the blueprints? Still believing it to be his mistake, Liao placed all the core components separately and once again carefully examined the blueprints. Even after looking for a long while, he was still confused. Clearly, the components marked in the blueprint are more advanced and more sophisticated, and the components before me are comparatively crude and backward. Although they both have quite the similar refining style, they are simply not the same set of components. Supporting his cheek with his palm, Liao pondered for a while. Meanwhile, the ice cubes that were poured on his head had completely melted, and the resulting water trickled down his cheeks and dripped onto the floor, making drip 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 sounds. I understand. This furnace had an accident sometime in the past, and as a result, its core components were damaged. Therefore, to make do, they had improvised and imitated these components. That's why they are far worse than that in the blueprints. Liao lightly smacked his forehead. This is troublesome. The components do not match the blueprints, making the assembling procedures completely insignificant. What to do now? Shall I wait for teacher to return? Liao dismissed this notion at the very first moment it appeared in his mind. What a joke! Liao was someone who would slaughter God if he encountered God, kill Buddha if he encountered Buddha on the road of assembling this furnace. Not to mention the fact of how happy and delighted he was when he first laid his eyes upon it. It was like he had lured a girl onto the bed and even stripped off her pants. How could he stop abruptly at this moment? How could that be possible? Since the arrow is already fitted to the bowstring, it must be released. If I don't have the blueprints, then I will draw my own. If I don't have the assembling procedures, then I will deduce them myself. Firming his heart, Liao pulled out the jade chip from the mini crystal processor and threw it on one side before he launched a blank blueprint template. His thoughts moved at a lightning-fast speed as he drew all the core components into the empty template via telepathic thoughts transmission. It looked a little like a 3-dimensional jigsaw puzzle, where one could see thousands of pieces coming in contact with each other as they tried to draw a perfect 3-dimensional diagram. One could only imagine how hard it was. Fortunately, Liao still had a secret trick up his sleeve. The 3 hours cool-down period is already over. I can once again enter the super-perceptive state. Liao pursed his lips into a smile. As he concentrated with all his heart, his temples once again madly started twitching, seemingly as if an inexhaustible amount of thoughts were stimulated as they clashed and spilled out from the depths of his brain. After half an hour, during which God knows how many times he had poured ice-cold water over his head, a new translucent blueprint finally appeared in the hologram. Liao was feeling dizzy and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He could barely move his lips as he somehow drew a smile that was even more miserable than when one was crying before a deep frown appeared over his glabella. This is still wrong. There should not be any problems with this blueprint, and I have even deduced the subsequent assembling process. But the problem is, if this blueprint is correct, then after I have assembled the furnace, the performance will be far less than what is demonstrated by the original blueprint. If the true first-gen Tai-E crafting furnace can give a performance of 70 points, then this makeshift thing could give at most 40 points. This won't do. This performance is far worse. The first-gen Tai-E furnace was already an antique from a century ago, and now after these improvisations, its various performance parameters are rotten to the core. How am I supposed to refine some matchless masterworks? Liao quickly did some calculations. In accordance with the blueprints that were given by Yuan Manchio, the first-gen Tai-E crafting furnace could reach a temperature of 3,000 degrees in under a minute, and its limit temperature was 4,100 degrees. Whereas in accordance with blueprints drawn by him, using these dilapidated components, it could only reach a temperature of 2,400 degrees in under 2 minutes, while its limit temperature was 2,900 degrees. A temperature of 2,900 degrees was unable to melt even the cores of many demon beasts. This is not the crafting furnace I want. I have to modify it. But even a clever housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. I don't have sturdier components which will increase the performance, so how am I going to improve it? Having pondered for a while, a spark suddenly flashed in Liao's eyes, illuminating his forehead. I do have them. The refining department used to have a dozen crafting furnaces. Although they had been destroyed in the explosion, their wreckage is still buried under the rubble, all of which had been retrieved by me. The oldest of these crafting furnace dates back to a century ago, and some of them are the latest model from a decade ago, whose performance is unimaginably higher than that of the first-gen Tai-E furnace. Although they have become a wreck, they still have many usable components which can be removed and installed on first-gen Tai-E. In that case, would I not be able to assemble an unparalleled super-modified first-gen Tai-E crafting furnace? Liao, without even taking a breath of respite, immediately charged towards the warehouse where he had stored the wrecked crafting furnaces. While running, he was quickly doing calculations in his brain, figuring out which components of the wreckage could be disassembled and fitted into the first-gen Tai-E crafting furnace. Over this past month, these wrecked crafting furnaces had been tossed about by him many times for research, so he clearly knew everything about them down to the minute details. He simply didn't need to think. Translucent diagrams of components jumped out from the depths of his brain one after another. When he finally arrived at the warehouse where the wrecked crafting furnaces were stored, 4 to 5 kinds of modifying plans had already appeared in his mind. The overall performance of first-gen Tai-E furnace had been improved to 130%. If he chose the most radical, most difficult, and riskiest plan, it was possible to increase the overall performance to 210%. Hussish! Liao, like a mad devil, charged into the warehouse. A crafting furnace itself weighed a few tons or a couple dozen tons, and some could even weigh over 100 tons. Even if they had been wrecked, they were still exceptionally heavy. It was impossible for Liao to tow all the wreckage. He simply dismantled them, removing the components he required, and used a forklift truck for towing them away. The forklift truck was originally a manned equipment, but as its performance was quite low, it was simply unable to move while carrying such heavy magical equipment components. Liao found a few thick iron cables and asked the Black Wing Sword to pull hard from the front. How could the Black Wing Sword be willing to do work? It jumped 3 feet into the air in anger. Liao showered him with praises and promised that in the future, he would help it oil 3 times a day and give it a high-purity crystal for it to engulf. Only in this way was he able to barely make it work like a horse. After an hour, large piles of variegated components of different shapes and sizes were scattered around the first-gen Tai-E crafting furnace. Next is the time to witness the miracle. The Grand Desolate War Institution had a dozen crafting furnace that had been purchased from different sects and clans in different periods, a couple of which were even self-created. Thus, whether it was the style or the spiritual energy operating principle, everything was vastly different. However, since the founding of the Star Glory Federation, in order to meet the requirements of large-scale battles, every cultivation sect had always followed the MECS, Magical Equipment Components Standard, system. With regards to basic components such as rivets, screws, gears, bearings, and so on and so forth, every sect didn't need to implement their own and everyone utilized a uniform standard. As for the core components, their interface and specification were also identical to the greatest extent so as to ensure perfect compatibility. The magical equipment of X sect could engrave the array glyphs of Y sect and use the crystals purified by the Z sect to run. Only in such a way could the cultivation world exploit its potential during the war, thereby winning the battle of survival for the human race against the demon clan. Which plan should I use? Safe or radical? After hesitating for 3 seconds, Liao firmed his heart. Either don't fight or fight to the end. The radical plan it is. Using the advanced magical equipment components, I will strive for ultimate performance. The idea was good, but when he started implementing in reality, he encountered a variety of unexpected difficulties. Some of which was due to lack of theoretical research, some due to inexperience in modifying magical equipment, and most of which was due to a lack of rich spiritual energy, thereby making Liao unable to engrave profound and complex powerful array glyphs onto them. Several times, Liao thought of giving up and thought of switching to a safe modifying plan. But when he imagined the 40,000 credits waiting ahead of him, he clenched his teeth and persevered. If he encountered a problem which he was unable to solve using grassroots theories, then he would try the elite theories and the classical ways. If he encountered powerful array glyphs which he was unable to engrave, then he would engrave 7 or 8 identical, low-level array glyphs and connect them in series. If he encountered a conflict between 2 units which he was unable to resolve, he would add 17 to 18 plug-in units with stabilizing array glyphs, and then in these stabilizing plug-in units, he would once again add 4 to 5 stabilizing plug-in units like patches upon patches to provide layers upon layers of reinforcement. After 3 hours, when he was finished assembling the furnace, it was completely beyond recognition. It gave off the appearance of a monster which had been transformed by a devil. Around the main pitch-black furnace, there was a chaotic mess of hundreds of thick crystal cables connected to 12 units that were improvised using rivets, gears, stabilizing array glyphs, and other components. For Liao, the original 8 units were simply not powerful enough. Thus he forcibly added 4 powerful units that he had dismantled from the wrecked furnaces. At first glance, the crafting furnace looked as though it had just been wrecked by a nascent soul-stage-old devil. It was completely a pile of scrap. However, as far as Liao was concerned, the more he looked, the more he liked it and the more he found it perfect. He rushed to take out a turtle shell-like equipment at once. This was a shock wave oscilloscope, which could produce a unique spiritual wave specifically designed to analyze large-scale magical equipment consisting of multiple units and check whether it was properly installed. If it was perfectly installed, the flow of spiritual energy between the various units would be very smooth, and as a result, the spiritual wave after circulating around all the units would again return back to the shock wave oscilloscope, whereupon a green light would light up. Once the green light was lit, it meant that the equipment had been successfully installed and could be put to use as long as the anchoring and sealing array glyphs were engraved. If there was some mistake, then the spiritual wave would explode and the magical equipment would scatter from the shock. However, it would not destroy the components, allowing the refiner to assemble it a second time. For heaven's sake, please be successful. Liao mumbled some words. His eyes were wide open as he started the show wave oscilloscope. Yuan Manchio was in an exceptionally good mood. After using hard and soft tactics for the whole night at the dean's residence, she was finally able to obtain an extra 5% of resources. Although it did not seem to be much, don't forget that the original budget was arranged for hundreds of professors and students to use. Currently, the refining department was only left with 1 student, Liao, so an extra 5% resource was enough to fatten him. Afterward, she once again sought out a few familiar professors and inquired about Liao's performance over this past month in a roundabout manner. The more she inquired, the more she found that he was unfathomable and had great potential that could be developed. At the beginning, she was ready to return to the refining department at first light. However, she suddenly changed her mind. The first Gen Taiyi furnace was a magical equipment from a century ago. One could say that its structure was complex yet not complex, simple yet not simple. It could be considered as a unique test to assess Li Yao's practical ability. She wanted to see when Li Yao would be actually able to discover that the core components were inconsistent with the blueprints. After having unexpectedly waited for a long time, she still didn't receive Li Yao's message even by noon. Has he still not found the mistake? Yuan Manqiu couldn't sit still. Moving her fat ass, she walked towards the refining room. While walking, she was having a conversation with Zhang Wenba, the logistics supervisor of the Mountain Sea sect, via the spiritual crane messenger, while the latter was sending the correct blueprints of the first Gen Taiyi furnace. Big sis, the first Gen Taiyi furnace is too old. The technology used by many of the assembling processes are from 100 years ago. There are several arrays which are outdated and are out of use. Let alone studying them, the youths of today would have never laid their eyes upon them. And yet you have taken these things to test your disciple. Isn't this simply too much? Zhang Wenba complacently said. Yuan Manqiu slightly smiled. For ordinary people, I suppose it is too much, but my disciple is marvelous and I have high hopes for him. How about we make a bet? I bet that he has at least completely assembled 5 units. Zhang Wenba thought otherwise. Big sis, you are too confident. No matter how monstrously talented he is still a freshman. 3. He has completed at most 3 units. Yuan Manqiu nodded. All right, the refining room is just ahead. We will know the answer soon enough. As for the bet, that is, boom! A loud noise interrupted her. Yuan Manqiu and Zhang Wenba were flabbergasted at the same time. The two were veteran refiners, so naturally, just from the noise, they had recognized that it was noise made by the shock-wave oscilloscope. What the hell is he doing? Has that brat actually assembled the entire furnace? Is that why he's using the shock-wave oscilloscope? However, it seems he failed? Even if he failed, he still might be a monstrous genius. Even without the correct blueprints and assembling procedures, he had still assembled it, which was just like a blind man riding a horse. Even if he assembled it incorrectly, it doesn't matter. Yuan Manqiu and Zhang Wenba took a glance at each other before she sped up her footsteps. The warehouse was a total mess. The furnace had completely collapsed and was rolling over at the corner of a wall, whereas thousands upon thousands of magical equipment components were scattered all over the floor, giving off the impression as though 2 tornadoes had passed through here. Li Yao, who was sitting in a corner, had a lifeless look hanging over his face. How could it fail? It should be perfectly connected. Why was the spiritual energy blocked? Zhang Wenba was tremendously surprised. Big sis, you have an incredible disciple. He had actually assembled the entire furnace. However, since he had used the wrong blueprints, he had naturally failed. Yuan Manqiu was also very excited. She knew she had picked up a treasure. So what he failed? If it was anyone else, they would have far worse practical ability than him and might not even have the qualifications to fail, as they could not even assemble the equipment from the start. Li Yao, did you just assemble the furnace and then use shock-wave oscilloscope to check it? Yuan Manqiu asked in a shaky voice. Li Yao desolately replied, Yes, teacher. I thought I had assembled it perfectly and had analyzed every connection completely, and every detail was simply perfect, but in the end, I still failed. Li Yao heaved a deep sigh as he dispiritedly said, The world of magical equipment is truly mysterious, too abstruse, too wonderful. I still have many things to learn. I should not have overestimated myself. It's all right. It's completely all right. Yuan Manqiu was wild with joy. The first Gen Taiyi furnace was created over a century ago, and there are several difficulties in its assembling processes. They are out your ability, so it is very normal for you to fail. Don't be disappointed. In my opinion, you are already very strong. She sat down next to Li Yao and patted her disciple's shoulder. Come, tell me about your assembling process from start to finish. Old Zhang and I will check them a bit. Right, this is Professor Zhang Wenba. He is a veteran refiner with rich experience. Good afternoon, Professor Zhang. Mustering up his spirit, Li Yao gave a bow at the holographic screen. It's all right, There is no need to be overly courteous. When Big Sis told me you were a genius, I didn't believe it, but now, seeing that you can even assemble the first Gentai furnace, even I'm inclined to believe. Come, young man, tell me how you really assemble it. Zhang Wenba was also excited. All right. A frown appeared on Liao's glabella as he recalled and honestly started narrating. At the beginning, everything was going without a hitch, after I had assembled the 8 units in 4 hours. What? Zhang Wenba could not help but interrupt him. You only spent 4 hours to assemble the 8 units? Oh, keep on going. Liao was surprised for a moment when he noticed the complexion of the two, which was a little weird, seemingly as if he had done something extraordinary, but after sorting out his thoughts, when I was assembling the core components, I found that the core components were inconsistent with the blueprints, so I threw the blueprints on one side and drew the blueprints according to the actual structure. Afterward, I deduced the assembling procedures. What? This time it was Yuan Manchio who shouted. You drew the blueprints according to these components and also deduced the assembling processes. Quickly show me the blueprints you have drawn. Liao suspiciously swept a glance at the two as he muttered in his heart. These two are veteran refiners, so how can they be shocked at everything and interrupt me at every sentence? From the crystal processor. He launched the blueprints that he had drawn as well as the assembling process that he had deduced and presented them to the two veteran refiners. The two swept a glance and drew in a lump of cold air at the same time. On the way, the two had already studied the blueprints of first Gentai furnace for a long time and had thoroughly etched the most crucial parts into their mind. At first glance, they knew that the blueprints drawn by Liao were completely correct, and the assembling processes were also roughly identical. This is simply. Zhang Wenba was a little muddle-headed. His lips shook for a long time, but he could not speak another word. A freshman who had just entered university, who was still a high school student a couple months back, much to his surprise, had drawn the blueprints from scratch just by relying on some scattered components, and he had even deduced the assembling processes. Did this brat start learning to assemble magical equipment from the womb? Yuan Manchio, even more so, was excited to the point that she was trembling. Every strand of her facial muscles was moving up and down. Raising her eyebrows, she screamed, "What's going on? Since you have drawn the blueprints and even deduced the assembling processes, how can you fail? Quick, quick, quick. Tell me, what did you next? Do not miss any details." Next Liao cleared his throat. I analyzed the blueprints a bit and discovered that the subsequently assembled furnace will have poor performance, so I thought of modifying it. I had a thermostat chip from a 7th gen red glow crafting furnace, a spirit suppressor from a 5th gen profound truth crafting furnace, as well as a quite intact anti-gravity unit from a Sapphirines crafting furnace. Also, he reported tongue-twister-like names of over 100 kinds of components. Then he brought up a couple dozen blueprints on the hologram. Using these components, I developed 5 sets of modifying plans, all of which are here. Professors, please take a look. In fact, if I assembled it using the most secure plan, I might have succeeded. Everything is my fault. I was too impatient, too proud. I thought light of magical equipment and chose the most radical plan. I think that the difficulty of the radical plan mainly lies in engraving the stabilizing array glyphs. I am unable to engrave powerful, high-level stabilizing array glyphs with my current strength, so in the end, I thought of a way, a secret method which I had inadvertently found in ancient records. Using this method, I superimposed several low-level stabilizing array glyphs. Professors, please take a look. The spiritual energy operating principle of the superimposed array glyphs is like this. Afterward, by using 2 crystal bypass switches created using elite faction ideology, you can change its spiritual energy intertwining mode to simulate the effect of high-level stabilizing array glyphs. In accordance with this idea, the final completed blueprint is this and spiritual energy flowchart is this. Professors, please take a look. Here, here, and here, these are the most important parts which I had reinforced. In theory, I should not have failed. I have racked my brain but still could not understand. Professors, please give me pointers. Tell me where the problem actually lies. For a whole 10 minutes, Liao explained. Only after he finished did he eagerly stare at the two veteran refiners. Yuan Manxiu and Zhang Wenbo were both dumbstruck. They directly stared at the couple dozen ever-dancing blueprints and spiritual energy flow charts in the air. Fierce-looking diagrams of all shapes and sizes repeatedly exploded in the depths of the two's brain. The two veteran refiners' brains were completely fried. Dizziness, surprise, unimaginable. The two felt as though tens of thousands of iron-scaled horses were galloping in their minds. Boom, 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 boom. A thunderstorm was surging in the depths of their mind. They had completely lost the ability to think. Both were experts who had been in the refiner's circle for a couple of decades. Yuan Manxiu, even more so, used to be a student of the Deep Sea University's refining department and had received the most rigorous and orthodox academic training. So what kind of strange things had they not seen? What kind of monstrous geniuses had they not encountered? However, when it came to a freak like Liao, let alone seeing one, the two have never even heard of one. Even more so, his lightning-fast assembling speed, as well as the fact that he had drawn a complete blueprint from scratch just by relying on disassembled components while simultaneously deducing the assembling procedures and developing a few modifying plans. In the opinion of these two veteran refiners, just the safest modifying plan was already radical to the extreme. And the so-called radical set, in their opinion, was simply perverse. The first Gentai furnace was an antique equipment from a century ago, while the crafting furnaces at the Grand Desolation War Institution's refining department were rather advanced and new. Thus, the performance of their various components was extremely good. Using such resilient components to modify the first Gentai furnace was like asking a couple dozen nascent soul-stage old devils to control a magical equipment which was specially designed for arming a refinement stage cultivator. How difficult it was to implement such ideas was just one of the thing. The main point was the concept. Besides an extremely insane madman, no one would even think of doing such a thing. And not only had Liao thought about it, he had even done it. Furthermore, everything was nice and authentic, and looking at those modified blueprints and spiritual energy flowcharts drawn by him, at least 95% of the structure had no problems and could work flawlessly. Is this kid really a freshman that's not even 20 years old? Yuan Manxiu and Zhang Wenbo glanced at each other and found that both their eyes were madly flickering like frightening billows and terrifying waves. Yuan Manxiu took a long, deep breath and was doing her utmost to control her ugly and grim-looking face, as she said while pointing at the spiritual energy flow chart. Your idea is very creative, however. According to this flow chart, your heater and cooler are too close. The water-type spiritual energy and fire-type spiritual energy surging out from the respective units will be amplified via the same spiritual energy amplifier, due to which the alternating hot and cold will lead to thermal expansion and contraction. Will it not lead to structural deformation? Probably not. Liao was completely oblivious to the astonishing changes that had taken place on the two professors' visage, as his mind was completely preoccupied with the modification of the crafting furnace as he said whatever came to mind. The thermal expansion and contraction has been a big problem for many refiners throughout the ages. Many magical equipment in the process of starting up have to go through sudden heating and cooling. Once the thermal expansion and contraction sets in, the deformation of components is a matter of time and may lead to dissipation of spiritual energy, resulting in unnecessary waste, or in the worst case, leading to a spiritual energy tide, which would eventually lead to an explosion. Specialized magical equipment like the main body of crafting furnace, which had been crafted using special material and undergone tempering again and again, remain unaffected by extremely varying temperature. However, as early as the ancient cultivation world of 40 millenniums ago, the head of Blue Dawn Clan's Western Mountain Hall, Elder Shihua, proposed a fire and water subsource array glyph which could perfectly resolve the problem of thermal expansion and contraction. But at that time, as the various spiritual energy models and algorithms were extremely backward, the fire and water subsource only remained at the theoretical stage. It was only during the modern cultivation world, when various spiritual energy models and algorithms emerged in an endless stream, was it possible to construct a fire and water subsource array glyph using the microparticle algorithm proposed by the 7th-generation leader of the Skystone Valley, Senior Taoist Xuanzhen, in his work from 322 years ago. Of course, I am just a beginner freshman, so how can I thoroughly understand a high-level algorithm like the microparticle algorithm, which requires a tremendous amount of computational ability? I had no choice but to use the mustard seed algorithm proposed by Taoist Miao Miao in his thesis 155 years ago, as well as the solar corona 9 algorithms proposed by Reverend Yufeng in his paper 22 years ago to make up for the parts of microparticle algorithm which I could not understand. Doing such, I was barely able to construct the fire and water subsource array glyphs. Could the three algorithms be incompatible, leading to instability in the array glyphs constructed by me? Yes, this must be the problem. While Liao kept on talking, his eyes immediately flickered with an intelligent gleam as he heavily slapped his forehead and launched the telepathic thoughts calculator of the crystal processor. With the move of his thoughts at a lightning-fast speed, a series of dazzling formulas appeared on the hologram, which rapidly expanded at an alarming rate. Yuan Manqiu and Jiang Wenba took a glance at each other before Jiang Wenba spoke in a hushed tone. "Big sis, let's go." Yuan Manqiu nodded and left the warehouse on her tiptoes. Jiang Wenba heaved a long sigh of relief. He was stunned for a long while before a bitter smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Big sis, what in the bloody hell is? How come I have never heard of it?" Jiang Wenba, a refiner who had to do various tasks in the sect, paid more emphasis on actual practice. It was simply impossible for him to thoroughly understand all the theories in the cultivation world. Yuan Manqiu was still in a bit of trance. Is a conjecture proposed by Reverend Yufeng. He believed that the sunspot's eruption is a kind of particularly intense spiritual energy tide explosion that can be analyzed using the spiritual tide explosion model. Using the powerful spiritual energy that erupted from the sunspot eruption, he believed it was possible to use it to cultivate. Solar Corona 9 algorithms are the 9 algorithms which he used to analyze the sunspot eruptions. However, the theory was not widely acknowledged in the world of cultivation and remained only as a hypothesis. It's a very unconventional theory, but even I have only taken a cursory glance or two and had not done any in-depth study at all. Jiang Wenba drew in a lump of cold air. If it's an unconventional hypothesis, then how come that brat has seen it? It's more than that, Yuan Manqiu desolately said. I do know a little of the few modern algorithms he talked about, but I have never heard of the Blue Dawn clan's elder Xihua from 40 millenniums ago. Not to mention coming in contact with his theories, I have never even heard of any fire and water subsource array glyph. Jiang Wenba was dumbfounded. Even you don't know? Yuan Manqiu thoughtfully nodded her head. Yes, although the modifying plans proposed by him were inadequate in many places, rash, ingenuous, and based on assumptions at many steps, a typical example of ignorance is bliss, but what's important is the approach. God knows where that little devil saw so many theoretical classics, ancient, modern, grassroots, elites, and whatnot, some of which even I am not aware of. I only know that his refining ideas are absolutely broad, so broad that it could be called perverse. This is one monstrous genius. If he is not trained well, and if we let him take his own course, it is very likely that all he would do would be submerging himself in the fantastic peaks of his ideas, turning into nothing but a rhetoric theorist. However, as long as he assiduously dives into studies and thoroughly comprehends the quintessence of refining, if these perverse ideas could be turned into a reality. Yuan Manqiu did not continue and just gazed far away into the depths of the rubble. At the center of the ruins, the mystic skeleton battlesuit stood like an undead god of war, concealing its talons and fangs, retracting its wings, waiting for the day when it would soar into the sky and give rise to wind and thunder that would sweep the entire cultivation world. Old M.O., can you see? This is the freshman of our Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. With such a student, the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department will definitely rise, Yuan Manqiu secretly said in her mind. Now what should we do? Asked Jiang Wenba. Yuan Manqiu smiled. Of course, we should quickly study the theory proposed by Elder Xihua, and there is also. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer any questions. And if a teacher is not as good as his student, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Right, let's quickly study. After an hour, when the two returned to the warehouse in high spirits, Liao had already jam-packed more than 20 holograms with ant-like characters. Professors! When he noticed the two's arrival, Liao was excited to the extreme. He sprang up on his feet and said with heartfelt admiration, "Teacher, you are really awesome. I have painstakingly pondered for such a long time but never found the problem." However, with just one sentence, teacher had actually pointed it out. "Oh!" Yuan Manqiu and Zhang Wenbo stared at each other. Liao said in an excited tone, "After you have left, I once again verified the 3 algorithms and found that the mustard seed algorithm has limited applications. For sure, the mustard seed algorithm can be applied at the micro level without a hitch, but if applied on the macro level, it is necessary to add very complex correctional parameters. Otherwise, it would lead to an extremely small error. Although this error in itself wouldn't pose any problems, but after it is amplified by the microparticle algorithm, it would have serious repercussions. I have repeatedly deduced several times but could not find the best solution, so I had to give up on the idea of using the fire and water subsource and could only place the heater and cooler farther apart. I only came to such conclusion after such a long time. But teacher, you had found the problem with only one glance. Brilliant, teacher. You are really brilliant. However, as the 2 units are so far apart now, they have to rely on crystal cables to transmit spiritual energy, so it is a bit slow. Professors, as you already know, during the refining of numerous heaven and earth treasure, it is necessary to drop the furnace temperature from high temperatures like 2000 to 3000 degrees to sub-zero temperatures within the blink of an eye in order to intentionally create the effect of thermal expansion and contraction. Only in such a way could we produce changes in the internal structure of heaven and earth materials. The shorter the duration of temperature change, the more resilient the refined product would be. I pondered for a long time when I suddenly recalled that Elder Fangmu from the profound sect of 40 millenniums ago had once mentioned an ideal array glyph for controlling the temperature in an alchemical furnace in his alchemy notes. Although this kind of ideal state of array glyphs is unable to be achieved in the ancient era, it could be achieved in the modern era where there are multitudes of algorithms available. We can use the heaven and hell algorithm proposed by Taoist Wu of Celestial Premier Sect 188 years ago as well as the no heart, no limit algorithm proposed by Master Wuxia 92 years ago to forcibly construct it. Of course, to forcibly construct this kind of ideal array glyph, we would need to utilize a tremendous amount of computational power, which is something that cannot be constructed by just relying on one's brain. However, don't we have a high-performance, large-scale crystal processor? With the crystal processor calculating for 3 days and 3 nights, we will definitely be able to create the perfect array glyphs for controlling the furnace temperature. Hey. By then, the strongest first Gen Tai-E crafting furnace of the cultivation world will be born. Professors, please take a look. All the deduction processes are here. Can you check whether I have made any low-level errors this time? Liao was overwhelmed with anxiety. Blinking his eyes, he glanced at the 2 veteran refiners with an anticipatory look. Yuan Manqiu, while keeping a poker face, turned her sleek, fat face towards Zhang Wenbo. Zhang Wenbo, in a calm and collected manner, carefully looked for a long time as he repeatedly nodded. Very good, you're deduced. Structure is well-defined, well-arranged, and the data is full and accurate, concise and clear. It is very beautiful. Each level is pushing another level forward like spilled mercury, giving a hearty and satisfactory feeling. As something proposed by a freshman, it is already perfect. However, there are several places which we can discuss. For example, he suddenly turned around and made an O to someone as an apologetic look appeared on his face. Sorry, Student Liao. There is a sudden emergency meeting. We will talk about it again next time. Young man, you are very good, very promising. I have high hopes for you. Professor Yuan is a well-known expert in the refining field. If you study hard under her guidance, you will absolutely have a promising future. Click! The hologram went black. Zhang Wenbo disconnected and ran away. Liao was surprised for a moment before he turned his fervent gaze towards Yuan Manqiu. Yuan Manchio's teeth started to ache from gritting. There were many redundancy and loopholes in Liao's deduction. Various modern algorithms would hardly stump her, but from 40 millenniums ago. What was that? What in the bloody hell was that? Yuan Manchio forced a cough and suddenly patted on Liao's shoulder heavily with wide-opened eyes. This pat seemed to have dispelled all of Liao's ideas. The deduction process is nothing. The most important thing right now is your future development rather than the crafting furnace. Your potential is completely beyond my imagination, so I have decided to turn you into a top-tier refiner in 1 year. The training is going to be very difficult, very painful, and even brutal. Are you confident? Liao turned excited and courageous from Yuan Manchio's raving as he loudly replied with his head high and chest out, "Yes, I am confident. The more brutal, the better." Having been stirred like this, Liao forgot all the problems he had been pondering over a moment ago. Yuan Manchio nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very good. First, we have to decide which direction you want to proceed in." Refining contained and covered everything. It was a comprehensive subject which was extensive and profound. There was a wide range of magical equipment, ranging from civilian to military, the smallest of which could be the size of a mustard seed, while the largest could be even bigger than an entire city. Obviously, refining military equipment like the Burning Sky Battle Axe and civilian equipment like the Superfast Crystal Train didn't have the same approach. Even among the military equipment, the Burning Sky Battle Axe and the Thunderfire Bolt Gun were one thing, and huge crystal battle cruisers were another. They had a completely different type of refining concept. So, the refiners were also divided into many branches. No matter how monstrous of a genius one was, it would still be impossible for him to cover everything. Liao had long carefully pondered over the future. He resolutely and decisively said, "I hope to master the refining techniques of individual magical equipment and become a weapon expert. If possible, a crystal suit master refiner." The crystal suit was the king of modern magical equipment. It was a magical equipment among magical equipment. A refiner who could develop and refine a crystal suit was also a terrifying figure among all refiners. In the world of cultivation, there was a special term for crystal suit master refiners. Armadominus. All cultivators, before they leave to mingle in the cultivation world, are repeatedly warned by their elders that they could provoke anyone they want, but they could never provoke an Armadominus. The battle strength of an Armadominus was not that high, but the forces backing him were absolutely powerful. Countless powerful experts, in order to receive a customized crystal suit, would be more than willing to work for an Armadominus. Even the lowest level Armadominus, as long as he made as much as a cough, could gather over 100 refinement stage cultivators in a moment. Even more so, a senior Armadominus who could specifically craft high-rank crystal suits was acquainted with world heroes. Which powerful sect have they not visited? Which nascent soul stage old devil have they not chatted with? Contacts, forces, friendships. One could not even imagine how many extraordinary cultivators they were acquainted with. Do you want to become an Armadominus? It was not that easy to become an Armadominus. Among 100 refiners, at most 7 or 8 could become a registered refiner. And among those 100 registered refiners, even 3 to 5 Armadomini were not certain. Yuan Manchio's pair of eyes turned crimson as she said through gritted teeth, "Very good. Originally, our Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department mainly focused on small-scale, battle-type magical equipment. If you want to learn refining crystal battle cruisers, then I'm afraid I would not be able to teach you many things, but if it is a specialty in weapons. In this year, let's go for broke." From that day onwards, Liao participated in a new training that was so rigorous that one could even say it was more brutal than Spartan training, so brutal that it could only be called insane. Yuan Manchio's teaching style was very peculiar. She had disassembled all the high-level courses and fused them with the modification of the first Gen Tai crafting furnace, so that Liao would propose a new modifying plan in accordance with what he had learned recently every day. All the modification plans were done by Liao and Liao alone. She did intervene at all. At most, she would give remarks after the completion of a plan. And even if the modification plan looked completely perfect, Yuan Manchio, rather than letting Liao perform the modification, would instill him with more knowledge that was even more profound and more abstruse than the previous. In this way, after Liao had learned a new course, whenever he turned around and looked back, he would always feel that the modification plan he had devised a few days back was seriously lacking. He would find many places where he could perfect the plan even more. A crafting furnace is the foundation of a refiner. A brilliant refiner has to be well aware of even the slightest bit of change in any of the performance parameters of his furnace. Only then can he craft the perfect magical equipment. The modification of the first-gen Tai furnace is a special test for you. Don't be impatient. When you have learned everything and utilize all that you've learned to modify it, then you will see what kind of monster you have actually modified in the end. At the beginning, Liao was still scratching his ears and cheeks in anxiousness and could not wait to finish the modification of the first-gen Tai furnace and start refining as soon as possible. However, as he kept on learning high-level courses he gradually calmed down, because he discovered that with every day that passed in reality, during which he would painstakingly study in the heavenly refining tower for several days, 1 or 2 powerful weapons would be added to his armory, and the modification of the first-gen Tai furnace would be even more imaginative and perverse. Meanwhile, Yuan Manchio, without missing a beat, would entice in his ears. Next week, when you have finished learning so-and-so course, you can increase the overall performance of crafting performance by 1%, which will allow you to refine even more powerful magical equipment in the future. And when the next week arrived, Liao would instead discover that he had finished learning a couple of new courses and was proficient in several new algorithms, making it completely possible for him to devise even more maddening modification plan which could increase the overall performance of the crafting furnace by 3%. Just like this, day by day, time passed. He had already devised a couple hundred sets of modification plans for the first-gen Tai furnace, each of which was more excessive and fiercer than the one before. Under the latest modification plans he had devised, one would not even be able to recognize even a shadow of the first-gen Tai furnace. It would have completely changed into an incomparably deformed steel monster. Another 1.5 months had gone by. Gradually, a small ripple started surging in the calm heart of Liao. He discovered that he had unconsciously walked into a bottleneck. With the help of the heavenly refining tower, he had several times more learning time than any ordinary student. In addition to that, he could enter the super-perceptive state at the drop of a hat. Even in his day-to-day life, any messy problem under the super-perceptive state could be solved like a hot knife cutting through butter. In a period of 2 months, he had finished walking the road which any ordinary student could not necessarily finish even in 2 or 3 years. But the problem was that the credits he had obtained were truly too little. According to the teaching philosophy of the Grand Desolate War Institution, the specialized courses were by no means the main channels for acquiring credits. Whereas, the refining department was only left with one associate professor, Yuan Manchio, and she only could be proficient in so many domains of refining. Thus, the specialized courses she could set up were limited. Not to mention the fact that refining was extensive and profound, and it became more and more difficult to move forward. Many high-level courses contained telepathic thoughts which were as vast as the sea. Thus, it was impossible to completely master a high-level course in 1.5 days like the basic theory courses. Over these 2 months, Liao had acquired 3,400 credits in one deep breath. His nickname had already changed to Sleeping Devil, from God of Sleeping. In the opinion of the onlookers, he was an out-and-out training madman. But the goal of 40,000 credits was still very, very far away. If you want to become rich, you have to take the risky road. If he wanted to take down 40,000 credits, the conventional means were far from enough. Currently, there were 3 paths laid in front of Liao. Either he could log into the Wasteland Battle Network and receive some task, fight in the arena, or take the specialized courses of other departments. However, after careful consideration, he discovered that all 3 roads seemed to have terrible flaws. Take the mission, for example. In the Institute, there were very few tasks for a refiner. Even if some department, in order to take care of him, specially issued some maintenance task, its difficulty would also be very low, so he could at most receive a few credits, which was simply a waste of time. Liao could also not say they were being stingy, as the tasks were like repairing boiler-like equipment, so how could they even give him over 100 credits in one deep breath? Whereas, A true highly rewarding task was like going into the depths of the wasteland and hunting demon beasts. And if he wanted to receive these kinds of missions, he would need to have a minimum of 10,000 credits or even higher. The more dangerous the mission was, the higher the stipulated amount of credits were. After all, the institute had to consider the safety of its students. If a low-ranked student rushed into the depths of wasteland, there was a high chance that most would die. A shrimp like Liao, who did not even have 5,000 credits, could only receive some beginner-level hunting missions in the vicinity of Wild Wave City. He had once given it a try, during which he had to spend an entire 3 hours under the sun to desperately catch a shovel-toothed rabbit which had been biting people. In the end, he had plucked off its front teeth, as it was the favorite pet of a little girl. You could imagine how many credits could it be exchanged for. If it is going to be like this, you are completely forcing me. I can only go and fight in the arena. Having firmed his mind, Liao took a trip to the arena. But when he found the 7th to 8th level refinement stage super macho robust students coming and going on the arena ring with a momentum that could move the mountains and shake the earth, touching his nose, he dejectedly withdrew. What a joke! He was a gentleman and was only a 3rd level refinement stage cultivator who majored in refining. Fighting was only a hobby. Even if he took 3,000 to 5,000 pounds of stimulants, he would still not be able to withstand the wanton bombings of those hunks. He was only left with choosing the road of specialized courses. Liao thought rather happily. Even Ding Lingdang had said that he had a talent for fighting, so wouldn't taking a couple combat department's courses be the same as playing? But after carefully researching, he discovered that he had to actually pay more than double the credits to take the specialized courses of other departments. For example, if a combat department student wanted to register for the course, he only needed to pay 90 credits, and once he had finished learning, he would earn 360 credits. However, if Liao, a student of the refining department, wanted to register for the very same course, he would have to pay 180 credits. And this was not even a popular course. If it was a very popular course, the students of the combat department would all rush to the higher authorities, asking for the students from the other departments to have to pay a higher number of credits to learn and to receive fewer credits when they passed. Furthermore, Liao had heard that many professors of the combat department had a cruel and heartless temperament. They could all kill without spilling blood and fail them without even batting an eye. Each and every one of them had a title like Fail Master, Fail King, Fail Reverend, Fail Emperor, and Fail God. It was very normal for 70% of the students to fail a specialized course of the combat department. These days, one really can't do anything. Over the past few days, Liao had not slept soundly. Thus his eyes were bloodshot. As he walked in the campus, everyone and everything looked like credits to him. At this moment, "Come to my house tonight. I have something good to show you." A glittering message dancingly appeared in the center of his holographic screen. In the sender's image box of the message, Ding Lingdang, with arms akimbo, revealing half of her wheat-colored belly, smiled very arrogantly. The Grand Desolate War Institution had a wide range of staff, as well as many residential areas for the staff scattered all over Wild Wave City. At the beginning, Liao believed that Ding Lingdang, a new professor, would be residing in the dormitory. However, the Bamboo Rain Pavilion's environment was too good and only a senior professor would have the qualifications to reside in such an extravagant area. The entire Bamboo Rain Pavilion was extensively covered in restrictive spells, and in addition to those restrictive spells, the weather array glyphs formed a unique microclimate. As Liao stepped into the Bamboo Rain Pavilion, he felt a humid wind blowing on his face as a calm sea of bamboo came into view while a continuous drizzle poured down from the sky. Scattered in between the bamboo forest were a couple quaint villas. As Liao attentively gazed upon one of them, a white light suddenly bloomed before his eyes as a burst of a faint tingle appeared in his brain. The villas were surrounded by restrictive spells to prevent others from casually spying on them. Liao dared not to act rashly again and honestly walked towards Ding Lingdong's residence. The two had not seen each other since Floating Spear City. Ding Lingdang said that she had a premonition that she was about to break through, so she asked for a leave and went to the depths of the wasteland to cultivate. Has she successfully built her foundation? Liao felt a burst of joy in his heart as he sped up his footsteps. In a short while, a small two-story villa next to a hillside appeared amidst the sea of bamboos. From outside, the villa looked as though it had been completely built from bamboo which had lost its luster and faded away over the long passage of time, integrating completely with the surroundings, giving off an appearance as though it was naturally formed. Hiss! Right when Liao crossed a bamboo fence surrounding the villa, a 7-star silver-ringed horned snake suddenly sprang out from the bamboo leaves in the surroundings and wrapped itself around his neck. Liao was caught off guard. His entire body seemed to be petrified. A 7-star silver-ring horned snake was not a powerful demon beast at all and did not have any demonic skill that could conceal its aura. At any rate, he was a 3rd-level refinement stage cultivator, so why didn't he sense it a moment ago? Contrary to expectations, the 7-star silver ring horned snake didn't launch an attack and just used its glossy and green pair of eyes to scan his face. Liao kept on gazing at the 7-star silver ring horned snake before his eyes suddenly become transfixed. The gaps between the scales of the 7-star silver ring horned snake were flashing with a faint metal gloss, and its pair of eyes were crafted from crystals. To Liao's surprise, it was a non-living being. It was a special magical equipment that had been refined through the fusion of flesh and blood of an actual 7-star silver ring-horned snake with heaven and earth treasures. Good gracious! Liao was secretly rendered speechless. It was very common to use the flesh of demon beasts to refine with heaven and earth material, but for the refined magical equipment to come out so vividly and lifelike, seemingly filled with life and color, it was truly unfathomable. Hiss! 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 The 7-star silver ring-horned snake flicked its tongue, which was as soft as a real tongue, as it started licking Liao's face. Liao's pupil suddenly constricted. He discovered that its forked tongue was actually made from countless sheets of gold stone that were connected in series. Gold stone was an extremely rare material which possessed the characteristics of both metal and stone, and thus has high rigidity and low tensile strength. With the slightest mistake, it could very well be broken. It was a material which is very difficult to process, thus a vast majority of refiners would be reluctant to make use of this heaven and earth material. The gold stone was dissected and cut into tens of thousands of 0.1 mm thin slices. Thereafter holes were cut open before they were connected in series. Furthermore, they also had array glyphs engraved upon them, so that it was as flexible as the forked tongue of a real snake. Unfathomable! The person who refined this piece of magical equipment truly had unfathomable skill. Who the hell actually refined this 7-star silver ring-horned snake? He is definitely a peerless master refiner. The 7-star silver ring-horned snake slithered on Liao's neck for a while before it lightly sprang back into the bamboo leaves and disappeared. Meanwhile, from the birdcage at the top of the porch rang a sweet and melodious twerp. Liao! Come in! Liao! Come in! The door opened as it made a squeak sound before a rainbow flew out from the birdcage and circled around Liao's head, giving him directions. Having swept a glance, Liao discovered that it was a rainbow-colored, gorgeous parrot, and just like before, it too was a fusion of flesh and blood of a demon beast with heaven and earth treasures. At first glance, one could simply not tell the difference between it and a living being. Liao was simply flabbergasted. The two magical equipment's refining style was completely different than with that of Grassroots. They were simply exquisite and extravagant, meticulous and time-consuming, and they could be even called a work of art. They were definitely worth a couple of towns together. And yet, much to Liao's surprise, they were actually used for guarding and welcoming guests. What exactly is Ding Lingdong's background? Is her family that rich? Liao muttered for a while before he walked in with large strides. Contrary to his expectations, the decor within the villa was very modern. It was simple and concise, with a fierce and masculine feeling. It was as though a few chairs and tables were casually thrown inside a cultivation gym, while the rest of the space was completely packed with training equipment of all shapes and sizes. It was the complete opposite of its natural and ancient feeling that was present on the outside. When Liao stepped into the living room, he had been shaken to the core by the entire wall opposite to the door. Over 100 heads of demon beasts which were baring their teeth and looked extremely fierce, revealing their most brutal side, were helplessly hung on the wall and were reduced to nothing but decorations. Under the head of each demon beast, there was also an engraving in small characters. Flintstone Demon, hunted in Wildfire Mountain Range, blasted its heart in 3 punches. Herculean Bear Devil, hunted in Wailing Caverns, took 47 seconds. This is ridiculous. Liao Riley smiled. Anyhow, Ding Lingdang was still a young lady in her early 20s, so how could she hang these kinds of things? Not only that, but she had also casually written the hunting process. Did she fear that others would not know how incomparably mighty and fierce she was? Sister Ling, I'm here. Liao walked in, following the sounds coming from the corner of the living room. Ding Lingdang had just returned from the depths of the wasteland. Clearly, she was not someone who would clean the house, as the clothes she had worn when she went to the wasteland were thrown here and there, making quite a mess. Liao was extremely embarrassed to see a couple of undergarments casually lying around on the floor. The air was filled with a faint sweaty smell. However, it was not unpleasant at all, rather a bit strange. Oh, you're here? Come, eat with me. Dressed in a crop top and small shorts, Ding Lingdang sat on the ground very aggressively with her slim and slender legs apart. Placed in front of her was a few dozen high-energy foods which a normal girl would not even dare to look at. While she ate, she was watching a battle video that was shot in first-person view with great interest. The video was shot by a cultivator wearing a recording magical equipment on his forehead when he was hunting a demon beast in the depths of the wasteland. It was especially stimulating, giving the viewer a feeling as though it was happening to him. Bang! 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 The cultivator in the video was incomparably brutal. The brain of a charming and delicate iron-armored warthog beast was splattered all over the ground as it breathed out its final breath. Having cheered to her heart's content, Ding Lingdang grabbed a piece of mutton chop and stuffed it into her mouth, whereupon she wiped her greasy hands on her ass before she pulled Liao. Quickly sit down. First, do not move the chopsticks. Tell me, do I look any different? If it was an ordinary girl who had asked a boy this question, the boy would just answer, "Hey, have you done your hair? What did you do? You look truly beautiful." That was normally the correct answer. However, when such a question came from Ding Lingdang, Liao immediately understood. Have you established your foundation? Ha ha ha. That's right. Tell me quickly, on a scale of 1 to 10, how cool does sister look? Ding Lingdang unscrupulously started laughing to the point that her eyes had gone white, and of course, her mouth was wide open. She had laughed herself into fits, having not even the slightest bit of care for her image. Along with her laughter, a thick mass of spiritual energy writhed out of her body and gradually surrounded her into a layer of mist which slowly turned into small, gorgeous beads of water, with each glowing in resplendent colors. Liquefaction of spiritual energy. When Liao perceived them with his spiritual roots, it was even more shocking than looking at them with the naked eye. It was as though tens of thousands of colors fiercely shot out from Ding Lingdang and grabbed a hold of his mind in the blink of an eye. Refinement stage cultivator had very low control over spiritual energy and could only stimulate spiritual energy, which was why it was called the refinement of energy stage. However, once they could master the ability to liquefy their spiritual energy, they would step onto the building foundation stage, taking a completely new road of evolution. Ding Lingdang flaunted herself as she executed 7 or 8 stances one after another. Only then did she withdraw the liquefied spiritual energy back into her body, converging her aura, as she stuck out her tongue and said, "All right, I can only do this much. I have just established my foundation, so I cannot show off often, otherwise I would injure my soul. Wait until I have completely consolidated my state, then I will let you study it slowly. Now, come and eat the foundation building egg with me." While laughing, she took out a shimmering demon beast egg which had already been cooked. A sweet smell greeted his nose. "This is a foundation building egg?" Liao curiously inspected the demon beast egg. The ancient cultivation world of 40 millenniums ago was not clearly aware of various cultivation laws. Cultivators knew many cultivation principles were so, but as for why they were so, they didn't know. For a refinement stage cultivator of the ancient cultivation world to advance to the building foundation stage, besides cultivating madly, they also happened to need heaven-defying luck as well as taking a pill called the building foundation pill. Only then could they have any hope to succeed. The building foundation pill was refined using over 100 priceless treasures and were tremendously rare. God knows how many times just a small building foundation pill had raised a sanguinary slaughter, bringing forth countless disputes. It was only during the modern era when civilization had developed, thereby giving birth to various skills and countless synthetic drugs that could help establish the foundation in an endless stream, was there no longer any need for cultivators to go all out for a building foundation pill. However, the importance of the building foundation pill was still carried down from ancient times, evolving into a very interesting custom. After a cultivator had established his foundation, he must personally go to seek out a demon beast egg in order to cook and eat it. This egg was called foundation building egg, and signified that cultivators had not forgotten the tradition at all. Moreover, not just any egg given by a demon beast could become a foundation building egg. For it to become a foundation-building egg, it was better to have its color as close to gold as possible after it was cooked. A golden egg was synonymous to the golden core, and it was also a blessing, signifying that after eating this golden egg, you could smoothly march all the way to the core formation stage and become a golden core powerhouse. Quickly eat it, Sister Ling. May you form the golden core as soon as possible and become unparalleled in the world. Liao sincerely wished her. With a light tap, Ding Ling Dang peeled the foundation-building egg. The eggshell was very soft. It was completely peeled as if it was the peel of a fruit. Whereupon, a round golden bead appeared in her palm. It was the egg of a golden-spotted finch. The eggshell as well as the albumin egg white were both glittering, implying it was extremely good and high-grade among foundation-building eggs. It spread out a faint, delicate fragrance. Ding Ling Dang, having taken a deep whiff of the fragrance, had an intoxicated look her face. Opening her mouth, just as she was about to swallow the entire foundation-building egg, it seemed as if she thought of something as she pinched a small piece of the wiggling golden albumin and sent it towards Liao's mouth. Why? Liao was flabbergasted. I want to share a bit with you so that you can also be smeared with this sister's divine energy. Maybe you can also form your golden core a little earlier. Ding Ling Dang pursed her lips into a smile. How can that be okay? According to the custom, the foundation-building egg must be swallowed whole. The golden egg is the golden core. Have you seen anyone cultivate a half-golden core? Liao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop with all this nonsense. How can just swallowing the golden egg allow you to be able to form a golden core? It's just symbolic. Besides, suddenly, she took a glance at Liao's left side in surprise. In a moment of surprise, while Liao was distracted, a soft mass was stuffed into his mouth and rolled down his throat as though it was tender tofu. Ha ha ha! Fooled you. Ding Ling Dang stupidly laughed and casually said, The road of cultivation is very long. Isn't one person walking alone lonely and boring? Clearly, isn't it better to find a few friends and brothers to walk together, with everyone talking and laughing along the way? You address me as sister, so how could I let you call me such in vain? If I have good stuff, then I am certainly going to share it with everyone. Liao scratched his head. He didn't know what to say. Between the two, Ding Ling Dang was also endlessly chatting, while he did his part of listening to her attentively. Quickly eat and drink to have some energy. Sister will take you to her bedroom and let you thoroughly enjoy a bit. Ding Ling Dang said proudly. Cough, 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 cough. A piece of lamb skewer was stuck in Liao's throat, making him cough to the point that tears were flowing out of his eyes. The word enjoy had ambiguous meanings. There were many things in the world which could be enjoyed. However, usually, there was only one thing which could be enjoyed in a girl's bedroom. But Liao swept a glance at the over 100 demon beast heads hanging on the wall, among which were a couple dozen heads that were deformed, with the cranial bones having been split open. They were miserable to the extreme. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew what was waiting for him was definitely not that kind of enjoyment. Sure enough, when he entered Ding Ling Dong's bedroom, which was as simple as any room allocated in the Barak. Presented in front of him was impressively a teleportation array. Through the teleportation array in Peng Hai's private training room, Liao had once entered the small gray field, where he had trained for a month. Thus, he was no stranger to teleportation arrays. That's right. Cool, isn't it? Ding Lingdang pushed Liao ahead. This teleportation array appeared to be a circle smaller than Peng Hai's teleportation array, allowing no more than 2 people to stand together, and that too very closely. Ding Lingdang, without the least bit of hesitation, wrapped her arms around Liao's waist. Hey, not bad. You have trained your muscles well, and your waist is quite firm. I thought that after joining the refining department, you would neglect training your body. Slightly pinching Liao's waist, Ding Lingdang said with surprise. Liao slightly smiled. He had not deliberately trained his body at all. However, as there were many wrecked magical equipment that were hundreds of thousands of pounds heavy in the rubble, in particular the wrecked crafting furnaces, which had multitudes of components that weighed a few tons and perhaps even a couple dozen tons, and since there weren't any lifting or transporting magical equipment in the refining department, he alone had to carry all the wreckage over his shoulders or drag them along by force. Every day he had to carry several tons of wrecked magical equipment and run his way through the rugged ruins, making 3 to 5 trips at minimum and a dozen drips at most. He even carried furnaces that were several meters tall over his shoulders in one breath, soaring to a speed that was about 100 meters per second. Over time, his body became incomparably robust and sturdy. Didn't I say that you are a natural-born body practitioner? Even if you chose refining, you should never neglect training your body. The body is the foundation. A strong body will, in turn, stimulate your brain cells, develop your brain, and grow your soul, making it very easy for you to train in anything. Just as her voice faded away, a blue light flashed around the teleportation formation. Everything went black before Liao's eyes before he appeared in a completely new world. His body was suddenly hit with sluggishness as a huge pressure weighed down upon him from all directions and a large amount of dense liquid gushed into his nasal cavity. He was surrounded by darkness and calmness, one that was akin to that of an abyss, which was spotted by a few swimming fish. This was the other end of the teleportation formation which, to his surprise, was under a quaint sea. Liao's eyes were opened wide. He discovered that there was a faint brilliance above his head, and Ding Lingdang, who was in front of him and happened to have her slim and slender leg close together like a robust mermaid. He followed behind Ding Lingdang, moving his hands and feet forcefully as he strugglingly swam his way towards the sea surface. The sea was very odd. As the density of the sea water was extremely high, Liao felt as though he was a fly that had been stuck in amber. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape. Fortunately, it was not empty underwater. Many flight stair-like ruins were also present and could be used as support. Even if cultivators could hold their breath for a long time, after strenuous movements for 5 minutes, Liao was almost out of air as stars started revolving before his eyes. Gasp! Finally, Liao's head broke through the surface as he gasped for a mouthful of air which carried a fishy smell along with it. Ding Lingdang too emerged next to him while also carrying a small, glittering, transparent crab on top of her head. Having beaten her cheeks, an arrow of water shot out before she said with a smile, "This is a world fragment called the Billowing Star Sea. The density of the sea here is 5 times that of the heaven origin sector, and there are also invisible undercurrents which, for cultivation, is even better than the small gray field. Did you enjoy it?" Indeed. Liao heaved a long sigh of relief. His entire body happened to be exhausted to the extreme, yet his spirit was very excited. This world fragment, the Billowing Star Sea, was even more dangerous than the small gray field. Not only was the density of the seawater higher, making it strenuous to move under the sea, but there were also invisible undercurrents, which required him to unleash more than 100% of his effort, and only they could he deal with it. Had he not been running amidst the rubble carrying several tons weighing equipment every day, thereby training an extremely tyrannical body, he would have simply been unable to adhere even for a moment here. If he could train in the Billowing Star Sea often, his body would definitely become even more terrifying, allowing him to carry even more wrecked magical equipment at once. thereby greatly increasing his efficiency in repairing and modifications. Upon noticing Li Yao's fascination, a smile bloomed upon Ding Lingdong's face. Since even you say it is good, then I also don't have to feel sad. For this world fragment, I had spent an entire 500 million, and yet I only have the right to use it for a decade. 500 million? Are you that rich? Li Yao was surprised. Ding Lingdang pursed her lips. If only so. This is all in installments, and even for the down payment, I had to rely on the young teacher support plan of the institute to borrow an interest-free loan. Even then, I have to pay 60 to 70 million annually. She swam to Li Yao's side as her face brightened up with joy. As long as I can improve my strength, what does some money count for? Let alone 60 to 70 million. Even 300 to 500 million can be earned in one trip to the depths of the wasteland by hunting a few demon beasts. What is there to be afraid of? I guess that's right. Without high investment, how can one have high returns? When I have the money, I am going to buy 2 world fragments, one for training, and I will turn the other into a private refining room. Li Yao indulged in flights of fantasies. Ding Lingdang laughed, revealing her snow-white teeth. For the refining room, you have to depend on yourself, but as for training, you can train here with me. What? Li Yao was a little muddle-headed. The billowing star sea, which was worth a couple 100 million, was open to him for free. Ding Lingdang nodded. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Li Yao, don't you blame me? Blame you for what? Li Yao had been surprised once again for a moment. Due to the high density of billowing star sea, Ding Lingdang freely floated above the surface, gazing at the writhing dark clouds in the sky as she said in a solemn tone, Your dream is to become a master refiner. The Deep Sea University's refining department was the best place for you to go. Yet because of me, you had chosen the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. And the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department has now turned into this. After thinking about it carefully, had it not been for me, you would already be in Deep Sea University's refining department, triumphantly advancing towards your dream, instead of falling so low that you don't even have a crafting furnace. Even if you don't blame me, I still feel a little sorry for you. That's why I am lending the billowing star sea to you to train. Think of it as a small compensation to you. Ding Lingdang had a dispirited look hung all over her face as she grabbed the small, transparent crab on top of her head and threw it far away dishearteningly. A smile appeared on Li Yao's face. Gazing at the dark clouds in the sky as they took various shapes due to the fierce winds, he unhurriedly said, Aren't I still triumphantly advancing towards my dream? Moreover, very soon, I will have a crafting furnace. A unique crafting furnace. Do you truly not blame me? Of course, I don't blame you. I have elected this road on my own, and it is very good. Whether it's some Deep Sea University's refining department or some supernova Xianxia, one day, they will be blasted away by me. Ha ha ha. Now that's some ambition. Supernova Xianxia. Huh? When you are going to blow him away, just give me a message. I will help you punch him. As though a heavy burden had been lifted off of Ding Lingdong's shoulder, her entire body was a lot more at ease as she quickly started swimming around Li Yao. Right? Li Yao suddenly thought of something. Sister Ling, if I want to keep the refining department, I need to gather 40,000 credits within 1 year, which is a little troublesome. In the past, you had taken 2 years to acquire 40,000 credits and senior brother Peng had taken only 1.5 years to do so. Do the two of you have some sort of secret method? Ding Lingdang thought for a while before she said with a frown. Senior brother Peng and I were both students of the combat department, so we had many high credits specialized courses to choose from. I did it almost the same way as him. For the first year, I madly studied the specialized courses for 1 year and first gathered 10,000 credits. The first 10,000 credits are the most crucial. Once you have reached 10,000 credits, you can choose high difficulty missions and go to the depths of the wasteland to hunt demon beasts. If you are lucky and hunt a powerful demon beast, you will have the opportunity to receive a couple thousand credits, and even over 10,000 credits is quite possible. With the completion of 3 to 5 high difficulty missions, you will have then acquired 40,000 credits. Liao was absorbed in his thoughts. So I have to do everything possible to obtain 10,000 credits first? That's right. The first 10,000 credits are most important. Once you have 10,000 credits in hand, as long as you are strong enough and your luck is good, then you can acquire the later credits very quickly. Ding Lingdang patted Liao's shoulder as she laughed and said, "Don't be anxious. We will slowly think of some way. In any case, there is more than one way to do the same thing, so for now, you should first cultivate in the billowing star sea. I'm afraid that even if you want to go the depths of the wasteland to hunt demon beasts, without a powerful body, it would be no good." Liao nodded. Even if he joined a team as a support with the identity of a refiner, his battle strength would still be too inferior. And in case that he held back the team, then no one would be willing to team up with him next time. Alright, you train here for a while first. This is a repelling water bead. When you are truly out of the air, you can infuse it with your spiritual energy to stimulate it, and that will allow you repel the invasion of seawater. In the meantime, I will go and post a mission. Once I am finished, I will accompany you after I return. Ding Lingdang, while speaking, dived under the sea. Liao happened to have sharp ears. When he heard the word mission, his eyes suddenly turned red as he hastily stopped her. Wait, what kind of mission are you going to post? I have just established my foundation. Although my level has improved, I am still not quite well versed with the use of various abilities. I have just learned a few really overbearing exercises, so I need to temper myself, and for that, I need a training partner who will help me consolidate my level. How many credits? Having heard the two words training partner, Liao's eyes lit up. In the militant wolf slayer's cultivation gym of the underground ghost city, he was once a training partner of Fiend Blade Peng Hai. This was his old line of work. The credits are rather high. For every minute, I will pay 10 credits to whoever can bear indiscriminate bombing. However, I have high requirements for the training partner, so it would not be so easy to find him. Ding Lingdang said with a frown. She had been upset over this very matter. Finding a good training partner was even harder than finding a good husband. 10 credits for every 10 minutes? Liao's excitement had reached the zenith to the point that flames were shooting out his nose. Having stretched out half his body out of the seawater, he took a beautiful pose to flex his muscles. Sister Ling, how about me? I can take a beating. Even senior brother Peng wasn't able to knock me down. You? Ding Lingdang could not hold back her laughter as she poked him with her slender fingers, pushing Liao back into the sea. Don't be conceited. Do you think a task where you can earn 10 credits for 1 minute is that simple? Senior brother Peng could not knock you down because he was just using 5% of his strength. My training partner, on the other hand, has to face of an indiscriminate bombing of at least 80% of my power. To put it bluntly, you are simply too weak, Liao unwillingly said. Not too weak. You are a glass jaw. Glass? Jaw? Hey, hey. Liao happened to be laughing mischievously as a mysterious look crept over his face. Sister Ling, guess what level I am currently at? Ding Lingdang swept a couple of glances over him before she casually said, at the temporary station when you had just awakened your spirit roots, you had beaten the shit out of a 3rd-level refinement stage cultivator, so your talent is pretty good. If I have to guess, then after madly cultivating for these few months, you must have advanced by another level, so you are now in the 2nd level of refinement stage, right? Nope. Just as his voice faded away, she suddenly came to notice that there was something strange. She stared with wide-open eyes as a sliver of a red glow flickered in the depths of her eyes. You are in the 3rd level of the refinement stage. Ding Lingdang was pleasantly surprised as she ruthlessly clutched Liao's arm. Awesome! In just the half year I have not seen you, you have broken through to the 3rd level of the refinement stage. Liao grimaced in pain, yet a smiling look could not remain hidden in the depths of his eyes. It seems that I have trained well in the soul converging technique. Even Sister Ling had been deceived. There is a small island over there. Let me show you my strength. A few reefs were scattered at the corner of the billowing star sea, the smallest of which was only enough for a foothold, while the largest was 30 to 50 meters in diameter and had jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, much like the jagged teeth of a dog. Liao, who stood barefooted on the sharp reef with his 10 toes spread apart and deeply rooted into the rock much like the claws of a falcon, remained completely motionless even under the havoc of the powerful sea breeze. Taking a deep breath, the glint in Liao's eyes was completely converged as though there were two deep wells. One could not find even the slightest bit of emotions. Suddenly, squatting down, he stretched both his hands as back as he could as he moved his fingers to take the form of a claw as if he was a falcon or a vulture who was ready to soar into the sky. The eyes of Ding Lingdang, who stood on another reef not too far away, lit up. Soul-igniting law? Soul-igniting law was an extension of the soul-converging technique. The soul-converging technique taught the cultivators how to restrain their soul and was an ability to seal the life force of a cultivator. The soul-igniting law, on the other hand, was just the opposite. It was a technique which allowed a cultivator to stimulate their soul to the limit in the blink of an eye, burning their life to their heart's content, and release an almost inexhaustible amount of light and heat to illuminate the entire universe. In other words, the soul-igniting law taught the cultivators how to metamorphosize. Usually, one used the soul-converging technique to restrain their soul and lock their life force. And in a case of an emergency, using the soul-igniting law would ignite the fire of life in the blink of an eye, allowing one to have superhuman abilities. This was the battle mode of a cultivator. Ding Lingdang was inexplicably excited in her heart. She was simply more excited than when she had just learned a soul-igniting law in the past. And just like the soul-converging techniques, the soul-igniting laws was a collective name. There were hundreds of prevailing soul-igniting laws in the heaven origin sector. The soul-igniting law Liao was cultivating was called soaring into heaven in one leap. The principle of this soul-igniting law was to imagine yourself as a falcon imprisoned in iron chains in the depths of a mountain valley. While the other birds were freely flying in the sky amidst the clouds and playing along with the winds, the falcon, which had been locked by iron chains, could only stretch its neck and silently look at just a small piece of the sky from the desolate valley. The iron chains locking it were very tight, deeply embedded into its flesh and blood. The falcon could not flutter its feathers in the least. Over the years, it remained completely motionless, no more than like a piece of rock. The iron chains seemed to have imprisoned the falcon's spirit. Even though it would occasionally watch its kind sweeping past the sky as they let out cheerful chirps, its eyes seemed to be transfixed, revealing not even the slightest bit of movements within them. But in secret, every second it was growing. Every second it was madly accumulating its power. Every second, its desire to use its wings to break the stars and suns was soaring to the highest heaven. Finally, one day, when it had accumulated enough power, the falcon fiercely flapped its wings, breaking the iron chains and blasting the shackles imprisoning it as it let out a sharp cry which resounded throughout the heaven. As it soared into the sky with one flap, raising a hurricane that spanned over tens of thousands of kilometers, it became the king of all falcons. Soaring into the sky in one leap, becoming the king of falcons in one go. Liao's pair of eyes, which were completely calm and serene like a still, ancient well, suddenly flickered. The look in his eyes that remained dim, in just 1/10 of a second, became as sharp as a falcon's. A large amount of spiritual energy surged out from his every pore and took the form of feathers. The light gray feathers, whose edges sketched out gilded edges, gave off an impression of a shocking power slumbering within. Caw! 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 From next to Liao came sounds that were as sharp as a falcon's screeches. These were the sounds from the sudden expansion of spiritual energy, which produced ripples and friction in the air, leading to sounds like that of a raging storm. Fourth level of the refinement stage. Ding Lingdang simply couldn't believe the scene before her eyes. Her pair of pretty eyes flickered with perplexion as she muttered, "Mobilization of energy taking a form. You can actually simulate the beginning step of the creation of heaven and earth. This state can only be possible at the fourth level of the refinement stage, yet you can actually do this? How long has it been since you have awakened your spirit roots?" Ha 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 ha. Liao, who got praises from Ding Lingdang, felt as if he had just eaten honey in his heart. The little image of an expert he had somehow created, in the blink of an eye, was destroyed with his unbridled laughter. That's right, I am in the 4th level of the refinement stage. What do you think? Is it enough to fight with you? Over these few months, apart from frantically absorbing the theoretical knowledge in the heavenly refining tower, he would also run left and right amidst the ruins while carrying several tons of wrecked magical equipment. Meanwhile, his computation speed soared to the limit as he drew multiple modification plans. In addition, he was the only pampered child of the refining department, so various resources were left for him to use. Just the crystals he used were 10 times of that of any ordinary freshman. Under such frantic cultivation, he finally broke through to the 4th level of the refinement stage 3 days ago. In a few months, you, from an ordinary person, had suddenly turned into a 4th level refinement stage cultivator. You are even faster than me. My insight is truly good. In just one glance, I had picked a purebred horse like you from the mules. Ding Ling Dang self-complacently praised herself before once again ridiculing. However, the fact remains the same. In front of an early stage building foundation stage cultivator, you, a 4th level refinement stage cultivator, are a glass jaw. No. Don't you see how cool my form is? Liao remained unconvinced. With the shake of his pair of arms, the feathers created out of spiritual energy sparkled. What's the use of a cool form? Ding Ling Dang disapprovingly said. The refinement stage is altogether divided into 13 levels. From the 1st to the 5th level, it is collectively known as low level, the 6th to the 10th is intermediate level, the 10th to the 13th level is high level, and above high level is peak stage. In the early stage of the refinement stage, spiritual energy can only be drawn into a virtual form. It just looks good and doesn't have any battle force. Amidst combat, I can blast your spiritual energy feathers away with just the poke of my finger. Not to mention, Ding Ling Dang slightly smiled. In these few months, you have only been studying refining, which has an extremely high requirement for computation ability. Usually, you would have to come in contact with algorithms, theorems, array glyphs, and the likes. You have been cultivating pure spiritual energy. But so what? In the end, a 4th level refinement stage cultivator like you, strictly speaking, is a 4th level creation type refinement stage cultivator. There is still a certain difference when compared to a battle type 4th level refinement stage cultivator. You are just like Jiang Tao, who you had once beaten. He was a pure creation type cultivator. Even though he had achieved the 3rd level of the refinement stage, wasn't he still beaten into a pig by you? This statement completely calmed Liao down. After having thought about it carefully, he realized Ding Lingdang was right. Over the course of these few months, his computation ability had fiercely increased, enough for him to draw his spiritual energy into a form. A majority of the virtual form he had forcibly stimulated came from relying on his computation ability, which was simply unable to be utilized during combat. When he thought of this, he could not help but get a bit discouraged and, even more so, a bit unwilling. If he could act as a good training partner for Ding Lingdang, then he could get 10 credits in 1 minute, 110 minutes, and 600 in 1 hour. Of course, holding on for 1 hour was just a pipe dream. During an exchange between experts, life and death were a matter of seconds, even more so with Ding Lingdang, who specialized in killing within seconds. Even a Herculean bear devil would be unable to stand against her for a minute. If I could persevere for 3 to 5 minutes, I can have 30 to 50 credits. Simply practicing twice a day will allow me to have a few thousand credits in a month. If I pass the specialized courses, then just maybe, I will be able to accumulate 10,000 credits by the end of the first semester. This way, I will have a whole semester next year. Then I can go to the wasteland and hunt for the remaining 30,000 credits. Having thought of this, Liao's eyes flashed with a sliver of resolution as he stressed each and every word while seriously looking at Ding Lingdang. Sister Ling, please give me a chance. I want to. Even before he could finish, a red light suddenly flashed past his eyes. He felt as though a high-speed crystal train had fiercely crashed into his stomach. While spewing blood, Liao, like a kite with a broken string, flew back and even broke 20 to 30 reefs before falling flat among the reefs. For 10 seconds, Liao's entire body was paralyzed. He could not move an iota. and the drilling pain of his stomach felt as though it jolted into his heart like lightning bolt one after another, simulating each and every cell along the nerves. Each second felt like a year. Those 10 seconds were as hard as 10 entire years. What the hell? After 10 seconds, Liao barely regained the ability to speak. His voice sounded incomparably hoarse. Meanwhile, he felt like he had been hit by a meteor. Ding Lingdang jumped over in an unhurried and unperturbed manner. Parting her slim and slender legs, she, without the slightest bit of modesty, sat on his stomach. Rip! Liao's shirt, which was blown into pieces by the impact, was lightly torn away by Ding Lingdang, revealing a distinct fist imprint on his stomach which had flames lingering around it and his skin over his stomach, which was lightly burned. Ding Lingdang raised her orchid-like fingers and lightly poked upon the fist imprint. Hiss! Liao soon had tears flowing out of his eyes from the pain. He wanted to roll and writhe from pain, but his body remained out of his control. The pain seemed to have turned into invisible shackles, firmly locking his every nerve. You see? Just a light punch from me and you have turned into this. How are you even going to spar with me? Ding Lingdongs pursed her lips. Didn't you just blast a punch at me? Liao felt as though he was waking up from a dream. Only after a minute did he regain the ability to control his body. His stomach was still in an awful lot of pain, and he felt as if his heart had been entangled inside thorns, where every beat of his heart was torture to him. Ding Lingdang stretched out her jade-like finger and lightly shook it. Wrong. Please don't use the word blast. At least, only when I have used 90% of my strength can you call it blast. I just lightly jabbed a punch at you. You said you wanted to give it a try. I know you are very stubborn and wouldn't give up unless I promised you, so I let you give it a try. Do you now know how big of a difference there is between the building foundation stage and refinement stage? With your current strength, you can't even clearly see the trace of my fist. Just a silly poke of mine rendered you completely incapable in your place, leaving you in a state where I can beat you as I like. So what's the difference between beating a sandbag and you? Alright, don't think about it too much. Take this, it's an ointment. Smear it over your wounds and train here at ease, while I log on and post the mission. Patting her butt, Ding Lingdang started to walk towards the edge of the island. Right when her charming foot touched the cold sea, a low and anguishing growl suddenly came from behind her. Wait! Ding Lingdang immediately retracted her foot. A sliver of surprise appeared in the pair of her pretty eyes as she turned around and looked at Liao. In her heart, she was astonished. It can't be. Was my heavy punch still not enough for this kid to give up? He really is too stubborn. Contrary to her expectation, she only saw Liao grimace in pain as he weakly said, Sister Ling, can you help me out? I can't walk. What? Ding Lingdang found it annoying as well as amusing at the same time. With a step, she rushed over and ruthlessly nabbed Liao's ear. You conceited brat! Only then did she pull him to an island at the corner of the reefs. From the get-go, the billowing Star Sea was sold to cultivators as a place for them to train, and as such it was pre-installed with various facilities. The island was a natural resting place and a combat zone, and the seller had set up a supply point at the corner of the island where not only were commonly used drugs were placed, but also a medical treatment pod as well. Armor. On one hand, Liao was smearing ointment, while on the other, he was curiously gazing at the supply point, discovering that apart from the drugs and medical treatment pod, 2 huge weapon caches were also there, among which one was jam-packed with chainsword-like close combat magical equipment, while the other had 7 or 8 sets of armor. Ding Lingdang shrugged her shoulders. These came as a gift when I bought the rights to use the billowing Star Sea for 10 years. Think of it as promotional means of the seller. Otherwise, it would be too expensive. But as I am a body practitioner, I seldom use these kinds of things. If you are so interested, you can play with them as you like. Liao seemed to have thought of something. Sister Ling, what if I wore 3 to 5 pieces of armor? Wouldn't I be able to withstand your heavy punches? Ding Lingdang scoffed. You are so wrong. If you wore a couple pieces of armor, your defenses would indeed increase, but what about your speed and reaction? The higher the defense of the armor, the heavier they would be. you would have to carry a couple 100 pounds or even over 1,000 pounds. Let alone quickly dodging my attacks, you wouldn't even be unable to walk. I might as well hit wooden poles. That might not be necessarily true. Liao was still very confident in his own capacity. He would often go to the floating mountains of the combat department to observe the training of the combat department students. Over there, he discovered that a majority of them painstakingly trained their offense and defense, but in regards to carrying heavy weight, such as squatting and so on, they don't train enough. In comparison, he, in order to modify first-generation Tai furnace, had to carry several tons of wrecked magical equipment and run on the rugged ruins every day. Day after day, carrying such maddening training, his capacity to carry heavy weight happened to be absolutely outstanding and even better than a majority of the combat department senior students. A mere few 100 pounds of armor was simply nothing for him. Without further ado, Liao first wore a piece of light armor crafted from a black ice crocodile's skin. Following that, he once again donned a chain armor completely crafted from metal and another set of turtle armor refined from a star-spotted turtle's shell. Finally, he hung over 100 pieces of demon beast bone spikes above the turtle armor. Liao wore a complete set that weighed 400 to 500 pounds, and when he walked, a jingling noise could be heard coming from his entire body, head to toe. It was completely horrendous. Huff! Liao did 2 squats, jumped up and down a couple of times off the jagged rocks to check if it was all right. Donning so many layers of armor together was still not half as heavy as the crafting furnaces. His speed had only fallen by 20%. Ding Lingdang coldly looked at him as she yawned and lazily said, "A while ago, when you weren't even wearing the armor, you couldn't even see from where my punch was coming from. Now that you have worn a couple 100 pounds of scrap, your reaction would be even slower. Isn't that nothing more than a wooden stake placed on the ground? I can blast this armor with a few punches and kicks before beating you into a pig. This is simply not going to help me in training anyway." A mysterious smile crept over Liao's face as he confidently said, "Give me half a minute. After that, you can attack again. I guarantee it will absolutely be nothing like before." "Oh!" Ding Lindang was surprised for a moment. Noticing Liao's he got it all worked it out appearance, it gave off the impression that he wasn't joking and got her interested as she said to herself, "Could it be that this kid still has some trick left in his sleeve? All right, you have your half minute. However, let me warn you, if it is going to be just like before where you can't even take a hit and can't stand for even half a second, then I will not give you a third opportunity." Liao, of course, had a trick. Liao's expression turned serious as he became calm and focused. His computational ability, like an invisible tide, continued to expand within his brain. One by one, algorithms, formulae, theorems, and array glyphs flashed past his mind as lines of light, one after another, continuously expanded, collided, blended, and intertwined together to create an abstruse and complex crafting furnace blueprint. Lube-dub, 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 lube-dub. His heartbeat was getting slower and slower, but as a matter of fact, his brain cell activity was increasing. 110%, 120%, 130%. Liao had entered the super-perceptive state. His pupils contracted till they seemed as though they were black tips of a nail. He somewhat provocatively smiled at Ding Lingdang, simply wanting to bend his finger in an aloof manner and gesture for Ding Lingdang to come when suddenly, the reef not far away from him appeared to be empty. Ding Lingdang was nowhere to be found. Liao felt his scalp tingle as a trail of goosebumps went down his back. His entire spine felt as though it had been immersed in an ice-cold water. Meanwhile, his brain cell activity, in the blink of an eye, broke through to 150%, and in response, his computation ability frantically soared, breaking past every limit one after another. Behind me, on the right, 3 meters, target approaching at high speed. This conclusion was not that he saw or perceived. It was completely derived from 200% brain cell activity of super-perceptive state by Liao. Move 37 millimeters towards the left, while turning 36.7 degrees counterclockwise. There is a 56% chance that I might be able to avoid the attack. Within 1/10 of a second, his brain issued a command that was as fast as lightning. However, His body was like an old bull pulling a broken cart. From his teleneurons to every strand of his muscle, they were all slow to process the commands madly issued by his brain. In half of a second, Liao happened to move only by 29 millimeters and turn counterclockwise by 31.4 degrees. Whiz! As if a high-speed crystal train had brushed past his body, setting off a superstorm, Liao felt a cold feeling seeping through his waist, which was followed by a burning sensation. When he lowered his head, he noticed that 3 to 4 layers of the armor on the right side of his waist had been torn away by the edge of Ding Lingdong's punch. So terrifying! Liao was tongue-tied. If he was even 1/10 of a second slower in dodging, her punch would have truly struck him. Even if he was protected by 4 to 5 layers of armor, he could have possibly been sent flying away from the impact and rendered unconscious on the spot. Now, he had a deeper understanding of the fierceness of Ding Lingdang, this terrifying dragon in a human form. However, he didn't know that Ding Lingdang was 10 times more surprised than him in her heart. Using her big toes, she beautifully stood upon a sharp reef not so far away. Her cheeks happened to be slightly puffed up, and a lump had even appeared upon her glabella from frowning as her face was filled with perplexity. She could not understand how Liao had a quicker reaction than before, even though he was bearing a couple 100 pounds of armor. However, since her childhood, she had never been someone who liked racking her brain. If she encountered any unreasonable problem, then she would rather use her fists than her brain. Ding Lingdang let out a long howl, whereupon the bells tied around her ankles burst forth with clear and melodious rings. Her big toes suddenly blasted the tip of the sharp reef into pieces before she herself transformed into a red beam as she whizzed past. Gotcha! Under the super-perceptive state, Liao's brain cells were madly activated, allowing his 5 senses to be substantially elevated. Despite this, he was barely able to notice Ding Lingdong's quick-as-a-ghost silhouette. However, as a result, his perception of pain had also been increased by tenfold. Although the punch from a moment ago had not struck him, the wind generated from the punch had nevertheless seeped into his flesh, bringing an excruciating pain which felt as though his heart and bones were being stabbed, making him drenched in cold sweat, and causing his eyes to be constantly twitching. Liao tightly clenched his teeth as he forcibly endured the pain. His brain cell activity was once again elevated, frantically calculating Ding Lingdong's speed, angle, and movement trajectory as well as the direction of her next step. When Ding Lingdang blasted a simple punch aiming at his abdomen, he even miraculously raised his pair of arms and crossed them against his abdomen to defend. Boom! 3 to 4 layers of protection on his arms were completely blown away, while Liao flew 7 to 8 meters away. His pair of arms were as though they had turned into 2 dry, burning branches. Nevertheless, he didn't fall. The depths of Ding Lingdong's eyes flickered with a blood-red brilliance as her face revealed a dense, murderous aura. She no longer gave him even 1/10 of a second to do any calculations. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Liao with her slender leg raised high, and without any hesitation, kicked downwards like a giant, hacking axe. All of a sudden, Liao was smashed into the reef, completely breaking the armor on his abdomen and leaving a deep dent on the iron armor. Liao spewed out a mouthful of blood towards the sky and was no longer able to even crawl. Meanwhile, his brain had, in the blink of an eye, withdrawn from the super-perceptive state and was all muddled up. Ding Lingdang was relieved and refreshed. Bearing a smile on her face, she squatted down next to Liao and helped him remove the armor while gazing at him with an inconceivable look in her eye as she clicked her tongue in admiration and said, "You are one little monster. I truly underestimated you a little bit. If I was even a little bit inattentive, you might have created a big miracle. A while ago, you could not even withstand a punch of mine, but now you had actually dodged and blocked my punches. That's truly amazing. However, your endurance is truly poor. During combat, you cannot always dodge or block an enemy's attack, as you will always be hit. At that time, the ability to take a beating plays a particularly important role. You only lasted 10 seconds before you could not carry on, and are still very far from lasting for 1 minute. You might as well train here in the billowing Star Sea for a couple of months. When you get to the next semester, just maybe, you will have the qualifications to act as my sparring partner. Cheer up, little brother. After a few words, Liao wasn't able to clearly hear anything at all. His mind was entirely preoccupied with the frustration of failing to last for an entire minute. Too weak, my endurance is truly too weak. Even after donning 3 to 4 layers of armor, I still could not withstand one blow of her. 10 seconds, I could only hold on for 10 seconds. I am too far away from 1 minute. If I could increase my endurance a bit, then as long as it is even a little bit, I would be able to withstand 3 to 5 from her attacks. And with the keen perception and supercomputing ability under superperceptive state, hopefully, I may be able to last for a minute. Let's see. If there isn't any exercise to increase endurance. Liao's pair of eyes suddenly seemed to be burning with fire. He, flinging caution to the wind, jumped up but was then struck again by a pain at his waist, causing him to bow down, letting out an ouch. Are you all right? Don't scare me. Did I attack too heavily? Ding Lingdang was blaming herself a little. Will you be at home tonight? Liao was extremely excited, completely forgetting the pain. Yes. Ding Lingdang was rather baffled. Can you wait for me for 3 hours? No, 5 hours. 12 o'clock midnight, your house, in the bedroom. Don't leave till we meet. Liao's eyes bloomed with a vicious gleam, casting a covetous look at Ding Lingdang. Having left Ding Lingdang's house, Liao, at a lightning-fast speed, rushed right away to the floating mountain of the combat department and immediately dived into the superperception cabin. Entering the superperceptive state, brain cell activity, 331%, limit reached. In the blink of an eye, Liao's consciousness had appeared in the depths of the heavenly refining tower. Liao didn't hesitate for even 1 second and rushed straight away to the southeast corner, where there were 2 rows of bookshelves, stacked inside of which were methods for tempering the body. During the ancient cultivators' world, the refining environment was extremely harsh. The furnaces weren't sealed well enough, and at any moment, it was quite possible that hot gases with temperatures as high as a couple of thousand degrees or extremely corrosive gases and molten ingredients would leak out. In addition, due to the backward means of forging, many of the processing like cutting, grinding, and so on and so forth had to be forcibly done by the refiner himself. Therefore, ancient refiners paid great attention to tempering their body. They were like ancient blacksmiths. Often, they were as robust and tall as a bull, and all of them had great physical strength. Without a strong physique, they would neither be able to raise a few 100-pound hammer, nor would they dare to get closer to a crafting furnace that was a couple thousand of degrees hot. In such an event, how would they be able to refine anything? The first level of the heavenly refining tower had stocked many wondrous and odd skills to temper the body. Liao swept a glance before he reached out towards the 1,000 tempering 100 refining, which was also known as the first tempering cannon of the 100 smelting clan. The 1,000 tempering 100 refining was the quenching body exercise created by the 100 smelting clan's elder, Master Taimu. Although he didn't achieve too much in refining for Master Taimu, when it came to the physique, he was second to none in the 100 smelting clan. Rumor has it that during a refining mishap where the furnace had exploded, the subsequent refiners had been enveloped in hot and poisonous gases that even golden core experts did not dare to approach casually. At that time, only Master Taimu, who was in the peak level of the building foundation stage, rushed into the refining room and rescued his 3 fellow disciples just by the virtue of his terrifying physique, astonishing the entire sect. And ever since then, the 1,000 tempering 100 refining had become the first tempering cannon of the 100 smelting clan. According to the legend, since childhood, Master Taimu had a weak constitution. He didn't even have the qualifications to be a metal forge worker and enter the metal forging room, let alone the qualifications to be a refiner. However, he was someone who was extremely crazy about refining techniques. In his free time, he would squat down at the entrance of the metal forging room and watch his fellow senior and junior brothers forging heaven and earth treasures. Over time, he suddenly thought, if steel, through repeated forging, can have its impurities removed constantly and change its internal structure, becoming so hard that it is nigh impossible to destroy, then can the human body follow suit? Can it become incomparably strong after going through repeated tempering? If it was any ordinary person who was struck with this kind of thought, perhaps he would have thrown it to the back of his mind in the blink of an eye, treating it as nothing but nonsense. However, Master Taimu was a madman. He actually grabbed an iron hammer and fiercely hammered his own body in the very same method as he had seen his senior and junior brothers forge the steel. At first, of course, he had his muscles ruptured and bones broken from the hammering, would be left vomiting large amounts of blood, and regarded as a big joke by others. Fortunately, the 100 Smelting Clan wasn't some ordinary sect of Jianghu. They had wondrous pills and miraculous panaceas, so besides some pain and injuries, the rest could be treated. Just like that, Master Taimu hammered his own body black and blue time and time again, and after a decade of experimentation, Master Taimu embarked on a road which had never been taken before. After 100 years, before he had fallen, Master Taimu had unremittingly improved his tempering exercise and finally created the 1000 Tempering 100 Refining exercise. In light of Master Taimu's boasting in the introduction of the 1000 Tempering 100 Refining, this exercise was one of its kind in the entire cultivation world. It was a marvelous exercise which could increase its user's strength by taking a beating. Any enemy's attack was equal to getting tempered by the iron hammer. The fiercer the attack was, the quicker one's strength would elevate. Once the exercise had been cultivated to the highest level, one's flesh and blood would turn as indestructible as heaven and earth material. An indestructible body which even the gods won't be able to destroy. Although he was undoubtedly boasting, even Master Taimu himself had also not achieved an indestructible body which even the gods won't be able to destroy, and had nevertheless fallen. However, after cultivating the 1000 Tempering 100 Refining, the body would be like steel and iron, your endurance would be greatly elevated, and this was 100% true. Should I cultivate this exercise? Liao muttered to himself. As the first tempering canon of the 100 Smelting Clan, it was obvious the 1000 Tempering 100 Refining was not so easy to train. He would need to spend a large amount of time and energy. If it was just for earning a few credits from Ding Lingdang, then it was seemingly not worthwhile. He might as well finish modifying the first generation Tai furnace a bit earlier and craft some magical equipment so that he could exchange them with his fellow students for credits. However, the first generation Tai was a small-scale crafting furnace and its production capacity was extremely limited. And not to mention, he was also a beginner who was learning refining for the first time. Even if he was somehow successful in refining at every attempt, how many magical equipment could he craft? Besides, others would not necessarily trade with him. The institute had naturally provided some open channels to the public so that the students could have a variety of traditional magical equipment at very low credits, which was enough for their day-to-day training needs. These traditional magical equipment had all been continuously improved by the major sects over the course of 100 years, and the final form was the condensed from the blood and effort of countless experienced refiners. Liao was not at all confident that he could suddenly craft a magical equipment that could compete and transcend traditional magical equipment. In the end, it still comes down to me going to the depths of the wasteland to hunt demon beasts. With the first generation Tai crafting furnace, I can only craft some comparatively special magical equipment for my own use. However, at the very least, I still need to get stronger so that I would not be dragging the team behind. Although cultivating 1000 Tempering 100 Refining will not increase my offense strength, it would greatly improve my endurance, which is equal to increasing my survivability in the battlefield. Even if I was attacked by a demon beast, I would not end up dead just from its one attack. But for a refiner, is it enough? Liao, who grew up in the magical equipment graveyard laden with crisis everywhere, had always deeply felt a sense of insecurity in his heart. Although he dreamt of becoming a refiner, he had never thought that he could protect himself just by relying on magical equipment. And having exchanged blows with Ding Lingdang twice, it had, even more so, made him realize how big of a gap there was between him and a true expert. With my current strength, even if my entire body is covered in magical equipment, I would still be completely suppressed when facing an early-stage building foundation stage cultivator. And in the depths of the wasteland, demon beasts who are even stronger than early-stage building foundation stage cultivators can be found everywhere. For the future, I must get stronger. At the very least, I have to first improve my endurance. When he thought of all this, Liao, with all his concentration, entered the world of the 1,000 tempering 100 refining. Whiz! 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 Numerous thoughts started flying out of the book before fusing with Liao's consciousness. One after another, sitting postures, acupoint charts, and the body structure entered his soul. The key point of the 1,000 tempering 100 refining lied in the 3 layers, internal, central, and external. The internal layer meant the insides of the body. One needed to thoroughly comprehend the internal structure of 99 different kinds of heaven and earth treasure and consider oneself as these 99 heaven and earth treasures, imagining oneself to be going through forging and expelling all kinds of impurities from within the body so that the body structure would become denser. The central layer referred to the surface of the body. One needed to stimulate all 180 acupoints so that under the ruthless bombardment of enemy attacks, one could guide the destructive force of the attacks through these 180 acupoints and infuse them into various parts of the bodies, thereby cleansing the bone marrow, reinforcing the muscles, and thoroughly remolding the body. And the most crucial was the outer layer. One needed to release his or her spiritual energy outside to inspire it to congeal into a special cushion structure that could mitigate enemy attacks, distributing its impact uniformly, which was to be transported to inside the body through the 180 acupoints. Obviously, the enemy wasn't some kind of an idiot. He would certainly mobilize all his strength to attack just one small part during the fight, so how could the power be distributed to the 180 acupoints? Was he going to attack 180 acupoints simultaneously? It was not some kind of massage. The most crucial step is to create a cushion structure using spiritual energy, which will help in the distributing the enemy's strength into 180 places. If there isn't a cushion, then under just one of Ding Lingdong's heavy punches, I would definitely be blown away. How would I then temper my body? Cushion, cushion. A deep frown appeared on Liao's forehead. He discovered that the cushion structure proposed by Master Taimu was too complicated. To his surprise, he would have to stimulate the spiritual energy out of his body and congeal it into tens of thousands of small, spring-like air masses all around the body. When bombarded by the enemy's punch, these tens of thousands of spiritual energy springs would be dispersed. Not to mention dispersing the energy into 180 places, it was quite possible to disperse them into 1,800 places, and naturally the destructive force would be mitigated to the lowest point, which was not only insufficient to cause injuries but could also be used to cultivate. The problem was that Liao, this insignificant cultivator of the 4th level of the refinement stage, didn't have such fine control over his spiritual energy. It was simply impossible for him to divide his spiritual energy into tens of thousands of groups and then congeal each group into small, spring-like structures as well as arranging them into a certain pattern. This is ridiculous. Even a peak-level building foundation stage cultivator would not necessarily able to so exquisitely control their spiritual energy. This exercise is simply not suitable for a beginner disciple. No wonder it's the first tempering canon of 100 Smelting Clan. However, in Oyezi's memories, besides Master Taimu, not many people had cultivated this exercise. That's why only a few scrolls of this exercise are placed here. That's not right. How did Master Taimi cultivate it in the beginning? Supporting his cheek with his arm, Liao pondered for a long time before he thought of one possibility. I suppose at the very beginning, Master Taimu practiced in accordance with the Golden Bell Cover, Iron Skin, and 13 Taibao Brutal Training. Later, he accidentally created this exercise and became a true master of a generation. And when he was writing the exercise, he, in order to leave his name down in history, could naturally not reveal the truth. Otherwise, if he honestly said that his 1,000 tempering 100 refining was born out of Golden Bell Cover and Iron Skin, then where would the style be in that? Of course, he needed to write it as extremely mysterious and abstruse, making it harder to understand. Only then would it show that he was an extraordinary and refined cultivator. This could also be considered as a bad habit of ancient cultivators. Many ancient cultivators, when they were compiling a cultivation technique, liked to write it as incomprehensible and mysterious jargon which could be summed up in one sentence. They could not talk in human words. After criticizing for a while, Liao suddenly thought, in order to cultivate 1,000 tempering 100 refining, the most crucial part is the cushion. There can't just be one spring method acting as a cushion. It is really amazing that Master Taimu can think of spring structure in his era, but now in the modern era, there are varieties of cushions. Liao was a refiner, and the cushion was one of the very important concepts in refining. Over these few months, he had learned countless types of traditional cushions. However, after thinking about them carefully, he was disappointed to find that every cushion structure was very complex and was nigh impossible for a fourth-level refinement stage cultivator to simulate. What's the most basic cushion type? Liao racked his brain. Suddenly, from the depths of his soul came a bang sound. Something had exploded. It was an airbag. The airbags that were installed in flying shuttles. Flying shuttles were extremely fast, so if any accident occurred, it was highly likely for its rider to lose his or her life. So the sect who manufactured flying shuttles had a large number of airbags installed in the shuttle. Usually, they were deflated, but in the event of a collision, they would inflate in the blink of an eye, inflating to 100 times of its original size, providing a vital cushion to the passengers. Late at night, 11:55 p.m., Ding Lingdang, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, stared right at a big and tall boy and kept on shouting, "Duan Ziyu, luckily, I have always regarded you to be a firm and unyielding man. I can't believe that I would be requesting a little help from you, for you to be my sparring partner. Can't you give me a thrashing for 30 to 50 minutes every day? You are not going to be unfaithful to a friend, right?" The boy called Duan Ziyu had his face turn ashen from fright as he secretly complained in his heart. Although he was a senior student who was about to graduate and had reached the 9th level of the refinement stage, how could he be an opponent of Ding Lingdang, this wild dragoness? It would most likely be him who would be trampled upon by her for 30 to 50 minutes every day. It would simply better to die than live, and that's what you call a little help. Professor Ding, since I have joined the Iron Fist Club, you have been the Iron Fist Club's president and have overseen our brothers and sisters' training. Every day you had taken a lot of care of us. So, I truly respect you as a senior and I very much want to help you. But, it just so happens that I have teamed up with several fellow students and have taken a task to hunt demon beasts in the depths of the wasteland. I think it will take 1 month, no 3 to 5 months, no for a year or so. I will not be in the institute. I am truly unable to be your sparring partner. I am extremely sorry. Hey, it seems someone is calling me. I'm sorry, Professor Ding. Duan Ziyu quickly logged out of the spiritual crane messenger. A year or so. Why don't you just say 8 or 10 years? Ding Lingdang was unable to restrain her anger. Having kicked away the crystal processor, she took out a fan and vigorously started fanning. Her face was laced with brooding, which she was unable to vent, as her towering chest heaved up and down. For finding a good sparring partner to be this hard, it was truly out of her expectation. Sparring was a very difficult task. If her sparring partner was too weak, he or she would be unable to withstand a few of her punches and kicks, thereby losing the significance of sparring. And the students who were comparatively strong all happened to be venturing into the depths of wasteland to hunt demon beasts or making a name for themselves in the arena. So why would they bother to become a human sandbag for her? In addition, Ding Lingdang, this wild dragoness in human skin, was quite famous in the Grand Desolate War Institution. Everyone knew that she was a martial art fanatic. Although she was in the early stages of the building foundation stage, once she went crazy, only the devil would know how much brutality she might ultimately unleash. If she increased the credits a bit, then under the temptation of the credits, someone might muster up his or her courage, or perhaps someone who wasn't afraid of death might apply. However, even a teacher had a limit on how many credits they could give. If it were the professors or associate professors who could be considered seniors, they could certainly issue priceless tasks. But Ding Lingdang, this young professor who had just graduated this year and remained in institute to work, was only at the level of an assistant, the lowest-ranked professor in the university. The credits she could freely allocate were sparse. 10 credits per minute was already her limit. Thus, this entire night, no one had applied for her mission. And when she brazenly asked some senior students, these steel-willed men, whilst keeping a straight face, actually started shivering as though they were in the jaws of a demon beast and equivocally came up with some excuses to stall. Not even one person was willing to be her sparring partner. These wimps. Isn't there anyone who has guts like Liao? Ding Ling Dang angrily muttered to herself. At this point, a crisp and melodious voice floated over from downstairs. Liao has arrived. Liao has arrived. The corners of Ding Ling Dong's lips raised, seemingly as if they revealed a smile of understanding. Somehow, every time she saw Liao, her mood would involuntarily get better. Although this kid's character was somewhat extreme, and he was sometimes ignorant of how high the heavens was and how deep the earth was, and even a little silly, so much so that Ding Ling Dang could not help but have an urge to crush him into two. Nevertheless, compared to those wimps, in her eyes, he seemed more like a man. Only such a man had the qualifications to be her Ding Ling Dong's dear brother peas in a pod. Come up quickly. Let me see what kind of pleasant surprise you are going to bring in a mere 5 hours. Ding Ling Dang happily jumped down from the bed, and without even wearing her slippers, went to welcome him barefooted. Sure enough, Liao did bring her a fair share of pleasant surprises. When the two once again entered the billowing Star Sea and appeared on a rocky small island, as Ding Ling Dang casually blasted a punch, she immediately discovered that something wasn't right. When her knuckles were just 5 millimeters away from Liao's stomach, a swish sound suddenly burst forth in the air. It was as though a mass of gas had suddenly expanded, seemingly as if she had ruthlessly smashed a big bubble. Of course, the big bubble wasn't enough to block her heavy punch, but her momentum, which was originally gathered at one point, was dispersed in multiple directions and was scattered and divided into 7 or 8 streams of power which respectively struck various parts of Liao's body. Liao, who was wearing 4 layers of armor, had surprisingly blocked this punch. Although he was grimacing in pain, he was nevertheless alive and kicking. Not bad, not bad. In 5 hours, not only have you mastered a new battle skill, but you can even forcibly block my punch. I guess you should have controlled the spiritual energy to simulate some way to disperse the power, right? Alright, warm-up is finished. I will now let you experience this sister's true strength. Ding Ling Dang seemed to be burning with eagerness to have a go. She was incredibly excited. From her neck to her ear, she was flushed red, and even her ear lobes were as red as fire. In the blink of an eye, her speed had increased by a level, and Liao was completely engulfed by something akin to a red tide. Boom! Liao felt as if he was amidst frightening billows and terrifying waves, seemingly as if he was in the center of a hurricane where the ear-splitting sound of waves frantically bombarded his eardrums, causing him to even have labored breathing and heart rate. He had already entered the super-perceptive state, and his computational ability had soared to limit. Not only was he calculating Ding Ling Dong's speed, angle of attack, and the possible location where she was going to appear, but more importantly, he was also controlling his spiritual energy to form small airbags in front of him one after another, which exploded in a timely manner before Ding Ling Dong's punches struck the target. To do all this, the computational ability required was much higher than that needed for modifying the first-generation Tai furnace. Liao felt as though his every brain cell was on fire. Every second, countless crystal bombs were exploding in his brain. However, what was even more difficult to endure was the pain, which was so severe that even a minute fraction of it could not be described in words. The principle of 1,000 tempering 100 refining was to distribute the enemy's power and stimulate one's 180 acupoints. This kind of stimulation would bring its user an unimaginable amount of pain that any ordinary person would not be able to endure. Under the super-perceptive state, Liao's neurons were highly perceptive, thus the pain he felt was 10 times sharper than usual. With the two things superimposed, it brought him a feeling of hovering between life and death, which let a lone ordinary person, even an ordinary cultivator, would not necessarily be able to endure. Hiss! Liao's pair of eyes turned crimson. He was so overwhelmed with pain that he wished to die. He forcibly emptied his brain and cut off the connection between his nociceptors and his brain while silently meditating. I am a piece of iron, I am a piece of steel, I am not afraid of pain, I am not afraid of pain. This pain is nothing, 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 nothing. Only with 1,000 tempering 100 refining would my body be indestructible to the point that not even a god can destroy. In these couple dozen seconds, the meditation had played its role. He truly didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. He had entered a profound, intangible state where there was only a series of numbers continuously flashing in his brain. Ding-ling-dongs, each and every action was accurately broken down into speed, angle of attack, distance, and just right before the heavy punch was going to land upon him, he would always congeal a bubble out of spiritual energy. However, Ding-ling-dang very soon understood the principle of dispersing her power using the spiritual energy bubble. She was a martial art genius and thus immediately came up with a way to break this. Her every attack was followed by 2 layers of powerful energy. The first layer of energy was as sharp as a needle and would first pierce the spiritual energy bubble, which was then followed by the true attack that could overturn mountains and seas. This change was simply out of Liao's expectation, and he was barely able to resist 2 of her next moves before having to surrender. Ding-ling-dong's kick had blasted him 20-odd meters away, and the armor over his abdomen had been completely smashed, causing even his sternum to faintly crack. Hiss! Liao, who was lying flat on his back in the midst of broken stones, looked at the sky in frustration. It was as if he had returned to the days in the memories of Oyezi when he had been first ravaged by Titan, using the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique. Ding-ling-dang, with a smile laced on her face, appeared before him. At present, the depression she had was swept away. She was completely refreshed, and her eyes were shining brightly as though she had just finished enjoying a scrumptious feast. And naturally, Liao was this scrumptious feast. Liao's hands and feet had completely gone numb and could not move even a bit. All he could do was ruthlessly stare at her with a face filled with grievance and unwillingness. Ding-ling-dang, who was smearing medication on him, said with a laugh, "Don't blame this sister for attacking with a heavy hand. Who asked you to come with such a strange battle skill, causing this sister to be eager to have a go and be unable to control myself? That's why you have been beaten to this. However, you are also not without any gains. Guess how long have you persevered? How long is it? Have I?" In the blink of an eye, Liao was enlivened as he immediately sat up. "Ha ha ha! 62 seconds. You are truly a monstrous genius." Ding-ling-dang bent her jade-like finger and flicked Liao's nose. Liao was wild with joy. God knows where he even got the strength to be able to actually jump 2 meters high in the air before he started to dance with joy. "I did it! I have truly persisted for a minute. I have earned 10 credits. Although it was just 10 credits, he felt so happy, seemingly as if he had gotten 100 credits. It was simply forcibly seizing 10 credits from the jaws of a T-Rex. Don't get excited. Let me tell you some bad news. You'll have to brace yourself. Ding-ling-dong's face was filled with a strange look. Although you had persisted for a minute, you have never registered for my task on the internet and neither have you filmed the entire spar. So this was not a formal spar and you won't be able to get any credits. Otherwise, with just the 2 of us here, wouldn't I be able to simply provide you 100 credits by saying that you have sparred with me for 10 minutes? The credit system is the foundation of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Thus, every credit transaction has to go through rigorous reviews. Without any evidence, no one is able to arbitrarily send credits. Therefore, if you want to have the 10 credits, you have to first go to the net and receive the task, then start a video recording magical equipment, and then once again persist for 1 minute. Now I believe that you now have the qualification to be my sparring partner." "What?" It seemed as if Liao had been struck by lightning. His entire body was completely transfixed in a dancing posture, and for a long time, he did not recover from his stupor. His eyes constantly flickered with a sharp, murderous gleam which was even sharper than a saber. "You mean to say, I was beaten by you in vain?" "Technically, yes. Then why didn't you say so at the start? How could I have known that you would have been so fierce and would be able to persist for so long? I believed that I would be able to wrap you up with a few kicks and punches. Oh my, really worthy of the cultivation genius unearthed by me, Ding-ling-dang. You are so different that those ordinary shrimp soldiers, especially in taking a beating. A man should not be so small-minded. How about I let you hit me for a minute to let you vent your anger? Okay?" Ding-ling-dang started to act shamelessly. Liao was about to explode in anger. He had this hideous look on his face as he ruthlessly stared at Ding Lingdang, seemingly as if he would swallow her in one bite. In contrast, Ding Lingdang had a completely innocent look. Blinking her eyes for a long time, she finally could not hold in her laughter. She was laughing to the point that she was shaking and even tears were coming out from the corner of her eyes. "My dear silly brother, I am just joking with you. This island is the combat zone of the billowing star sea, so there is a hidden recording system at the corners that would automatically record videos of a fight. So as long as you have this videos, you can go online and complete the formalities and you will get the 10 credits. Liao was completely dumbfounded. He was stunned for a long time before he could ask, "Why did you lie to me?" Ding Lingdang broke out into a laugher and replied, "Because I suddenly wished to see you get angry. Because you can't beat me and could only secretly sulk on the side. And then there's that look when you were ruthlessly staring at me. Yes, this look you have now, the look when you are about to explode in anger yet can do nothing. It is so cute. What the hell kind of thinking do you have?" Liao completely could not understand her. Generally, doesn't an elder sister have this kind of mentality towards her younger brother? The feeling of wanting to bully him without reason. Ding Lingdang replied as though it was right and proper. Liao narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "Younger brothers will grow up. Someday, when I am stronger than you, I will bully you in turn. Ha ha ha. That is impossible." Ding Lingdang, while laughing, resolutely and decisively proclaimed. "And if it comes true someday?" Liao's eyes bloomed with a dangerous gleam which could be found in the eyes of a vulture. "If it came true someday, then it's okay to bully this sister as you like," Ding Lingdang said in a tone as though she was not at all concerned about this. She simply didn't place this in her heart. From this night on, Liao, in order to ruthlessly bully Ding Lingdang someday, frantically started cultivating. In any case, he had already memorized various theories and classics by heart. All that was left was to continue to experiment with them and assimilate all kinds of obscure and abstruse theories through experience. It was like grinding a stone with water. It requires time and effort. These theories were something which needed a lifetime of study, so he could not rush it. Liao simply reduced the time he spent studying theories in the heavenly refining tower and spent a fair share of hours in the depths of the billowing star sea amidst the invisible undercurrents. While he was resisting the pressure in the billowing star sea, his brain would be madly operating to utilize the microparticle algorithm, solar corona 9 algorithms, mustard seed algorithm, to create air bubbles one after another. It was simply impossible to use a single air bubble to deal with Ding Lingdang, this wild dragoness in human skin. Gradually, Liao's control over spiritual energy had reached a whole new level. He no longer simulated a single air bubble, but instead a large air bubble that was lined with another air bubble which also had a set of 7 or 8 small air bubbles. Layer upon layer of air bubbles were superimposed to create something akin to an invisible armor which was firmly guarding his entire body. But even so, it was still difficult for him to gain any advantage while fighting Ding Lingdang. Ding Lingdang was a martial arts genius. The bubble formation which Liao had painstakingly spent time and effort to create was often broken by her as long as she came into contact with it for a couple dozen seconds. She was able to completely see through everything and was able to come up with ways to deal with it, which was then immediately followed up with some purple sun palm, or rainbow punch, or golden lightning finger, or fierce tiger killer, or meteorite kick. She would shower him with 30 to 50 strange and marvelous skills. Even if Liao's weight-bearing capacity had once again increased so much that he could don 7 or 8 layers of armor alongside 2 shields crafted from pure steel, it was all to no avail. At most, he would stick for an extra 10 to 20 seconds before he was ruthlessly blown away. In the maddening training of the first 10 days, he never persisted for more than a minute and a half. The best result was 1 minute 29 seconds. Fortunately, for the first couple dozen seconds, Ding Lingdang didn't clearly understand the structure of the air bubbles. Every time she blasted a punch, her power would be broken down to a couple dozen stream of powers which were infused into different acupoints using the 1000 tempering 100 refining. The 1000 tempering 100 refining was worthy to be the first tempering cannon of the 100 smelting clan. After grasping the abstruse principle of cushioning, as well as forcefully enduring the inhumane pain, Liao discovered that his body was transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body was getting stronger and tougher, as though what was located underneath his skin wasn't some strands of muscles but a bunch of thick steel bars. And every time he was hit by Ding Lingdang, his body would get stronger by a point, allowing him to endure an even stronger blow. Starting from the 11th day, he gradually reduced the number of layers of armor. From the very beginning with 7 to 8 layers of armor, he had slowly reduced to 4 to 5 layers and then 2 to 3. Liao pleasantly discovered that along with the reduction of armor, his speed was rapidly elevating and his endurance, with the help of 1000 tempering 100 refining, was frantically improving. At best, under the wanton bombardment of Ding Lingdang, he could hold on for an entire 2 minutes. On the 13th day, Liao, with the help of his crystal processor-like computational ability and his stronger body cultivated via 1000 tempering 100 refining, could occasionally withstand 3 minutes of Ding Lingdang's crazy attacks. Ding Lingdang was incomparably astonished by his transformation. She was also getting more and more satisfied with him being her sparring partner. Every day, the two would train once in the morning and once in the evening. Although Liao was completely suppressed, at the very least, he wasn't knocked out in a second and could also put up a struggle once in a while. Originally, Liao thought that with such high intense combat training, his progress in refining skills would be affected. However, the results were contrary to his expectation. Every time he was finished sparring with Ding Lingdang, his brain was particularly active and his thinking was especially sharp. Many times, the problems he was unable to solve were often smoothly solved. Many bright ideas would frantically flash inside his brain, even in the midst of battling Ding Lingdang when she was punching him. It seems that the human body and brain perfectly complemented each other. A strong body would, in turn, stimulate the brain to become even more powerful. Needless to say, frantically calculating Ding Lingdang's line of attack under the super-perceptive state was in itself a terrifying exercise for the brain. Just like this, Liao had not only earned many credits from Ding Lingdang, but he was also progressing steadily as he cleared several difficult refining specialized courses, allowing his total credits to almost reach the 10,000 mark. Unknowingly, the first semester was about to finish. Finally, Liao had completed the final modification plan and was preparing to modify his very own first crafting furnace. He had everything worked out. By the end of the semester, he would be finished modifying the first generation Tai crafting furnace, and during the winter break, he was also not planning to return to the floating spear city. On the contrary, he, while taking advantage of the quiet and serene institute, had decided to conveniently craft a few magical equipment. While waiting for the beginning of the next semester when he could vigorously sweep the credits. For an entire 3 days, Liao was holed up in the warehouse, blankly staring at the scattered wreckages. Under his fierce gaze that appeared as though it could even melt steel, every piece of cold wreckage seemed to have come to life as they struggled, jumped, and danced. Upon the break of dawn on the 4th day, Liao stood up and took a long deep breath before he finished a whole set of exercises, following which he slowly and unperturbedly exercised his wrist, which made crack-crack sounds. In the morning 7 days later, an enormous luxurious flying shuttle entered the space of Wild Wave City. Sitting inside which were 20-odd 17 to 18 years old teenagers, whose curiosity could not be abated even by the biting cold of the cold winds as they kept on chattering and getting surprised by everything. Wow! So many floating mountains. The Grand Desolate War Institution is worthy of being one of the 9 elite universities. Although it is ranked last, it still cannot be underestimated. Check that out. 2 cultivators seem to be practicing sword play in the sky. Wow! So fast. I can't even see their shadow. I wonder if the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, which we have to visit, will also have such a spectacular floating mountain. Do they also have some experts? I am truly looking forward to it. Looking forward to what? It seems that you were not seriously listening to the class. Let me tell you, the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is the worst department among the 9 elite universities. Moreover, just half a year ago, they had suffered a serious accident in which their entire floating mountain was blown up. It is simply too horrible to look at. It can't be. Even the floating mountain exploded? So why are we visiting such a place? Professor Jean Quan, you graduated from Deep Sea University this year, so you must be well informed regarding news of the refiners community. What's this all about Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department? Why must Elder Lei bring us to visit it? All the teenagers turned their gaze towards a corner at the forefront upon a young man who had a bit of proudful aura around him. These teenagers were all third-year students of the Empyrean Terminus Central High School. And the young man who had graduated from the Deep Sea University's refining department this year was Jean Quan, who was also an inner disciple of the Empyrean Terminus sect and also gave introductory courses in refining to the students. The Empyrean Terminus sect was relatively traditional. Since the time it was established, it had always focused on developing various kinds of crafting furnace as their main form of business and would rarely be involved in other fields. It was an out-and-out refining sect. A majority of the parents of Empyrean Terminus Central High School students were a member of Empyrean Terminus sect or at the very least staff employed by the various enterprises under the Empyrean Terminus sect. They were all engaged in refining-related work. Therefore, the Empyrean Terminus Central High School was completely different from comprehensive high schools like the Crimson Nimbus II. The Empyrean Terminus Central High School was a high school which especially focused on fostering refining geniuses. It was a little bit like a specialized institute. Every year, many students of the Empyrean Terminus Central High School would be admitted into the refining departments of the 9 elite universities. They were also a little bit aware of the news regarding the ongoings in the refiners community, and that was also the reason why they knew that the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department was the worst among the 9 elite universities. Jean Quan heaved a sigh as he spread out his hands and said rather helplessly, "Students, the Grand Desolate War Institution is known for fostering body practitioners and sword cultivators, and its Department of Medicine and Cultural Department also has a certain level of fame. The floating mountains you just saw belong to the key departments, so of course they would look spectacular. The department we are about to visit is the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, which is also the worst refining department in the entire Federation. Moreover, after the horrifying accident, it is left with a single professor and student. Everybody should be able to imagine a bit what it would look like. Please prepare yourself so that you will not be dumbfounded and turned speechless and lose the face of our Empyrean Terminus sect." What? All the students stood up. A single professor and student? There is such a wondrous department? Why exactly are we going there? Jean Quan forced a smile as he gestured everyone to sit down. "Students, please be patient. Our Empyrean Terminus sect's highly respected elder Lai Yongming brought everybody to expand your horizons. So of course, there are some things which everyone will admire. At the very least, there will be 3 things which you can't find in any other university. Everyone, please keep your eyes wide open or you might miss them. How can there be 3 things in the worst refining department of the 9 elite universities which cannot be found in any other university? Something that even the Deep Sea University does not have. Yes, even the Deep Sea University doesn't have it." Jean Quan's face was laced with a weird look while his eyes wore a smile. "Professor Jean, don't keep us waiting. Please do tell." Jean Quan had piqued everyone's curiosity completely. Raising his finger vertically, Jean Quan slowly and leisurely said, "First is the only working first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace in the entire Federation." Wow! All the students were completely enlivened. In the history of the Empyrean Terminus sect, the first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace was a very important classical crafting furnace. Some 2 centuries ago, the Empyrean Terminus sect was just a third-grade sect which was struggling to maintain its existence amidst the brutal competition between various sects. Only when their research came to fruition and they had developed the first-generation Tai-E classical furnace did they emerge from their predicament, becoming bigger and stronger. Now, they could even be considered in the ranks of first-grade sects. Therefore, many of the older generation clansmen of the Empyrean Terminus sect had very deep feelings for the first-generation Tai-E furnace, which was even referred to as the greatest treasure of the sect. However, the classical style would always be outdated, so then came the 2nd generation, 3rd generation, and so on. And now, the 9th generation Tai-E furnace was put in use, while the 1st generation Tai-E furnace was long out of use. Today, the first-generation Taiyi furnace could only be found in some museums which specialized in collecting crafting furnaces, as well as the History Museum of the Empyrean Terminus sect itself, where it was meticulously preserved as an antique. As for an operating first-generation Taiyi crafting furnace, that could not necessarily be found in the entire Federation even when one searched for it. However, who knew that 5 days ago, the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department would suddenly send a modification approval application to the Empyrean Terminus sect. Fortunately, the Empyrean Terminus sect recognized that it was the outdated first-generation Taiyi furnace. Conducting modifications to a crafting furnace was a sort of convention amongst the circle of refiners. Every refiner possessed their own unique methods and habits, so their requirements for their smelting furnaces varied broadly. The Empyrean Terminus sect was a sect that produced crafting furnaces such as these as their primary business. While they offered modification services of their own, they wouldn't restrict others from modifying the crafting furnaces produced by their sect. That would be equivalent to pushing business out the door. However, there existed an enormous problem when one sought to modify their crafting furnace by oneself. What if the crafting furnace malfunctions after the modification? What if the refined magical equipment product doesn't match the standards? What if it even causes a serious accident like the furnace exploding? Then who, in the end, would take the blame? It would be unclear whether the issue would lay with the body of the crafting furnace itself or the modification process. Therefore, it was okay to perform self-modifications. However, after the modification, a refiner from the Empyrean Terminus sect must personally conduct an examination. After checking that the furnace meets the standards, the refiner would imprint a special spirit glyph of approval onto the furnace. This spirit glyph was proof of the Empyrean Terminus sect's approval that the modification was a success. If the furnace didn't pass the examination, the Empyrean Terminus sect had to point out in detail where the problem laid in the modification. If the client was unconvinced of the decision, he could likely apply for arbitration from the Refiners Association. The Empyrean Terminus sect received several hundred of these modification approval applications a year. This was also everyday business for the sect. However, the modification works over the past several years were mostly focused on the 6th generation of the Taiyi furnace and above, the advanced models. Even the 2nd and 3rd generation Taiyi models were rarely seen. No one expected that someone would modify a 1st generation Taiyi furnace and even produce it. The Mountain Sea sect nearly scrapped the transfer of the 1st generation Taiyi furnace to the Grand Desolate War Institution. The Empyrean Terminus sect had just an inkling of knowledge on the matter. Last time they helped dig out the blueprints. However, at the time, the Empyrean Terminus sect, from top to bottom, believed that the Grand Desolate War Institution was buying them to study them for a bit, for the purpose of becoming educational materials used in courses such as classical structures of crafting furnaces. It was a university after all. It was quite normal for them to collect antique furnaces. Who knew that the Grand Desolate War Institution was actually preparing to use a 1st generation Taiyi furnace for refining and had even submitted an application of approval? Wasn't their situation pretty bad? The Empyrean Terminus sect, from top to bottom, lamented for a time. They just sent Jean Quan, the newcomer who had just graduated from the refining department of Deep Sea University, to execute the examination assignment. In any case, the 1st generation Taiyi furnace had a thoroughly simple structure. Jean Quan, with the strength of being at the 9th level of the refinement stage, was more than enough. This matter had ended there, but somehow the person with the oldest seniority, Elder Lei Yongming, had caught wind of this information. This old man turned 180 years old this year. Even though this old man had only cultivated to the middle stages of the foundation stage, his seniority in the sect was so much that he had looked after several elders as they grew up. He even clearly remembered what the elders looked like in their diapers. He naturally held a different position from the others. From the perspective of a refiner of the older generation like Lei Yongming, they had personally experienced the era when the 1st generation Taiyi furnace had brought great splendor, so much so that they had even personally refined the components of the 1st generation Taiyi before. The 1st generation Taiyi had long since become a symbol in their eyes. Once this old man heard that there was actually a 1st generation Taiyi put in production on this day, he was emotionally moved beyond control on the spot. Not only was he about to jump forth and go along with Jean Quan, He also wanted Empyrean Terminus Central High School to organize a batch of their top students to come along and take part. Quoting this old man's words, they had to let these little rascals experience for a bit just how difficult the older generation of the Empyrean Terminus sect had it, and yet, despite these difficulties, the Empyrean Terminus sect was able to refine magical equipment that were extremely durable and everlasting. They had to let these rascals know just how glorious it was to be a younger generation of the Empyrean Terminus sect. Jin Quan, as a new generation, naturally scoffed at the opinions of this old man. From his perspective, idle time would be better off spent organizing a tour over at Deep Sea University's refining department for the students. What was there to see at Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, this damned place? But who said that this old man was a person of good standing and prestige? Even the elders didn't dare to utter a sound in face of Lei Yongming. So what choice did Jin Quan have? Well, if the old man wants to come, then he'll accompany him. In any case, things were fine as long as this old man roars with happiness. Currently, this old man had been invited by Professor Yuan Manchio of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department to exchange some words. Jin Quan's temper became a bit agitated and impatient. He wasn't subtle. There naturally wasn't a need to conceal his thoughts from these half-grown kids. Speaking of which, the anti-gravity shuttle slowly entered the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Despite having done mental preparations ahead of time, the students were still stupefied by the scene of desolation before their eyes. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Let's not even talk about the floating mountain. Even this building is on the verge of collapse. Is this really one of the 9 elite universities? It's simply a sheet of ruin. A junkyard. Look, there's even a statue erected in the middle of the junkyard. It's a big jumbled mess. What the heck is it? The students fussed about loudly, venting the shock in their hearts as much as they could. Jin Quan laughed in contempt. He shot a sneer at the mystic skeleton battlesuit not far away. Fellow students, this is the second thing that you can absolutely not see anywhere else. It's a crystal suit. A crystal suit solely refined by the Grand Desolate War Institution. Crystal suit. All the students were stirred up. Everyone was a top student at Empyrean Terminus Central High School that wanted to one day grow on the path of refining. Naturally, they weren't unfamiliar towards large-scale magical equipment platforms like the crystal suit, and they knew the difficulty of refining a crystal suit. Even Deep Sea University's refining department would find it difficult to refine a new model of crystal suit. So the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department also wants to refine a crystal suit. No wonder they had an accident. They are really too risky, too radical. The students gossiped all at once with wagging tongues. Jin Quan waited for the students to talk their fill before speaking leisurely. That's right. The crystal suit is an extremely complicated magical equipment system. Based on the level of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, they're absolutely incapable of refining a true crystal suit, and yet they recklessly and forcefully tried to refine it. You all have seen how the results went. It's a lesson, a profound lesson. Even if it is fine to defy the heavens when cultivating, one must wield an attitude of brandishing the sword, of slaughtering tigers and dragons, of slaying gods and annihilating Buddhas when walking on the road of cultivation. However, sometimes, manpower is exhausted. In the end, this isn't something that could be accomplished with recklessness. The consequences of overestimating one's capabilities are as severe as you see. Someone raised his hand. Teacher Jin, what's the third thing? Jin Quan sneered as his eyes glanced with a hint of cold intent. The third thing isn't a thing. It's a person. An ignorant and fearless mad amateur who doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. He is the sole student of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. The bold, visionary words spoken by Liao back in Floating Spear City had long spread to Deep Sea University's refining department. Even though Jin Quan had already graduated, he had also heard the rumors. As a refiner who walked out of Deep Sea University, he naturally possessed extremely deep sentiments towards his alma mater and was brimming full of pride towards the 4 words, Holy Land of Refiners. Therefore, even though he hadn't personally met Liao, Jean Quan was already filled with loathing towards this mad amateur who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. As soon as he reiterated Li Yao's bold and visionary words, every student became shocked. Way too egotistical, right? He just got the top score in a city, it isn't that amazing. There are several thousands of major cities in the Federation. He wants to challenge Deep Sea University's refining department all by himself? That's nothing more than a pipe dream. Everyone was a youngster with racing hot blood. They didn't reject typical, lofty aspirations. But looking at Li Yao's declaration of war that seemed to break away from reality and juxtaposing it with unbearable, tragic scene of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, Li Yao was looking more like a gargantuan joke. Jean Quan laughed. What do you think? Teacher Jean didn't trick you guys. Right? A first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace still in operation. The remains of a crystal suit that resembles dregs. And add in an ignorant and fearless mad amateur to the mix. These are the three treasures of Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. The only ones of its existence with no others like it. The students nodded their heads over and over. However, there was one student who couldn't help lamenting. Fortunately, we've seen it with our own eyes. Otherwise, what if we carelessly applied for the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department after getting a poor score? Then we would be screwed. Jean Quan laughed loudly. Everyone, go ahead and relax. Something like that would never ever happen. That is because the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution will already be abolished when you fill out the matriculation form. The floating mountain slowly descended in the corner of the ruins while Jean Quan was talking. Ahead was the warehouse for dangerous goods that had been remodeled into a refining workshop. Elder Yongming of the Empyrean Terminus sect had arrived a step earlier. He was already at the entrance of the warehouse discussing scientific topics with Yuan Manqiu. The two chatted, radiating with delight. They were in high spirits. Jean Quan coughed lightly, winked his eye, and laughed. Everyone, fellow students, I'm not that far in age from you all. I only said these words because I consider everyone to be a friend. If Elder Lei hears of this, then I'm screwed. No one will tattle on me, right? Everyone exchanged smiles when these words were spoken. Quite a few boys shook their heads on the spot. Of course not. We're good friends with little teacher Jean. So how would someone leak out everyone's private conversation? Jean Quan graduated from a famous school. This young lad grew up to be quite handsome, and he also had a lively nature. He was rather popular back in high school and was the target of adoration of quite a few high school students. They all took him to be a big brother, so they talked rather casually. Jean Quan nodded his head and spoke a few more words. Fellow students, even though the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution is incomparably crappy, I estimate that their modified crafting furnace will be baffling as well. Anyway, when truly meeting someone else face to face, you must still show a bit of respect. You must not, by all means, cause the Empyrean Terminus sect to lose face. Stifle anything that's funny inside your stomachs for me. Wait until we're on the way back to slowly have a good laugh. Don't embarrass the host in their faces. What's more, this planned tour was still suggested by Elder Lei. If we really laugh on the spot, we wouldn't be giving face to Elder Lei, right? It's true that Elder Lei is a man with a good temperament. He won't bicker about with you babies. But when we get back to the Empyrean Terminus sect, Mommy and Daddy will smack your butt till it's mush. The students nodded their heads one after another. Understood, Teacher Jean. We will certainly bear it no matter what we see. Excellent, everyone get off the vehicle. Let's see what kind of modified first-generation Tai-E crafting furnace the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution can produce. Jean Quan's spirit was exploding. He brought the high school students to jump off the flying shuttle. Lei Yongming was almost 200 years old. He engaged in refining work year in and year out. His entire body was lean and swarthy. He looked like an old village farmer that had spent too much time outside exposed to the scorching sun. But the silver hair that filled his head glistened and shone. It was impossible to find one that was dark, making him exhibit a somewhat supernatural presence. Lei Yongming had quite a good mood. Chuckling, he asked, Jean Quan, Have you gone over the customs with the students about entering the refining workshop? Jean Quan nodded his head. Everything has been explained clearly. I told them that they can't touch and move willy-nilly within the refining workshop and that they need to listen before they act. Lei Yongming was completely satisfied. He stroked his goat-like beard. That's good. I talked a bit with Professor Yuan of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department just now. I discovered that the modifications done on their first-generation Tai furnace contain several novel ideas. It seems somewhat different than what I had imagined. Well, enough talk. Let's ask Professor Yuan to bring us in for a look. It is us who should be asking an Empyrean Terminus Sex elder of the older generation for guidance. Yuan Manchio had spoken with a smile. She waved her plump hands to the numerous youngsters. Students of Empyrean Terminus Central High School, please follow me. A yellow line has been marked out on the ground. It will be fine for you all to just stand behind this yellow line. Jean Quan looked back and mouthed to the students, indicating, bear with it. By all means, bear with it. Bang! The large door to the warehouse opened. The group of people strutted inside. Whoa! When the first-generation Tai crafting furnace modified by Liao appeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone from the Empyrean Terminus sect, including the experienced and knowledgeable senior refiner Lei Yongming, took in a cold breath, sinking into a sluggish state. What they saw was absolutely not a crafting furnace but a steel jungle. The occupied space exceeded 40 meters, and the height exceeded 20 meters. The crisscross steel structure formed a mysterious and profound maze. Countless crystal fibers climbed upon the steel frame like vines, while magical equipment units were like bird nests, rigged up one after another in the depths of the steel jungle. The various rainbow colors of richness and diversity suddenly flickered between brightness and darkness from the crystals, emitting an elegant radiance. It made the steel jungle seem as if it possessed life and was breathing right now. A rough scan would yield more than 30 magical equipment units, which far exceeded the design limits of the first-generation Tai furnace. The refining styles between the various magical equipment units and components were as different as night and day. Some were exquisite and delicate, while others were coarse and bold. Yet, they were forcibly entwined together by crystal fibers, manifesting a sort of unbridled ugliness. Quite a few magical equipment units had radiator systems and gas conduction vents arranged around them that bubbled huge clouds of steam as it let out a humming cry. They pervaded the air like miasma, causing the steel jungle to look enigmatic. It seemed as if a monster could appear at any moment from within the depths of the miasma. What the heck is this? They took several dozen different styles of crafting furnaces and recklessly assembled them all together. It looks just like a mutated monster. Jean Quan recovered from his very initial period of shock. A feeling of absurdness to the extreme was born in Jean Quan's mind. Even if the refining department of the Grand Desolate War Institution is the headquarters for grassroots refiners, this thing is way too grassroots. He took a peek behind him. Quite a few students looked like they were waking from a dream. All of them revealed odd expressions. A plump boy was holding it in so much that his face flushed red, and his shoulders shook up and down. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to. No one was unfamiliar with refining. They knew that things like magical equipment weren't something that one could take several powerful functioning units and piece together to create a completed form that was even more powerful. Inside laid the most important issue of compatibility and integration as a whole. The monster-level crafting furnace before their eyes was quite frightening at first glance and carried a lot of powerful magical equipment units. But despite the style and even the operational principles of these magical equipment being as different as night and day, they still carelessly assembled together. How would compatibility be handled? What about the flow of operation? Wouldn't a malfunction occur every 3 to 5 minutes? The shock within Jean Quan and all the students' eyes scattered when they tried to understand this point and was instead replaced by a faint hint of contempt. Fortunately, the students still remembered the instruction given out by Jean Quan. There was no one who laughed on the spot. It's just that their faces turned red one after another. They looked at each other in dismay, using gazes to exchange the ridicule they had in the depths of their minds. Only Lei Yongming, This elder was unable to take his eyes off of it. He gazed into the depths of the steel jungle, seeming rather pensive as he mumbled, "Professor Yuan, this crafting furnace you all have altered is rather complicated." Yuan Mancho chuckled. She pulled up the performance parameters from a crystal processor and directed the hologram towards Lei Yongming and Jean Quan. "Please look, you too. After going through our modification, the final performance parameters of the first-generation Tai are as such." Old Lei Yongming skimmed over it with his eyes. His expression was somewhat astonished, and the liver spots on his forehead suddenly flared. Jean Quan's sophistication didn't run this deep. With just a glance of an eye, it was as if he was stung ferociously by a hemorrhage wasp. He shouted, "What? The furnace temperature increases from room temperature to above 6,000 degrees in less than a minute? The end limits of fluctuation in temperature reaches 500 degrees every second? A single furnace can be divided into 9 refining compartments of different temperatures. It can simultaneously handle 180 jobs at once as its maximum? How the heck is this still a first-generation Tai crafting furnace? It simply matches a 6th-generation Tai crafting furnace in overall performance. For some parameters, it's even more powerful and ferocious than a 6th-generation Tai. No, more than a 7th-generation Tai. There's also this section. If you disregard the wear and tear and operate it at its extreme limits, even the hardest horn of the mystic steelbone rhinoceros can be refined. Even if you really took so many remains of advanced crafting furnaces and pieced them together, forcefully reaching this kind of performance, it absolutely wouldn't last long. It would be scrapped after a maximum use of 1 or 2 times, and it might even explode. Jean Quan's face flushed red to his ears. His neck swelled out by a factor, and his speech grew faster and faster. He used chattering to mask the super-powerful shock in his heart. And after hearing the series of magnificent performance parameters, the numerous youngsters behind him were even more stupefied. They were completely flabbergasted. Just based on this pile of junk, some performance parameters actually overtook the newest generation of crafting furnace by the Empyrean Terminus sect. How is this possible? Old Lei Yongming leaned close to the hologram, studying it in great seriousness. "Professor Yuan, you are an expert of the refiner's circle whose reputation has spread far and wide. This old man naturally wouldn't suspect the crafting furnace that you have modified. It really does have such magnificent performance. However, when checking whether or not a crafting furnace meets standards, one aspect that needs to be looked at is the extreme performance limits. Another aspect that also needs to be looked at is its stability. Can you bring out the blueprints and spiritual energy flow diagrams out for everyone to study a bit? Let's look at it from the perspective of theory and calculate the output of its performance. Let's see whether or not it can maintain stability." Yuan Mancho laughed candidly. "That much is obvious. Since we need to get the approval of the Empyrean Terminus sect, the blueprints and spiritual energy flow diagrams will certainly be brought out for you two to examine. However, there's one matter that Old Lei needs to know about. This crafting furnace wasn't modified by me. I didn't have a single hand in it from beginning to end. From the very initial proposal of modification to drawing the blueprints to tightening every single clamping bolt, it was solely all done by my disciple. It will be better to ask him to come and briefly explain it to you." Old Lei Yongming didn't respond for a time. His face revealed skepticism. "I heard that your refining department only has one new student who just entered the school. Could it be that Professor Yuan has an even more outstanding disciple outside of school?" Yuan Mancho shook her head. She spoke without fooling around. "Nope. I only have this one student. My heart will be perfectly content if I can finish teaching him. This crafting furnace was solely modified by my disciple, Li Yao, from beginning to end. I didn't even touch a single nail." "Li Yao? Li Yao." The 2 words Li Yao were like 2 vicious, heavy fists. They exploded against Jean Quan, causing him to be on the verge of collapse. He forcefully shook his head to compose himself and yelled wildly in his heart, "The heck you talking big for? A new student who just entered the school for half a year can complete such a complicated modification? and can conjure out such magnificent performance? Yuan Manchio must be giving him instructions from behind. A hands-on teaching. In regards to Yuan Manchio, this former deep-sea goddess, Yin Quan still didn't dare to have contempt for her. If performance such as this had conjured out from Yuan Mannequin's hands, then there was a 1% chance of its possibility. But if it was just based on Li Yao, this ignorant and fearless mad amateur, not even a 0.01% possibility would exist. Humph, I was originally going to give you all a bit of face by saying a few random words just for show and be done with it, but I never thought you all would make a pile of scrap metal such as this. You even dared to talk big, calling to attention such exaggerated performance parameters. And now you even say that it was modified by a new first-year student. Not to mention that it's that Li Yao who doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth runs. You think that can escape me? When you take out those blueprints and spiritual energy flow diagrams out, I'll randomly point out a few crucial areas. A kid such as yourself certainly wouldn't have a clue of what's going on. You'll just disgrace yourself in front of everyone. You even want to wage war with our deep-sea university's refining department? Dream on. Jean Quan settled on his plan. His eyes flashed with a streak of light as the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer. Boom! 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 Following Yuan Manchio's shout came the sound of footsteps that shook mountains and moved the earth from behind the steel jungle. It was as if an enormous beast was slowly walking over from within the depths of the miasma. What the heck? Whose footsteps can be this heavy, likened to that of a demon beast? The students looked at each other in dismay. Their brain cells were a bit insufficient right now. Even though Teacher Jean warned and injuncted by all means to hold in whatever they see, however, it was really difficult to bear. Sometime later, a youth with a stature that was neither tall nor large came boring out from the steam. His appearance on stage made everyone's eyeballs completely bulge out. The contours of his muscles were revealed quite clearly on his upper body. Yet they were not excessive. Right now, he was in the middle of concentrating his attention on studying the hologram filled with formulas. His left hand just casually carried an enormous metal box. Written atop of the metal box was, "Black copper or 1 ton." Black copper ore was the #1 most commonly used consumable resource when refining. It can aid in increasing the furnace temperature in a flash. The biggest property of the black copper ore was its super high density. Its weight was extremely heavy, and just the size of a fist would weigh several dozen kilograms. Generally, magical equipment was used to transport them. Boom! Li Yao placed the metal box filled to the brim with black copper ores to the side. The intense jolt made the bottom of everyone's foot numb. It looked like a ton of black copper ore was honestly within the box. It can't be. He can actually lift a ton of raw material with one hand, and from his appearance it looked like he didn't even need to use much effort at all to do so. He isn't even sweating. In our Empyrean Terminus sect, we would obviously use magical equipment to carry such heavy objects. Who the heck would carry it directly by hand? Where the heck did this monstrous fellow spawn from in the end? He has such enormous strength, yet he wants to be some refiner. Wouldn't it be better for him to go to the wasteland and slay demon beasts? The students all felt a chill run down their spine. When seeing Li Yao walk over, a few of the weak-natured students couldn't help but retreat a step back as their necks withdrew back. Yuan Manchio resisted the urge to smile with difficulty. She spoke with a face filled with sincerity. "I'm truly terribly sorry to make you two see this ridiculous scene. Our Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department just encountered a tragic accident. So most of our funds have been used to compensate the families of the victims. The remaining money must all be used on a blade's edge. In addition, this is nothing for my disciple. He just wields stupid strength. If he can carry it, he'll carry it. This saves buying an assistant's magical artifact and conserves a bit of our funds." Lei Yongming's lips trembled. He really didn't know what would be proper to say. This famous old refiner, who has many experiences and knowledge, had his heart in a bit of a mess. Jean Quan's scalp was becoming even number, and his hair was standing straight up. Li Yao finalized the final parameter and walked 2 steps towards the crowd. He suddenly stood fixed and bent his head to listen for a second. he discovered that the sound of a set of radiator systems expelling steam was a bit ear-piercing. He muttered to himself for a moment and calculated for 3 seconds with half-squinting eyes. Liao walked towards the right side of the steel jungle, taking his hand to reach out to the clamping bolt fastening a radiator system. What the heck is he up to? Everyone was at a loss. If he wanted to loosen or tighten the bolt, wouldn't he need a wrench? This bolt was the size of a fist and was already tightened dead tight. It would be hard to loosen it even with a wrench. To deal with this kind of clamping bolt within the Empyrean Terminus sect, every case would need the use of a specialty magical equipment that relied on spiritual energy to complete the job. It can't be that he actually wants to use his bare hands to loosen the bolt, right? Are you kidding? Needless to say, the clamping bolt was already tightly secured and was absolutely impossible to loosen easily. What's more was that it was a clamping bolt for a radiator system, whose metal components were extremely hot. Under the panic-stricken gazes of everyone, Liao formed a claw using his fingers and lightly grabbed onto the clamping bolt. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly applied force. In the blink of an eye, everyone felt as if a needle was ruthlessly pricking their eardrums. It was as though a demon beast had suddenly emerged from the darkness and released an oppressive aura. Many students let out an "ah" as their face revealed a horrified look. Liao's stature suddenly doubled in size. While his muscles bulged, his right arm, in particular, was simply double the size of just a moment ago, and his skin seemed to shine with a metallic gloss as though it was a rudimentary form of steel which had just taken out of the furnace after undergoing through repeated tempering. One after another, thick green veins that were wrapped around his right arm bulged and slowly spread to his fingers. Liao's arm was akin to a metal claw. With just a light bit of force, it made the clamping bolt emit creak-creak sounds. Much to everyone's dismay, Liao had forcibly rotated the clamping bolt by 1/3 of a circle. The unimaginable, ear-piercing sound of steam escaping from the radiator suddenly turned softer, as though the unruly, giant steel beast had been put to sleep and was now gently breathing. This, if one was not watching with their own eyes, none of these teenagers would have believed that such a thing was possible. This monster had actually tightened the clamping bolt by almost half a circle with just his hand? Had he gone to the Empyrean Capital School of Medicine to learn some hand technique or grafted a demon beast's claw onto his shoulder? Professor Jean, this guy is very strong. A few of the students could not help but speak to Jean Quan in a low voice. The corners of Jean Quan's eyes started to twitch as a grim look appeared on his face. Elder Lai Yongming looked at Yuan Manchio with a bit of surprise as he said, "The clamping bolts are the foundation of a large-scale magical equipment system, and one has to pay particular attention to them. Sometimes, just slight unwinding of the bolt would affect the stability of the entire crafting furnace. Of course, it would save effort to use a wrench, but it lacks a subtle feeling of touch through which you can determine whether the screw is in place or not. Using fingers, on the other hand, can let you feel the slightest bit of change, allowing you to screw the clamping bolts perfectly." The elder heaved a sigh and continued, "This is the ideology of the older generation refiners. In contrast, the modern generation of refiners have mastered various advanced magical equipment which would display all kinds of data. So why would they even bother using their own fingers to get a feel? Professor Yuan, your disciple is truly out of the norm." Yuan Manchio gave a smile as she shouted, "Liao! Let me introduce you to everyone." Flinging his arm, Liao's stature, in the blink of an eye, returned to its normal form, completely devoid of any hints of the hideous appearance he had a moment ago. He gave off the impression as though what he did was common practice. Very calmly and unperturbedly, he walked towards everyone. He had hardly realized that his terrifying performance had already scared some of the teenagers and had caused their legs to go limp. "Come here. Let me introduce you to Elder Lai Yongming of the Empyrean Terminus sect. He is a highly respected and prestigious senior in our refiners community," Yuan Manchio said with a smile. Following that, she continued with emphasis, "This is Jean Quan, today's inspector. Not only is he a top student of Deep Sea University who had just graduated this year, but he is also a direct disciple of Supernova Jiangshan. And as Jiangshan is my junior brother in terms of seniority, You two are also related by senior brother and junior brother relation. Today is a good opportunity to let your senior brother Jean give you some pointers. Liao's eyes immediately lit up. It was as though an utterly bored vulture gliding in the sky had suddenly found a prey that was grazing on the ground. The disciple of supernova Xianxia. Xianxia was not only the leading figure among the younger generation in the elite faction of the refiners community, but he was also the one who had acted unscrupulously during the memorial ceremony in the Grand Desolate War Institution, which had deeply hurt Liao, causing Liao to have an urge to have a showdown with him. However, Xianxia had already achieved fame and success and had a very high status, so naturally he would not place Liao's challenge in his eyes. Therefore, he was first going to use this so-called senior brother Jean to actually determine how big of a gap there was after his half-year of painstaking study. Liao's eyes were suddenly set ablaze, and all of his 10 fingers were slightly twitching. He was completely excited. Jean Quan squinted his eyes. A cold look which seemed to be congealed out of the essence of ice picks appeared in the depths of his eyes. Crack! 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 When the two met eye to eye, sparks seemed to be shooting in all directions. Even the teenagers from the Empyrean Terminus Central High School felt the oppressive atmosphere. It was as though two experts were in a confrontation, and murderous intentions seemed to be surging in the back. Wow! I wonder who is going to win between Professor Jean and this weirdo. Bullshit. Of course, it's going to be Professor Jean. Professor Jean was a top-grade student of Deep Sea University's refining department. No matter how powerful this weirdo is, this isn't some fight, so what's the use of being stronger? All the teenagers, one by one, broke into a discussion while secretly cheering for Professor Jean in their hearts. In their eyes, Jean Quan was the most powerful refiner. No one was his opponent, not to mention some muscle-brained weirdo. Junior brother Li, today I, on behalf of the Empyrean Terminus sect, am going to inspect the first-generation Tai furnace. Let us first talk about work, and as for chatting in regards to camaraderie, let's hold on to it for later. Can I trouble you to show us the blueprints and spiritual energy flow chart? Let your senior brother teach you a thing or two. Jean Quan could not wait to let Liao make a fool of himself. Liao nodded as he frankly replied, "But of course. But I wonder which part's blueprint does senior brother Jean want to see first?" "Which part?" Jean Quan scoffed. The structure of the first-generation Tai furnace was quite simple. It only had a total of 100 or so blueprints, so even if it had gone through 6 or 7 modifications, it could be no more than 200 to 300. With Jean Quan's strength, simultaneously studying a couple dozen blueprints was simply nothing. It's all right for you to display all the blueprints and spiritual energy flowcharts. I can look at them together, and it will also save some time, Jean Quan said in a slightly impatient tone. Are you sure? Liao was surprised for a moment. What's there to be sure about? In my Deep Sea University's refining department, simultaneously studying a couple blueprints is a basic skill, Jean Quan sneered. Liao nodded, and without saying another word, quickly entered a few keys on the crystal processor before he raised his wrist, which pointed at the ceiling. Whoosh! As though a whole new world had burst forth from his crystal processor. Over 1,000 golden streams of light soared into the air and continued to spread before they interlaced with each other, mapping out thousands of abstruse and complex three-dimensional blueprints, as well as spiritual energy flow chart, giving off an impression of a golden sea of stars that was gradually revolving above everyone's head. The visual impact of the hologram put everyone in a trance for a moment. Everyone's face was glistening. Many students forcibly rubbed their eyes as if they had fallen into a magnificent dream. Senior brother Jean, all 1,995 modification blueprints, as well as the 1,786 spiritual energy flowcharts of first-generation Tai furnace are here. Please give me pointers, Liao said with bright and shining eyes. He could not wait to seek a bit of advice from the direct disciple of supernova Xianxia. Jean Quan was dumbfounded. When he stretched his neck to look above, his mouth was wide open while his gaze became a bit blurry. Soybean-sized cold sweat freely trickled down his forehead, and very soon, his entire face was drenched in sweat. He felt like a lonely boat lost in an ocean of 3,000 or so three-dimensional diagrams. He felt like a mouse which had been placed deep within a maze facing a bunch of fork roads. Not to mention exiting, the mouse was not even aware of where east, west, south, and north was. Jean Quan was crazily shouting in his heart. So shameless. And yet, he says he didn't receive any help from Yuan Manchio? If not for Yuan Manchio, then how could this muscle-brained idiot personally draw such blueprints? Can a freshman who had not even been in the institute for over half a year draw 3,000 exquisite three-dimensional diagrams? Boasting also has a limit. Otherwise, it is very easy to be trampled upon by others. Now let me bust you right here. In the blink of an eye, Jean Quan's countenance turned extremely serious. Jean Quan started muttering some incantation while his pupils slightly dilated and an azure radiance gushed out from the depths of his eyes, forming ring after ring surrounding his pupils. Azure ringed iris was a unique technique of the Deep Sea University's refining department, which enhances the visual acuity, as well as the analysis of complex three-dimensional blueprints. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 rings surrounding the pupils of Jean Quan appeared while his eyeball quickly turned as he took a fleeting glimpse at tens of blueprints before he got a complete view of them. Gradually, the corner of his lips started to rise as a sliver of a confident smile appeared on them. Junior brother Li. Jean Quan, with a face beaming with a smile, said while drawing out his tone. Let's take a look at blueprint number 109. In which the cooling tank you have depicted had clearly used the exquisite star structure proposed by Elder Binghe of Ice Dragon Castle as reference. There is too much deviation, the main cooling tank and the subcooling tank are too close, and the arrangement of the condensing tube is also somewhat redundant. After all, a lot of coolants are highly toxic and corrosive, and different coolants will conflict with each other, so your arrangement is rather irregular. In the case the coolants of the two cooling tanks happen to mix together, then I am afraid a huge problem will follow. Jean Quan heaved a sigh and sincerely said, although the cooling tank in the crafting furnace is comparatively less important and not so dazzling when compared to magical equipment units, it cannot be ignored. It is directly related to the success and failure of the quenching process. I think you should first think of improving the layout of the cooling tank. As for the other parts, there is no need to look further. Wow! A few high school students could not help but burst into praises. Professor Jean was too awesome. He had discovered such a huge problem so quickly. After a moment of surprise, Liao said with a frown, Senior brother Jean, my cooling tank layout did not use the exquisite star arrangement at all, but rather the Mystic Spirit 7 Transformations arrangement proposed by Taoist Master Scarlet Moon of Divine Magus Mountain 175 years ago. At first glance, the two arrangements indeed look somewhat similar, so it is pretty normal for even senior brother Jean to make a mistake. What? Even before the triumphant look on Jean Quan's face could vanish, it was completely solidified from shock. His first reaction was that it was absolutely impossible. But when he recalled the structure of the Mystic Spirit 7 Transformations arrangement from the depths of his memories and carefully reviewed it, only then did he realize that he was truly mistaken. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jean Quan's face was completely flushed red. Even the most basic layout had confused him. This mistake could not be more rudimentary than any other rudimentary mistake, and that too in front of so many students. Jean Quan could already hear many students gasping in disbelief. Hesitatingly, he was about to speak, but in the end, didn't. However, it was Elder Lai Yongming who came forward and fired a question with his pear eyes which were radiating in a strange brilliance. You actually know an unconventional layout like the Mystic Spirit 7 Transformations arrangement? Then do you also know that this layout has very serious flaws and is therefore discarded after being used for a few years? How did you solve those flaws?